The apocalypse has descended, and a super cold wave has struck, plunging the world into a frozen realm. Following this chilling onslaught, the outbreak of a zombie virus ensues. Subsequently, a catastrophic tsunami ravages the Earth, submerging the globe beneath the waves, transforming it into an aquatic world. Soon after, global temperatures soar rapidly, causing the seas to evaporate until the planet becomes arid and desolate. Did you think this was the end? No. Humanity, having suffered countless torments, is on the brink of annihilation with the impending invasion of an alien species. The saddest part is that every human has only 1 year of energy from the very beginning. When that energy runs out, death is inevitable. To survive, one must not only evade disaster, but also continuously acquire time, energy, and resources to sustain life. Unexpectedly reborn, Xiao Yang finds himself 10 days prior to the apocalypse, his previous life's spatial abilities manifesting anew. Thus, he embarks on a frenzied quest to stockpile resources, crafting the most luxurious temporary shelter, customizing an apocalypse-ready heavy-duty off-road vehicle, and designing a grand yacht. Chapter 1. 10 days before the apocalypse. Xiao Yang opens his eyes, feeling exhilarated. A beautiful young lady clad in a flight attendant uniform lies beside him. Xiao Yang is momentarily stunned. Didn't he perish in the apocalypse? He vividly remembers the cataclysmic events that led to humanity's devastating blow. Natural disasters and zombies wreaked havoc, bringing human civilization to the brink of extinction. It was only through his unexpected acquisition of spatial abilities that he managed to survive for 3 years in that dire world. Yet, ultimately, he fell victim to an assault by a mutated species. In that split second, a blinding white light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this astonishing situation. He scrutinizes the young lady closely. She looks somewhat familiar. Is it the allure of her uniform? Am I dreaming? Xiao Yang can't help but smile wryly at the irony of his suppressed existence in the apocalypse, only to dream of an air hostess as he nears death. Xiao, what's wrong? The young lady, noticing Xiao Yang's stillness, inquires with a dazed expression. Before he can respond, she turns over. Whoa, is she that forward? Xiao Yang's mind struggles to keep up, yet he does not refuse. Suddenly, as he reaches out, he feels a sharp prick. A jolt of pain courses through him. I can feel pain? This isn't a dream? I'm not dead. He hastily flips her over, only to find her name tag has fallen. It turns out the pin from the name tag pricked his hand. Under her bewildered gaze, he picks up the tag and sees the name Su Xiao inscribed upon it. Su Xiao. No way. Xiao Yang suddenly remembers. This is the flight attendant he had pursued before the apocalypse. He quickly glances behind him, and through the oval window, the silvery moonlight illuminates the thick clouds. Oh my, isn't this reminiscent of the first and last flight experience before the apocalypse? He hurriedly searches his pants and retrieves his phone. Oh dear, Xiao. I knew you'd want to record a video. The flight attendant, named Su Xiao, quickly covers her face, feeling shy. Xiao Yang pays her no mind, swiftly turning on his phone. Gazing at the date on the screen, he is taken aback. The date reads, June 21st, 2032 at midnight. He has actually been reborn 10 days before the onset of the apocalypse. Does this mean he has ample time to prepare for the impending end of the world? Suddenly recalling something, he hastily raises his left arm to inspect it, but there is nothing there. However, Xiao Yang knows that at the moment the apocalypse strikes, he will feel a sharp pain in his brow, followed by a sequence of numbers appearing on his left arm. These numbers represent the remaining energy of the human body, displayed in years, days, hours, minutes, and seconds, merely counting down. In the apocalypse, all humans receive enough energy to survive for 1 year, but this does not mean survival is limited to just 1 year. This energy can be traded. As long as 2 individuals clasp hands, they can convey the desired value through thought. Once energy is depleted, no matter how formidable one may be, death is instantaneous. Conversely, the more energy one possesses, the longer their life and the stronger their constitution becomes. Without weapons, a person with 100 years of energy can effortlessly eliminate someone with only 1 year of energy. Such is the disparity. Moreover, when an individual's energy surpasses 10,000 years, conventional firearms will no longer pose any threat to them. Thus, in the apocalypse, Money is worthless. This energy is the true currency of power. After all, time equates to life and strength. However, this energy cannot be forcefully seized. It can only be transmitted voluntarily through thought. Yet if one were to kill the opponent, their time energy would utterly dissipate, rendering such an act a tremendous waste. Of course, there are alternative methods for plundering. One could devise a way for the opponent to be bitten by a zombie. Upon their transformation into a zombie, the residual energy would coalesce at their brow, forming a cylindrical object akin to a battery. After dispatching the zombie, one could extract this energy to replenish their own. However, this approach is fraught with peril, as a person transformed into a zombie is far more difficult to handle than an ordinary individual. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's own demise. Before his rebirth, Xiao Yang had accumulated energy for over 1,000 years. Regrettably, all of it vanished upon his rebirth. Despite this loss, Xiao Yang remains untroubled. Drawing on his experience, he possesses ample capability to reclaim what he has lost, and perhaps even to acquire more. Moreover, a millennium of time energy is hardly significant. If one were to categorize human physical aptitude according to time energy, the year 2009 would correspond to the first level. The year 1099 will be the second level, while the year 100999 would be the third. The year 10009999 corresponds to the fourth level. 100 million to 900 million years equates to the ninth level. In his previous life, Xiao Yang merely breached the threshold of the fourth level. It could be said that he was nothing more than refuse in the late stages of the apocalypse. This is the price one pays for choosing to survive in seclusion. As a new thought crossed his mind, Xiao Yang swiftly closed his eyes. Moments later, he was overwhelmed with joy. His spatial ability had not vanished. Following the onset of the apocalypse, every human would awaken some form of extraordinary power, albeit at different times. These abilities are manifold and varied, but can largely be divided into categories of physical prowess, magical arts, and certain unique powers. Some individuals awaken exceedingly rare special abilities, even unique ones. For instance, Xiao Yang's spatial ability is unprecedented. He has yet to hear of another who has awakened it. Of course, it is also possible that others, like him, prefer to keep it hidden. Extraordinary powers can be upgraded, but this requires crystals found within mutated animals. There are a total of 9 levels of these powers, and Xiao Yang has only ascended to the 5th level. The space has indeed expanded, now encompassing an area akin to 10 football fields, yet other aspects remain unchanged. Xiao Yang has always perceived his ability as rather trivial, serving little purpose beyond accommodating additional items. In the apocalypse, where resources are exceedingly scarce, what use is a vast space? It feels akin to having an empty bank account. Now, before the advent of the apocalypse, he possessed spatial abilities. How extraordinarily fortuitous! In his previous life, Xiao Yang had fortuitously discovered a small supermarket and stored all the supplies within his space. Though the supplies were limited, when supplemented with wild vegetables and game, they would suffice to sustain him for 3 years. This has rendered him exceedingly cautious, never daring to join forces with others, hence opting to survive alone. In the apocalypse, resources are the most coveted commodity. A single pack of expired instant noodles could incite bloody conflicts, even leading to loss of life. He cannot fathom the implications if others were to discover his spatial ability. Xiao Yang understands that joining a team would enhance his chances of survival. However, if one is not a core member of the team, they may only serve as cannon fodder. Thus, having a core team of one's own is critically important. Without a team, one might ultimately perish at the hands of monsters, rendering one's rebirth utterly futile. Since fate has bestowed upon him this opportunity for rebirth, he must be thoroughly prepared. He must, in the first 10 days, amass sufficient living supplies, the more the better. As for a team, there is no rush. He is not particularly interested in ordinary individuals. He intends to leverage his memories to recruit formidable individuals he encountered in his previous life. This way, his rebirth would not be in vain. Now everything is in place, save for funds. A smirk creased Xiao Yang's lips as he coldly scoffed. His return to Haicheng is solely for the purpose of acquiring money. In his previous life, he was deceived by his stepmother and half-brother, receiving not a single penny until the apocalypse struck. This time, he would not allow them to succeed. Chapter 2: The Division of Inheritance. 6 hours later, the airplane touched down. In a first-class compartment, Xiao Yang indulged in various delights. Xiao, I still have to fly back, so I won't accompany you. Remember to keep in touch. I will only belong to you from now on. Su Xiao assisted Xiao Yang in donning his attire, her alluring smile gracing his ear as she whispered softly. Xiao Yang glanced at Su Xiao's name badge and the unbuttoned collar, offering a faint smile. All right, darling. I have some matters to attend to upon my return. I will contact you once I'm finished. Xiao Yang refrained from revealing the impending apocalypse to Su Xiao. She was merely one among many flowers in his garden. Nevertheless, since he had been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to forewarn Su Xiao the day before the cataclysm, fulfilling a bond of shared intimacy. Good luck, girl. In a villa located in Haicheng, upon Xiao Yang's arrival, he found 6 or 7 individuals already seated in the living room. His stepmother, Zhang Li, and his half-brother, Xiao Run, regarded him with indifference, offering no greetings, as if harboring deep animosity towards him. Xiao Yang, you're back. Please take a seat. Lawyer Chen has been waiting for quite some time. A middle-aged man rose to greet him, and without needing to look, Xiao Yang recognized Wang Jian, his father's sworn brother. Noticing Xiao Yang's disregard, Wang Jian continued, Xiao Yang, I shouldn't really be here in such circumstances, but as your father's closest friend during his lifetime, I have come to bear witness. Xiao Yang once again ignored him, addressing the lawyer across from him. Lawyer Chen, you may now announce my father's will. It was this very Lawyer Chen who had notified Xiao Yang of his return, and having communicated via video, he was naturally familiar with him. Lawyer Chen rose, glancing at Zhang Li and Xiao Ren. Madam Zhang, Mr. Xiao Ren, and Mr. Xiao Yang, I am Chen Gang. The attorney entrusted by Chairman Xiao phoned prior to his disappearance. The 2 individuals behind me are from the notary office. According to Chairman Xiao Feng's will, in the event of his untimely demise, all his assets are to be distributed as follows. Mr. Xiao Yang will inherit all shares of the group, while Madam Zhang and Mr. Xiao Run will jointly inherit 2 villas and a sum of 2 billion in deposits. Xiao Yang felt no surprise upon hearing this. He had known it from his previous life. However, Zhang Li and Xiao Run were taken aback, and even Wang Jian furrowed his brow. Impossible. Lawyer Chen, you must be mistaken. Zhang Li was the first to voice her disbelief. Lawyer Chen maintained a stoic expression as the 2 notary personnel placed the written will and video evidence on the table. Here is the written and video proof of the will. Madam Zhang may review it at her leisure. Zhang Li hastily grabbed the will, scrutinizing it multiple times. Before playing the video, she then slumped onto the sofa, disheartened. Is this a mistake? My father left not a single share of the 200 billion group assets to me? Xiao Run, unable to contain himself, shot an angry glance at Xiao Yang, as if all of this were his half-brother's doing. Although 2 billion in deposits was substantial, in comparison to the 200 billion in shares, it felt rather meager. Xiao Yang observed their reactions with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Well, the will has been announced. Next, I and the notary personnel will oversee its execution. I hope everyone will cooperate with our work. Chen Gang, seeing no objections, prepared to proceed with the execution phase. Wait, Lawyer Chen, the transfer of shares is of great significance. With Chairman Xiao no longer present, as the second largest shareholder of the group, I believe it is necessary to notify the other board members to prevent internal conflicts within the group. Wang Jian quickly interjected to Chen Gang, then turned to Xiao Yang. Moreover, Xiao Yang has been studying abroad and is unfamiliar with the internal affairs of the group, which are managed by her stepmother Zhang Li and brother Xiao Ren. Therefore, we kindly request additional time to address this matter. Will you say, Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang looked at Wang Jian, whose face bore a facade of sincerity, while he inwardly scoffed. In his previous life, it was Wang Jian who, in collusion with his stepmother Zhang Li, continuously evaded the issue of his inheritance, resulting in him receiving nothing before the apocalypse. When the end of days arrived, his stepmother and brother evicted him from their home, claiming the villas and deposits belonged to them, forcing him to wander the streets and nearly perish in the extreme cold. Xiao Yang felt a deep-seated hatred, but this time, he would not allow the tragedy of his past to repeat itself. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, Zhongli suddenly shed her troubled expression, smiling as she said, "Indeed. Xiao Yang, I fear you may face resistance if you take over suddenly. Let your stepmother pave the way for you. After all, you wouldn't want to see your father as Harder Group face any upheaval, would you?" While her words seemed to express concern, they were laden with a threatening undertone. Xiao Yang chuckled. "You all have played your parts well, but it is now my turn." He had no intention of contending for those inconsequential shares in just 10 days. Converting them to cash would be too late, especially with their interference. What truly belonged to him was what he could secure immediately. "Stepmother, there's really no need for such elaborate schemes. Since you and Xiao manage the group, I shall not involve myself. Instead, how about this? I will inherit the villas and 2 billion in deposits, and you can retain the shares of the group. Does that sound agreeable?" Upon hearing Xiao Yang's proposal, everyone was taken aback. Could this young man truly be a fool? Zhongli, suspicious of some trickery, asked warily, "What do you mean?" Xiao Yang laughed softly. "Stepmother, there is no need to be anxious. If you don't trust me, Lawyer Chun and the notary personnel are here to bear witness. If you agree, we can sign the agreement immediately." Chun Gang and the others were momentarily stunned. Was this young man out of his mind? That was worth 200 billion. Is this for real? Wang Jian hastily stood up, seemingly feeling his reaction was a bit abrupt, and quickly added, "If that is the case, it will make things much easier. After all, you are family, so how you divide it is your own affair. However, if we proceed as Xiao Yang suggests, it could save us a great deal of trouble." Xiao Yang paid him no mind, turning to Zhang Li and Xiao Run. "So, what do you say, stepmother? Younger brother?" Zhang Li remained cautious, questioning, "Do you have any other conditions?" She felt as though her side had gained an enormous advantage, and it seemed too surreal. Xiao Yang smiled. "Of course there are conditions. First, the 2 billion in deposits must be transferred to my account immediately. Second, I do not wish to keep this villa. I only want the one on Zijin Mountain. However, as compensation, I would like an additional 5 billion and a car. If that could be arranged, we can sign the agreement right now." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's terms, Wang Jian frantically exchanged glances with Zhongli. "All right, let us proceed as such," Zhongli said, striving to compose her excitement. "Hey Mom, the villa on Zijin Mountain was meant for me. It's just been renovated, and I haven't even moved in yet. I promised my friends I would take them for a party soon." Xiaoran interjected, rising in protest. "Be quiet." Zhongli shot her son a glare. "What a useless thing. With company shares, what villa can't be bought?" Xiao Run glowered at Xiao Yang, his anger palpable, before turning away in silence. With the agreement reached, the subsequent matters were straightforward. In the presence of Lawyer Chun and the 2 notary personnel, the agreement was signed and came into effect. The 25 billion in deposits was transferred to Xiao Yang's account. As he beheld the lengthy string of numbers displayed in his balance, Xiao Yang smiled. Chapter 3. The villa on Zijin Mountain. Having completed all arrangements, it was already noon. Indeed, in light of Xiao Yang's willingness to concede, the efficiency was remarkable. As Lawyer Chun departed, he expressed his sentiments, "Seeing your family in such harmony. Chairman Xiao Feng would surely feel comforted from beyond the grave." He had witnessed numerous disputes among the wealthy, yet today as proceedings were unprecedentedly smooth. Xiao Yang sneered internally. Was it truly harmony? When he was 9, this stepmother had arrived with her son, forcing his biological mother to her death. For 15 years, he had harbored hatred for this family and loathed his father. Thus, upon his father's untimely demise, he felt little sorrow. In a previous life, I did not have the opportunity to personally eliminate this mother and son duo. In this life, can they truly escape my grasp? Oof. After Xiao Yang departed, Xiaoran expressed his dissatisfaction within the Xiao family villa. This Xiao Yang not only seized my newly purchased Brabus 800, but also laid claim to the villa in Zijinshan, which I had painstakingly renovated. I have yet to spend even a single day living there. Moreover, he has taken all my 5 billion in savings. And in 9 days, how am I supposed to attend the grand banquet? I have boasted to my friends that I would acquire this year's luxurious Doomsday edition yachts and off-road vehicles. I cannot afford to lose face. Zhongli furrowed her brows and scolded, "You unambitious boy. All you know is to indulge in pleasure. Everything I do is for your sake." Yet, I never anticipated that your deceased father would leave behind such a scheme. Fortunately, Xiao Yang is devoid of ambition, a useless individual, which has not disrupted my plans. Otherwise, matters could become quite troublesome. Indeed, Xiaorun, your mother is doing all of this for your benefit. Once we stabilize the corporation, it will not be too late to deal with that scoundrel Xiao Yang. Wang Jian, sitting nearby, also attempted to console Xiaorun. Oomph. I will not allow anyone to take what belongs to me. Xiaorun. Oomph. Xiao Yang, you have never bested me since childhood, and this time shall be no different. What I have placed before you, you will return to me in full. With that, Xiaorun stormed upstairs in a huff. Zhongli gazed at her son's departing figure and sighed helplessly. Turning to Wang Jian, she whispered, "How are things progressing on your end?" Wang Jian glanced at the staircase where Xiaorun had ascended, ensured he was upstairs, and then approached Zhongli from behind. His hands naturally settled on her fair shoulders, gently rubbing them. "Sister-in-law, do not worry. We have news from that side. Once we secure the shares, we can proceed with the acquisition. Once the funds arrive, we shall emigrate." Zhongli looked around cautiously, her voice laced with anger. "Remove your hands. Be careful not to let Xiaorun see." Wang Jian smirked lasciviously, boldly slipping his hand inside Zhongli's collar. "What are we afraid of? He will find out sooner or later. He is my child." Xiao Yang drove the black Brabus G800, speeding towards the Zaijinshan villa. This vehicle, resembling the Mercedes G63 in exterior design, boasted interiors and power that surpassed it by several tiers. With a firm press on the accelerator, the aggressive roar of the exhaust and the engine's immense horsepower instantly restored a man's confidence. This vehicle was the ultimate dream of many men. However, in Xiao Yang's eyes, it was merely a means of transportation, insignificant in the face of an impending apocalypse. Upon arriving at the villa in the Zaijinshan district at 2 p.m., he found it to be a 3-story structure with 2 underground levels, fully furnished. The garden featured an expansive swimming pool, and the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor offered a panoramic view of the entire villa area, even encompassing the university town at the foot of the mountain. The basement had been thoughtfully designed to include a private cinema with superb visual and auditory effects. Although Xiao Yang felt somewhat satisfied, he recognized that numerous renovations were necessary. First and foremost, he needed to establish an independent heating system. Although it was currently summer and everyone wore short sleeves, Xiao Yang was aware that in 10 days, a severe cold wave would sweep in, plummeting temperatures to -50 degrees overnight. Those who had not returned home by nightfall would likely freeze to death outside. For those sheltering indoors, lacking thick blankets or warm clothing would make survival exceedingly difficult. The cold wave would persist for 10 days, rendering outdoor excursions impossible. Even if one did not freeze to death, starvation could ensue. In his previous life, it was on the night of the cold wave that he was expelled from this villa by the mother and son duo. He would never forget the bone-chilling cold. Had he not fortuitously discovered a small tree hollow that could accommodate a single person, he would have perished in the wilderness. Thus, establishing a heating system was paramount. The most practical solution would be a coal boiler for heating, stable and reliable. The insulation of the walls also needed to be reinforced, and all windows must be replaced with multi-layer insulated glass. Additionally, an independent power supply system was essential. During the apocalypse, power outages would be permanent. Once night fell, the entire world would descend into darkness. Only a fortunate few would manage to acquire generators, but generators require fuel. Without it, they would merely be heaps of scrap. Therefore, an independent power generation system was crucial. The swimming pool in the yard could also be repurposed as a water reservoir, but modifications were necessary to prevent it from freezing solid and becoming unusable. Furthermore, the surrounding walls needed to be raised and reinforced with barbed wire. The main gate required replacement with a thicker, impact-resistant model. It appeared that the workload was substantial and time was of the essence. He needed to quickly locate a construction and renovation company to handle these tasks. Seeing that there was still time, Xiao Yang promptly searched online for a sizable renovation company. After making a phone call, he was informed that someone would be dispatched immediately. Presumably, it would take a while for them to arrive, So in the meantime, Xiao Yang decided to revisit the tree hollow that had once saved his life. In his previous life, although he had survived 10 days without freezing to death, he had come perilously close to starvation. Thankfully, there was a large bird's nest inside, sheltering several decayed chicks. Later, a rabbit had also sought refuge there, which had ultimately spared him from starvation. Reflecting on those deceased chicks, he felt as though they had saved his life in his previous existence. Since he had been reborn, it would be worthwhile to investigate. Perhaps those chicks had survived? If they had, Xiao Yang would not mind raising a few birds as a gesture of gratitude. The journey was approximately 2 kilometers, and from a distance, Xiao Yang spotted the ancient tree. This tree must have stood for centuries, as it would take at least 7 or 8 adults to encircle its trunk. Adorning the tree were several large red cloths. Xiao Yang recalled that, in his previous life, he had torn down those cloths to wrap himself. Though not particularly thick, he remembered that hiding there had not felt excessively cold, though the reasons for this remained a mystery. At the base of the tree, there was a crevice large enough for a person to crawl inside. Inside the hollow, a thick layer of straw lined the ground, topped with a substantial bird's nest. Xiao Yang squeezed inside and peered into the nest. Of the 7 chicks, most lay motionless. Only one managed to weakly lift its head and call out with an open beak upon hearing the commotion. Chapter 4. Constructing the Doomsday Shelter. Xiao Yang carefully examined the others, confirming that the remaining 6 had succumbed. With a sigh, he acknowledged that even had he arrived earlier, it would have made no difference. The parent bird must have met with an unfortunate fate. Otherwise, it would not have abandoned its nest of chicks. Nevertheless, the survival of one chick meant his journey had not been in vain. He buried the deceased chicks on the spot and took the nest back with him. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Yang placed the nest inside a room and went out to gather some insect from the grass to feed the starving chick. After satisfying its hunger, the chick appeared content and settled down to sleep. Xiao Yang hoped it would survive. He felt quite lonely, and having a bird for companionship would be nice. While others ventured into the apocalypse with a dog, how about I do so with a bird? 2 hours later, the representatives from the renovation company arrived. A man in his 30s stepped out of a Land Rover. He was tall and robust, towering over Xiao Yang, who stood at 180 centimeters. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Mu Guang from Guangyuan Company. Here is my business card." Xiao Yang took the card and noted, "Mu Guang, General Manager. Well, the CEO himself has come. It seems he values this project highly." Without further ado, Xiao Yang led Mu Guang into the villa and thoroughly explained his ideas. Throughout the entire process, Mu Guang listened in astonishment. In a fleeting moment, Mu Guang felt a peculiar suspicion. Either this villa did not belong to Xiao Yang, or Xiao Yang was mentally unwell. Clearing his throat, he asked Mr. Xiao, "Are you truly certain about transforming it as you suggested? You cannot be jesting." Mu Guang wished to reconfirm. Xiao Yang shot him a glance, as if to say, "Do you think I am here merely to amuse you?" Noting Xiao Yang's indifference, Mu Guang forced a smile. "I can't help but feel you're intent on converting this villa into an apocalyptic shelter, haha." Xiao Yang firmly nodded, "Indeed. It is to be transformed into an apocalyptic shelter." Realizing that Xiao Yang was not joking, Mu Guang believed him. "Mr. Xiao, please hold on. I believe my sister may be able to assist you." As he spoke, Mu Guang dashed back to his car, opened the rear door, and exchanged a few words. Shortly after, a young girl dressed in a long gown emerged from the back seat. When the girl approached Xiao Yang, he was taken aback. She was stunning and exuded an air of aloofness. He found himself at a loss for words. Her beauty and stature rivaled that of top-tier actresses, flawless. Xiao Yang pondered. Why did Mu Guang bring his sister to meet me? To seduce me for this business deal? What a difficult proposition to refuse. Just as Xiao Yang's mind wandered, he heard Mu Guang say, "Mr. Xiao, this is my sister Mu Wanqing. She is an outstanding design student from Haiqing Art Institute. You might share your thoughts with her." Mu Wanqing smiled faintly. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I heard from my brother that you wish to convert the villa into an apocalyptic shelter." The formerly aloof Mu Wanqing, when smiling, radiated a particularly sweet charm, infused with youthful vitality. This evoked a sense of familiarity within Xiao Yang, as though he had encountered her before. Yet he could not place where. Never mind. It was more pressing to focus on the shelter. Xiao Yang collected his thoughts and responded warmly. Miss Mu? Please call me Xiao Yang. Yes, I do wish to create an apocalyptic shelter. Could you elaborate on your ideas? Mu Wanqing, however, was not naive enough to address Xiao Yang by his first name. Certainly. Follow me. After a thorough discussion, Xiao Yang was elated. He felt he had encountered a true talent. Mu Wanqing exhibited a profound understanding and considered details meticulously. It was evident she was trained in design. Miss Mu, you appear quite familiar with the construction of shelters. Have you designed one before? Xiao Yang inquired curiously. Mu Wanqing shyly smiled. Not exactly. I am merely an avid enthusiast of the apocalypse. I often indulge in whimsical thoughts, designing various apocalyptic castles, and the like. Haha. Xiao Yang nodded in understanding. Brother Mu, I find Miss Mu's ideas resonate well with me. Could you expedite a comprehensive construction design plan and provide a quotation? If it suits, we shall commence immediately. Xiao Yang was so pleased that he even began to refer to Mu Guang as Brother Mu. All right, Mr. Xiao. I will summon a few others to assist with measuring dimensions, and you can discuss the details with my sister. I will ensure she prepares a construction plan and design overnight, with a quotation by tomorrow. Xiao Yang was eager for this arrangement. The group worked diligently until after 9 o'clock that night, neglecting to eat. Xiao Yang was considerate enough to order a sumptuous takeout for everyone. He consistently emphasized to Mu Wanqing that she should treat the villa as her own home during the renovation, using only the best materials without concern for financial constraints. On the way home, Mu Guang asked his sister Mu Wanqing, Wanqing, what do you think of Mr. Xiao? Is he merely toying with us? Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. My intuition suggests he is not deceiving us. However, one who envisions turning an apocalyptic shelter into reality is either extravagantly wealthy or excessively lost in fantasy. And which category do you believe Mr. Xiao belongs to? Mu Guang continued to inquire. Mu Wanqing chuckled. I think he's the former, a man of means. Throughout the entire renovation process, Xiao Yang entrusted her with full responsibility, encouraging her to share any ideas freely, treating it as a personal project. Rather than merely constructing an apocalyptic shelter, Xiao Yang was, in essence, investing in the realization of her dream to build one. In this moment, Mu Wanqing felt a positive impression of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, Mianwei lay comfortably on the expansive bed in the master suite on the 3rd floor. In a corner, a bird's nest housed a tiny fledgling, soundly asleep after being fed by him. The day had passed swiftly. If all went well tomorrow, he would leave the villa's management to Mu Guang and his sister, and he would begin stockpiling supplies. This was a significant undertaking, requiring ample resources and time constraints. Without Mu Wanqing as assistance today, he would have exhausted himself considerably. Once the arrangements were solidified, he planned to rent several cold storage units and warehouses for supplies. But now, he chose not to dwell on it. Xiao Yang simply wished to rest well. It was the first day of his rebirth. He had not enjoyed a peaceful sleep in a long while, and the perils of the apocalypse had left him physically and mentally drained. At this moment, all he desired was a good night's sleep. The following morning, at 7 a.m., Xiao Yang was awakened by the raucous calls of the fledgling. The little bird was clamoring for food, its cries noticeably louder than the previous day, indicating a healthy recovery. After catching some insects to feed it, Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing arrived. Mu Wanqing, with dark circles under her eyes, presented the plans and quotations to Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao, the preliminary estimate indicates that 3 million will secure Wanqing's design proposal, Mu Guang stated. The price is acceptable. Xiao Yang examined the plans with satisfaction, realizing Wanqing had indeed put in considerable effort. How long will the renovation take? Well, the fastest would be 15 days. Some materials and equipment require customization. Mu Guang replied. What? 15 days? That is too long. Xiao Yang was taken aback. With less than 9 days until the apocalypse, this timeline seemed untenable. I can grant you a maximum of 8 days. Can you manage that? Mu Guang, taken aback, replied. That seems implausible. I can offer more money. How does 40 million sound? Mr. Xiao, this is not merely a financial matter. It's 50 million. Very well. I will do my utmost. I require results, not mere effort. All right, Mr. Xiao, it's a deal. I assure you, we will complete it on time. Mu Guang was stunned, having never encountered such extravagant disregard for money. Xiao Yang promptly transferred the funds to Mu Guang, prompting him to hasten and assemble the team for construction. Beside them, Mu Wanqing watched in astonishment at Xiao Yang's nonchalant expenditure, as if he were picking up pennies. Wanqing, you haven't slept all night. Would you like me to drive you home to rest? Mu Guang inquired, concerned about his weary sister. Noticing Mu Wanqing's fatigue, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of concern. Despite her efforts to earn his money, she had genuinely invested herself in the project. For that alone, he felt grateful. Miss Mu, would you allow me to drive you home for some rest? Let Brother Mu oversee things here, while I take this opportunity to consult you on other matters. Mu Wanqing hesitated momentarily, but, recalling that Xiao Yang might genuinely have inquiries, she agreed. Please wait a moment. I'll grab a few things and be right down. Before long, to the astonished gazes of the Mu siblings, Xiao Yang descended with a bird's nest in his hands. You, at your age, still tending to bird nests? Mu Wanqing expressed her disbelief. Oh no, I merely stumbled upon a nest of chicks. The others had perished, and this one remained. I couldn't bear to leave it behind. Look how adorable it is, Xiao Yang explained while presenting it to Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing it, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of compassion, gently stroking it. It's so pitiful. What kind of bird is this? This is a crow chick. I often saw them at the construction site. Mr. Xiao, raising such a creature is ill-fated. You should discard it. Mu Guang interjected. Upon hearing her brother's words, Mu Wanqing retorted indignantly. How can you be so heartless? It's still so small. Throwing it away would mean certain death. Xiao Yang chuckled and said, it's fine. I will release it back into nature after the first year. He was indifferent to notions of luck. Did anyone really believe that without this little trinket, the apocalypse wouldn't come? Xiao always has a kind heart. Mu Wanqing praised. Let us put it in the car. I'll drive you back to rest. All right. Mu Wanqing allowed Xiao Yang to escort her back to the school, Haiqing Art Academy, situated at the foot of Zijin Mountain. It was then that Xiao Yang learned that Mu Wanqing had yet to graduate and was merely interning at her brother's company. The imposing Babo's G800 came to a halt at the school entrance, immediately capturing the attention of numerous students. Xiao, regarding the Doomsday supply list, I'll think it over and send it to you tonight, Mu Wanqing stated. Thank you. As soon as she stepped out of the car, another wave of excitement ensued. Isn't that our school S-Bell, Mu Wanqing? Why is she being driven back by a man so early in the morning? Hey, what car is that? Did BYD release a new model? You fool. That's the emblem of Babo's. It could buy 100 BYDs. Really? Indeed, the bell is unattainable for us average students. Mu Wanqing lay on her dormitory bed, unable to sleep. That Xiao Yang had actually asked her to help him think of items to prepare for the apocalypse? He was truly obsessed, as if the end of the world were imminent. However, it was quite amusing to contemplate, so she decided to indulge him. Feeling no longer tired, Mu Wanqing picked up a pen and began to write earnestly. Xiao Yang drove straight to the largest storage base in Haicheng, which boasted hundreds of warehouses and cold storage units. He rented 5 warehouses and 5 cold storage units to stockpile daily necessities, vegetables, and meat. In truth, he did not intend to store the supplies there, but merely sought to keep his activities discreet. After all, he could not openly bring such items into view without alarming others. Subsequently, he headed to the largest vegetable wholesale market. As soon as he arrived, the entire market erupted into a frenzy, as word spread that a wealthy client had come. He ordered various essentials: scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, winter melons, pumpkins, and numerous types of greens, each in quantities of 100 tons. The total came to 100 million. He paid a deposit, with deliveries scheduled over the next 7 days. Next, he ventured to the seasoning section, purchasing oils, salts, sauces, and barbecue and hot pot ingredients, totaling 50 million. Again, deliveries would be made in batches. In the rice and grain area, he ordered 10,000 tons of rice at wholesale prices for a total of 50 million, with a promise of delivery within 8 days. Following this, he visited the neighboring fruit wholesale market, creating another stir as he ordered 100 tons of various fruits. ultimately totaling 100 million, with deposits and settlement arrangements made. Having secured vegetables and fruits, the most crucial task remained: stockpiling meat. Xiao Yang headed directly to the largest chain of fresh meat stores in the city. Confident in the quality of meat here, he boldly inquired about prices per ton for pork, lamb, beef, and chicken. "Sir, how many tons do you require?" the manager asked. 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons each of lamb, beef, and chicken, and 2,000 tons of sheep and beef offal. The manager was taken aback, nearly dropping his notebook. Surely, this was a prank? He quickly called the owner's son, Xiao Zhou, to assess the situation, advising him to calculate the total price and gauge the customer's reaction. The total came to 700 million. Xiao Yang, unfazed, promptly paid the deposit and left, leaving Xiao Zhou in a state of astonishment. For his final stop, Xiao Yang visited the seafood wholesale market. As expected, he ordered a variety of seafood, including marine and freshwater fish, Australian lobsters, king crabs, various shellfish, and sea cucumbers, totaling 200 million. He specifically requested that all live seafood be killed and frozen, as his storage space could not accommodate living creatures. Upon reflection, Xiao Yang realized that he had placed orders totaling 1,200 million that day alone, adding 500 million for renovations and warehouse rentals. He had already spent over half of his budget. However, it was still insufficient. This amount barely scratched the surface. Feeling fatigued from shopping, he decided to order the remaining supplies online. Grateful for the power of the internet, he knew he could acquire anything with sufficient funds. Opening a popular online marketplace, Xiao Yang indulged in a shopping spree. Once he began purchasing online, he found it difficult to stop. After 3 hours of intense effort, he had acquired an array of items: liquor, beer, red wine, bottled spring water, beverages, spicy snacks, canned food, self-heating pots, instant noodles, bread, tents, sleeping bags, kitchenware, lighters, flashlights, walkie-talkies, binoculars, purification tablets, portable solar panels, portable diesel and gasoline generators, outdoor power sources, solar lighting, backpacks, first aid kits, and projectors preloaded with thousands of films. Particularly for food and drink, he opted for the largest quantities possible, believing that more was better. This shopping spree cost him another 100 million, with alcohol comprising the bulk of the expenditure. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, such items would be highly sought after. Feeling mentally exhausted, Xiao Yang had never before realized that spending money could be so draining. Just then, Mu Wanqing sent him a message with her prepared supply list. Too worn out to look at it, he noticed it was mealtime. Learning that Mu Wanqing hadn't eaten either, he decided to express his gratitude by driving her out for dinner. "Miss Mu, feel free to say what you'd like to eat. Don't hold back," Xiao Yang said with a smile, looking at her in the passenger seat. "Anything is fine," Mu Wanqing replied shyly, feeling that since he was treating, she should let him take the lead. Xiao Yang feigned seriousness, saying, "A woman shouldn't say anything goes, and a man can't refuse. Don't you know that?" Mu Wanqing laughed. "All right, how about we go to Haijia restaurant? The food is fantastic and reasonably priced. Is that acceptable, Xiao?" The last sentence clearly carried a deeper meaning. "Absolutely. Lead the way," Xiao Yang responded enthusiastically. Haijia restaurant was not located by the sea, but rather near the university town, in an area that was not particularly busy. However, it was popular and always bustling with patrons. Upon their arrival during peak dining hours, they found themselves waiting in line for a table. So packed. It must be good, Xiao Yang dog, believing that a place where many people waited for a table must offer a worthwhile dining experience. Of course, it's recognized as a must-try culinary spot in our university town, Mu Wanqing declared proudly. After nearly an hour of waiting, Xiao Yang, feeling increasingly hungry, finally reached the front of the line. "Come on, Miss Mu. You order since you know the menu better than I do." With it being his first visit, Xiao Yang was uncertain about what to choose. So he left it to Mu Wanqing while he focused on eating. Mu Wanqing, feeling it would be a waste of time for Xiao to order, readily took charge and promptly informed the waiter of her selections. 1 order of oil-braised prawns, 1 order of mapo tofu, 1 order of spicy pig trotters, and the restaurant specialty, crab meat casserole. "For dishes are just right. We want to be able to finish more than that." She efficiently placed the order, and the waiter smiled. "You're lucky, beautiful. Today's last crab meat casserole was just ordered by you. Enjoy your meal. After the waiter departed, Xiao Yang, astonished, inquired, "Is there a limit on the dishes here?" Mu Wanqing, observing Xiao Yang's naive expression, chuckled, "Of course. This crab meat pot is one of the few specialties personally crafted by the owner. They prepare only 100 servings each day, and sometimes without advance reservation. You might not even get a taste. Today, you are fortunate. Consider it a blessing." Xiao Yang responded with an "oh," followed by a light-hearted remark about hunger marketing. Soon, the other 3 dishes arrived at their table, and the crab meat pot was on its way. Just as the waiter approached with the pot, they were intercepted by a heavily made-up girl in a black silk short skirt. "Which table does this crab meat pot belong to?" she asked coldly. The waiter replied, "Table 69. Could you let go to us?" the girl requested. The waiter responded, "I'm afraid we cannot make that decision. You'll need to ask the guests at table 69. The girl then followed the waiter to Xiao Yang's table. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing, she expressed her surprise. "Oh, Mu Wanqing? What a coincidence." Mu Wanqing looked up and recognized her as Wang Min, the belle of their dance department. "What a coincidence, Wang Min. Are you here to dine as well?" "Yes," Wang Min replied nonchalantly, her gaze quickly fixated on Xiao Yang. Observing Xiao Yang's attractive appearance stirred a hint of jealousy within her towards Mu Wanqing. However, seeing Xiao Yang dressed plainly prompted her to express disdain, sarcastically remarking, "How rare. Our department's beauty is actually dining alone with a man. Is he your boyfriend?" Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiao Yang and quickly shook her head. "Oh no, he's just a friend." Wang Min continued, "You see, I wanted to invite my boyfriend to try the crab meat pot, but I arrived too late, and the last serving was taken by you. You know, my boyfriend is the son of the owner of a chain of fresh meat stores in Haicheng. He is tired of dining at 5-star hotels every day, and I wanted to bring him here for a change. Would you consider giving it up for me? I'll owe you a favor, and in the future, if there are any renovation jobs from my boyfriend's side, I can refer them to your brother." When Wang Min mentioned her boyfriend, she cast a knowing glance at Xiao Yang, clearly implying that he was out of his league. Xiao Yang remained silent, waiting for Mu Wanqing's response. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Wanqing decided to refuse. "I'm sorry, Wang Min. My friend is here for the first time as well, and I would like him to taste this dish. You may consult with my friend for his opinion." Mu Wanqing was not foolish. After all, Xiao Yang was an important client of her brother's, and she could not allow him to feel displeased. Wang Min, upon hearing this, looked at Xiao Yang with contempt. There was no way she would plead with someone so ordinary. "How about this? The dish costs over 100 yuan. I will buy it for 5 times the price. How's that sound? It would cover your meal and leave you with quite a bit extra." What bargain? Xiao Yang contemplated whether to yield to Mu Wanqing and let her classmate have a dish, but was too hungry to delay further. However, upon hearing her words, his anger flared. "Who does she think she is?" he exclaimed. "Waiter, bring the crab meat pot to the table. Today, I am having this crab meat pot." As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, the waiter hastily placed the pot on the table. "We're ready to dine now. Please ensure that the flies are kept away." The waiter, caught off guard, stammered, "Sir, you're making this difficult for me." Wang Min, infuriated, retorted, "What did you say? How dare you insult me? Today, I will make sure you remember the consequences of offending someone from a higher social class." Her loud voice drew the attention of the other diners in the hall. At that moment, a young man rushed over from behind Xiao Yang, concerned. "What's wrong, Xiao Min? Who made you angry?" Upon seeing her ally arrive, Wang Min felt emboldened. She pointed at Xiao Yang, cursing, "This pauper dared to insult me as a fly. I don't care. If I don't make him pay today, I won't be finished with you." "You're going too far, Wang Min. I won't allow you to insult my friend," Mu Wanqing interjected, genuinely angered at the disrespect shown to her companion. It felt like a slap in her face. Wang Min, upon hearing this, shot a venomous glance at Mu Wanqing. "Am I going too far? You filthy SLT. Do you really think you're school beauty? What good is your looks if you've ended up with a pauper?" How lowly! Mu Wanqing was rendered speechless by the insult. The young man who had rushed over was captivated by Mu Wanqing's beauty, unable to look away. "Wow, she is stunning." Although Wang Min was also attractive, she paled in comparison to Mu Wanqing, as if a wild chicken were juxtaposed with a phoenix. Seizing the moment to display his authority, The young man intended to confront Xiao Yang, but was left speechless upon seeing his face. Oh my! President Xiao Yang Zhuqlet. What a small world indeed. Xiao Zhou, what a coincidence. The young man was indeed Xiao Zhou, the manager of the company from which Xiao Yang had purchased fresh meat today. His expression soured as he asked, President Xiao, why are you dining in a place like this? Xiao Yang glanced at the stunned Wang Min and replied coldly, well, what can I say? A pauper like me can only afford to eat here. Xiao Zhou, feeling awkward, said, President Xiao, there must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Wang Min insisted on buying our crab meat pot, and when we refused, she insulted me and my friend. Do you think that's a misunderstanding? Before Xiao Yang could elaborate, Mu Wanqing stood up angrily and exclaimed. Xiao Zhou, realizing the situation, understood that Wang Min had indeed instigated trouble. He swiftly turned and delivered a sharp slap to Wang Min's face. You wretched girl, creating a scene over a meal and offending my major client. What a calamity! Apologize to President Xiao and this young lady at once, and then get lost. Wang Min, with tears welling in her eyes, covered her face in disbelief. You hit me? Xiao Zhou, incensed, responded, hit you? That's too lenient. Do you really think you're worth my time? Apologize now, or I will ensure you end up as a plaything at the upcoming Haitian Xingyan event. The thought of being reduced to a mere tool at Haitian Xingyan terrified Wang Min, and she trembled in fear. Suddenly, she fell to her knees before Xiao Yang, saying, I'm sorry, President Xiao. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. Xiao Yang didn't even spare her a glance, coldly replying, I believe you should apologize to my friend instead. Wang Min hastily turned to Mu Wanqing, pleading, I'm sorry, Mu Wanqing. I was lowly. Please forgive me this once for the sake of our past as classmates. Mu Wanqing, ultimately soft-hearted, decided not to pursue the matter further since Wang Min had apologized. Seeing that neither Xiao Yang nor Mu Wanqing had any further comments, Xiao Zhou disdainfully told Wang Min, get out of here quickly. I never want to see you again. Wang Min felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly exited the restaurant in embarrassment. The melodramatic scene concluded, and the diners in the hall returned to their meals, satisfied. Xiao Yang sat down and looked at Xiao Zhou, who stood there hesitating. Xiao Zhou, why not join us for a meal? Xiao Zhou quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't want to intrude. By the way, President Xiao, just call me Zhou Fei from now on. Also, this meal is on me. I'll take care of the bill. Zhou Fei turned to leave, but Xiao Yang stopped him. Today, I'm treating my friend, so please don't overshadow my gesture. Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing, instantly understanding. Just as he was about to take his leave, Xiao Yang asked, by the way, what exactly is Haitian Xingyan? And what does being a game tool mean? Zhou Fei looked at Xiao Yang in shock. President Xiao, you don't even know about this? Xiao Yang shook his head, explaining that he had been abroad for the past few years. Zhou Fei, upon hearing this, understood the situation. The Hai Tiansheng Yin is a recent event in Hai City that has gained popularity over the past 2 years. It is a trade exhibition co-hosted by luxury goods companies, specifically designed to invite members of high society. This year, the event is set to take place in just 7 days. Regarding the gaming tools, Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing across from him, hesitated for a moment, and whispered in Xiao Yang's ear, it's not really suitable to discuss here. Let me add you on WeChat, and we can chat privately. Xiao Yang was taken aback, realizing there was something more to it. After adding Xiao Yang on WeChat, Zhou Fei took his leave. Both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were already famished, and after this incident, they lost their appetite for conversation. The two redirected their energy towards indulging in the exquisite cuisine before them. Xiao Yang was utterly amazed by the flavors of the dishes, which could be described as the finest he had ever tasted throughout his life. If these dishes were to be served in an apocalyptic scenario, they would likely incite a large-scale conflict. The delightful sensations on his palate dispelled any remnants of the earlier unpleasantness. Even Mu Wanqing, witnessing Xiao Yang devour his meal with such fervor, felt a sense of accomplishment. The place I chose can't be that bad, can it? The two resolutely participated in the clean plate campaign, nearly licking the plates clean. Xiao Yang wiped his mouth and, feeling satisfied, gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up, saying, Thank you for bringing me here, Miss Mu. Mu Wanqing, blushing slightly, replied, Not at all. You should thank Mr. Xiao for your generous invitation. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter, dispelling any lingering discontent. After Mu Wanqing excused herself to the restroom, Xiao Yang headed to the cashier, where he was captivated by the medals displayed on the wall. National Chef Competition Gold Medal, Special Chef for High City, International Food God Cup winner, Top 10 Outstanding Young Women of High City. Young woman? Is the owner female? A vivid image flashed in Xiao Yang's mind. A plump woman with a large figure skillfully tossing a wok. Why do I always think of such things? He mused. As long as the food is delicious, what does it matter what the chef looks like? It's not like I'm eating her. However, the stunning young woman seated at the cashier did make Xiao Yang wish to take a bite. Hello, may I meet your boss? The enchanting woman smiled, captivating his attention. What do you wish to do, handsome? I would like to meet the extraordinary chef who has conquered my palate. The beautiful woman chuckled, looking at Xiao Yang. I can't claim to be extraordinary, but thank you for your kind words. Chapter 8. Hai Tian Sheng Yin. Xiao Yang was pleasantly surprised. This beautiful woman was a chef? The restaurant owner? Wasn't the stereotype of chefs supposed to be someone with an ample figure? Has the culinary industry become so competitive? Initially, he had been curious about what kind of chef could create such exquisite dishes. If it were you, that would make sense. Xiao Yang's demeanor suggested a sense of relief, which piqued the owner's interest. Oh, handsome, why do you say that? Xiao Yang chuckled. Because I believe that all beautiful things in the world must be created by beautiful people. There must be some balance between external beauty and inner beauty. But at the very least, you possess the former. The beautiful owner laughed heartily at this. This young man is not only handsome, but has a sweet tongue as well. Since you are so charming, I must give you a discount. She handed Xiao Yang a business card, saying, here's my card. Mention my name for an automatic 20% discount. Xiao Yang glanced at the card and noted the name. Lu Yu. Thank you, Yu Jia. His original intention to meet the owner was merely to become familiar in case he needed a chef in the future during the apocalypse. However, this Lu Yu not only possessed culinary skills, but also exuded an alluring charm. Keeping her around could distract him from his appetite. After escorting Mu Wanqing back to school, Xiao Yang returned to the villa, where he found Mu Guang supervising the workers on a night shift. To expedite the project, Mu Guang had doubled the workforce and divided it into 2 shifts. This reassured Xiao Yang. After feeding some insects to the hungry little crows, he decided to find a hotel near the warehouse to stay overnight, as he would need to receive goods the following morning. On the way, he passed a large gas station to refuel and suddenly realized he hadn't prepared diesel and gasoline. How could the generator function without fuel? He ordered 1,000 tons of diesel and 1,000 tons of gasoline. He also asked the owner to contact his friend who sells carbon for 1,000 tons of smokeless carbon. The total came to 20 million. After leaving his address and confirming the delivery time, Xiao Yang returned to the hotel he had booked. In the hotel room, Xiao Yang took out his phone and reviewed the supply list sent by Mu Wanqing. He purchased everything he had overlooked online: sanitary napkins, various toiletries, seasonal clothing, shoes, socks, undergarments, sports bras, yoga attire, black stockings, and flesh-colored tights. Xiao Yang found himself entranced by the seller's promotional photos. After completing these purchases, he began acquiring defensive equipment: stab-proof vests, riot shields, riot batons, military knives, and tang knives, among others. To be frank, these items would only be useful in the early stages. As time progressed and survivors' abilities evolved, such armor and weapons would become ineffective. Firearms would be more advantageous, but they were currently unattainable. By the time he finished purchasing all the items, it was already midnight. At that moment, Xiao Yang received a message from Zhou Fei, providing details about the Hai Tian Sheng Yin event. After reading through it, his excitement grew. This iteration of Hai Tian Sheng Yin would last only one day, featuring high-end outdoor camping products themed around the apocalypse. There would be off-road RVs, luxury yachts, survival pods, and even small aircraft available. However, the highlight of the Hai Tian Sheng Yin would be the evening's revelries. Zhou Fei also elaborated on the concept of a gaming tool person, prompting Xiao Yang to exclaim, "That's truly outrageous." Zhou Fei had an extra electronic ticket, which he sent to Xiao Yang, suggesting they attend together. Xiao Yang eagerly accepted, as he had been contemplating acquiring a suitable means of transportation for the apocalypse. And an off-road RV would be ideal. A yacht would also be a splendid addition. During the mid-apocalypse, massive floods would likely submerge all land, forcing survivors to construct makeshift floating platforms. If he could secure a luxury yacht, it would be akin to living a life of royalty. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration, making it imperative for him to attend the Xiao. As for the bizarre game, he held little interest. A group of people taking turns washing pots was quite off-putting. With essential supplies nearly procured, the upcoming days would be dedicated to receiving the goods. Moreover, Xiao Yang had ordered an abundance of gourmet snacks through a delivery app, including fried chicken, roasted duck, cold noodles, and stinky tofu. He even ordered several carts of ice cream. He nearly monopolized the delivery service daily, which cost him a considerable sum. Time flew by, and in the following days, Xiao Yang busied himself from dawn until dusk, concluding the receipt of all goods by the early hours of the 9th day. After another night's work, he stored all the supplies within his space. Since time within the space was suspended, he was not concerned about spoilage or expiration. A glass of water placed inside remained hot, regardless of when it was taken out. This was Xiao Yang's favorite aspect. With all supplies organized, he finally felt a sense of relief. It was time to prepare for the Xiao. Checking his bank balance, he found he still had over 1 billion left. That should be sufficient for his indulgences. At 8 in the morning, Xiao Yang had already fed the little crows. Days passed, and the little crow had grown a coat of shiny black feathers, resembling a piece of coal. Hence, Xiao Yang aptly named it Meiqiu. He even purchased a large wooden cage to create a cozy little abode for it, concerned that the Xiao event would consume an entire day. Xiao Yang entrusted Meiqiu to Mu Wanqing for safekeeping, promising to return once he had completed his tasks. After ensuring Meiqiu was settled, Xiao Yang directly rendezvoused with Zhou Fei and made his way to the event venue. The Xiao was hosted a yacht harbor by the seaside. The venue was lavishly decorated, filled with an abundance of beautiful women. Due to the sweltering heat, these ladies adhered to the principle of wearing less rather than more, opting for shorter attire that left little to the imagination, creating a stunning display of beauty that flowed through the venue. Black stockings and bikinis vied for attention, with backs and thighs on display, each showcasing their own allure. The exhibition area was adorned with an array of small aircraft, sports cars, RVs, and various outdoor equipment. The harbor was lined with rows of brand-new yachts of all sizes. Apart from outdoor gear and luxury items, each aircraft, yacht, and RV was unique, custom-made, and not openly priced to emphasize exclusivity and prestige. They operated on a bidding system reminiscent of an auction house, where only those with means could claim the items they desired. This strategy proved effective, as some wealthy individuals would not hesitate to spend several times the item's worth to assert their status, ensuring that the organizers profited substantially. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Xiao officially commenced. All bespoke products were auctioned in sequence, with the highest bidder prevailing. By midday, a post-apocalyptic version of a heavy-duty off-road RV captured Xiao Yang's keen interest. Chapter 9. The Apocalypse RV and Yacht. This off-road RV was crafted from Mercedes heavy-duty truck, featuring 8 wheels and 8-wheel drive. Each tire was specially manufactured to be explosion-proof and wear-resistant. Measuring 12 meters in length, 2.6 meters in width, and 3.8 meters in height, it was indeed a behemoth. The entire vehicle was constructed from specialized steel, offering excellent insulation and bulletproof capabilities, including bullet-resistant windows. The roof could be elevated to create a sunroom, and both sides and the rear of the vehicle had expansion mechanisms that widened the interior space when deployed. Equipped with a 5,000 W solar panel, an 8,000 W silent diesel generator, and a lithium iron phosphate battery equivalent to 100 kilowatt-hours. The RV also boasted a 1,000 L insulated freshwater tank, sufficient for several days. It featured a 500 L gray water tank and a 200 L black water tank, also ample for extended use. Inside the RV, the rear expansion revealed a super king-sized bed, while the dual expansions created a spacious lounge area, complete with a retractable hammock overhead. The bathroom, shower, and kitchen were fully equipped, featuring a refrigerator, washing machine, air purifier, water heater, microwave oven combo, and a television and audio system. For winter heating, it had a diesel hot air and water unit, and in summer, a household air conditioner. Xiao Yang was thoroughly impressed by the configuration. Particularly noteworthy were the 8-wheel drive capabilities and 7 differential locks, which would prove invaluable in a post-apocalyptic environment. This vehicle was nothing short of perfect, albeit weighing 25 tons and consuming considerable fuel, but to Xiao Yang, that was inconsequential. This apocalypse version heavy-duty RV, codenamed Conqueror, had a starting bid of 30 million. Xiao Yang resolved to secure this vehicle. I bid 30 million. Friends, please refrain from competing with me, Xiao Run. Before Xiao Yang could voice his bid, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. It was his half-brother, Xiao Run, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Upon hearing the name of the Xiao family's second young master, the crowd tactfully stepped back, realizing that this RV specifications were somewhat excessive for casual use. Seeing no one contesting him, Xiao Ren nodded in satisfaction and thanked the audience. Just as he was about to pay, Xiao Yang interjected, I bid 40 million. The room fell silent as attendees turned to locate the source of the challenge, curious as to who dared defy the Xiao family's second son. Upon recognizing Xiao Yang, some murmured, isn't it the eldest son of the Xiao family? It seems there's genuine rivalry here. The whispers circulated, speculating on who would ultimately claim the RV. Xiao Ren was taken aback to see Xiao Yang at such an upscale occasion, competing against him. He had yet to settle the villa issue with Xiao Yang, and now found himself grappling with yet another problem. Determined to win today, despite having his savings inherited by Xiao Yang, he had borrowed 700 million from Uncle Wang to participate in the event. Do you truly dare to spend as extravagantly as I? He scoffed, having discreetly tracked Xiao Yang's spending habits, knowing he had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources. Fool! You won't even spend that remaining 10 billion wisely, Xiao Ren sneered, immediately raising the bid to 50 million, casting a provocative glance at Xiao Yang. Unperturbed, Xiao Yang focused solely on the RV, intent on acquiring it without further ado. Bidding in increments of 10 million is too tedious. I bid 100 million. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The eldest son is quite extravagant, albeit perhaps foolish for spending such a sum on a mere toy. Xiao Ren was seething, convinced his brother had lost his mind, as the vehicle hardly warranted such a price. Indeed, a nouveau riche mentality, foolish and flush with cash. Yet, despite his frustration, Xiao Ren was dissuaded by friends urging him to let it go. Brother Ren, there's no need to compete. If you truly desire this, simply commission the manufacturer. They could deliver one in 2 months. Why waste your energy here? Urged one of his companions. Exactly, Brother Ren. We prefer the ocean. Let's explore yachts instead. Hearing this, Xiao Ren seized the opportunity to retreat gracefully. All right, I'll heed your wishes. I shall acquire that apocalypse yacht for you all. With a disdainful glance at Xiao Yang, he departed with his entourage. Xiao Yang successfully secured the off-road RV, promptly making the payment and arranging for it to be delivered to his Zhejiang mountain villa after the event concluded. The subsequent auctions for luxury cars and aircraft did not pique his interest. In the afternoon, an apocalypse luxury yacht caught Xiao Yang's attention. This yacht was not only opulent, but also boasted impressive features. Measuring 80 meters in length with 4 decks, it offered an array of entertainment and living amenities, including a seawater purification system. Its hull, constructed from high-strength special steel with a semi-submersible design and a powerful independent smart control system, could withstand forceful winds and towering waves, ensuring exceptional safety, making it truly one of a kind. The vessel was equipped with wind, solar, diesel, and hydropower generation capabilities, ensuring a reliable power supply. Xiao Yang was quite pleased. However, he feared his finances might fall short, as such an impressive vessel would undoubtedly command a hefty price. As expected, the luxurious yacht opened with a starting bid of 400 million. Nonetheless, Xiao Yang was resolute. This yacht must be his. In the post-apocalyptic era, during the time of the Great Flood, humanity endured immense suffering. If given the chance to be reborn, one must not endure such torment again. Otherwise, One would betray the very essence of their new life. As for money, should it prove insufficient, alternative methods must be employed. 450 million is what I, Xiao Yang, desire. As long as no one contends with me, I shall treat everyone to a delightful excursion in the deep sea, covering all expenses myself. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's declaration, several eager young scions of wealthy families decided against competing with him. Who would refuse a chance to enjoy a grand adventure for free? They could easily save their funds for a smaller vessel. Observing the crowd's deference, Xiao Yang felt a swell of pride and prepared to finalize the payment. However, a voice interrupted, proclaiming, "I will bid 500 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was Xiao Yang deliberately challenging his brother? Yet, it was undeniable that he possessed considerable wealth, akin to a gust of wind sweeping in. Nevertheless, even with his riches, he could not rival the financial prowess of his second son, who commanded a stake worth 2 billion. As the discussions around him intensified, Xiao Yang felt his prestige wane. "Xiao Yang, what do you intend to compete with me for?" he muttered through clenched teeth. Then, raising his voice, he declared, "I bid 700 million. This shall be mine." At this point, money was of little concern. Preserving his dignity mattered far more. 700 million was his upper limit. But he was confident that Xiao Yang's funds must be dwindling. Indeed, after Xiao Yang's bid, Xiao Yang did not respond immediately. The crowd began to congratulate Xiao Yang. Just as the host was about to finalize the deal, Xiao Yang interjected with a bold proclamation, "I bid 1 billion. This yacht is mine today." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Was this man insane, with money to burn? Xiao Yang, furious, laughed mockingly. "Xiao Yang, you can shout all you wish. But do you truly possess such wealth? Do not disrupt this event." With a smile, Xiao Yang replied, "I may not have all that money now, but I can provide an 800 million deposit today and pay the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow." The organizers have not stated that this arrangement is unacceptable, have they? The organizers, not foolish, agreed, with the price soaring to 1 billion. They were more than willing to accommodate the terms. Some question, but what if you back out? This would hinder our brethren's plans to purchase and set sail. The organizers contemplated this and decided a contract was prudent. "Let us agree that if I do not pay the remaining 200 million by the specified time, my 800 million deposit will be forfeited to you. How does that sound?" The crowd inhaled sharply, taken aback by the audacity of such a statement. It seemed Xiao Yang was indeed quite bold. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, wondering if Xiao Yang had a hidden strategy. Perhaps he intended to liquidate stockpiled goods merely to acquire a yacht. Nevertheless, he could not counter with a higher bid. 700 million was his limit. The organizers welcomed Xiao Yang's proposed terms with enthusiasm, as it was a guaranteed profit for them. Ultimately, Xiao Yang secured his desire. The yacht was nominally his. Many beautiful women, drawn by his extravagant display, flocked to him, seeking to express their admiration in various affectionate ways. Xiao Yang, seething with resentment, felt utterly humiliated. Today, he had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Yang twice and could no longer endure it. "If you wish to contest everything with me, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall ensure your downfall." With a venomous glare at Xiao Yang, he stormed off. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, having achieved his goal, was elated. Later, during browsing, he ordered 100 amphibious pods. These pods, measuring 10 meters in length and resembling capsules, were equipped with various living amenities akin to those found in RVs. Each pod housed 4 space capsule sleeping quarters, akin to a university dormitory. Crucially, these pods could withstand tsunamis, and they could be interconnected in any direction. Xiao Yang was captivated by this feature. If all were connected and placed on the water's surface, it would form a substantial maritime base. Furthermore, these pods could serve as residences on land, making them utterly perfect. Due to their bulk order, they would not participate in the auction. Xiao Yang paid the deposit and arranged for the delivery of the 100 pods to the warehouse the following day, planning to settle the remaining payment alongside the yacht the day after. After completing these arrangements, Xiao Yang felt it was time to return, as his funds were dwindling. During his time at the venue, he was introduced to several affluent young men, including the sons of a tobacco company executive and a major pharmaceutical firm. As he contemplated how to procure the remaining tens of millions, He seized the opportunity to leverage these connections and purchase tobacco and pharmaceuticals with the rest of his funds, much to the delight of the two young men. Though invited by the group to partake in evening games, Xiao Yang declined. He maintained his principle: he would wash dishes, but he had no interest in communal dishwashing. When Xiao Yang arrived at Mu Wanqing School to pick up Meiqiu, he received a call from Mu Guang, who informed him that the villa had been modified as requested and invited him to inspect the renovations. Eagerly, he took Mu Wanqing to see his masterpiece, acknowledging that much of the credit belonged to her efforts. Upon arriving at the Zaijinshan villa, Xiao Yang was awestruck by the transformations. The swimming pool had been sealed and repurposed as a reservoir, filled with pristine water. Above it, an insulated structure had been erected to accommodate a generator, with large diesel generator sets installed nearby to minimize noise. Heating systems were also installed to ensure functionality in frigid weather. The villa's exterior walls had been re-insulated, with Mu Guang assuring him it would withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. The roof was adorned with solar panels as a secondary power source. All doors and windows were replaced with soundproof, insulated designs of exceptional strength, ensuring that only a tank could breach their defenses. The basement housed a substantial coal boiler, with radiators installed in every room and corner, proving slightly unsightly yet immensely practical. The villa's walls had been raised to 4 meters, reinforced with barbed wire, and the entrance was fitted with a heavy steel door. Mu Guang remarked that unless a tank were involved, breaching the villa was inconceivable. Xiao Yang felt immense satisfaction. With these enhancements, he would no longer fear the arrival of the apocalypse. Not only would he be safe, but he could also luxuriate in the warmth of his villa, savoring moments of bliss. Mu Guang had thoughtfully arranged for cleaning services, ensuring that the villa was immaculate for immediate occupancy. Pleased, Xiao Yang decided to treat the siblings to a fine meal at Haijiao restaurant. This time, he had learned from experience and called ahead to reserve a private room, avoiding the need to queue. Indeed, upon arrival, they were seated without delay. Mu Wanqing chose the dishes. Midway through the meal, Mu Guang returned in excess of 10 million to Xiao Yang, stating, "Mr. Xiao, you allocated an additional 20 million, but only 10 million was utilized for the extra labor and expedited materials. I return the remaining 10 million to you. I adhere to a business principle. I only take what I am entitled to." Xiao Yang was left astonished, momentarily forgetting to chew his food. Mu Guang's integrity was strikingly refreshing, yet no matter how much Xiao Yang insisted, he remained resolute in his refusal. Xiao Yang reflected on how rare such individuals were in these times. After dinner, Xiao Yang, feeling a pang of compassion, secretly retrieved 2 sets of down jackets, sleeping bags, stab-resistant vests, military knives, and flashlights from his spatial storage, distributing them into 2 bags for Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing. The siblings were utterly bewildered in the sweltering summer. Who would gift down jackets, as if implying they were not warm enough? Chapter 11. The Apocalypse Descends. Grudges Resolved. Part 1. Mu Wanqing and her brother perceived Xiao Yang as somewhat unhinged, yet they could not voice their thoughts and could only force a smile to accept his gifts. Xiao Yang was aware they likely thought him deranged, but he cautioned them, stating that these items must remain close at hand, and after midnight the next day, they could choose how to deal with them. This was all he could do. The rest was left to fate. As he watched the siblings depart, Xiao Yang muttered a hope that they might meet again as friends. After sending off the siblings, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before returning to Haijiao restaurant. "Sister Yu, how many private rooms are upstairs?" 10. "Why do you ask?" "Tomorrow, I will reserve all the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Please prepare 10 dishes, your specialties. We shall commence the feast at 9 o'clock tonight." "So late?" "Indeed, my friends are all busy." After prepaying, Xiao Yang departed with a sense of relief. That night, he sent a message to Su Xiao, whom he had not contacted in a long time, urging her to take a leave of absence from her flight the next day. However, there was no response from Su Xiao. He attempted to call, only to find her phone switched off. Oh well, he had notified her, and now it was up to her own fortune. The following morning, staff delivered the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road vehicle to the villa. After Xiao Yang and the others left, he promptly stored the vehicle in his spatial realm. He then went to the warehouse to collect cigarettes, medicines, and a makeshift shelter. However, he discovered signs that all 10 warehouse and cold storage doors had been tampered with. Had someone set their sights on him? Thankfully, his prudence had led him to store the supplies away early. Otherwise, trouble might have ensued. Huh, you wish to conspire against me? Your demise shall come today. After securing the cigarettes, medicines, and makeshift shelter in his spatial storage, Xiao Yang returned to the villa. By evening, he lit the boiler, fearing he would run out of time later. He filled the diesel generator with sufficient fuel to last 10 days to 2 weeks. Once these tasks were complete, he fed the small coal stove before stepping out, for there was much to accomplish that night. The night in Haicheng was ablaze with lights and bustling activity. The square's elderly women danced passionately, and if all remained as usual, they would be up early the next day, competing with the youth for the bus to queue at the distant supermarket for discounted eggs. In the park, college couples whispered sweet nothings, perhaps discussing their futures and how to create their own little homes. Yet, after tonight, many lives would be lost, and all that had come before would fade into oblivion. In Xiao Ren's villa, a subordinate reported, "Young master, we sent someone to the warehouse last night and found it completely empty. It seems Xiao Yang has disposed of all the goods." Xiao Ren's teeth ground in frustration. However, we discovered he has been very close with a female college student named Mu Wanqing from Haicheng Art Academy. They may be in a romantic relationship. Xiao Ren's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Could we lure this girl over? How fortuitous. I once had dealings with a student from her school. She said she could arrange a meeting. His expression twisted with malice as he declared, "Xiao Yang, prepare to experience the anguish of losing something you hold dear tonight." At 9 o'clock, Xiao Yang arrived punctually at Haijiao restaurant. Upon seeing him alone, Lu Yu inquired in surprise, "Is it just you? Where are your friends?" Xiao Yang nervously rubbed his nose and replied, "Never mind that. Let us serve the dishes." Once all 10 rooms were filled with food, he addressed Lu Yu, "Sister Yu, please have everyone leave. No one is to enter without my invitation." Lu Yu looked at him with pity. "I see. All your invited friends have abandoned you. And who could bear that shame? But your character is rather lacking, don't you think?" After everyone vacated, Xiao Yang stealthily made his way to each room, preparing to store the food in his spatial realm. Finding it tedious to collect each dish individually, he decided to store entire tables instead. Ultimately, he preserved 9 tables, leaving one behind. After completing this, Xiao Yang descended and handed Lu Yu 10,000 yuan. "Sister Yu, do not clear the banquet. Allow no one to enter. My friends will arrive shortly. Consider this an overtime fee for you." Without waiting for her agreement, he departed. "Brother, why must you put up such a facade?" Without a moment's pause, he hastened to the yacht harbor. The staff recognized him immediately. "Young Master Xiao, what brings you here at this hour?" "I need to settle the final payment tomorrow, so I thought I'd come take a look tonight." The staff, not suspecting anything amiss, quickly escorted him inside. The yacht was spotless, and Xiao Yang was satisfied. "I wish to be alone for a while. You may all attend to your duties. I will leave by myself shortly." Once the staff had departed, Xiao Yang extended his hand, drawing the yacht into his spatial realm. The vessel was large, consuming considerable energy, leaving him somewhat drained. As he departed, the staff bid him farewell. "Young Master Xiao, see you tomorrow. Goodbye." Never again. Now that all matters were settled, only the final grudge remained. It was 11 o'clock. 1 hour would suffice. Just as Xiao Yang prepared to drive to Xiao Ren's villa, his phone rang. It was Xiao Ren calling. Upon answering, he heard Xiao Ren's sinister laughter. "Xiao Yang, if you wish to spare your girlfriend, Mu Wanqing from harm, hurry to the Zaijinshan villa." Xiao Yang was taken aback. How had Mu Wanqing become entangled in this? However, since he had delivered himself to my doorstep, it spared me the trouble of seeking him out. Xiao Yang quickly drove back, not forgetting to call Zhang Li, instructing her to head to the Zaijinshan villa for a serious discussion. Neither of the 2 women could be overlooked. Upon arriving at the villa, he noticed a business van and a Lamborghini parked at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Yang return, Xiao Ren emerged from the Lamborghini, followed by 8 or 9 individuals who spilled out of the van. Mu Wanqing was bound with duct tape, her hands tied behind her back, pulled from the vehicle, closely followed by Wang Min, a classmate he had encountered at Haijiao restaurant. Seeing Wang Min, Xiao Yang quickly deduced the situation. "Shall we talk inside?" He gestured toward the villa. "Of course we will talk inside. Look at how you've turned this outside into a prison. I must see what you've done to my villa. See-till. As soon as they entered the villa, Xiao Yang was seized from behind. After a thorough search confirmed he bore no weapons, he was released. Xiao Yang, look what you've done. My villa is a wreck, resembling a disaster shelter. Are you preparing for the apocalypse? Xiao raged upon seeing the transformed state of his residence. Xiao Yang disregarded him, directly addressing Mu Wanqing. Release her. Our relationship is non-existent. Using her to threaten me is futile. What do you mean non-existent? You two certainly appear to be in a romantic relationship. You've dined together. Wang Min seized the opportunity to retaliate for the previous humiliation, determined not to let it slip away easily. Chapter 12. The Apocalypse Descends, Grudges Resolved. Part 2. Silence. When a man speaks, a woman should remain silent. Step aside. Xiao barked at Wang Min, causing her to retreat, shrinking back and remaining silent. Xiao Yang, since there is no connection between you and her, this makes things even easier. Such a pure and beautiful girl has also captivated my heart. Tonight, I shall indulge myself. You wouldn't mind, would you? Huh. As Xiao spoke, he began to loosen the buttons of his collar, wondering why it was so hot in the room. Perhaps it was time to strip down and put on a live performance for you, Xiao Yang. Hearing his words, Mu Wanqing emitted a couple of sounds of protest, yet remained relatively calm, glaring at Xiao as if she wished to devour him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel. This girl, who usually appeared so demure and gentle, could turn fierce when faced with danger, daring to challenge him with her gaze. Xiao Yang did not display much tension, merely stating, Xiao, let her go. How about you bind me instead? Our grievances should be settled between us. Xiao chuckled. All right then, kneel and beg me. Xiao Yang sighed in exasperation. Are you really going to bully a woman? Aren't you a man? Xiao leered at Mu Wanqing. Am I not a man? Just watch my performance. He reached out to tug at her clothing. Do you dare? I'm really giving you face. Xiao Yang exclaimed, and in an instant he struck, targeting the throats of the two behind him. They instinctively protected their necks, and Xiao Yang seized the moment, delivering a blow to their solar plexus. They crumpled to the ground like shrimp, rendered defenseless. Xiao Yang smirked. Did they really think he had spent 10 years in the apocalypse doing nothing? Although he had been surviving, he was ruthless when confronted with a life-threatening situation. Together, everyone in the room would hardly stand a chance against him. He was confident he could rescue Mu Wanqing from Xiao grasp. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Xiao Yang charged toward Xiao, intent on subduing him swiftly. However, before he could close the distance, Xiao had already reacted, pulling a dark revolver from his waist and aiming it at Mu Wanqing. Don't move. If you do, I'll kill her. Xiao blew it at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang halted abruptly, shocked that this brat had a gun, something he hadn't anticipated. Uncertain of its authenticity, he did not want to gamble with Mu Wanqing's life. Since they had brought her to him, he might as well save her, adding a touch of excitement to his apocalyptic existence. All right, I want to move. Just stay calm, Xiao Yang replied, taking a step back. Just then, two individuals, Zhang Li and Wang Jian, entered the villa. Upon witnessing the scene, they were momentarily stunned. Weren't we just here to talk? Why has it escalated to this? Moreover, her son was brandishing a gun, utterly ignorant of the law governing firearms. Xiao, put the gun down. Do you really need to take such a huge risk to deal with someone like Xiao Yang? Zhang Li advised her son. To be honest, Zhang Li cared only for money. She was unwilling to see her plans disrupted by her son as momentary recklessness. Xiao glanced at his mother and replied, Mom, stay out of this. He then turned to Xiao Yang, saying, Xiao Yang, if you want this to end today, it's simple. Return everything you own, including the villa, and bow down to apologize. As for this woman, I'll return her after one night. I want you to experience the pain of having your love taken from you. Zhang Li, seeing her son was serious, felt at a loss for how to advise him. At this moment, Wang Jian interjected, Xiao Yang, don't you see? Hurry up and agree, unless you want a bloodbath. Agree to Xiao, or he might just take a couple of shots at your legs, and you'll spend the rest of your life crawling. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, Zhang Li added, yes, and for this girl. A night with Xiao won't cost you anything. I promise to give you $1 million tomorrow. Take her and leave. Wang Min seized the opportunity to flatter, yes. Mu Wanqing, you're a tempting woman. Since young Master Xiao Run can sleep with you once, you'd better comply, or you might lose your life. Xiao Yang watched their back and forth with a mix of anger and amusement. A minor mistake on his part had allowed them to dominate the narrative. He glanced at the time. It was 11:59 p.m. The moment had arrived. Everything was about to come to an end. As midnight struck, a sharp pain shot through everyone's heads, accompanied by a ringing in their ears, and Xiao Yang was no exception. However, having experienced this before, he was mentally prepared. The others, however, were caught off guard. The sudden pain made them instinctively clutch their heads, squatting down in discomfort. This was the opportunity Xiao Yang had been waiting for. Suddenly, a baton appeared in his hand, and while everyone was distracted, he struck Xiao Ren's gun from his grasp. Quickly seizing the weapon, he aimed it at Xiao Ren's leg and fired. Bang! The gunshot echoed, accompanied by Xiao Ren's anguished scream, startling everyone in the room. "On my leg!" Xiao Ren cried, clutching his injury and wailing. "Xiao Yang, how dare you? You shot me, you're dead," Zhongli shouted, struggling against the pain in her head. Realizing the gun was real, Xiao Yang felt satisfied. The next steps would be straightforward. He glanced at his left forearm, which displayed 0 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 50 seconds. His previous actions had taken only 10 seconds. Xiao Yang pulled Mu Wanqing behind him, freeing her from her bindings, then pressed the gun to Xiao Ren's head. Addressing the others, "Have you all noticed the time on your left arms?" Everyone instinctively looked at their left arms, stunned. "If you don't want me to shoot, do as I say." Xiao Yang firmly grasped Xiao Ren's left arm, coldly instructing, "Transmit your time to me using your thoughts. You only need to keep 10 minutes for yourself." Having been shot in the leg, Xiao Ren was already terrified. He knew this wasn't in his best interest, but he was genuinely afraid for his life. He complied, and soon his time read only 10 minutes. Xiao Yang, satisfied with the additional time, pressed the gun menacingly against Xiao Ren's head, addressing the rest. "And you all, if you want to keep Xiao Ren alive, do as I instructed, quickly." All right. Don't be impulsive, Xiao Yang. Don't harm Xiao Ren. We'll comply." Wang Jian rushed forward to appease him. Noticing Wang Jian's anxiety, which surpassed even Zhongli's, Xiao Yang inquired suspiciously, "You're always around. I find it strange. Could it be that Xiao Ren is your son?" Wang Jian and Zhongli's faces turned pale at his words. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Apocalypse, Settling Grievances, Part 2. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Yang suddenly understood. "Oh my, Xiao Feng, you've been cuckolded." No wonder Wang Jian is everywhere. He truly is the neighborly old Wang, completely unsuspected. "Very well, I, Xiao Yang, shall clear your path today and repay your kindness of parenthood. You truly are a pair of scoundrels." No wonder Xiao Ren has such a piggish face. It turns out he takes after Wang Jian. Oh no, I should say Wang Ren. Xiao Yang Moquette. Wang Jian, unable to respond in anger, could only endure. "Come on. Enough with the delay. Hurry up and transmit the time to me. You know I'm not joking." Xiao Yang pressed the gun against Xiao Ren's head. Wang Jian hastily urged, "Quick, do as he says, and tomorrow I'll reward each of you with 1,000,000. The group, aware that Xiao Yang was not joking, hesitated about whether transmitting time would affect them. However, seeing Xiao Ren comply without immediate consequence and the allure of 1,000,000, they all acquiesced. Xiao Yang beamed with delight at the energy of time he had just acquired from 11 individuals. "You may leave now." Xiao Yang kicked Xiao Ren across the room, expressing his disdain for the illegitimate child whose blood sullied the villa. Although Xiao Yang could have ended their lives on the spot, he found a twisted satisfaction in granting them hope only to plunge them into despair, relishing the thought of avoiding the hassle of disposing of their bodies. Zhang Li and Wang Jian rushed to support the gravely injured Xiao Ren, with Wang Jian glaring at Xiao Yang and threatening, "No matter what confidence you possess, just wait. With that shot you fired, you will rot in prison." He quickly called for assistance to carry Xiao Ren to the hospital. Seizing an opportunity while Xiao Yang was distracted, Wang Min attempted to slip away, but was swiftly intercepted by Wu Wanqing. "Stop!" With 3 resounding slaps across Wang Min's face, blood trickled from her lip. My brother always taught me that those who treat us kindly shall receive our kindness in return, while those who wish us harm will face double retribution. I did not instigate trouble, but that does not mean I am easily bullied. From this day forth, I shall strike you each time I see you. And I will keep my word. As Wang Ming gazed into Wen Qing's icy eyes, she felt as though she were confronting a different person. Was this still the pure and sweet school beauty of their academy? Fear gripped her, and she fled in disarray, only to find no vehicle waiting for her. Forgotten in the chaos, a chill seeped into her bones as she pondered her fear. Within the villa, warm as spring, Xiao Yang gazed at Wen Qing, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically, a pang of guilt stirring within him. Miss Mu, I apologize. Today I have implicated you, he began, but before he could finish, Mu Wenqing burst into tears and embraced him tightly. The softness enveloped him, accompanied by a delicate fragrance, rendering Sheng momentarily dazed. He instinctively patted her back, offering gentle comfort. Gradually, he understood that she had been tense and frightened, holding herself together until now. With danger averted, her resolve had finally crumbled. Nevertheless, her mental fortitude impressed him greatly. At that moment, Mu Wenqing's emotions were equally tumultuous. She could not fathom why she had embraced Xiao Yang when she was on the brink of collapse. It felt utterly natural. She, too, was afraid. Ever since being deceived by Wang Ming and forced into a vehicle, terror had consumed her. Yet upon seeing Xiao Yang, she realized that her captors sought to use her against him. And suddenly, her fear dissipated. There was no particular reason, just an instinctual feeling, a woman's intuition. She trusted that with Xiao Yang by her side, she would be safe. After embracing him for a while, Wen Qing's anxiety subsided, and she reluctantly released her grip. Noticing the time displayed on her left arm, she curiously inquired, Mr. Xiao, what is this? You seem to understand it well. As the warmth of her presence faded, Xiao Yang felt a sudden emptiness. Why not hold her a while longer? This is something I cannot explain in a moment, but remember this. Never let the time reach 0, for it will lead to death, he stated gravely. Mu Wenqing paused, contemplating his words. If what he said was true, then those who had just threatened her had less than 10 minutes left. What did that imply? She dared not consider it. Although she harbored hatred for them, she had never wished for their deaths. Was Xiao Yang too ruthless? His earlier demeanor, so calm and unhesitant while firing his weapon, suggested either formidable mental strength or a past stained with blood. Suddenly, he felt foreign to her, invoking a slight sense of fear. Mr. Xiao, it's getting late. I think I should return, she said, eager to leave. You cannot leave, Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly. A chill ran down her spine at his words. What did he mean she could not leave? What did he intend to do? As she spiraled into anxious thoughts, he continued, the temperature outside has likely dropped to -30 degrees. You would freeze to death if you ventured out. Mu Wenqing found his assertion absurd. How could one freeze to death in the middle of summer? She opened the door, and a gust of frigid wind rushed in, chilling her to the bone. Inside a swiftly moving vehicle on the winding roads of Jinshan, Xiaoren shouted, Mom, Wang Su, hurry and get someone to kill Xiao Yang. Rest assured, my son, I will avenge you, and I will ensure Xiao Yang suffers a terrible fate. Zhang Li seethed. Do not worry. Tomorrow I will establish connections to have Xiao Yang arrested, and then we shall ensure he meets a grim end. Wang Jin's sinister laughter filled the air. Mom, it's so cold, and the time on my arm is down to 10 seconds. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Xiao's eyes widened with terror as he glanced at the timer on his arm. Suddenly, the timer hit 0, and he froze in place, his eyes wide open, lifeless. So, what is happening? Both Zhang Li and Wang Jin cried in unison. Drive faster. Wang Jin yelled at the driver, their hearts shattering as they witnessed their son collapse. Not far from the villa, Wang Bing shivered uncontrollably, bewildered by the sudden drop in temperature. How could a hot summer day turn into a bone-chilling ordeal? The relentless countdown on her arm instilled fear within her. Mu Wenqing, you dare to threaten me. Your arrogance will not last long. Just wait for my opportunity, and I will make you beg like a dog. Wang Ming's voice trembled, her lips stained with frozen blood as she laughed eerily. Yet in the next moment, she collapsed, her smile frozen in death. Chapter 14. Outside, the biting wind howled, while the villa remained a haven of warmth. Mu Wanqing had retreated inside, feeling as though this entire ordeal were a surreal dream. What had happened to the world? Why had it turned so cold? What was the significance of the time displayed on her arm? All these anomalies begged for explanation. Yet, one person could provide clarity. She turned her gaze toward Xiao Yang, who was tending to a small coal stove, recalling the events of recent days. The more she thought, the more she sensed something was amiss with Xiao Yang. It was as though he had foreseen everything. Initially, she had suspected he was simply delusional, but now it appeared he possessed an uncanny foresight. Who exactly was he? Approaching Xiao Yang, she sought answers. Mr. Xiao, it seems you knew all of this would happen in advance. Why? Why? Xiao Yang could never divulge that he was a reincarnated soul. No one would believe him. What if I told you I had a dream? Would you believe me? He replied with a smile. After considering it, Mu Wanqing nodded, as it seemed the only plausible explanation. Moreover, in that dream, it was merely the beginning. Following the cold wave, half the world would perish from freezing and starvation. Yet, that was not the end. The global temperature would remain below freezing for 2 full months. During this time, earthquakes and snowstorms would wreak havoc, and the deceased would rise as zombies while animals mutated, preying on the survivors. Eventually, the weather would warm, unleashing torrential rains, typhoons, tsunamis, and floods, submerging entire continents. Xiao Yang narrated calmly, leaving Mu Wanqing in disbelief, her mouth agape. This was too outrageous. Observing her incredulous expression, Xiao Yang chuckled softly and continued. But do you think that is the end? The climate will grow increasingly warmer, water will evaporate, volcanoes will erupt, and humanity will perish from heat and thirst. Ultimately, extinction awaits. Mu Wanqing gasped in horror. If this were true, what purpose was there in living? She fixed her gaze on Xiao Yang, searching for any hint of jest in his eyes. However, in his eyes, there was only an unruffled calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. Furthermore, the cold wave had indeed arrived, serving as evidence. Would many people truly perish? She suddenly thought of her brother Mu Guang, and concern welled up within her. She wished to call Mu Guang, but her phone had long been confiscated by that group of people. Could you please let me call my brother? I am worried about him, Mu Wanqing implored. Of course, Xiao Yang replied, pulling out his phone to check for a signal. He located Mu Guang's number and dialed, only to find that the phone was switched off. Tears of anxiety brimmed in Mu Wanqing's eyes. What should I do? What if something has happened to my brother? Do not panic. Perhaps your brother is simply at home sleeping, nestled under the covers, and unable to charge his phone. Xiao Yang reassured her. Mu Wanqing shook her head. That's impossible. He called me this afternoon to say he had taken on a renovation job and was planning to take the boss out to a bathhouse for the night. He wouldn't be home. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Well, Mu Guang, you have begun to take on renovation jobs too? Why didn't you invite me to the bathhouse for the night? Initially worried about him, he now thought, may you freeze in the bathhouse. Despite these thoughts, he continued to comfort her. Do not worry. The bathhouse has hot water and heating, and who knows, they might even have someone to warm his bed. Your brother will be fine. Mu Wanqing remained unconvinced. How could there be someone to warm his bed? They are all grown men. Wouldn't that be disgusting? Nonetheless, the presence of hot water and heating did offer her some comfort. Xiao Yang sighed, such innocence. Observing Mu Wanqing's thin attire, he said, wait here for a moment. I will fetch you a thicker nightgown for you to change into after your shower. For the next few days, you should stay here quietly until the cold wave passes, and then we can go out together to find your brother. How does that sound? Mu Wanqing understood that being anxious now would be futile, and she had no choice but to accept. Xiao Yang hurried down to the basement, adding more coal to the boiler. He then retrieved a women's nightgown from his space and handed it to Mu Wanqing, advising her to take a shower. It was fortunate that the villa had been fully renovated. Otherwise, they would not even be able to bathe. While Mu Wanqing showered, Xiao Yang took the opportunity to bring various vegetables and meats from his space to the refrigerator, along with an array of snacks, drinks, fruits, and some beer and red wine, arranging them on the dining table. It looks quite cozy, Xiao Yang thought, feeling satisfied. A few candles would make it even better. To be honest, the recent events had indeed caught him off guard. He had initially planned to resolve the situation with that mother and son and return to the villa to relax. However, the sudden addition of Mu Wanxing disrupted his solitary plans. Yet, this was quite pleasant. Having a beautiful companion added a touch of interest. Oh, and of course, my adorable little coal ball, Xiao Yang thought, looking at the little crow, made Xiao, in its cage, who was curiously observing him after having eaten its fill. This little coal ball had long recognized him as its mother and was rather clingy. During the day, if it could not see Xiao Yang for a moment, it would cry out until it spotted him. Ah, this little clingy creature. Just then, after her shower, Mu Wanxing emerged in her nightgown. Xiao Yang turned around and exclaimed, "My goodness!" The woman, just out of the bath, looked stunning. What was the phrase? Ah, yes, a water lily emerging from the mire. Indeed, a water lily emerging from the mire. Her damp hair fell loosely, giving her a languid appearance, complemented by her breathtaking features, leaving Xiao Yang momentarily entranced. The fitted black nightgown accentuated Mu Wanxing's elegance and graceful figure. Xiao Yang could not help but marvel at the unfairness of fate. Why would so much beauty be bestowed upon one individual? Mu Wanxing felt a bit self-conscious under Xiao Yang's gaze, adjusting her hair and clothing as she asked, "What is wrong? Is something not right?" Xiao Yang snapped back to reality. No, it's just that you are too beautiful. I was nearly enchanted by your charm." He smiled brightly, but Mu Wanxing felt an odd glint in his eyes. "All right, are you hungry? There are snacks on the table, and if you find them insufficient, there are ingredients in the fridge. However, you will have to cook for yourself. I am not very skilled in the kitchen." Mu Wanxing followed Xiao Yang's gesture to the table laden with snacks, fruits, and drinks, and was pleasantly surprised. Did Xiao Yang really prepare food so soon after the villa was renovated? Some of these snacks are my favorites. Could it be that he actually bought everything on my Doomsday supply list? Her admiration for Xiao Yang grew. This man certainly had many secrets waiting for her to uncover. Coming back to herself, she noticed the bloodstains on Xiao Yang's clothes and remarked, "Should you wash up and change your clothes as well?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Seeing the mischievous expression on his face, Mu Wanxing hurriedly clarified, "I didn't mean anything else. I just thought you would feel more comfortable after a shower." Chapter 15. The Apocalypse Revelry, Part 1. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to eat or drink as you wish. Just treat it like your own home." Upon entering the bathroom, still damp from Mu Wanxing's earlier shower, Xiao Yang felt a flutter of excitement. After enjoying a comfortable hot shower, he retrieved a set of sleepwear from his space, specifically choosing one that resembled Mu Wanxing's, making it seem more like a couple's outfit. When he returned to the living room, he found Mu Wanxing gazing out the window, lost in thought. Hearing his footsteps, she turned around and was momentarily taken aback by his attire. He must be doing this on purpose. How is he wearing something so similar to mine? Yet, he looked quite handsome in it. Standing at 6 feet tall, Xiao Yang, though not particularly muscular, had a well-proportioned physique and a face reminiscent of a star, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a sunny charm. Such looks aligned perfectly with Mu Wanxing's aesthetic preferences. This was one of the reasons she had agreed to dine out with him. Had he been a greasy middle-aged man, she would have declined the invitation, despite being her brother's important client. "What were you thinking just now? You seem so absorbed." Xiao Yang inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I just feel quite fortunate. It is so cold outside, yet I have found myself in this situation, avoiding the freezing night and hunger." Mu Wanxing earnestly expressed her sentiments. Xiao Yang smiled, pulling out a dining chair and gesturing for her to sit. "Then don't just stand there. Come over and eat." Mu Wanxing smiled slightly, gracefully taking her seat, and playfully said, "Then I must thank you for your generous hospitality, Xiao Yang." Please don't call me Xiao Yang anymore. It sounds too formal." Xiao Yang proposed. Mu Wanxing blinked. "What should I call you then?" After a moment of thought, Xiao Yang replied, "How about Xiao Ge?" Mu Wanxing pondered briefly and nodded. "All right. After all, you are older than me." Xiao Yang was delighted and then asked, "What should I call you?" How about Qimei?" Mu Wanxing's face flushed. "That sounds a bit inappropriate. Why not just call me Wanxing?" "Very well, Wanxing," Xiao Yang said, smiling as he opened a bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses, handing one to her. Here to you, Wanqing. Let us make a toast. Mu Wanqing hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the glass. I'm not very good at drinking, but I will have this one tonight. She raised her glass and clinked it with Xiao Yang's. This drink is to you? Thank you, Xiao Ge. Xiao Yang quickly cautioned. If you can't drink, please don't overdo it. Sip it slowly and keep me company. Mu Wanqing shyly smiled. All right. She obediently took a small sip while Xiao Yang downed his glass in one go. Outside, the howling wind rattled the windows, starkly contrasting with the warmth within the villa. Throughout the entire villa community, lights flickered on in nearly every house, likely awakened by the sudden cold. In a university town nestled beneath the mountains, the dormitories were engulfed in a cacophony of noise, punctuated by incessant screams. The entire city, struck by an initial wave of headaches, experienced countless vehicular accidents. Soon after, a chilling cold front swept in, plunging the already chaotic city into further disarray. All emergency lines were inundated with calls for help, yet to no avail. Those wandering outside, except for a fortunate few who found suitable shelters, faced the grim fate of freezing to death, even those who sought refuge within their vehicles. Gradually, the city descended into a profound silence until it was utterly still. However, for people around the globe, that night remained sleepless. For instance, in the Zaijinshan villa, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing felt no trace of drowsiness. Mu Wanqing had replaced her drink with a soft beverage, and they continued to toast each other. As their conversation deepened, they grew increasingly familiar and harmonious in their interactions. Xiao Yang learned that Mu Wanqing had lost both parents at a young age, with her elder brother, Mu Guang, raising her. The siblings relied on one another, with Mu Guang dropping out of school early to support his sister's education. Their journey together had been fraught with challenges, compelling them both to strive tirelessly to alter their fates. Mu Guang worked relentlessly to earn money and had yet to establish his own family, while Mu Wanqing dedicated herself to her studies, remaining untouched by romance. Despite being pursued by numerous admirers at the academy, even from other institutions, she had never acknowledged their advances. Mu Wanqing also became aware of Xiao Yang's familial grievances. United by their shared misfortunes, their hearts seemed to draw closer. As they exchanged words until dawn broke, only then did fatigue begin to settle upon them. Let us retire for the night, suggested Xiao Yang, rising from his seat. A sudden panic gripped Mu Wanqing. As his words implied, they would share the same bed. Which room shall I sleep in? She inquired hastily. Xiao Yang chuckled. With so many rooms available, you may choose any you desire. However, I recommend the 3rd floor. The view is splendid, and it is nearby. Should you need anything, you can call for me directly. Flushing, Mu Wanqing noted that Xiao Yang's words often led to misinterpretations. Yet she nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of safety in the arrangement. Xiao Yang proceeded to the 2nd basement level, replenishing the boiler with coal. He then escorted Mu Wanqing to the 3rd floor, settling her in the guest room adjacent to the master suite, ensuring the room was warm and draft-free. He returned to his own quarters with peace of mind. A glance at his phone revealed it was already past 5 a.m., and there was still signal. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang accessed a certain map application, downloading a 3D map of the entire Haiqing city and a mountainous region in the southwest of Longhua. Having completed this task, he finally nestled into bed, surrendering to a restful sleep. A sudden knocking stirred Xiao Yang from his slumber. Xiao Gij, are you awake? Hearing Mu Wanqing's voice, he glanced at the clock and realized it was noon. He hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. What is it, Wanqing? Xiao Gij, I've cooked a pot of noodles. If you're hungry, come down and eat. Surprised, Xiao Yang asked, you can cook? Mu Wanqing shyly replied, I can only manage instant noodles. Beyond that, I'm not very skilled. Xiao Yang sighed, for he too lacked culinary prowess. However, his pantry was well stocked with various goodies like self-heating pots and hot pot ingredients. Wanqing, he began, would you care for hot pot? Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. I see there are plenty of vegetables and meat in the fridge. Do you have hot pot ingredients? Xiao Yang chuckled, of course. On such a frigid day, a hot pot would be delightful. Let us divide the tasks. You can prepare the soup and seasonings while I handle the ingredients. How does that sound? Hot pot was Mu Wanqing's favorite, and she eagerly agreed. That sounds wonderful. Descending the stairs, they swiftly orchestrated their culinary endeavor, culminating in a lavish hot pot feast laid out on the dining table. Xiao Yang produced beer, while Mu Wanqing poured herself a soft drink. To the hot pot, they toasted. Chapter 16, A Revelry of the Apocalypse. Part 2, Outside. The world lay frozen, with countless lives teetering on the brink of death. While Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing enjoyed warmth and sustenance within the cozy confines of the villa. On the third night of the cold front's arrival, the power went out. The sudden darkness startled Mu Wanqing, who was seated on the bedroom's sofa listening to music. Peering out the window, she noticed that the lights throughout the villa complex had extinguished, leaving the outside world shrouded in darkness. In a rush, she rose and, steadying herself against the wall, made her way to the door, instinctively seeking Xiao Yang. Just then, she heard Xiao Yang emerge from his room. Is the power out? Yes, but do not worry. I will activate the generator. As he turned to leave, Mu Wanqing reached out. Wait, are you dressed warmly enough? It's freezing outside. When she felt his bundled form, she chuckled, realizing he was well prepared. Upon reaching his collar, she noticed his zipper was undone and instinctively helped him fasten it, exclaiming, Hurry back and be careful. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback by the warmth of her gesture. Since his mother's passing, no one had shown such thoughtfulness toward him. Suddenly, he grasped Mu Wanqing's hand, finding it soft and warm. She appeared flustered, yet did not pull away. Rest assured, I will return shortly. Xiao Yang assured her gently. He descended to the lower level, opening the villa's side door, and was met with a biting wind. It was indeed cold, with his face stinging as if cut by a blade. He pondered how those without heat and electricity were enduring this harsh reality. Quickly entering the generator room, he found it reasonably warm and, after considerable effort, managed to start the generator. A wave of relief washed over him as the villa's lights flickered back to life. Hastening back upstairs, he opened the door to find Mu Wanqing anxiously waiting. Are you all right? Did you get cold? She scrutinized him closely. Yes, my hands are frozen. He teased, feigning distress to elicit a reaction. What? Let me see. Mu Wanqing believed him, quickly seizing his hand to inspect it. Observing her earnest demeanor, Xiao Yang burst into laughter. Strangely enough, your touch seems to have thawed the pain. Turning away, Mu Wanqing caught sight of Xiao Yang's mischievous grin and promptly withdrew her hand, feigning annoyance. You trickster, I shall ignore you. She turned to leave, but Xiao Yang playfully caught her arm. Oh, please don't be angry. I was only joking. Otherwise, each day would be so dull. Mu Wanqing continued to act aloof. Are you tired? How about we watch a movie? Xiao Yang continued to coax her. Mu Wanqing's interest peaked. A movie? But there's no internet now. How can we watch? What could possibly stump me? Xiao Yang waved his hand dramatically, revealing a USB drive. I purchased this online. It contains 1,000 high-definition films for our viewing pleasure. Instantly, Mu Wanqing beamed with joy, feeling the tedium of the days pass. Let us celebrate our continued access to power and enjoy a movie. Together, they merrily made their way to the private cinema on the lower level. In the days that followed, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing indulged in a simple routine of eating, sleeping, and watching films. When they grew weary of the movies, they amused themselves with the little crow, Xiao. The crow had learned to fly, restless within its cage, often perching on Xiao Yang's shoulder, its curious eyes fixed upon him. At times, it would land atop Mu Wanqing's head, playfully ruffling her hair, leaving her in fits of laughter. Over time, the little crow had likely come to see them as its parents. Thus, in the warmth of the villa, the trio lived joyously together. By the 9th day, the winds outside had ceased, yet the sun remained hidden. After nearly a week of revelry, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing had drawn closer, the combination of their mutual attraction and the circumstances fostering an undeniable bond. Moreover, Xiao Yang not only possessed ample provisions, but was also undeniably handsome. However, the two began to fret over their meals. The monotony of hot pot, fast food, and snacks had grown tiresome, leaving them devoid of appetite. Mu Wanqing nostalgically remarked, I just remember the dishes from Hai Jiao Fandian. How I long for them. She swallowed hard, resting her chin on her hand, and added, "If someone could serve me a few plates from Hai Jiao Fandian right now, I would definitely marry him." Though Mu Wanqing's words were merely a jest, they ignited a spark of excitement in Xiao Yang. Could it be that she was hinting at him? Indeed, he had a bounty of dishes from Hai Jiao Fandian stored in his space, untouched and even accompanied by the tables. This was a splendid opportunity to win her heart. Aside from the flight attendant Su Xiao, it had been quite some time since Xiao Yang had been with a woman. In the apocalypse, he had once bartered with a woman using sausage, but she had been solely focused on the food, leaving him utterly bemused. After that hurried encounter, he had no desire to pursue her again. Yet now, with a stunning beauty like Mu Wanqing constantly in his presence, he found it increasingly difficult to resist. If he could make Mu Wanqing his own, everything would fall into place. Determined, Xiao Yang decided to seize the moment while Mu Wanqing was bathing and retrieved a full table of dishes from Hai Jiao Fandian from his space. As for how to explain it to her, he would cross that bridge when she became his. The dishes were still warm and fragrant, just as they were when freshly served. He quickly poured 2 glasses of red wine, one for himself and one for Mu Wanqing. It would be even better if he could light a couple of candles. Everything was prepared. He awaited the surprise he would present to Mu Wanqing. Indeed, when Mu Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, she caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. Rushing into the living room, she was astonished to find a table laden with dishes. All signature dishes from Hai Jiao Fandian, personally prepared by Boss Liu. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and approached to confirm their authenticity. Once assured, she gazed incredulously at Xiao Yang, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Where did you get this? It's still warm, and even the plates are from the restaurant. Xiao Ge, how did you manage this? Where have you been hiding it? I never noticed." Xiao Yang smiled at the overly excited Mu Wanqing and coughed lightly, saying, "Wanqing, I believe that's not the main point you should be concerned with." Suddenly, Mu Wanqing froze, staring at Xiao Yang in disbelief, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Do you mean?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Xiao Yang did not elaborate, leaving it to Mu Wanqing to decide her next move. Clearly flustered, she felt a rush of excitement. She had long harbored feelings for Xiao Yang. However, she feared she was unworthy of him. He was handsome, wealthy, and attentive to her, while she felt she could offer him nothing in return. Yet, Xiao Yang had gone to such lengths for her. Should she still act coy? Throughout university, she had many suitors, yet she had never accepted anyone because she had yet to meet her Prince Charming. However, the moment she laid eyes on Xiao Yang, she felt her heart flutter. Later, she found herself inadvertently trapped in Xiao Yang's villa. This must be fate. Thus, she resolved to be more proactive and win Xiao Yang's heart. With newfound determination, Mu Wanqing earnestly asked, "Xiao Yang, can I be your girlfriend?" Upon hearing her confession, Xiao Yang finally smiled. He leaned closer to Mu Wanqing's ear and whispered, "Certainly." Seeing the blush spread across her cheeks, Xiao Yang lifted her chin, intending to steal a kiss. As he gazed into her passionate eyes, Mu Wanqing sensed the impending moment and shyly closed her eyes. Just as Xiao Yang was about to make his move, the annoying cawing of a little crow interrupted them. Both startled, they exchanged awkward glances. "Shut up," Xiao Yang grumbled, frustrated that the moment had been spoiled. The little creature continued to squawk defiantly, clearly displeased with Xiao Yang. They shared an embarrassed laugh, realizing that continuing in their current state was futile. With such a sumptuous dinner before them, they decided to eat first. The dinner was delightful, as they gradually transitioned from their initial awkwardness to comfortably embracing their new roles. Xiao Yang savored glass after glass of red wine, while Mu Wanqing surprisingly opted to stick with wine instead of switching to a different drink, quietly sipping alongside him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite dishes prepared by Lu Yu. Each dish was unique and left a lasting impression. It seemed that a visit to Hai Jiao Fandian was in order, and he wondered if Lu Yu was still trapped in the restaurant. When he had left, he had tossed Lu Yu 10,000 yuan to keep the restaurant open a little longer, hoping to keep her there. It was a perfect place, with ample food and drink, ensuring she wouldn't starve, which made it convenient for him to visit her. If only he could bring Lu Yu to the villa, he would never again worry about what to eat. In this apocalyptic world, indulging in such delicious food was truly a luxury. After a satisfying meal, Mu Wanqing tidied up the leftovers and brushed her teeth again before hastily retreating upstairs without a word. Xiao Yang paid her no mind. She was in the villa. After all, after meticulously washing up and brushing his teeth twice, Xiao Yang felt content as he headed upstairs. He noticed that Mu Wanqing's door was closed. He knocked gently, calling, "Wanqing, are you asleep?" "I'm already asleep. You should go to bed too," came Mu Wanqing's awkward reply from within. Xiao Yang chuckled, thinking trying to hide? Not a chance. "Oh dear, I've had a bit too much to drink and feel dizzy. I can barely stand. Would you help me back to my room?" Mu Wanqing, pulling the blanket over her head, replied, "I don't believe you. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. How is it that the wall is walking away from me?" Xiao Yang continued to feign drunkenness from outside the door. Mu Wanqing, peeking out from under the blanket, asked with concern, "Are you really drunk?" Xiao Yang smirked. "When have I ever lied to you?" Oh no, I suppose I'll sleep in the hallway." Worried he might actually sleep in the hallway, Mu Wanqing rushed to open the door. She found Xiao Yang leaning against the wall, his eyes glassy. "You really are drunk. I'll help you into the room, but then I'll leave quickly and you can cover yourself with a blanket," she said. "All right," Xiao Yang exclaimed, throwing an arm around her shoulders as they slowly made their way to his bedroom. The gesture was undeniably intimate, causing Mu Wanqing's cheeks to flush. Yet she felt unable to pull away, enduring the moment. Once inside the bedroom, standing by Xiao Yang's enormous bed, Mu Wanqing intended to help him lie down. However, suddenly, Xiao Yang exerted his strength, catching her off guard and pinning her beneath him. A rush of fragrance enveloped him as he inhaled deeply. Mu Wanqing, flustered and at a loss, attempted to rise, but found herself unable to move. Breathless, she stammered, "Xiao Yang, you're tricking me." Before she could finish, Xiao Yang captured her lips in a kiss. Mu Wanqing's mind went blank as her first kiss slipped away in an instant. The night was long, and dreams were fleeting. It was not until the following afternoon that Xiao Yang awoke lazily. Upon opening his eyes, he found Mu Wanqing gazing at him with tender eyes. Seeing him awake, her face turned crimson as she huffed. "You deceiver." Xiao Yang laughed heartily. "What did I deceive you about? Speak up." Mu Wanqing, giggling uncontrollably at his teasing, stammered, You tricked me." Ultimately, she was too shy to voice her thoughts. After resting a while longer, they finally rose. After a hot shower, Xiao Yang thoughtfully prepared some fresh food for Mu Wanqing, encouraging her to replenish her energy. She gazed at the still warm meal, hesitating as she opened her mouth several times but refrained from speaking. Xiao Yang understood her curiosity, but how could he explain? Perhaps it was best to let it be. After all, Mu Wanqing was now his, and they would be living under the same roof. He couldn't always avoid the topic. "I awakened my spatial abilities. I have stored some supplies in my space." Xiao Yang spoke, as if performing magic, and a down jacket appeared in his hand. Mu Wanqing gazed at Xiao Yang in disbelief, struggling to accept such a miraculous occurrence. However, Xiao Yang did not reveal all the resources stored within his space. Some matters, he believed, should only be disclosed when one becomes sufficiently powerful. Mu Wanqing took a moment to compose herself, as if suddenly recalling something, and asked with delight, "So you have indeed stored some of the resources from the list I provided?" Xiao Yang replied, "Yes, I've saved a little." Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang and softly remarked, "You truly continue to surprise me. Just because of a dream, you have done so much. Are you not afraid that this dream might be a fabrication?" Mu Wanqing questioned in confusion. Xiao Yang touched his nose and remained silent. Some things are best kept concealed. A beautiful lie is harmless. Well, this dream feels very real. Regardless, what I have done is right, is it not? Mu Wanqing pondered and agreed. What did it matter why? As long as the outcome is favorable, that sufficed. Even if Xiao Yang kept certain things hidden, those might very well be his secrets, which she had no right to question. "So, when will I awaken my special abilities?" Mu Wanqing asked eagerly. Xiao Yang considered that in his previous life, he awakened his powers after the cold wave had passed. Although he was uncertain if everyone would awaken on the same day, it shouldn't be far off. Do not worry, it should be in the next few days. Xiao Yang was also curious about what special ability Mu Wanqing would awaken. He calculated that the 10-day cold wave was nearing its end, with the temperature expected to rise to around -30 degrees tomorrow, making it feasible to venture outside. With a powerful off-road vehicle, he was untroubled by the temperature. There were two tasks at hand. One was to help Mu Wanqing find her brother, and the other was to visit the Haijiao restaurant to see if Liu Yu was there. Of course, even if she were present, if luck was not on their side, she might merely be a cold corpse. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang decided to take his chances. The next morning, Xiao Yang took the Conqueror off-road vehicle out from his space, started the engine early, and turned on the air conditioning so that it would be warm when they set out. He also retrieved a revolver he had taken from Xiaoran, which still contained 5 bullets. In these early days, firearms were quite useful. They saved time and effort in combat, albeit with a limited supply of ammunition. Such weapons were typically well-stocked in police stations. So the next step would be to try his luck there for more bullets. After waking a fatigued Mu Wanqing, they began to dress. Although Xiao Yang initially wished for her to stay behind in the villa, a secure place, Mu Wanqing insisted on accompanying him in case her brother was home. Primarily, she felt a sense of security only when beside Xiao Yang. He retrieved 2 Tang swords from his space, handing one to Mu Wanqing for self-defense. In case of danger, you know what to do. Xiao Yang gestured as if cutting his throat. Mu Wanqing accepted the sword and nodded earnestly. With everything prepared, they boarded the vehicle and set off. Xiao Yang was not accustomed to driving such a large vehicle, especially with only a Class C license, having never driven anything this long before. However, the roads were mostly empty, so he felt no concern. He slowly maneuvered the vehicle out of the villa, noticing no one along the way. At this temperature, without exceptional insulation, it was impossible for people to venture outside. Yet, he was aware that the noise from such a large vehicle would surely attract the attention of many survivors in the nearby villas. As they drove down the winding mountain road, a frozen corpse in the middle of the road caught Mu Wanqing's attention. "That looks like Wang Min," she exclaimed. The scene from 10 days prior was still fresh in her mind, yet now Wang Min had become a lifeless body. Mu Wanqing sighed, contemplating the whims of fate. She cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yang, realizing that had he not taken her in, she too might have met the same fate. Sensing Mu Wanqing's gaze, Xiao Yang smiled but remained silent, pressing the accelerator and driving over the corpse, leaving behind a gruesome mess. In the university district beneath Zijin Mountain, many cars were haphazardly parked on the streets. Scattered corpses were visible along the roadside, and many more lay inside vehicles. In the cold wave, hiding in a car was of little help. Without pausing, Xiao Yang followed Mu Wanqing's directions to reach the residential complex where Mu Guang lived. The complex was not far from the university town. Xiao Yang rammed through the gate and drove inside. Upon arriving at the building where Mu Guang resided, Mu Wanqing eagerly knocked on the door. As expected, there was no response, indicating that Mu Guang was indeed not home. To confirm that Mu Guang had not frozen to death inside, Xiao Yang took out a crowbar from his space and pried the door open. The interior was empty, devoid of anyone. Mu Wanqing felt both joy and concern. She was relieved that her brother had not perished at home, but anxious that he might have succumbed at a bathhouse. With numerous bathhouses throughout Haicheng, it was impractical for Xiao Yang to search them all, which would waste time and increase danger. Aware of this, Mu Wanqing did not press the issue further. Just as they were about to leave, the door of the opposite unit swung open. A disheveled woman, bundled in blankets, stood there. "Hello, are you here to rescue us?" she asked, shivering from a cold. Mu Wanqing recognized her as the neighbor living across from her brother. They had crossed paths occasionally, but had never spoken. "No, Xiao Yang replied. The woman appeared disappointed, but continued to ask, "Do you have any water? If you do, could you spare a little? My child is desperately thirsty." Mu Wanqing remembered that there was still half a barrel of purified water in her brother's apartment, frozen but likely thawable if warmed in bed. "Yes, wait a moment," she said, turning to retrieve the water. However, Xiao Yang stopped her. He looked at the woman and said, "We have water, but it is not free. You must barter for it." The woman was taken aback and quickly replied, "I have nothing to trade. My phone is dead, and I can't transfer any money." Xiao Yang smiled. "You don't need to offer goods or money. Trade us time from your arm." The woman was astonished. "That can be exchanged? How does it work?" Xiao Yang took the water from Mu Wanqing's hands and asked, How much do you earn a month? The woman, unsure of his intent, instinctively replied, 3,000. In this situation, how much would you be willing to pay for this half-barrel of water? Xiao Yang raised the water container to make it clearer. The woman licked her lips, contemplating, I could offer 1,000, no, 2,000. So, that amounts to 20 days of salary. Very well. Transfer 20 days of time, energy from your arm to us, and this half-barrel of water is yours. The woman extended her left arm from the blankets, revealing over 354 days remaining. Unsure of what was being offered, she felt that sacrificing 20 days for half a barrel of water was worthwhile. It would prevent her and her child from dying of thirst. All right. Under Xiao Yang's guidance, the woman transferred 20 days of time, energy to Mu Wanqing, who gratefully accepted the half-barrel of water. As they were about to leave, the woman suddenly inquired, could you tell me what this time truly represents? Without looking back, Xiao Yang replied, it represents life. Just remember, do not let it reach zero, otherwise you will die. The woman stood there, stunned. In the vehicle, Xiao Yang noticed Mu Wanqing hesitating to speak. He smiled and said, are you wondering why we didn't help them without asking for something in return? Mu Wanqing nodded, realizing that for us, it was merely a trivial effort. Xiao Yang retracted a smile and stated seriously, Wanqing, remember, there are no free lunches in this world. To obtain what you desire, you must pay the necessary price. If we wish to live well, we must become strong. The only way to gain strength is by acquiring more time energy. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing pondered Xiao Yang's words carefully and grasped his intention. If what Xiao Yang had stated earlier was true, the world was on the brink of total destruction. Thus, survival was the only chance to find a way out. Compassion for strangers is a grave irresponsibility towards oneself. Moreover, without Xiao Yang, perhaps that half-hearted effort would be more desperately needed by her. Chapter 19. Lu Yu's ordeal within the Hai Jiao restaurant. Lu Yu and a female server were trapped in a small room on the second floor. This was a room Lu Yu had reserved for her own rest, furnished with a bed and a sofa. However, there was only one blanket in the room. Lu Yu wrapped it around the server while she pulled down the mattress from the bed to cover herself, and they huddled together on the sofa. At this moment, Lu Yu stared blankly at the door, recalling the night when the cold wave struck. After Xiao Yang left that night, she had indeed not allowed anyone else upstairs. Anticipating Xiao Yang's return, she had intentionally kept 2 servers on duty. Coincidentally, there was a table of guests downstairs who continued drinking and showed no intention of leaving. Time passed swiftly to midnight, and the inebriated guests downstairs settled their bill and prepared to leave when suddenly, everyone felt a wave of headache. After the pain subsided, they noticed a change in their bodies, bewildered as the cold wave enveloped them. Initially clad lightly for the warm weather, they were now shivering from the sudden chill. Although uncertain of what was happening, Lu Yu kindly allowed the guests to take refuge inside the restaurant and close the door. She thought perhaps the situation would improve shortly. But to her dismay, the temperature continued to plummet until it became painfully frigid. Fortunately, the power remained on, and Lu Yu adjusted the restaurant's air conditioning to warm air, though the effect was minimal. With no other options, Lu Yu and the 2 female servers retreated to her resting room on the second floor, while the table of guests remained huddled in a storage room on the ground floor. Despite the cold, the restaurant was not lacking in food, and they could still drink some white wine to warm themselves. Lu Yu inspected the private rooms on the second floor, only to find them completely empty, even devoid of tables, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, she quickly dismissed her thoughts when she discovered that the last private room still had an untouched table of dishes, which proved invaluable as it sustained them for several days. Everything seemed relatively peaceful until the power outage caused a room temperature to plummet dramatically, reaching levels unbearable for humans. The 5 guests left downstairs were clearly not of good character. After finishing their white wine, they drunkenly attempted to create trouble. They insisted on crowding into the same room as Lu Yu and the servers. Aware of their sinister intentions, Lu Yu firmly rejected them. However, the 5 remained undeterred and, taking advantage of one server's trip to the restroom, forcibly dragged her away and assaulted her. Tragically, that server succumbed after being exposed to the air for too long and sweating profusely. Following this incident, the 5 grew increasingly audacious, turning their sights on another female server. This server, however, was severely ill with a fever and on the brink of collapse, emboldening them to prepare to target Lu Yu. Initially, they refrained from harming Lu Yu because she had some standing in the city of Haicheng. They feared repercussions. These 5 were local bullies, accustomed to wielding power and unafraid of consequences. Moreover, as they drank heavily daily, they were capable of any misdeed. Fortunately, Lu Yu had taken precautions, and the door was sturdy enough to withstand their attempts. However, today, with the temperature suddenly rising, the 5 became restless again, their eyes burning with desire at the thought of Lu Yu's voluptuous figure. Bang! 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 The sound of violent kicks against the door echoed. Lu Yu trembled in fear, quickly grabbing an empty wine bottle from the ground, preparing to defend herself as she peered at the door. "Open the door, you filthy woman. Let us relieve ourselves, and we guarantee you'll feel comfortable," shouted a drunken man from outside. "Yes, you're all women. Stop pretending to be virtuous. Let me tell you, in this area, we are the kings. What can we handle? Treat us well, and we'll protect your restaurant in the future. Hurry up. Do you hear? Once we break down this door, we want to be so courteous." Listening from inside, Lu Yu felt rage coursing through her veins. "You beasts! I took you in out of kindness, and you repay me with betrayal. I assure you, none of you will escape. You will face retribution." "Retribution? It's been days, and we haven't seen any. The phone lines are dead, and we can't even see a shadow." One of them shouted, "Stop wasting time, break down the door. I can't take it anymore hearing her voice." The group ceased their banter and began to slam against the door with ferocity. With each impact, debris began to crumble from the door, and it appeared imminent that they would breach it. Lu Yu's expression hardened. She smashed the wine bottle against the ground, shattering it and leaving her with a jagged weapon. She resolved to fight back. If she could not escape, she would take a few down with her. With a loud crash, the door finally succumbed to the relentless assault and fell to the ground. The faces of the intruders twisted with malevolence as they lunged into the room. The first man to charge at Lu Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and cried out, stumbling back to find a gash on his stomach. "Würfe abhoachis wildi." Lu Yu declared fiercely, her teeth clenched. "How dare you harm my brother? Just wait until I get my hands on you." One of the men signaled to the others, and they surrounded Lu Yu. Sensing the danger, Lu Yu resolved that she would not suffer such humiliation. Even in death, she would not allow them to prevail. She raised the broken bottle, poised to pierce it in her own throat. Suddenly, a man rushed in and wrested it from her grasp. "Oof, wanna die? Not so fast. We'll let you enjoy yourself first before you die." With that, they pinned Lu Yu to the sofa. "Brother, you go first." The one referred to as brother grinned lewdly. "All right, I want to hold back." Another onlooker lifted the blanket from the female server, touching her and stating she is still alive and warm. "I'll take her first." "Bro, can you bandage my wound first?" The injured man whined as he sat on the ground. "Wait, that little wound of yours won't kill you. We can't wait any longer." Just as they began to rip Lu Yu's clothing and perpetrate their violence, 2 horn blasts suddenly erupted from outside the restaurant. The sound startled the men, causing them to freeze momentarily. They exchanged glances. "What is happening? Is help arriving?" "Old 5, go check the window." The man about to assault the server, clearly displeased, stood up and walked toward the window, muttering, "Damn it. Let us see who is ruining my fun." Chapter 20. The rescue of Lu Yu. Xiao Yang drove directly to the entrance of the Haijiao restaurant, honking the horn twice to see if there was any response inside. If Lu Yu were there, she would undoubtedly react. However, after waiting for a moment without any movement, he began to worry. Could she not be in the restaurant? Or worse, had she frozen to death inside? No, after coming this far, it was better to get out and take a look. If she were alive, he would see her. If she were dead, he would see her body. In a moment of despair, one finds solace in the cessation of one's own yearnings. As Xiao Yang disembarked from the vehicle, Mu Wanqing followed suit. Approaching the entrance of the restaurant, she pounded on the door while calling out, "Yojia, are you inside? Yojia, can you hear me?" At that very moment, a man who had been eavesdropping from the upper floor hastily retreated into the room, exclaiming, "Big brother, a young man has arrived driving a heavy-duty RV." and it seems he is here for Luyo. There's a woman with him. The leader of the group, upon hearing this, felt a surge of apprehension. Just two individuals, and one of them is a woman. The presence of a heavy-duty RV suggested a potential escape route, should the need arise. It was truly a case of what one lacks arriving unexpectedly. He chuckled. Son, you two, silence that woman. Do not allow her to utter a word. Remain hidden in this room. Sit aside and ensure he does not see you upon his arrival. We'll go downstairs and bring those two up. I will conceal myself in the opposite compartment. Upon hearing my signal, we shall strike together and seize them. Meanwhile, Luyo, who had temporarily evaded danger, pondered the identity of her unexpected visitor. Regardless of who it was, this might be her only opportunity to escape the clutches of her captors. She could not allow these individuals to succeed. Failure would mean utter ruin. Xiao Yang, standing at the entrance of the restaurant, grew impatient due to the prolonged silence within and contemplated using a crowbar to force the door open. Just then, the roll-up door of the restaurant was abruptly lifted, revealing a scruffy man inside. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Why was there a man here? With a menacing demeanor and reeking of alcohol. He hardly resembled a mere employee of the establishment. Who are you? Where is Yojia? Xiao Yang inquired warily. Oh, I am a friend of Yojia. Fortuitously trapped here. She is unwell and cannot come down from upstairs. She sent me to guide you to her. The man, identified as Wu, attempted to maintain a smile, though it appeared more grotesque than pleasant. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yang replied, All right, lead the way. He dismissed the man's presence, noting there was no weapon in sight, thus posing no threat. Upon entering the restaurant, Wu's eyes lit up upon catching sight of Mu Wanqing's beauty. Such a stunning and youthful woman. Today was indeed his lucky day. Feeling the man's lecherous gaze, Mu Wanqing shot him an icy glare, which only served to heighten Wu's excitement. She had spirit and attitude. He found this appealing. As the two ventured further inside, Wu hastily pulled the roll-up door closed. The interior of the restaurant was instantly shrouded in darkness. Why are you closing the door? Mu Wanqing asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Isn't it chilly? Come now. Let us head upstairs. Your Yojia is waiting for you. Wu rubbed his hands together, urging them onward. Sensing something amiss, Mu Wanqing tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve and whispered, I feel something is off about this man. He doesn't seem trustworthy. Do not worry, I am here. Everything will be fine, Xiao Yang reassured her. He too sensed the man's dubious nature. Yet if this individual truly was a friend of Luyo, any hostile action could jeopardize their situation. Just then, as they reached the staircase, the sound of a shattered glass echoed from above. All three paused in their tracks. Wu, momentarily startled, turned to the suspicious pair, saying, Your Yojia must have accidentally knocked over a cup. Let's hurry upstairs to check. However, his words were laced with an undercurrent of irritation, pondering why his comrades could not manage to keep one woman in line. Mu Wanqing fixated on Wu, her mind racing as she recalled his earlier words. What is wrong with the others? They cannot even manage one woman. She froze, bewildered. Was it merely her anxiety manifesting illusions? After uttering that phrase, Wu had fallen silent. Where then had that voice originated? She could not afford to be careless. Leaning closer to Xiao Yang, she whispered, Be cautious. There are others upstairs. He is not Lu Baoshan's friend. Xiao Yang cast a puzzled glance her way, quietly questioning. How do you know? Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, merely reiterating, I cannot explain, but it is best to remain vigilant. Xiao Yang scrutinized Wu, contemplating the implications. If this man was indeed a friend of Luyo, that would be one matter. If not, and he dared make a move against him, Xiao Yang would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Wanqing, stay here. I will go check on Yojia. Aware of the potential danger, he deemed it best for Mu Wanqing to remain below. Should an emergency arise, her presence could hinder his actions. Understanding his intent, Mu Wanqing took a few steps back, conceding all right. Wu, sensing Mu Wanqing's retreat, grew anxious but reassured himself that with only Xiao Yang present, unarmed, subduing him would be a trivial matter. Once he had Xiao Yang under control, he could easily let the woman escape. Ascending the stairs, Xiao Yang discreetly retrieved a military knife from his belongings. As he reached the threshold of Lu Yo's room, suddenly, a figure burst forth from the compartment behind him. Attack! Wu unexpectedly pivoted, lunging at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, having anticipated this move, swiftly brandished his knife, delivering a swift strike to the assailant's rear. The leader of the group, taken aback by the presence of a weapon, was caught off guard and sustained a wound to his thigh, howling in pain as he staggered backward. Wu, witnessing this, attempted to retreat, but before he could react, Xiao Yang delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. "Be careful, he has a knife." The injured leader yelled, alarmed. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang advanced, plunging the knife into the other leg of the leader. Came the anguished cry. "Everyone come out," Xiao Yang commanded, prompting immediate chaos within the room. Soon, two men emerged, dragging a woman towards the door. The woman was indeed Lu Yo, her neck held hostage by a shard of glass wielded by the man referred to as heir. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, Lu Yo's expression shifted to one of shock. "How could I have arrived here? Yu Jie is in our grasp. Drop your knife, or I will kill her." Etreatnit vehemently. Xiao Yang remained unfazed by their intimidation, sneering, "It appears you have misunderstood. You ought to release Yu Jie, or I shall take her life." He pressed the knife against the leader's throat. Heir and San exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at being on the receiving end of a counter-threat. "Do not think we are afraid to act." Heir pressed down slightly, causing the shard to pierce Lu Yo's skin, attempting to coerce Xiao Yang into submission. Enraged, Xiao Yang retaliated, striking the leader's leg once more. "Do not force my hand. I'm not gentle." Chapter 21. Lu Yo joins the fray in excruciating pain. The leader gritted his teeth and implored, "Are you intent on my death? Release the woman." Heir, left with no choice, relented. "We can let her go, but you must first free my brother." Xiao Yang shook his head, remaining silent, as he raised his knife to strike once again. All right, let her go." Heir and San, now desperate, realized the severity of their predicament. This young man was merciless, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Yu Jie, quickly descend. I will handle this," Xiao Yang called out to Lu Yo. Lu Yo gazed deeply at Xiao Yang, puzzled as to why he would come to her rescue, especially after only having met twice. Yet, her gratitude towards him was genuine. Without his intervention, she could only imagine the fate that awaited her. Shivering in her tattered clothing, she hesitantly approached Xiao Yang. At that moment, Muwanqing rushed upstairs, brandishing a tang knife. Having heard the commotion from below, she quickly retrieved the weapon. "Wanqing, keep an eye on Lu Baoshang and cover her with a coat," Xiao Yang instructed, noticing Lu Yo's exposed skin. Muwanqing promptly removed her jacket, draping it over Lu Yo, grateful that her own attire was sufficiently warm enough to spare her from the cold. "We have released the woman. Can we now have her brother back?" Inquirit. Xiao Yang chuckled. "Don't be hasty. I still need to extract something from you all." With that, he grasped the leader's left hand firmly with his left. "Do you see the time on your arm? Come, reserve half an hour for yourself, and transmit the rest to me using your thoughts." The group was bewildered, instinctively glancing at their own arms, still unable to comprehend the nature of this peculiar phenomenon. "What is this?" the leader stammered. "Stop asking so many questions. Just do as I say," Xiao Yang replied impatiently. The leader, though reluctant and uncertain of the significance of this time, sensed its importance. Otherwise, this young man wouldn't be asking for it specifically. "You little rascal. Don't you dare go back on your word. Don't push us too far, or I'll fight you," Old Three shouted, noticing Xiao Yang's refusal to release the leader. In response, Xiao Yang swiftly drew his gun, shooting each of Old Two and Old Three in the leg, causing them to howl in agony and collapse to the ground. Everyone, except for Muwanqing, was stunned by the gunfire. Old Two and Old Three lamented, "If you had a gun, you should have shown it earlier. We would have transmitted the time to you much sooner." "Is that how it can be done?" Xiao Yang said coldly. The leader, no longer daring to hesitate, complied swiftly and decisively. Then, Xiao Yang discarded him and approached Old Two and Old Three, extending his left hand. The two, no longer wasting words, suppressed their pain and transmitted the time to Xiao Yang. He then walked over to the unconscious Old Five, kicking him lightly. "Stop pretending. I know you're awake." Hurry up and do as instructed. Earlier, when the gun fired, Xiao Yang had noticed old 5 twitching on the ground, yet he continued to feign unconsciousness. After absorbing old 5's time energy, Xiao Yang entered the room and discovered an injured man seated in the corner, while a half-naked female attendant lay on the sofa. Approaching the man, Xiao Yang assessed him. Due to excessive blood loss and low temperature, he had perished. Xiao Yang lamented the loss and then examined the female attendant. Finding her equally cold, shaking his head, he exited the room. Sister Yu, the female attendant inside, has already passed. Lu Yu sighed and nodded, acknowledging I understand. Thank you for saving me. Xiao Yang smiled. It was merely a small effort. Let's depart. Wait. Lu Yu suddenly interjected, glancing at the moaning thugs on the ground. Her eyes burned with hatred. Give me the chance to personally eliminate these beasts. Otherwise, my heart will remain unsettled. Xiao Yang considered mentioning that they would not survive much longer. However, since Lu Yu desired to take revenge herself, he resolved to grant her that wish. He handed her the tang knife that Mu Wanqing had been holding. With the knife in hand, Lu Yu advanced, while Xiao Yang followed closely behind with his gun. Boss Lu, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. The leader pleaded, but Lu Yu offered him no opportunity to finish his sentence. With a swift motion, she severed half of his head. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the knife's swiftness. Xiao Yang was astonished. This woman was truly ruthless. The remaining 3 thugs, witnessing the scene, crawled away in fear, desperately pleading for mercy. Lu Yu remained unmoved. These individuals had nearly defiled her and had killed her 2 attendants. She could not quell her resentment without exacting vengeance. With decisive strokes, she brutally dispatched them. Even Old 4, who had already succumbed, did not escape Lu Yu's wrath. Suffering a brutal fate, Lu Yu covered the female attendant's corpse with a blanket and then retrieved another to conceal the body in the restroom. Xiao Yang then realized there was indeed another body on the first floor. How unfortunate for Lu Yu to encounter such ruffians. After completing these tasks, Lu Yu returned the knife to Xiao Yang, expressing her gratitude. Though I am a woman, I understand that a life saved warrants a debt of gratitude. You are my savior, and from now on, my life belongs to you. Xiao Yang accepted the knife, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let's return home. Naturally, all the remaining alcohol in the restaurant was loaded onto Xiao Yang's RV. Such resources must not go to waste. As Lu Yu exited the restaurant, she cast a lingering glance at the establishment she had built with her own hands before boarding Xiao Yang's RV without looking back. Inside the RV, Lu Yu had changed into a thick outfit that concealed her snow-white legs. She gazed out the window at the chaotic streets, where abandoned cars lay unmoved and frozen corpses were scattered along the roadside. The reality was far graver than she had imagined. Xiao Yang felt a pang of regret, realizing he should have provided her with clothing earlier. The RV had heating and would have kept her warm. Lu Yu seemed to recall something, withdrawing her gaze to address Xiao Yang at the driver's seat. By the way, I still do not know how to address you. She recognized him, but had yet to inquire about his name. Just call me Xiao Yang. Lu Yu responded with an O, though she felt slightly uncomfortable directly addressing him by name, fearing it might seem disrespectful to her benefactor. Sensing her dilemma, Xiao Yang smiled. Sister Yu, you must be older than I am. You can call me little brother from now on. It feels more familiar, doesn't it? Lu Yu found this agreeable. Well, I am 35 this year, so I must be quite a bit older than you. Henceforth, I'll call you Xiao, little brother. Xiao Yang was pleased. This was the best outcome. Mu Wanqing, astonished, remarked, Sister Yu, you truly do not seem old at all. What is your secret? If you hadn't mentioned your age, I would have thought you were merely 28. Lu Yu laughed. Miss Wanqing, you certainly know how to flatter. Mu Wanqing paused. How did you know my name? Lu Yu replied, earlier in the restaurant, didn't Xiao, little brother, call you that? I overheard. Chapter 22. Mu Wanqing's abilities. Xiao Yang drove directly back to the villa without pause. The entire villa district remained eerily silent, devoid of any activity. Snowflakes had begun to drift from the sky, and Xiao Yang understood that once this snowfall ceased, another disaster would soon befall them. After the heavy snow, temperatures would plummet to around -10 degrees, becoming the new norm, often accompanied by blizzards. Yet this was not the most perilous aspect. The true threat lay in the corpses. A virus within the deceased would be activated, controlling their nerves and transforming them into zombies. These zombies would possess no self-awareness, attacking all surviving humans and animals while spreading the virus, causing those bitten to become zombies. Although these zombies were not as agile as the living, they were exceedingly difficult to kill. They felt no pain. No matter how much one attacked them, they would not flinch. To destroy them entirely, wanted to strike their forehead, where a crystalline object resided. This crystal stored the residual time energy from the person before death. Acquiring it could replenish one's own energy. Naturally, if a person died due to their time energy being depleted, they would not transform into a zombie. Without the crystal's sustenance, the virus could not survive. Xiao Yang reflected on the impending zombie catastrophe, realizing that humanity would truly face near total extinction. After parking the vehicle in the courtyard, Xiao Yang and his companions exited and entered the villa. Lu Yu was astonished by the layers of protection surrounding the villa. This must have been prepared in advance. Upon entering, they were enveloped in warmth. The villa even had heating. Mu Wanqing switched on the lights in the living room, and Lu Yu was taken aback. There was no power outage? The little crow, seeing Xiao Yang return, cawed excitedly as it flew to his shoulder, pecking at his hair to express its displeasure. Why were you gone for so long without taking me along? Oh, you annoying bird. Xiao Yang laughed as he dodged. I want to add some coal to the boiler. Wanqing, please take Sister Yu and help her take a hot shower. Lu Yu felt overwhelmed. This villa was a paradise compared to a restaurant. The presence of electricity, heating, and hot water is nothing short of bliss for Lu Yu, who has not bathed for 10 days. Moreover, it is quite remarkable that these two individuals lead such leisurely lives that they even have the time to care for a bird. Yet, what an unsightly creature it is. Dark and unappealing. After leading Lu Yu to the bathing area, Mu Wanqing thoughtfully provided her with a nightgown at the bathroom door. As Xiao Yang prepared the charcoal and ascended the stairs, he chanced upon Lu Yu emerging from her bath. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. This mature woman possessed a distinctive allure. Lu Yu, known for her enchanting beauty and voluptuous figure, looked captivating in her fitted nightgown, stirring the imagination. Noticing Xiao Yang's gaze, Lu Yu smiled playfully and confidently asked, "How do I look in this, Xiao Laudi?" At her age, she had experienced much and would not shy away like a young girl under his scrutiny. Encouraged by her words, Xiao Yang responded with enthusiasm. "You look fantastic." The allure of a mature woman is truly exceptional. Oh, by the way, Yujie, I suppose you must be hungry. Let us have something to eat. After observing her for a while, he deftly shifted the conversation. At the mention of food, Lu Yu's stomach growled audibly. Embarrassed, she admitted, "I am indeed hungry." Thankfully, the banquet you ordered was not taken away. Otherwise, suddenly, she paused, as if recalling something, and inquired, "By the way, you ordered 10 tables of food. What happened to the other 9? I thought I was seeing things." Xiao Yang chuckled without replying, waving his hand to reveal an additional table in the living room, laden with an abundance of dishes. Lu Yu stared in astonishment, pondering this miraculous feat furthermore. These dishes were all specialties from her own restaurant. Goodness, even the table is from my restaurant. Her mouth formed a perfect O as she incredulously looked at Xiao Yang and exclaimed, "Xiao Laudi, are you performing magic?" With a grin, Xiao Yang replied, "Yes, you could say that." Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu savored the aroma of the food, touched a plate, and exclaimed in surprise, "My heavens, the dishes are still warm." She simply could not fathom how Xiao Yang accomplished all this. "Come, Yujie, we warmly welcome you to our family. This meal is to celebrate your arrival." Xiao Yang gestured for Lu Yu to take a seat and produced several bottles of wine. Calling Mu Wanqing down from upstairs to commence their feast, he poured each person a glass and raised his cup, declaring, "Let us toast to Yujie from now on. We are all family." Lu Yu promptly raised her glass, saying, "No, this toast should be for you. I thank you for rescuing me. Otherwise, how could I be here enjoying such a splendid time?" With that, she downed her glass of red wine in one go as a gesture of respect. Seeing her spiritedness, Xiao Yang followed suit. Although Mu Wanqing had a lower tolerance, she managed to take a hearty sip. Setting down her glass, Mu Wanqing appeared pensive. Xiao Yang, concerned, inquired, "Wanqing, what troubles you? You seem distracted. I was reflecting on today's events at Haijiao restaurant. I distinctly heard that person's voice. Indeed, there were others upstairs. Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang slapped his thigh. Had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. Curiously, Liu asked Wanqing, "What's going on?" "I'll explain," Xiao Yang began. At that moment, we were about to go upstairs with that man when we heard the sound of shattered glass, which made us wary. At that point, Wanqing seemed to hear that person speaking, realizing there were others upstairs, and even that they had you under control. However, I am certain that person did not utter a word. Xiao Yang provided this clarification hastily. I thought it might have been an auditory hallucination. But what transpired upstairs was indeed as I perceived. Mu Wanqing shook her head in confusion. Liu Yu found this revelation astonishing. Could it be that you possess some sort of special ability? Xiao Yang's eyes lit up at this thought. Indeed, it must be that Wanqing has awakened her powers. However, I have never heard of such abilities, so I cannot be certain. We should verify this. Wanqing, if I'm not mistaken, you have likely awakened a special power. Shall we put it to the test? Upon hearing this, Wanqing's eyes brightened with excitement. Really? I have powers now. How do we verify this? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. I suspect you may have heard that person's thoughts. Focus on me while I think of something, and see if you can hear it. All right, Wanqing eagerly replied. As Xiao Yang gazed at the table full of dishes, he thought, the food you GM made is truly delicious. Wanqing fixed her attention on Xiao Yang, and suddenly, she heard his voice in her mind. The food you GM made is truly delicious. In Chapter 23, from now on, Yu Jie will be in your care. Wanqing was once again taken aback by the clarity of the voice in her mind. She realized that Xiao Yang had not spoken aloud. Did you just hear me think that the food Yu Jie made is delicious? Wanqing confirmed. Wow, incredible. Xiao Yang gave her a thumbs up. Absolutely correct. Congratulations, Wanqing. You too have awakened a special ability, and it is quite extraordinary. Xiao Yang had encountered various powers before, most of which were combat-related or magical in nature. In the post-apocalyptic era, many survivors developed combat skills with weapons, which were heavily reliant on physical strength. Others could conjure lightning or fireballs, belonging to the magical category. Then there were unique abilities like Xiao Yang's spatial powers, which were exceedingly rare. Wanqing's ability, however, seemed to belong to a special category, allowing her to hear the thoughts of others, leaving no room for privacy. Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had inadvertently discovered someone as remarkable as Wanqing. With her assistance, he would be able to discern people's true intentions when forming his team. Wait, are you two conspiring to play a trick on me? Is there really such a thing as special powers? Liu Yu expressed her skepticism, unaware of the existence of such abilities. Yu Jie, if you don't believe it, you can also try. Let Wanqing hear your thoughts, Xiao Yang suggested with a smile. All right, Liu Yu, unable to suppress her curiosity, was eager to give it a try. Once more, Wanqing focused her energy on Liu Yu, and, after a moment, the voice of Liu Yu echoed in her mind. However, Wanqing's cheeks flushed. Xiao Yang, intrigued, asked, "What did you hear, Wanqing? Why are you blushing?" Seeing Wanqing silent, Liu Yu grew anxious. Well, Wanqing, did you hear my thoughts? Please share. With a hint of shyness, Wanqing replied, Yu Jie. You were thinking that Xiao Laodi is quite fortunate to have captured the heart of such a beautiful girl like me, right? Wow, Liu Yu exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. That is absolutely spot on. She then turned to Xiao Yang and asked, Laodi, was that magical feat of yours also a special ability? Xiao Yang felt it unnecessary to hide the truth from Liu Yu and candidly shared everything, although he withheld details about the extent of his resources. He recounted his past experiences, fabricating them as a dream, which left Liu Yu gasping in astonishment. Xiao Laodi, if what you say is true, I almost regret being saved by you. Living in the future sounds like it will be quite the ordeal. Liu Yu could not help but feel anxious about what lay ahead. Xiao Yang smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Yu Jie. With me around, I will ensure that you all lead comfortable lives. Please trust me. As Liu Yu gazed into Xiao Yang's steadfast eyes, she felt an inexplicable sense of trust, as if his presence alone bestowed a sense of security. The warm villa and the sumptuous feast before them are indeed offerings unattainable by the average person. Liu Yu raised her glass and said to Xiao Yang, Come, I toast you, brother. From now on, I shall entrust everything to you." Xiao Yang paused, taken aback by her words, which sounded as if she were declaring him hers. He couldn't discern whether Lu Yu was speaking intentionally. "Entrust to me? Rest assured." Xiao Yang lifted his glass in response, his words laden with deeper meaning. "Oh, by the way, Sister Yu, I must ask you for one more favor." After downing his drink and setting the glass down, he continued. "Speak." Lu Yu replied succinctly. "Neither Wan Xing nor I can cook. So could you take on this task from now on?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu laughed heartily. "Is that even a problem? Xiao, let me assure you. Cooking is my specialty. Since you saved my life, this is the least I can do for you. I promise to keep you both well fed." She added with a playful tone, "Of course, you must ensure that there are sufficient ingredients." Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction, mimicking her gesture by thumping his chest. "You can count on me, Sister Yu. There will be no shortage of ingredients." As the snow fell heavier, transforming into a thick blanket, the dinner in the villa came to an end. Mu Wanqing, having exerted her abilities several times, felt drained and retired upstairs for rest. Unfortunately, her current energy reserves were insufficient, and her physical condition was still lacking, making her vulnerable to the mental fatigue caused by her powers. She hoped that in time, her energy would increase. It was akin to leveling up in a game. Could a level 1 character truly compete with a level 100? Certainly not. Therefore, Xiao Yang resolved to acquire more time energy, especially with the impending outbreak of the zombie virus. An opportunity was at hand. Lu Yu opted to sleep in a bedroom on the first floor, although Xiao Yang had intended for her to occupy Mu Wanqing's room on the third floor. However, Lu Yu declined, citing the convenience of preparing breakfast in the morning. He did not press the matter further, and instead prepared fresh bedding and stocked the refrigerator with a variety of ingredients before heading upstairs. In her room, Lu Yu tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. So much had transpired that day, and the sudden shift to such a comfortable environment left her restless. Perhaps it was due to her own experiences, having taken a life, or perhaps it was the apocalyptic scenarios Xiao Yang had recounted. Regardless, sleep eluded her. She eventually rose and wandered to the living room, gazing out at the heavy snowfall. Suddenly, she heard some indescribable noises from upstairs. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile crept across her face, amused by the youthful exuberance of Xiao Yang, who, after a long day, still seemed unaware of the need for rest. As time passed, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, she found herself astonished. Was Xiao Yang truly this impressive? Although her throat felt parched, she was unable to resist the urge to listen. After an hour and a half, the noises from above finally subsided, while Lu Yu's face flushed with warmth. Having once experienced romance, and even a failed marriage, she had known many men. Yet she had never encountered one like Xiao Yang whose endurance amazed her. After her divorce, she had devoted herself to her career and had not sought out romantic entanglements. The sounds from above seemed to awaken a long-dormant desire within her, eliciting an unexpected physical reaction. The image of Xiao Yang's handsome face flashed in her mind, stirring feelings she had not anticipated. What am I thinking? How could I betray Wan Xing? Lu Yu quickly quelled her burgeoning desires, attempting to steady her breath, and hurried towards her bedroom. As fate would have it, she encountered Xiao Yang descending the stairs, bare-chested and heading to stoke the boiler. Startled, he paused and asked, "Sister Yu, what are you doing standing here in the dark?" Lu Yu, flustered, quickly replied, I'm just going to the restroom." The following morning, Xiao Yang awoke feeling exceptionally refreshed. He glanced at the time energy in his arm, now exceeding 15 years. He could feel a significant transformation within himself. In his previous life, he had amassed over 1,000 years of time energy, rendering typical weapons ineffective against him. He had witnessed those with millennia of time energy, for whom ordinary firearms felt like mere pinpricks. Thus, enhancing his strength by acquiring more time energy became his primary focus, not only for himself, but also to strengthen Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. However, it was imperative that he first solidify his own power. As he looked at Mu Wanqing peacefully sleeping beside him, he noticed the snow still falling outside, blanketing the earth in white. He gently kissed her forehead, tucked her in, and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, the enticing aroma of cooking wafted through the air. In the dining room, two dishes had already been prepared: stir-fried kidney and okra drizzled with oil. Lu Yu, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out and cheerfully remarked, "Just two dishes, hardly lavish. Young people need nourishment. I'm also making a health porridge that will be ready shortly." Xiao Yang, puzzled, asked, "Sister Yu, is this really necessary? Kidney and okra for breakfast?" He shrugged, "Well, as long as it's delicious." After washing up, he emerged just in time to see Lu Yu setting the porridge on the table. "Where's Wanqing? Call her down for breakfast," he said, scratching his nose awkwardly. "She's a bit tired. Let her sleep a little longer," he added. Lu Yu shot him a reproachful look. "Ah, young man, so reckless. You must learn to cherish the delicate." She continued, "When she wakes, I shall prepare something for her. For now, let us eat." The meal vanished swiftly, devoured by Xiao Yang, while Lu Yu barely touched her food. Satisfied, he exclaimed, "With you around, Sister Yu, life feels complete." Lu Yu smiled but said nothing, hastily clearing the dishes. Xiao Yang stood up, offering, "Let me help with that." She firmly pushed him aside. "What are you doing, big man? Leave this to me. You go about your business. Oh, and don't forget to tend to your bird. It's been calling for you all morning." Xiao Yang couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have a woman in the house who could cook and willingly take on household chores. The day passed with Xiao Yang amusing himself by playing with the little crow, Meichio, who was growing increasingly clever, understanding much of what he said and becoming quite obedient. Crows are known for their high intelligence, exemplified by their ability to use tools. He decided to raise Meichio, hoping to train it well enough to keep as a pet. The morning slipped away, and around noon, Mu Wanqing finally made her way downstairs. "Oh, Wanqing, you're awake. Hurry and freshen up. I'll prepare your meal," Lu Yu cheerfully called. "Thank you, Sister Yu," Mu Wanqing replied as she headed to the washroom, while Lu Yu busied herself in the kitchen once more. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa opposite the kitchen, watching her industrious silhouette. He couldn't help but admire Lu Yu's figure. She was shapely, with curves in all the right places. While it is often said that good chefs are round and plump, Lu Yu only met the criterion of having a generous backside, as her waist was surprisingly slender. From this angle, she resembled a ripe peach, enticing in a way that made one's mouth water. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a startled cry, interrupting Xiao Yang's thoughts. He dashed into the kitchen to check on her, with Mu Wanqing rushing out from the washroom, asking, "What happened, Sister Yu?" Lu Yu appeared flustered, her spoon having been tossed aside. She stared in terror at the spoon cast aside and exclaimed, "I was just holding the spoon, and it released an overwhelming electric current." Mu Wanqing quickly grasped Lu Yu's hand to inspect her, concern etched on her face. "Did you get electrocuted? Are you all right, Yu Jia?" "I don't feel anything. It's just that the current was so strong it startled me," Lu Yu replied, still shaken. Xiao Yang, deep in thought, approached the stove and noticed that the vegetables in the wok had become burnt. He unplugged the induction cooker and touched the edge of the pot. A crackling sound of small electric currents erupted, causing his hand to tingle. He picked up the spoon again, noting it too carried an electric charge. "Yu Jia, you mentioned that while you were cooking, an electric current surged from the spoon and struck the pot, which is why the dish got burnt." "Yes, exactly." Lu Yu nodded vigorously. Xiao Yang smiled, understanding the situation. "Congratulations, Yu Jia. You have awakened your supernatural ability." "What? I have a supernatural ability now?" Lu Yu's face was a picture of disbelief. "Yes, if I'm not mistaken. You have awakened an electrical power, and that current was inadvertently unleashed by you." Xiao Yang recalled having encountered electrical ability users in his previous life. Those of lower rank emitted currents like that, while those of higher levels could unleash electric spheres with explosive power that rivaled conventional weapons. He was surprised that Lu Yu, a beautiful chef, had awakened such a spell-casting electrical ability. "This electricity originates from your hand, not the spoon. You should try releasing the current again." Xiao Yang guided Lu Yu on how to channel her power. Focusing intently, Lu Yu gently struck the air toward the wok. With a crackle, a visible current, as thick as chopsticks, shot from her palm and struck the pot from a meter away, flipping it over onto the ground. Everyone stood dumbfounded, marveling at the potency of this electrical ability. This was merely a level 1. It could likely incapacitate an adult. What kind of power would a level 9 possess? Lu Yu trembled in fear, pondering the danger of this ability. She examined her palm repeatedly, struggling to comprehend how the electricity was released. It was truly astonishing. Yujia, with this awakened ability, no one will dare bully you again. If anyone misbehaves, just give them a taste of this, and I assure you they will be well cooked. Xiao Yang laughed, feeling delighted for Lu Yu. This inadvertently bolstered their strength as a group. With this power, she should be able to protect herself in critical situations. Once she mastered her electrical techniques and raised her level, she would undoubtedly become an indispensable asset in the future. Lu Yu was overjoyed. She had finally awakened her supernatural ability and would no longer be a burden to Xiao Yang. I not only want to excel in the kitchen, but also on the battlefield. Chapter 25. Zombie virus. Lu Yu remained in an excited state, attempting to unleash her electricity 2 more times, but each attempt was weaker than the last until she felt utterly drained. The original wok was beyond salvage, and Xiao Yang procured a new set for her. The lunch consisted of heated leftovers from the previous night, and Lu Yu prepared a bowl of chicken soup for Mu Wanqing. Upon tasting the food, Xiao Yang was taken aback. He couldn't discern if it was merely an illusion, but his mouth felt as if it were filled with popping candy, crackling with energy. He glanced at Lu Yu, who was staring blankly at the top of his head. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang inquired, puzzled. "Your hair is standing on end." Lu Yu pointed at his head, astonished. Xiao Yang quickly touched his hair, and a static sound echoed upon contact. "Wow, it really is." Mu Wanqing giggled, lifted her bowl to sip the soup, and then suddenly froze. "Yujia, this chicken soup has static electricity." "Really? I didn't notice." Lu Yu replied in disbelief. Xiao Yang extended his hand and placed it atop Mu Wanqing's head, and her hair inexplicably stuck to his palm. "Goodness, this static electricity is quite strong." "Yujia, did you release electricity while cooking again?" Xiao Yang chuckled helplessly. Lu Yu felt embarrassed at being exposed, sheepishly saying, "Well, I lost focus while cooking and didn't pay attention." Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing shared a knowing look, exasperated. "Yujia, please go easy on us. This meal nearly zapped us." Lu Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, and she promised, "I will definitely be more careful next time." Suddenly, a horrifying caw echoed through the air. The three quickly turned to see little Machio lying on its back, paws in the air. Xiao Yang rushed over and crouched down to inspect it. Its little black eyes spun in circles, and behind it lay a fresh pile of droppings. As Xiao Yang picked it up, he felt a static shock and looked up at Lu Yu. "I saw it didn't have any water, so I poured some for it," Lu Yu explained in a flustered manner. The snow had ceased, and the outdoor temperature had risen to around -10°C. Most people, provided they had adequate warmth, were no longer suffering as much. Just as everyone was secretly relieved that the disaster was nearing its end, a greater catastrophe struck. A hand, frozen and blue, suddenly emerged from the thick layer of snow covering the street. Gradually, a body began to rise from the snowdrift, moving as if it were performing a mechanical dance. Clad in summer attire, this person, presumed dead for several days, was inexplicably revived. Its gaze was vacant, movement stiff, with a faint white light flickering from its forehead. It stood there, swaying left and right, utterly lost. In a small hotel room nearby, a female university student shivered in her bed. Beneath her bed lay the cold corpse of her boyfriend. They had just checked into the room to discuss life when the cold snap hit, causing her boyfriend to sweat profusely and catch a cold. The outcome was inevitable. He did not survive beyond 3 days. Fear and despair consumed her, leaving her powerless. Fortunately, there were instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water in the room to stave off starvation. A raspy sound emerged from her throat. Nervously, she lifted a corner of the blanket and was met with the sight of her boyfriend standing in an eerie posture. Her mind went blank. Wasn't he dead? Though frightened, she hoped for a miracle and softly called out, "Baby?" Her boyfriend suddenly turned, his hollow gaze and ashen face devoid of expression. "Ah!" she screamed in terror. It was as if he had heard a summons. His body stiffened before lunging straight at her, sinking his teeth into her throat. On the nearby street, a throng of these zombie-like creatures had gathered, and upon hearing her scream, they rushed toward the source of the sound. This scene unfolded in every corner of the world, as humanity transformed into a living hell in that instant. The zombie virus had officially erupted at Xiao Yang's villa after regaining consciousness. Little Meichio's first act was to screech at Lu Yu. "What have you done to me?" Lu Yu rolled her eyes. This little creature held a grudge. It wasn't intentional. Little Meichio glared at her from its perch. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted from outside the villa. The three exchanged startled glances. Xiao Yang quickly stood, saying, "Let's go upstairs to check. It must be the outbreak of the zombie virus." Mu Wanxing followed closely behind, while Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before joining them. Upon entering Xiao Yang's master bedroom, one is greeted by an expansive floor-to-ceiling window that offers a panoramic view of the entire villa district. At this moment, the area is engulfed in a cacophony of chaos, punctuated by the incessant screams of terror. Some individuals, disregarding the biting cold, have wrapped themselves in blankets and fled outside, pursued by ravenous zombies. Those who are slower or unfortunate enough to stumble fall victim to the undead, who seize upon them with ferocity, leaving the snow stained with crimson splatters. Xiao Yang observes this horrific spectacle with an air of detached indifference, akin to a bystander relishing a theatrical performance. Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu, witnessing such scenes unfold, are rendered pale, trembling uncontrollably. Though Xiao Yang had recounted the outbreak of zombies, the visceral reality of the carnage before them overwhelms their senses. Turning to them, Xiao Yang places a reassuring hand on their shoulders and states, "These events were inevitable. You will gradually adapt. We must prepare ourselves. Tomorrow we commence the harvesting of energy." With that, he descends the stairs, intent on gathering combat supplies. Indeed, Xiao Yang's predictions were accurate. Is this truly the manifestation of zombies? Lu Yu exclaims, her voice quivering. Mu Wanxing gazes vacantly at the unfolding horror, somberly remarking, "They are filled with despair, yet we are powerless to assist them." With a sigh, Lu Yu reflects, "My curiosity about Xiao Yang grows. Without him, I might have been among those being pursued, ultimately becoming mere flesh for the zombies. Indeed, how could I not also become the one chasing and biting others?" Mu Wanxing responds with a bittersweet smile. The two remain silent, grateful that they are not among the doomed. In Chapter 26, Cleansing the Villa District of Zombies, Xiao Yang retrieves several sets of winter training gear, military boots, and gloves from his space. These garments are sufficiently thick, designed to withstand the grasp and bite of zombies. He also produces 3 tang knives, 3 military knives, and a solitary revolver with 3 remaining bullets. The tang knife is particularly effective against zombies, its length and sharpness allowing for a swift decapitation when wielded with precision. After preparing, he calls down Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu, instructing them solemnly, "You both must try on the equipment. Tomorrow you will accompany me to slay zombies." Are we really going?" The two exclaim in unison, their anxiety palpable. "Of course you must. It is an inevitability we must face. This is for your own good," Xiao Yang asserts with a stern demeanor. The villa district comprises a mere 100 villas, housing approximately 700 individuals, a notably low population density. This sparse distribution implies that the zombies are relatively dispersed, making it the ideal training ground for both of you. Despite her hesitation, Mu Wanxing's thoughts are interrupted by Xiao Yang's cold retort. There are no buts in this apocalypse. One must continuously strengthen oneself to survive. I do not wish for you to perish before my eyes. Mu Wanxing, taken aback by Xiao Yang's icy gaze, feels a flicker of fear. This man exhibits a ruthlessness she had not anticipated from their earlier encounters. Observing Xiao Yang's demeanor, Lu Yu contemplates before resolutely declaring, "You saved my life. For you, I am willing to do anything." Xiao Yang counters, "Remember, it is not for me, but for us." Lu Yu gazes deeply into his eyes, nodding in agreement. The remainder of the time is spent as the three of them familiarize themselves with their gear and weapons. Xiao Yang imparts techniques for dispatching zombies, while repeatedly warning them not to scream, as it would attract more of the undead. That evening, the trio finishes dinner early and retires to bed. The following morning, Lu Yu rises early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast, ensuring that each person is well fed to muster the strength needed for their grim tasks ahead. After a hearty meal, they don their gear and arm themselves for the venture. Remember, as we proceed, I will lead, Wanqing will follow in the middle, and you'll bring up the rear. We will search each villa systematically. If we encounter zombies, do not act until you observe how I deal with them. Only when we find isolated zombies within the villas should you practice your skills. Nodding in agreement, Mu Wanqing and Luyo follow him outside. Xiao Yang surveys the pristine snow before them, unmarked by any signs of disturbance, indicating that no zombies had traversed this area. He resolves to begin the cleansing from the villa directly ahead. Upon reaching the first villa, he finds the door closed, yet this poses no obstacle for him. Utilizing a crowbar, he deftly pries the door open. Suddenly, a zombie, alerted by the noise, lunges at the entrance. Unperturbed, Xiao Yang swiftly draws his tang knife and plunges it into the creature's forehead. The zombie ceases its advance, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Yang approaches, efficiently cleaving open its skull to extract a white, cylindrical crystal from within. Turning, he displays the crystal to Mu Wanqing and Luyo, only to find them covering their mouths, their faces drained of color, gazing at him in astonishment. Xiao Yang, bewildered, wonders if women resort to covering their mouths when anxious. Have you seen enough? You must retrieve this item. He insists, shaking the crystal before them. As they watch the red and white object sway, their stomachs churn, and they can no longer contain themselves, promptly retching. Xiao Yang, momentarily confused, reflects on how he too had once reacted similarly. Fortunately, the two managed to suppress their noise, avoiding attracting any zombies. Given the considerable distance between villas, as long as they remain quiet, they are relatively safe. Once Leo and Mu Wanqing have settled, he beckons them inside. The door is ajar, and together they search each room methodically, discovering two zombies, a mother and her child, unmistakably a tragic family. Having already dispatched the male zombie at the entrance, it is evident that this family has not escaped the horrors that have befallen them. Xiao Yang swiftly eliminates the mother zombie and then brandishes a baton to restrain the smaller one against the wall. Yo, you must eliminate it. Follow my instructions, he commands, aware of her prior experience with weaponry. Yet, Luyo hesitates, her hand trembling with uncertainty. Remember, they're no longer human. They're mere shells. Xiao Yang urges. Left with no choice, Luyo steels herself, closes her eyes, and swings the knife at the child zombie. The blade slices through, cleaving the zombie's head in two. Satisfied, Xiao Yang remarks, "Well done, you did well, but in the future, do not close your eyes. That is perilous." Luyo, momentarily dazed, murmurs her understanding. Wanqing, retrieve the crystals from the foreheads of both zombies. Xiao Yang instructs, gesturing towards the fallen corpses. Mu Wanqing stammers, panic rising. Yes, quickly. He insists. Though hesitant, she realizes this is Xiao Yang's method of helping her confront her aversion. Gradually, she approaches the zombies, drawing her military knife. After a moment of hesitation, she gathers her courage and plunges the knife into the head of the first zombie, stirring it about until she extracts a white crystal. Moving to the next, she tilts her head and retrieves another crystal. Upon completing the task, Mu Wanqing feels utterly drained, overwhelmed by the gruesome experience. Xiao Yang gazed quietly, feeling quite satisfied with Wu Wanqing's performance. Well done. However, next time, it must be executed with more precision and efficiency. Furthermore, this crystal is of utmost importance. Once extracted, it must be promptly secured, for it is our lifeline. Mu Wanqing nodded, refraining from rebuttal, and hurriedly grasped the two crystals in her hands. Observing that the two had yet to fully acclimatize, Xiao Yang permitted them to rest momentarily. After all, women differ from men. They require a bit more time. Chapter 27. Absorbing crystal energy after a thorough half-hour of rest, Xiao Yang deemed it time to proceed and led Wu Wanqing and Yo to continue their search in the next villa. The entrance to this villa remained firmly shut, but Xiao Yang skillfully pried it open and stepped inside. Within, they discovered a total of 5 zombies, 2 elderly and 3 younger. Notably, the zombies bore no wounds, indicating they had perished before the outbreak of the virus. This was once a happy household, now tragically fallen. Xiao Yang dispatched 4 of the zombies, leaving one young one from Wanqing to practice on. Summoning her courage, Mu Wanqing mimicked Xiao Yang's technique, aiming for the zombie's head. However, her aim faltered, and she struck its neck instead, splattering blood across her face. Startled, she dropped her Tongdao and retreated hastily. Retrieve it. One must remain composed at all times. If a strike fails, one must not abandon their weapon. Had you faced the zombie alone, you would likely be in a dire state by now. Xiao Yang reprimanded sternly. With tears welling in her eyes, Wenqing reluctantly picked up the blade once more, and with renewed determination, she aimed for the zombie's forehead and thrust the knife in decisively. The sound of shattering bone echoed as the zombie collapsed, lifeless. Staring at her accomplishment, Wenqing found herself in a moment of profound realization. This was a true breakthrough for her. Jie, please extract the crystal from its forehead. Liu, not daring to hesitate, stepped forward and retrieved all the crystals. Although she felt a wave of nausea, she performed commendably. Let us proceed to the next villa. Without delay, Xiao Yang guided them onward. In this manner, the trio systematically cleared 10 villas by noon. Within each villa, all usable supplies were collected by Xiao Yang and stored in their space. During this time, he deliberately left 2 small zombies for Wenqing and Liu to eliminate independently, refraining from intervening and merely observing. This proved to be a significant challenge for them. In a moment of panic, Liu missed her strike entirely, merely severing one of the zombie's arms. Yet, the zombie continued its relentless assault, though fortunately, its strength was not overwhelming. Liu swiftly struck again, decapitating it. To Xiao Yang's surprise, Wenqing's response was remarkable. When a zombie lunged at her, she struck true, piercing its forehead and dispatching it cleanly. In total, they had vanquished 50 zombies across the 10 villas. Satisfied that their objective for the day had been achieved, Xiao Yang opted to return home, fearing that further encounters might overwhelm Wenqing and Liu. Upon returning to the villa, Mu Wanqing and Liu eagerly shed their outer garments and rushed to the bathing area. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang meticulously cleaned all the crystals and prepared for their distribution once the two had finished bathing. Previously, Mu Wanqing had amassed 20 days of energy. Now, she had just over a year remaining. Conversely, Liu had been depleting her energy and possessed only around 350 days, which was not even a full year. Xiao Yang himself boasted over 15 years, nearing 16, making him the most endowed among the trio. Wanqing, 10 crystals for you. Yaoj, 10 for you, and I shall take 30. Having allocated the crystals, Liu quickly protested. I cannot accept so many. This is all you're doing, Xiao Lagdi. I have merely been a burden. Indeed, you should keep them for yourself. You need to rely on your own strength to deal with the zombies. Mu Wanqing echoed, pushing the crystals back. Yao li yao tou. Xiao Yang firmly pressed the crystals into their hands. Remember, from now on, we share everything. Elevate your energy levels to over 10 years. This will make your encounters with zombies considerably easier and prevent you from being a hindrance to me. Seeing their intent to refuse again, he waved his hand. Enough. Just do as I say. Now let me teach you how to absorb these crystals. Xiao Yang picked up a crystal and pointed to the numbers displayed upon it. Do you see this? It indicates the remaining time energy. Unlike the time on our arms, the time on this crystal is static. Extending his left arm for comparison, he continued, to transform the energy within the crystal into your own, you must first memorize the time displayed. For instance, this one shows 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes, and 20 seconds. Commit this to memory. Grasp the crystal tightly with your left hand and focus your mind on absorbing the time energy. As he demonstrated, he opened his hand, and the time on the crystal diminished to 0, its energy fully absorbed into his being. However, bear in mind that precision is crucial. If you overestimate, the transfer will fail due to insufficient energy. Conversely, if you underestimate, you will need to transfer the remainder again. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing and Liu watched in awe, nodding in unison. Very well. Now attempt to absorb your crystals. After speaking, Xiao Yang swiftly absorbed the remaining 30 crystals, his energy now exceeding 45 years. Stretching his limbs, he noted a distinct enhancement in his physical condition. His strength, agility, physique, and spirit had all been fortified. Of course, His intelligence remained unchanged. One cannot expect the foolish to become wise. As Wenqing and Liu embarked on their initial attempts, their progress was understandably slow. It took them a full 5 minutes to absorb their respective 10 crystals. Nevertheless, the changes in their physical abilities were markedly evident. Liu stood up, stretching lazily and shaking her arms. "This is truly remarkable. I feel as though I could lift a 20-pound pot with one hand." Xiao Yang chuckled. A chef's enthusiasm never wanes. Mu Wenqing also rose, her spirits lifted. "I feel so much lighter and more energized. I can manage 3 bowls of rice now." "Yo Jet, make sure to prepare extra today." "Absolutely. No problem." Lu Yo responded with a smile. "By the way, have you noticed that the crystals from which energy has been absorbed can be reused? They function like storage cards. You could transfer time energy back into them. If you wish to trade time energy without direct contact, these can serve as a substitute." Xiao Yang gestured toward a pile of used crystals on the table. "Ah, understood." They chorused in unison. "All right, Yujia, please prepare the meal. After we eat, we shall rest well and review today's combat experiences. Also, Yujia, tomorrow, try using your lightning ability against the zombies. That is your trump card." "Okay, Xiao Lao Di," Lu Yo exclaimed, her enthusiasm propelling her toward the kitchen. Once Yo had departed, Wenqing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looked up at Xiao Yang with a sense of shame. "Xiao Yang, was my performance today inadequate? Am I particularly foolish?" Xiao Yang's heart softened as he enveloped her in a warm embrace, gently stroking her hair. "No, you did remarkably well. I was merely too impatient, but it was all for your benefit." With her head nestled deeply against his chest, Wenqing murmured, "I understand." Suddenly, Xiao Yang recalled something, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, "Did you not say that after absorbing the energy, you felt invigorated? Would you allow me to assess your progress tonight?" Chapter 28. Attacked by zombie dogs, Mu Wenqing felt her cheeks flush as Xiao Yang blew air into her face, playfully hitting his chest and exclaiming, "You rascal. Always bullying me." "Oomph." Xiao Yang laughed heartily, relishing the opportunity to tease her. While the two engaged in their playful banter, Lu Yu had already prepared the meal. After the 3 finished dining, it was still early, and Xiao Yang and Mu Wenqing retreated to bed. Downstairs, Lu Yu endured yet another challenging auditory experience. The following morning, the trio rose early and, after breakfast, prepared to set out. Lu Yu took a moment to observe Xiao Yang and Mu Wenqing, noting their vibrant complexions and spirited demeanor. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Youth truly has its advantages. This time, they intended to clear the villas sequentially, continuing from where they had left off. Compared to yesterday, their progress today was significantly swifter. Firstly, both Lu Yu and Mu Wenqing had experienced considerable improvements in their physical condition. Secondly, they had surpassed their psychological barriers, which enhanced their resilience. Eventually, their coordination became increasingly seamless, and handling 3 zombies simultaneously became a trivial task. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu employed her lightning abilities for attacks. Although her level was too low to eliminate zombies in one strike, she could stun or knock them down, allowing for an easy follow-up. The struck areas often turned charred, accompanied by an occasional whiff of roasted meat. "Hey, does anyone smell grilled meat?" Xiao Yang teased. "Stop being disgusting." Mu Wenqing shot him a glare, responding with irritation. After clearing the 48th villa, they paused to assess their efforts, having eliminated approximately 300 zombies, which was quite a commendable achievement. "Let us clear 2 more villas before heading back. This time, let us split up. You 2 tackle 1 villa together," Xiao Yang declared, moving toward a more distant villa. With no choice, Mu Wenqing and Lu Yu steeled themselves and entered the nearest villa. Upon stepping through the doorway, they unexpectedly encountered a teddy dog. Once an adorable creature, it now appeared terrifying, covered in wounds, with its lower lip torn, revealing sinister teeth. It was evident that this teddy had also succumbed to zombification. The moment it approached them, it emitted a low growl, baring its decayed mouth and lunging forward. Lu Yu, cautious as ever, recognized that dogs were more agile than humans, even in their undead state. Shielding Mu Wenqing behind her, she swiftly pierced the lunging teddy zombie with her blade. However, lacking a fatal blow, the teddy continued to howl, a piercing sound that grated on their nerves. Mu Wanqing cursed under her breath and swiftly drove her tang knife into its forehead, silencing it at last. Unfortunately, the commotion had attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Hearing the noise, Xiao Yang rushed over, but he quickly realized that multiple rapid footsteps were converging on their location. "This is bad. Retreat," he shouted to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. However, it was too late. A pack of dogs was racing towards them, while another group had blocked their escape from behind. Xiao Yang silently exclaimed, "Wow. After clearing so many villas, we finally encounter a horde of pet zombie dogs." Looking at the two groups of dogs, there were golden retrievers, teddy bears, Pomeranians, Labradors, Border Collies, Alaskans, Huskies, Akitas, Corgis, German Shepherds, and even a little Pekingese. It was truly a mobilization of zombie dogs. Some had bulging eyeballs, others had gaping holes in their noses, and some had patches of skin torn away, exposing raw flesh with intestines trailing behind them. The sight was utterly grotesque. Yet Xiao Yang had no time for sympathy. If these zombie dogs attacked en masse, both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would be in peril. Suddenly, the two packs of zombie dogs, as if sensing their masters, lunged frantically toward Xiao Yang and the two women inside the villa. "Quick, shut the door!" Xiao Yang yelled urgently to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. However, one door of the villa was already damaged, leaving Lu Yu to block the entrance against the oncoming zombies. Xiao Yang hastily retrieved an explosion-proof shield from his space and braced himself against the charging zombie dogs, seizing an opportunity to slash at a border collie's head, cleaving it in half. The shield reverberated with loud bangs as Xiao Yang deftly cut down the advancing zombie dogs. Suddenly, he spotted a German shepherd leaping over Lu Yu's head and into the villa, startling both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. "Sister Yu, zap it with lightning," Xiao Yang shouted in a panic. Lu Yu snapped back to reality, seeing the German shepherd tumble and prepare to pounce. She quickly unleashed a surge of electricity at it. The crackling sound resonated as the current struck the dog's head, sending it crashing to the ground. Mu Wanqing rushed in to deliver the finishing blow. The sound of the electric strike seemed to incite the other zombie dogs outside, and they surged even more aggressively toward the villa. Lu Yu stepped back, striking another Akita, attempting to leap inside with a jolt of electricity, but she felt herself growing increasingly drained. "I can't do this anymore, brother. I'm out of energy," she exclaimed weakly. Lu Yu had already reached her limit, having only been able to unleash lightning twice. Xiao Yang swiftly stabbed a corgi in the forehead, calling out, "Sister, you fall back." Wanqing stepped forward. "I'll be right there." Without hesitation, Mu Wanqing advanced, severing the head of a husky that had just poked its head through the door. However, just then, a golden retriever and a Labrador jumped into the villa alongside her, causing Xiao Yang to panic. Following that, an Alaskan leaped in as well. Xiao Yang realized that Lu Yu was out of strength, and Mu Wanqing was on her own. Meanwhile, he was surrounded by zombie dogs and unable to break free. With a decisive swing of his blade, he felled two zombie dogs before dashing toward the villa. In that critical moment, an enchanting melody filled the air, captivating the previously aggressive dogs, which suddenly turned and ran toward the source of the sound. Xiao Yang was taken aback, glancing up to see a woman playing a flute from an upper window of a nearby villa. In that instant, he surmised that she was a survivor. He was uncertain why the zombie dogs were drawn to her melody. The woman pulled the flute from her lips and called out to Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, "Run. I can only distract them for a moment." Realizing that this woman had come to their aid at a crucial juncture, Xiao Yang clasped his fists in gratitude before hastily leading Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu toward his villa. Once they had safely escaped, the flutist sighed in relief and promptly shut her window, retreating back to her bed. Chapter 29. Crystals Within Animals. Xiao Yang and his companions returned to their villa, shaken by the day's harrowing events. It had been perilous, and their trusted chef, Lu Yu, had nearly lost her life. Had it not been for the woman with the flute, the consequences could have been dire. It was clear that they could not afford to be complacent and must enhance their defenses while rapidly improving their abilities. Reflecting on the flutist's figure, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of curiosity about her mysterious power, which had the ability to lure away zombies. It was certain that she had awakened a special ability. Tomorrow, he resolved to visit her villa to learn more, and if possible, he wished to recruit her, as her powers would be invaluable to him. After the trio took their showers, Xiao Yang, noticing Lu Yu's fatigue, decided against having her cook. He retrieved a considerable amount of instant food from his space, including self-heating pots, ham sausages, spicy strips, and more, placing them all on the table in one go. He also poured drinks for everyone, suggesting they have a little to calm their nerves. While sipping their drinks, he took out the crystals he acquired that day. Xiao Yang counted them, exactly 300. Here, 10 for each person. After dinner, make sure to absorb them quickly. He handed the divided crystals to the two women. This time, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu did not refuse. They understood that Xiao Yang was quite decisive, so they followed his lead. With this arrangement, all three of their time energies would surpass the 20-year mark, significantly enhancing their strength. When they next encountered those zombie dogs, defeating them would be much easier. Of course, they still needed to avoid being overwhelmed. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known they could absorb the crystals immediately, they wouldn't have been in such a predicament. It's worth noting that there were almost no individuals with 100 years of time energy, as many had yet to communicate with one another and were unaware of how time energy was transmitted. Even if they killed zombies and discovered crystals, they would not know how to use them. Xiao Yang remembered that in his past life. It took him an entire month before he learned from others about the function and usage of time energy. As for who discovered it first, that remained a mystery. Therefore, he needed to cherish the current opportunity. This was an information gap he intended to exploit. After the meal, the three absorbed all the crystals. At the moment their time energy broke through the century mark, they all felt a tremendous shift within their bodies. They felt an abundance of strength coursing through them. Their skin became smoother, and their senses sharpened. Ultimately, Xiao Yang's time energy stabilized at over 325 years, while Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both reached 20 years. All right, we shall rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we will visit the Xiao Flute Woman's villa. She helped us today, and we must express our gratitude. If she wishes, it would be wonderful to have her join us. Xiao Yang conveyed his thoughts to the two women. They both nodded in agreement. That night was exceptionally quiet. The next morning, the three awoke revitalized. Lu Yu prepared 3 fried chicken legs and a pot of sea cucumber soup. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, they donned their gear and set off towards the Xiao Flute Woman's villa. As they passed by the villa where they fought the day before, Xiao Yang collected the crystals from the slain zombie dogs. The crystals from animals differed from those of humans. They were spherical and entirely black, which Xiao Yang referred to as crystal cores. These cores could not convert into time energy, but could enhance human abilities. The cores were categorized into 9 grades, with a distinction based on the golden stars on the cores. 1 star signifying level 1, 2 stars for level 2, and so forth. However, typical animal zombies generally lack stars unless they were mutated beings. In his previous life, Xiao Yang had fortuitously obtained a 6-star crystal core, which elevated his spatial abilities to level 5, just shy of level 6. The reason he did not reach level 6 was that the core was slightly flawed. Crystal cores from animals could be consumed directly, unlike the cumbersome process required for human crystals. Interestingly, despite their hardness, these cores were particularly vulnerable to saliva and stomach acid, dissolving slowly like sugar upon ingestion. Of course, Xiao Yang could not consume the cores in his possession, as they bore no stars and would be of no benefit to his abilities. 10 1-star cores could elevate one's abilities from level 1 to level 2, while 10 2-star cores could raise them to level 3. In essence, 100 1-star cores could also promote abilities from level 2 to 3. Thus, Xiao Yang's spatial abilities were at level 5, nearly complete, and he estimated that a single 4-star core could allow him to break through to level 6. However, 4-star cores would undoubtedly be found on 4-star mutated beings, and with Xiao Yang's current strength, he was not a match for them. At the very least, he would need to accumulate over 1,000 years of time energy to contend with a 4-star mutated creature. Glancing at the crystal cores in his hand, he decided to save them for Xiao Meiqiu, as these would be excellent nourishment for her growth and abilities. After storing the cores, Xiao Yang led Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to the villa of the Xiao Flute Woman. The villa's gate stood ajar, and the snow-covered ground was in disarray with numerous paw prints, evidence of the zombie dogs from yesterday. The three quietly entered the courtyard and spotted two zombie dogs, a small mutt and a Pekingese. Observing the diminutive Pekingese, Xiao Yang felt a surge of irritation at being bullied by such a small creature. He unsheathed his tang knife and swiftly dispatched both with a couple of strokes. After surveying the courtyard and confirming it was safe, the three ventured into the villa. The first floor and the basement were devoid of zombies, and Xiao Yang promptly ascended to the second floor, recalling that the Xiao flute woman had been on that level. On the second floor, only one room was locked, guarded by a zombie golden retriever and a middle-aged zombie wandering about. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang approached and eliminated them, while Lu Yu efficiently collected the crystals and cores. After ensuring there were no remaining zombies, Xiao Yang knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" he called out tentatively. "Who?" came a cautious voice from within, unmistakably that of the woman from yesterday. "Hello, we're the ones who were besieged by the zombie dogs yesterday. We came to express our gratitude," Xiao Yang replied earnestly. Moments later, the door opened slightly, revealing a disheveled woman peering out. Upon seeing that Xiao Yang was accompanied by two women, she fully opened the door. Xiao Yang scrutinized the woman. She was wrapped in a blanket, holding a flute in her left hand. Though her complexion appeared haggard, her innate elegance was unmistakable, marking her as a striking beauty. Upon spotting Mu Wanqing, the flute woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wanqing." Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then upon closer inspection, exclaimed joyfully, "Sure. Chapter 30. Lin Sure. Both Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were equally stunned. What were the odds of encountering an acquaintance? Lin Sure expressed her delight. "I am so happy to see you, Mu Wanqing." Mu Wanqing hurriedly stepped forward to embrace Lin Sure. "You're alive. That is wonderful." Although Mu Wanqing wore thick clothing and Lin Sure was bundled in a blanket, they embraced tightly, but their heads could not touch, which Xiao Yang found rather amusing. "Wanqing, who is she?" Xiao Yang inquired curiously. Mu Wanqing quickly released Lin Sure and turned to Xiao Yang, saying, "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my university roommate and dear friend, Lin Sure." Xiao Yang and Lu Yu promptly greeted Lin Sure. "Hello, Miss Sure," Lu Yu said with a smile. "Hello, Miss Sure. Thank you for your assistance yesterday," Xiao Yang added cheerfully. Lin Sure glanced at Xiao Yang and Lu Yu, then asked Mu Wanqing, "Who are these two?" "Oh, let me introduce them. This is Xiao Yang, my boyfriend." Mu Wanqing shyly introduced Xiao Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed since their relationship was still new and not widely known. Lin Sure's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Xiao Yang. "My goodness, Mu Wanqing, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know?" Mu Wanqing blushed slightly and replied, "It's just been a few days. I'll tell you more later." She then quickly changed the subject. "This is Lu Yu. We all call her Sister Yu. She asked the owner of the Haijiao restaurant. Remember?" Lin Sure's eyes widened again as she examined Lu Yu in surprise. "No wonder you look familiar. You're the owner, Lu. Boss Lu, I must say that your culinary creations are my absolute favorite." Upon receiving such praise, Lu Yu smiled joyfully and patted Lin Sure on the shoulder, saying, Sure, as a good friend of Wanqing, you are also my friend. Just call me Yojia." Lin Sure obediently nodded, replying, "All right, Yojia, you need anything, just let us know, and we will certainly fulfill your requests." Xiao Yang interjected. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Sure, feeling somewhat shy, admitted, "I shouldn't really ask for anything in return for helping you, but I'm terribly hungry. I haven't eaten in several days. Could you possibly spare me some food? I don't need much, just a few steamed buns or some instant noodles would suffice. I'm just so hungry." By the end of her plea, tears were nearly welling up in her eyes. Xiao Yang and the others exchanged astonished glances. Her request seemed exceedingly modest. Noticing their silence, Lin Sure thought they might be low on supplies, so she hurriedly added, "I understand if food is scarce for you, but Sure, what is so special about steamed buns or instant noodles? Come, let me take you home for a feast." Xiao Yang, seeing Lin Sure's distressed expression, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly interrupted her. "Really?" Lin Sure looked at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in surprise. "Do you have a lot of food?" "Yes, definitely enough for you." "Cool, me. Let us go back to my place," Mu Wanqing exclaimed, pulling her along. As they passed by the middle-aged male zombie that Xiao Yang had dispatched, Lin Shishir cast a sorrowful glance, but continued to follow Mu Wanqing outside. Do you live in this villa area too? Lin Shishir inquired. Yes, in the very top villa, Xiao Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir gazed at Xiao Yang with newfound admiration. Not only was he handsome, but he also seemed quite affluent. At such a young age, he already owned a villa. Furthermore, she had witnessed his courageous act of slaying zombies the previous day. He resembled a true warrior, showcasing considerable strength. Wanqing is truly fortunate to have found a boyfriend who is not only good-looking and wealthy, but also capable. She felt genuinely happy for Mu Wanqing's choice in such a perfect partner. Upon arriving at Xiao Yang's villa, Lin Shishir was astounded by the security measures in place. With high walls and a heavy iron gate, it seemed almost impossible for anyone or any zombie to breach. Stepping inside, she was further astonished. There was heating, electricity, and running water. Everything was just as it had been before the calamity. For her, this place felt like a paradise on earth. Xiao Yang retreated to her room, retrieving a set of pajamas and a variety of food items, which he then brought to the living room. At that moment, Lin Shishir had removed the quilt she had been wrapped in, revealing her exquisite qipao underneath. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. What a delightful sight. The qipao suited her perfectly, especially for someone with Lin Shishir's figure. Its design accentuated the feminine silhouette beautifully, with slits that extended up to the thigh, evoking desire and an irresistible urge to explore further. Holding her flute, Lin Shishir appeared ethereal and enchanting. Xiao Yang found himself momentarily mesmerized. Xiao Yang, why are you just standing there? Hurry and bring the food, Mu Wanqing urged, noticing his stillness. Ah yes, coming. Xiao Yang snapped back to reality, hurriedly approaching Lin Shishir and presenting her with a generous assortment of food. Eat, enjoy to your heart's content. Seeing the large bundle of various foods in her hands, Lin Shishir was moved to the point of tears. Thank you so much, but I can't eat all this. I only need a few. Realizing that this might be their entire food supply, she felt a wave of gratitude, yet was too shy to indulge freely. Shishir, do not worry. There's plenty of food. This is just to tide you over for now. We will have a grand feast tonight. Xiao Yang reassured her with a smile. Really? A feast tonight? Lin Shishir's mouth formed a na shape in disbelief. Yes, go ahead and eat. Mu Wanqing inquired. Seeing the confidence in Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing's eyes, Lin Shishir felt reassured and began to eat voraciously. Her hunger was overwhelming. Wanqing, once Shishir finishes eating, please take her to wash up and change clothes, Xiao Yang instructed, handing the pajamas to Mu Wanqing. Stay here with her and explain the current situation. Lu Yu and I will head out to continue clearing the zombies, and we will return for the feast tonight, Xiao Yang added. Upon hearing that Xiao Yang and Lu Yu would be going out alone, Mu Wanqing felt a twinge of concern for their safety. However, recalling that Xiao Yang had over 300 years of energy, she concluded that the zombies would not pose much of a threat. Moreover, Lu Yu's combat capability surpassed her own, so she decided not to worry excessively and agreed to Xiao Yang's plan. As Xiao Yang was about to leave, he cast one last glance at Lin Shishir and her qipao, particularly at the way it accentuated her curves, swallowing hard before reluctantly stepping out of the villa. Chapter 31. The duo team Xiao Yang and Lu Yu resumed their previous day's efforts, beginning to clear the remaining 50 villas. With Mu Wanqing absent, they knew they needed to cultivate their synergy to become proficient partners. They alternated positions, sometimes one in front and the other behind, at times side by side, or back to back, rotating and launching their attacks in succession. By the time they reached the 90th villa, Lu Yu was already glistening with perspiration. The heat compelled both of them to shed their outer layers. To their surprise, they encountered 5 zombies within this villa, along with a zombie cat. Instinctively, they positioned themselves back to guard against any surprise attacks from the agile zombie cat. With their backs pressed together, Xiao Yang could feel the softness and elasticity of Lu Yu's curves, a sensation that sent a thrill through him. After they successfully dispatched 4 zombies, Lu Yu unleashed a lightning strike on the last remaining one. Suddenly, the zombie cat launched an attack from the side towards Lu Yu. Its agility surpassed that of dogs, and Lu Yu had just used her powers, leaving her unable to defend herself in time. Having just slain a zombie himself, Xiao Yang reacted instinctively. He turned and embraced Lu Yu from behind, pushing her down to shield her with his own body. With his knife, he swiftly slashed sideways, cleanly severing the cat's head. The zombie cat let out a pitiful cry before collapsing, lifeless. That was close. Its attack was incredibly cunning, Xiao Yang remarked, still positioned atop Lu Yu. Feeling the weight of Xiao Yang upon her, Lu Yu sensed the situation was rather too intimate. Hearing his warm breath close to her ear made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Hey, could you please get off me? I can hardly breathe." Lu Yu gasped, feeling the pressure. "Oh, my apologies." Xiao Yang realized the awkwardness of the position and quickly stood up, helping Lu Yu to her feet. When he noticed a hint of crimson on her cheeks, he was momentarily taken aback. This mature woman looked undeniably alluring when shy, and despite the fabric barrier, he could still feel her curves distinctly. At over 30, Lu Yu possessed a more voluptuous figure, lacking the sharpness of youth, instead embodying a perfect balance of fullness. Just the right amount of flesh. Too much would be excessive, too little would be insufficient. Avoiding Xiao Yang's gaze, Lu Yu felt a flutter of anxiety. It had been years since she had experienced such a sensation. She instinctively collected the crystals and cores from the zombies and turned to exit the villa. "Perhaps we should call it a day. It's getting dark, and I am utterly exhausted," Lu Yu said without looking back. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. With only 10 villas remaining, it could wait until tomorrow, especially with 2 lovely ladies waiting at home. The mere thought of Lin Shirshir donning a qipao filled Xiao Yang with an intense longing for home. Ahem. Primarily, he was intrigued by her extraordinary abilities. Thus, he closely followed Lu Yu towards his villa. The Zijin Mountain Villa area held 10 unkempt villas at the entrance of the entire community, where the property management office was also situated. Within a storage room, more than 20 individuals, both men and women, were seated along the walls. The room possessed only a small window, rendering it particularly dark when night fell, yet it retained some warmth. "Stop pushing in. Do you hear me?" A man shouted in exasperation. "Don't crowd. Can't you hear our captain speaking?" Another echoed. "Indeed, it's quite bothersome. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken you in." Someone else chimed in. "I apologize. It's just that it's too cold by the door, and I wanted to get a bit closer." A woman explained timidly. "Cold? Who isn't cold? Your incessant pushing is disturbing our captain's rest, who will go out tomorrow to find food for you." One individual reprimanded loudly. "Finding food? We participated too. It's not solely your security team's merit," someone retorted. Upon hearing this, the previous speaker was instantly infuriated. "You think you contributed? Who was it that wet themselves in fear when those monsters came? If it weren't for our captain, you would have been devoured long ago." "I know, and we are truly grateful to you. Once help arrives, we will surely express our gratitude." The woman at the door cautiously responded. "Help? What help are you speaking of? There is no signal on our phones, and outside is filled with those walking monsters. Have you seen any living soul in the entire villa area aside from us?" The captain of the security team sneered. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the woman at the door, prompting her to instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, yet she appeared relatively youthful, wrapped in a banner. The captain leered at her. "Huh, weren't you saying you were cold? Then come over here." The woman, alarmed, quickly waved her hands. "No need. I can endure for a bit longer." The captain, however, was undeterred, instructing 2 burly men in security uniforms to bring her closer. They approached her, seizing her and dragging her to the captain's side. The captain snatched the banner from the woman, scrutinizing her closely, lifting her chin with his hand. "Didn't you want to thank me? I see no reason to wait for help to express your gratitude. Let us do it now." The flashlight abruptly turned off, and the woman's terrified voice emerged. "What are you doing? Your hands are so cold. Let go of me." The sound of tearing fabric followed. "No, I beg you." Yet, the captain did not relent. And soon, the room was filled with unmentionable sounds. The others present dared not voice their anger, knowing that their survival depended on the security team. They had witnessed the 5 security guards together slay a monster that had attempted to attack them. Most of those in a room were owners of the 10 villas in front. Previously, they would have bowed and scraped before the security team. Yet now, the tides had turned, and it was their turn to curry favor with the guards. As darkness enveloped the night, the sounds of moaning persisted within the room. Silence reigned as they all chose to remain quiet, hoping the security team would venture out to procure food the next day, or alternatively, eliminate the dozen zombies lurking at the entrance of the villa area, allowing them to descend the mountain in search of salvation. In Xiao Yang's villa, he and Liu just finished cleaning up, ensuring that all the crystals and cores they had obtained were thoroughly washed and arranged on the coffee table. Liu appeared exhausted, and Xiao Yang, feeling sympathy for her, refrained from asking her to cook. Instead, seizing the moment when Lin Shishir was absent from the living room, he retrieved a complete spread of dishes. Wine and beverages were all prepared. When Lin Shishir entered the living room and beheld the lavish spread before her, her eyes sparkled, nearly drooling at the sight. My heavens, being able to enjoy such a meal, I would have no regrets even in death. Come, Shishi. This feast is prepared especially for you. Please indulge. Xiao Yang smiled, pulling out a chair for her to sit. Surprised and somewhat flattered, Lin Shishir responded, "Why do I deserve such lavish treatment? Surely, you have reserved the best for me." Xiao Yang chocolate, glancing at Mu Wanqing. Realizing she had not disclosed her spatial abilities to Lin Shishir, he poured a glass of wine for no one in particular, then raised it toward Lin Shishir. "Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Let's toast to that." He downed his drink in one gulp, with Mu Wanqing and Liu following suit. Lin Shishir, accustomed to drinking, lifted her glass, touched by their respect, and downed her drink as well. "You truly need not go to such lengths. I feel quite embarrassed," Lin Shishir shyly remarked as she set her glass down. "All right, let us enjoy our meal." Xiao Yang declared. Throughout the dining experience, the majority of the time was spent observing Lin Shishir as she relished her meal. Through conversation, Xiao Yang learned that Lin Shishir was a student at the Haiqing Academy of Arts, majoring in flute performance. She was a roommate of Mu Wanqing and a close friend, residing in her aunt's villa. On the night the cold wave struck, she happened to visit and became trapped there. Fortunately, she had not succumbed to the freezing temperatures. When the weather slightly improved, she wrapped herself in a quilt and ventured out in search of food, only to discover her uncle at the staircase, frantically attacking her aunt. This scene horrified her, prompting an involuntary scream. The moment she cried out, her transformed uncle shifted his focus to her. Realizing the danger, she hastily retreated to her room and shut the door. However, her zombie uncle showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly battering the door, threatening to break through. In a habitual response, she grabbed her flute and began to play, attempting to alleviate her fear. Miraculously, the moment the sound of the flute resonated, her uncle outside fell silent. She remained inside, too frightened to step out. On one occasion, she accidentally knocked over a lamp by her bedside. Hearing the noise, the zombie outside resumed its assault on the door. In a panic, she played her flute once more, and once again the outside grew quiet. At that moment, she vaguely realized that playing the flute could pacify the zombies. Until yesterday, when she heard the sounds of survivors battling zombie dogs outside, curiosity led her to the window, where she witnessed the scene of Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Liu being besieged by the dogs. She was struck by Xiao Yang's combat prowess and bravery, and in a moment of courage, she opened the window, intending to assist them. Indeed, upon hearing her flute, the zombie dogs quieted and dispersed, running towards her direction. After calling out to Xiao Yang and ensuring their safe retreat, she felt relieved. The zombie dogs then gathered beneath her window, not howling, but gazing at her obediently. In a hurry, she closed the window, and soon after, she heard the zombie dogs below begin to growl and run away. The group sat in stunned silence, realizing that Lin Shishir too had awakened her unique abilities, and astonishingly, her powers could mesmerize the zombies. Sure. I presume Wanqing has briefed you on the current situation? Xiao Yang inquired. Yes. Is the world truly as you described it, destined to become that way? Lin Shishir still held a hint of skepticism. Yet the rampant zombies outside left her with little room for contradiction. Yes, it will only become more dire and severe than you can imagine. Fortunately, you have awakened your abilities. Xiao Yang stated gruffly. Abilities? What are my abilities? Is it the flute? Upon hearing about the extraordinary abilities, Lin Shishir promptly took out her Xiao to inspect. It is not the Xiao. Your ability is likely a manifestation of a mental affinity. With such powers, anything you blow will yield results. Xiao Yang elucidated. Miss Shishir, in this perilous world, it would be wise for you to join our family. Xiao Yang can assure you that you will be safe from harm and enjoy delightful feasts. Xiao Yang extended a candid invitation to Lin Shishir. Lin Shishir glanced at Mu Wanqing and then back at Xiao Yang, saying, well, Wanqing has already mentioned this to me. I have no relatives in Haicheng. My parents reside in a distant city, and I have no idea how they are faring. I find you all to be exceptionally kind, especially with Wanqing here. I am willing to join you. Excellent. Xiao Yang responded with delight. With Lin Shishir's addition, their future endeavors to eliminate zombies and procure resources would become considerably safer. However, he maintained a serious demeanor as he continued. But I must inform you that joining this family is no mere game in times of peace. We are a community of shared fate, bearing mutual responsibilities and obligations. Our principles are steadfast. We do not abandon, we do not give up, and we do not betray. Moreover, you must obey my directives. Are you able to accept this? As Xiao Yang spoke, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu listened intently, both recognizing the weight of his words. Suddenly, Lu Yu raised her right hand and declared, Xiao Yang, I, Lu Yu, shall forever heed your command. My life belongs to you, and I shall never betray you. Lu Yu is no fool. She understood the necessity of making her stance clear, lending formality to her declaration. After all, she was reliant on Xiao Yang as provisions. And given his profound understanding of the apocalypse, she willingly followed his lead. Seeing Lu Yu's commitment, Mu Wanqing raised her hand as well, stating, as Xiao Yang's girlfriend, I shall undoubtedly remain steadfastly aligned with him. Those who consider Xiao Yang family are also my family. Witnessing the solemn pledges made by Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, Lin Shishir grasped the significance of Xiao Yang's role in their hearts, which indirectly attested to his capabilities. Observing her current surroundings, warm and inviting, with ample resources and good friends, she realized the stark contrast to her life before meeting them. What reason did she have to hesitate in following them wholeheartedly, imitating their gestures? She raised her hand and declared, I, Lin Shishir, vow to join this family and obey Xiao Yang's commands. We shall not abandon, we shall not give up, and we shall not betray. Should I violate this oath, may I meet with a dire fate. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. Although this vow might hold little weight in the apocalypse, it was essential to establish a firm stance. Very well, from now on, we are one family. Together we shall share in glory and adversity. Now, let us raise our glasses in a toast to welcome Miss Lin Shishir. Xiao Yang proposed, and the four of them lifted their glasses in unison, drinking heartily. After a hearty meal, Xiao Yang gathered everyone around the coffee table in the living room and pointed to a sizable pile of crystals before them. Today, Sister Yu and I have acquired a total of 320 crystals. Let's divide them. Lin Shishir was taken aback by the sheer number of crystals displayed. Earlier, Mu Wanqing had informed her of their significance and the implications of time energy. Thus, she understood what this impressive collection represented. Brother, I have a suggestion. Lu Yu suddenly interjected. Xiao Yang looked at her curiously. Oh, please do share. I believe it would be best for you to absorb these crystals yourself. It cannot be that you distribute them to us every time. With over 20 years of time energy, you will be more than capable of handling the zombies. However, as our pillar of strength, you should focus on rapidly enhancing your own abilities. Did you not mention that reaching over 1,000 years of time energy would result in a significant transformation in your physique? I suggest that once your time energy exceeds 1,000 years, you can then distribute any surplus crystals to us. What do you think? After contemplating Lu Yu's words, Xiao Yang realized the truth in her reasoning. Indeed, surpassing 1,000 years of time energy would lead to a substantial leap in physical capabilities, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective against him. At that point, only powerful mutated beings or those with superior time energy or advanced weaponry would pose a threat. While enhancing his team's abilities was important, his own strength remained paramount. His presence ensured their safety. Moreover, both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu already possessed over 20 years of time energy, making them formidable in their own right. Very well. Do you both have any objections? Xiao Yang inquired, looking at Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Mu Wanqing shook her head in disagreement, and Lin Shishir concurred. I haven't contributed at all, so I certainly won't take anything. Xiao Yang smiled, pulling Lin Shishir's left arm to examine her time energy, which was still under 350 days. He handed her 20 crystals, insisting, you must accept these. They are essential for you to absorb, granting you over 20 years of time energy and significantly enhancing your physique. This way, you won't hold us back when we venture out. This is unacceptable. Lin Shishir protested, feeling undeserving of such generosity. Take it, Xiao Yang is right. Mu Wanqing concurred. Indeed, Shishir, enhancing your physique is crucial for accompanying us in battling zombies. Otherwise, with your current frail form, you won't be able to keep up. Liu chimed in, playfully patting Lin Shishir's shoulder. Well, if that's the case, then in the future, you all shall receive a larger share of crystals. Lin Shishir relented, seeing the consensus among them. With Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu guiding her, Lin Shishir learned how to absorb the crystals. Xiao Yang, noticing the little crow, Meiqiu, hiding in its cage, retrieved over 30 unstarred crystal nuclei and approached. This little crow was evidently wary of Lu Yu, as it would not approach Xiao Yang while she was present. Come, Meiqiu, look what I brought for you. Xiao Yang opened his palm, presenting the crystal nuclei before the crow. Initially listless, Meiqiu perked up at the sight of the crystals, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Perhaps driven by instinct, it seemed to recognize the value of these crystals and promptly swallowed one whole. After consuming the crystal, Meiqiu stretched its glossy black feathers in delight. It quickly devoured another, but soon found itself unable to consume more. The sizes of these animal crystal nuclei varied, and the two it had just eaten were among the smallest, likely from the little pug and cat, no larger than peanuts. The others resembled small glass marbles, far too large for it to swallow. After collecting the remaining crystal nuclei and amusing Meiqiu for a while, Lin Shishir, guided by Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, successfully absorbed all the crystals. Xiao Yang observed the transformation in Lin Shishir. Her complexion was now radiant, skin smooth and fair, appearing as though one could draw water from it. Standing alongside Mu Wanqing, they resembled sisters. If only she were adorned in qipao instead of sleepwear, that would be splendid, Xiao Yang mused. He never anticipated that in this rebirth, he would be surrounded by such enchanting beauty. It was indeed a feast for the eyes. Clearly, strength held great significance. Without the villa and resources, would he have had such an opportunity to be in their company? The answer was a resounding no. He had never encountered such fortune in his previous life. This perfectly exemplified the adage, when a man possesses wealth, he finds connections with all. In the apocalypse, resources equate to wealth. No matter how formidable one may be, sustenance remains a necessity, and Xiao Yang possessed it all. Xiao Yang had absorbed all the crystals, and his temporal energy had surged to an astonishing 620 years. His physique had improved nearly twofold compared to before. Now, he radiated vitality, exuding an air of youthful vigor with a more proportionate build. Coupled with his handsome visage, it left the three women across from him momentarily entranced. It was still early, so he cheerfully suggested, let's go watch a movie together. The three women, taken by his charm, were delighted by the idea. Lin Shishir, realizing that the villa had a cinema, exclaimed, great. I haven't used my phone to watch short videos for over 10 days, so watching a movie sounds wonderful. Lu Yu also agreed, feeling that after a long day, it would be nice to unwind with a film. The four of them descended to the private cinema on the basement level, where Xiao Yang had thoughtfully prepared fruits, snacks, and beverages, along with a bottle of red wine and a pack of cigarettes. When it came to selecting a film, they all opted for a post-apocalyptic theme. They believed that, given the current world context, watching a dystopian movie would resonate more deeply. Xiao Yang promptly started playing I Am Legend. Amidst the occasional shrieks of the three women, he savored his wine and puffed on his cigarette, relishing the delightful moment. As the movie concluded, the group felt a lingering desire for more, and turned to Xiao Yang in unison. Considering that only 10 villas remained in the complex and that tomorrow's workload would be light, he decided to treat them to another film, Waterworld. This would also serve to enlighten them about the harsher calamities they might face in the future. The three women watched the film, their hearts filled with various concerns about what lay ahead. However, seeing Xiao Yang's carefree and indulgent demeanor reassured them, as they thought, this man will surely find a way. At the very least, on this frigid night, amidst the chaos of zombies, they were enjoying a warm movie experience in the private cinema, all thanks to Xiao Yang. Chapter 34, Calling Daddy Ya. Xiao Laudi, hurry down. Lu Yu's voice echoed from downstairs early in the morning, awakening Xiao Yang. He opened his eyes to find the spacious double bed occupied solely by himself. Mu Wanqing had spent the night in the adjacent room with Lin Shishir, apparently opting to stay there. He got up and rushed downstairs to inquire, "What's up, Yujia?" Lu Yu, visibly flustered, pointed toward the corner of the living room where a birdcage stood. "Look, your bird has grown." Xiao Yang followed her gaze and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness!" The little crow, which had been the size of a palm yesterday, had now more than doubled in size, resembling a full-grown raven. "Cobalt?" Xiao Yang could hardly believe his eyes and tentatively called the bird's name. Upon hearing his voice, the crow excitedly flew to him, landing on his shoulder. Relieved, Xiao Yang confirmed it was indeed Cobalt. He had feared that a window had been left ajar, allowing another crow to take over Cobalt's nest. However, the rate of growth was astonishing. Could it be due to the crystal core he had fed it last night? It must be, for there was no other explanation. Noticing that Xiao Yang had fallen silent, Cobalt cocked its head and gazed at him. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Xiao Yang's starry eyes, it perked up and reached out to peck at his eyeball. Fortunately, Xiao Yang's quick reflexes saved him as he swatted the bird away. "Get away. Those are my eyeballs, not crystal cores. What are you doing?" He scolded Cobalt in exasperation. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yang's irritation, Cobalt began to affectionately groom his hair, which made him chuckle as his scalp tingled. All right, here, have a crystal core." Xiao Yang's mood lightened as he produced 2 glass ball-sized crystal cores to feed Cobalt. Without hesitation, the bird gulped them down. After finishing, it stared at Xiao Yang, signaling that it wanted more. "Xiao Yang adoptet a stern demianor. You can only have 2, any more, and you won't be able to digest," he commanded. Cobalt tilted its head attentively, as if understanding, before flying back to its perch and mimicking Xiao Yang's voice, saying, "Be good, be good." Xiao Yang and Lu Yu stood there, momentarily stunned. "You Jie can crows talk?" Xiao Yang asked. Lu Yu shook her head, unsure. Xiao Yang pondered, having heard that mynas and parrots could learn to speak, but he had never heard of crows doing so. Had he unwittingly acquired a counterfeit crow? At that moment, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, drawn by the commotion, descended the stairs hand in hand. "What happened?" Mu Wanqing asked curiously. Xiao Yang pointed a Cobalt on its perch, and Lin Shishir gasped. "How did a bird grow so much overnight?" "Not only that, but it can talk too," Xiao Yang replied, addressing Cobalt. "Come, call Daddy." Cobalt tilted its head, its eyes swirling, and chirped, "Call Daddy. Call Daddy." Xiao Yang's expression darkened in disbelief. Once Lu Yu prepared breakfast, Xiao Yang and the others concluded their playful bird antics. After breakfast, Xiao Yang announced, "There are still 10 villas left to clear in the complex. Perfect for Shishir to practice." He handed Lin Shishir a set of gear and encouraged her to change. Although she felt nervous, she complied, wishing to be as brave as Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, not wanting to lag behind. After everyone donned their gear, they proceeded to the area with the last 10 villas. Under the careful guidance and practical demonstrations from Xiao Yang and the others, Lin Shishir quickly overcame her psychological barriers and successfully dispatched a zombie. To expedite her training, she was entrusted to clear the remaining villas on her own, while Xiao Yang and the others followed closely behind, ready to intervene if necessary. By noon, the 10 villas had been cleared. However, upon noticing a dozen zombies lingering at the entrance of the complex, Xiao Yang instructed Lin Shishir not to approach. Instead, he had her use her abilities to play a tune on her flute to attract the zombies. As expected, once Lin Shishir began to play, the zombies seemed to heed the call, shuffling towards her. Yet, the zombies approached quietly, without any intent to attack. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing remained vigilant, prepared for an unexpected assault. Strangely, the zombies halted a few meters away from Lin Shirshir, swaying to the rhythm of the cheerful melody. Everyone's minds struggled to comprehend this phenomenon. Were zombies not devoid of consciousness? How could they dance to the music? However, this state did not last long. As the zombies suddenly surged forward, launching an attack on Lin Shirshir and Xiao Yang. Fortunately, they were swiftly dispatched by the ever-prepared group. Xiao Yang theorized that Lin Shirshir's abilities had awakened the zombies' instinct from their former lives, which was why they danced to the music. However, due to the relatively low level of her powers, the effect was short-lived, and the zombies reverted to their aggressive behavior. Nonetheless, this was already impressive. That brief window of time could allow for a safe retreat. After collecting the crystal cores from all the zombies, Xiao Yang discovered an overlooked property management office. Leading the group to the entrance, he noticed a dismembered zombie sprawled on the ground. Could there still be survivors? Xiao Yang stirred the zombie's forehead and extracted a crystal. It seemed these survivors were unaware of the crystal's secret. Meanwhile, the property security team, hiding in the storage room of the management office, was leading other survivors out in search of food. Just as Xiao Yang extracted an object from the head of the zombie and placed it in his pocket, the members of the security team behind him were mesmerized by the three beautiful women. My goodness, Captain, there are beauties. They are truly stunning, resembling stars from television. Their figures must be equally impressive. Look, there's only one man among them, and he looks like a pretty boy. Captain, why don't we take him out and keep those three women for ourselves? One of them exclaimed, Yes, boss. I'm still a bachelor, and if I could sleep with such ladies, it would be worth dying for. The security team leader, surrounded by 4 garrulous guards, was captivated by the stunning women, far surpassing the company of the woman he had entertained the previous night. Let us go, he called out, leading the 4 guards and a crowd of men and women out of the property office building. You there, what did you just take from that creature? Hand it over. We're the ones who killed it. The security team leader looked down at Xiao Yang, clearly unaware that the creature was called a zombie. Chapter 35. Annihilation of the security team. Mu Wanqing and her companions became instantly alert upon seeing so many people rush out, drawing their tang swords. The security personnel, noticing the weapons in their hands, raised their steel pipes, kitchen knives, mops, and benches as makeshift arms. The leading 5 guards wielded more formidable weapons, machetes, riot forks, and rubber rollers, with the security team leader even brandishing an electric baton. Captain, they have knives. One guard whispered. What are you afraid of? Mere decorations. I doubt their blades are even sharp. Look at you all, cowardly. The captain scolded in a hushed tone. Xiao Yang, observing the tense standoff, wore an expression of ease and disdain. He chuckled as he pulled a crystal from his pocket and said, Is this what you're referring to? The security team leader, upon seeing the object, scoffed, dismissing it as useless. I clearly saw you pick up a package of ham sausages. You think you can fool me with this? He signaled a few guards to search the women, looking for anything hidden in their clothing. Xiao Yang was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, How reckless! Daring to extort me? As 3 guards lewdly approached Mu Wanqing and her companions, they hesitated, contemplating whether to strike. After all, killing zombies and humans were not the same. Although Lu Yo had killed before, it had been her enemies. These men bore no significant grudge against her. She awaited Xiao Yang's command. In a swift motion, Xiao Yang executed a decisive blow, decapitating one of the guards. The head rolled away, while the body stood momentarily, blood spraying forth like a fountain. This shocking scene left everyone astounded, with Lin Shirshir covering her mouth in disbelief. Even Mu Wanqing and Lu Yo, who had witnessed Xiao Yang's prowess before, were taken aback by the efficiency of his strike, made without a word. The decapitated guard's body collapsed with a thud, startling everyone back into reality. The remaining security personnel, aside from those still standing, retreated in panic to the property building. The security team leader bellowed, A bunch of useless fools. None of you are worth a dime. Captain, his blade is sharp. One guard stammered. I'm not blind. I can see that. The captain retorted, pushing the guard aside while narrowing his eyes at Xiao Yang. You lot. Very well. How about joining me? I'll one-team mistreat you. We can overlook the matter of my fallen subordinate. The captain's confidence stemmed from a newfound agility and speed he had discovered after venting his frustrations on a woman the previous night. Though he did not understand the cause, he felt capable of taking down a zombie single-handedly. However, he kept this to himself, intending to impress his subordinates during today's supply hunt, solidifying his authority. Little did he know, he would soon encounter Xiao Yang, an unexpected challenge. Yet, he was confident that when Xiao Yang dropped his guard, he could deliver a fatal blow. As for the three women, a mere jab with the electrobaton would surely incapacitate them. Xiao Yang found amusement in the fact that 5 men had banded together to slay a single zombie, yet they thought to recruit him. Mu Wanqing discreetly used her mind-reading ability on the security team leader. These 3 women are extraordinary. I intend to enjoy them. As for this pretty boy, I shall not allow a man more handsome than me to live. Mu Wanqing felt repulsed by the captain's thoughts and warned Xiao Yang. He harbors ill intentions. Be cautious. The captain, hearing her words, smirked disdainfully and suddenly thrust the electric baton towards Xiao Yang at lightning speed. This speed was indeed remarkable, but it paled in comparison to Xiao Yang's prowess. Initially suspecting the captain might possess a unique ability, it soon became clear that he merely had ordinary speed-enhancing powers, which belonged to the realm of physical abilities, focusing on swiftness to achieve victory. Such powers, if developed further with a formidable weapon, could yield significant combat strength. Yet, in the early stages, it required careful growth. Otherwise, one could easily meet their demise. As the electrobaton approached Xiao Yang, he swiftly struck once more. The captain's hand, still clutching the baton, was severed, eliciting a cry of agony. He gaped in terror at Xiao Yang, shocked that the latter's speed surpassed his own. Xiao Yang coldly addressed the retreating captain. I truly wonder where your confidence derives from. In quick succession, another strike severed the captain's head. Turning to Mu Wanqing, Liu, and Lin Shishir, he instructed, remember, if anyone shows you hostility, your only course of action is to eliminate them before they strike. Never show mercy, otherwise, you may find yourselves on the receiving end of death. Xiao Yang was displeased that after he had dispatched one guard, Mu Wanqing and her companions had not acted. Had the adversaries been formidable, they would have suffered greatly. Now, handle the remaining 3 guards. He gestured towards the terrified trio cowering on the ground. Without hesitation, Liu drew her Tang sword and swiftly dispatched one guard, leaving him no chance to retaliate. For her, taking a life was no different than slaughtering a chicken. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir hesitated, prompting Xiao Yang to sternly remind them, have you forgotten? They were just about to make a move against you. Please spare us. We were forced by the captain. The remaining 2 guards cried out in desperation. Go now, Xiao Yang urged. Understanding Xiao Yang's good intentions, Mu Wanqing steeled herself, disregarding the guard's pleas, and with a single stroke, one guard fell silent. The last guard, sensing his doom, suddenly lunged towards the still indecisive Lin Shishir. Instinctively, she raised her sword, piercing through the guard's chest. Having endured over 20 years of energy training, such insignificant figures posed no threat to her. It was merely a matter of overcoming her mental barrier. With all the guards neutralized, Xiao Yang addressed the trio, remember, once someone harbors murderous or malicious intent towards you, do not expect them to change. Given the chance, they will not hesitate to strike you down. In this world, 2 things are most perilous to gaze upon, the sun and the human heart. Softness towards enemies is akin to courting death. Faced with Xiao Yang's cold gaze, the 3 women bowed their heads in submission. Chapter 36. 2 gatekeepers acquired. Do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you. If you dare to confront me, I shall retaliate. This has always been Xiao Yang's guiding principle. In times of peace, who would relish taking a life? However, in this apocalyptic era, should anyone dare to seize resources from him, they must face the consequences. Observing that Mu Wanqing and the others were somewhat receptive, he refrained from further comment and strode directly into the property management office. Inside, the group of survivors instantly fell into a state of panic, raising their makeshift weapons in defense. Xiao Yang chuckled. Dealing with this rabble was as effortless as slicing vegetables. Yet, he was not a cold-blooded killer. These individuals clearly appeared to be coerced by the security team and had not assisted in confronting him. Thus, he decided against taking action. There is no need for alarm. Lower your weapons, and I shall not harm you, Xiao Yang reassured, sheathing his knife to alleviate their anxiety. They had already witnessed his formidable prowess. If he had intended to kill them, it would have been a trivial matter. Terrified, they promptly discarded their weapons onto the ground, surrendering to his authority. I have eradicated all the zombies from this villa area. Henceforth, this entire estate belongs to me. Therefore, you cannot remain here. Xiao Yang had long contemplated this. The Zhejiang Mountain Villa area was strategically advantageous, easily defensible, and abundant with villas, making it the perfect base. This was precisely why he had chosen this location. Can we descend the mountain now? One individual inquired cautiously. Many had yearned to leave, as sustenance was scarce here, and perhaps the city below would offer some food. Yet, the entrance was teeming with monsters, zombies, as Xiao Yang referred to them, and their fear had forced them into hiding within the property management office. Now that the zombies had been cleared, they were eager to descend. Of course. However, there is a condition. As Xiao Yang spoke, the crowd tensed once more, anticipating unfavorable terms. You must completely clear all the zombie remains from the villa area before you leave. He reasoned that the grotesque remains were an eyesore, and he might as well extract some free labor. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Contributing a bit of effort posed no real loss to them, especially since they would not have been able to escape otherwise without Xiao Yang's intervention. Sure, they responded in unison. However, let me make it clear, I will not provide meals. You are responsible for your own sustenance. Xiao Yang swiftly added, not wishing to waste his provisions on them. The villas contained remnants of food that should suffice to fill their bellies. The survivors pondered. With so many villas, surely they could find something to eat? They all readily agreed, without dissent. Then, stop dawdling and hurry. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can descend. With a commanding shout, Xiao Yang spurred them into action. Yet, as time passed, they began to regret their haste. The villas resembled a scene of plunder, leaving behind only spoiled vegetables and fruits. Discovering even a single pack of instant noodles was a luxury. What was even more intolerable were the zombie remains, some with half their heads missing, others with intestines strewn across the ground, a sight that truly made them nauseous. The meager junk food they had consumed was soon expelled. Enduring this torment, they toiled until nightfall, finally clearing the villa area of all zombie remains. At that moment, all gazes turned to Xiao Yang with a newfound reverence. What kind of formidable individual could vanquish so many zombies, most with a single stroke? They felt fortunate not to have opposed him. Otherwise, they would likely have met a far worse fate. Enough. You may leave now, Xiao Yang declared, satisfied with their efficiency. The group bid him farewell, but two women lingered behind. Why do you not leave? He inquired. This is my only home. I truly do not know where to go, responded one of the villa owners. I have always worked for the property management. My hometown is thousands of miles away, and I have no idea where to go. The other woman added. These two women were not foolish. They recognized Xiao Yang as a person of considerable strength. Remaining with him would undoubtedly be safer than venturing elsewhere. Have you awakened any abilities? Xiao Yang scrutinized them, noting their youth, average looks, and decent figures, but they did not particularly captivate him. If they had awakened abilities, they could provide some assistance. What do you mean by abilities? One of them asked. It refers to whether you have noticed any changes in your body since the calamity struck, he explained. After some contemplation, the two women concluded that aside from feeling hungrier than before, they had not experienced any transformations, and thus they shook their heads. With a sigh, Xiao Yang declared, Then I cannot keep you. I do not harbor useless individuals. Just as he was about to dismiss them, the villa owner pleaded, Please, big brother, consider this vast villa area. You do not even have a gatekeeper. How about I guard the entrance for you? Yes, brother. I am willing to do anything as long as you let me stay. The realization struck Xiao Yang. Indeed, he needed a gatekeeper. He could not leave Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir to perform such a task. In such a large estate, if someone were to sneak in, he would be unable to guard against it. Very well, you may stay as temporary gatekeepers. You will find your own clothing and bedding in the villas, I will not provide for your meals or other needs. He stipulated, tossing them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find firewood for warmth, and use the walkie-talkie to call me in case of any issues. Lin sure. Witnessing Xiao Yang's stern treatment of the two survivors, could not help but reflect on her own fortunate circumstances. Comparing her treatment to theirs was akin to contrasting heaven and earth. Oh, by the way, when we descend the mountain to gather supplies, one of you may accompany us to search for food and enhance your abilities. Your stay is temporary. If you show no progress, I will not keep useless individuals. The two women nodded vigorously. Although the conditions were stringent, being allowed to stay was a significant boon. Immediately, they scoured the villas for bedding, warm clothing, and personal hygiene items, then gathered wood and settled into the gatehouse on the second floor. They organized shifts to ensure that someone was always on guard. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction and led Mu Wanxing and the others back to his villa. Chapter 37. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Upon returning to the villa, the group enjoyed a hot shower. The little fireball hastily flew onto Xiao Yang's shoulder, eagerly seeking crystal cores. After providing it with 2 cores, he took out hot pot ingredients and instructed Lu Yu to prepare a meal to fend off the chill. With the assistance of Mu Wanxing and Lin Sure, the hot pot ingredients were ready within an hour. In the cozy dining room, the hot pot steamed invitingly, and the aroma of spicy broth filled the air, whetting their appetites. As they gazed upon this warm scene, Mu Wanxing, Lu Yu, and Lin Sure fell into contemplation. They thought of the 2 women tasked with guarding the entrance, who were likely shivering in the cold gatehouse, suffering from hunger. Meanwhile, in contrast, they had no worries about food or utilities, and every meal was a delightful variety. All of this was made possible because they had earned Xiao Yang's approval, being treated as family, which afforded them such privileges. As they lamented the unfairness of fate, they felt a deep gratitude for Xiao Yang. What are you all waiting for? Dig in. Xiao Yang noticed the 3 of them bowing their heads in silence and urged them to respond. Coming back to their senses, the trio quickly cast grateful glances at him. Xiao Yang felt perplexed by their expressions, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly smacking his forehead and exclaiming, "How could I forget? A hot pot meal is incomplete without beer. Were you all asking me for some, huh?" With a clang, he retrieved a case of Yong Chuang Tianya from his space and placed it on the ground. He opened a bottle for each of them and raised his bottle, proclaiming, "Let us embark on this adventure together. Cheers." Having said that, he twisted the cap off one bottle with flair. The 3 women were taken aback by Xiao Yang's misunderstanding, but were soon swept away by his exuberance, each raising their bottles and tilting their heads back for a hearty gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Xiao Yang observed their delicate necks and the rhythmic swallowing motion with a sense of allure. A girl who can down a bottle is indeed captivating. Lu Yu was the first to finish, showing her empty bottle to Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing and Lin Sure, being younger, drank more slowly. With their excitement, beer occasionally spilled from the corners of their mouths, trickling down their necks and into their collars. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of regret at the wastefulness and eagerly offered them tissues as their collars became damp. "You two shouldn't attempt what you can't handle. Look how wet you are. Quick, wipe yourselves off." Mu Wanqing and Lin Sure blushed, feeling quite embarrassed. "All right, let us eat. The lamb is cooked." Upon noticing something peculiar in the pot, Xiao Yang added, "Hey, what are those 2 kidneys doing in there?" After a fulfilling meal, Lu Yu led Mu Wanqing and Lin Sure to tidy up the dining area, while Xiao Yang reclined on the living room sofa, leisurely absorbing the 70-plus crystals he had gathered that day. The hot pot feast had been exhilarating. Xiao Yang alone consumed an entire case of beer, while the 3 women collectively drank another case. He realized his alcohol tolerance was increasing, likely linked to his enhanced physical constitution. If his time energy were to reach 10,000 or even 100,000 years, he could surely consume an entire truckload in one sitting. At this rate, the supplies in his space would undoubtedly be insufficient for his needs. Resources, indeed, are incredibly important. Once the 3 had completed their tasks, Xiao Yang called them over. "Gulme, I have something to discuss." He sat up, adopting a more formal demeanor. "The entire villa area has been cleared, and from now on, this will be our home. Each of you has undergone varying degrees of training, and with your current strengths, you would be exceptional anywhere. However, we must remain vigilant, for we are still far from reaching our peak. Thus, starting tomorrow, we shall descend the mountain to clear more zombies and acquire additional crystals to continuously enhance our capabilities. Additionally, we must gather supplies. We cannot afford to be complacent. In truth, the resources within Xiao Yang's space were sufficient for them to last several centuries. But he would never disclose this. Wealth should not be flaunted, and he understood this principle well. Mu Wanqing and the others, of course, complied unconditionally. To them, Xiao Yang's words were akin to a divine decree. He was their guiding light, the leader of their shared destiny. Regardless of circumstances, they would heed his commands. Seeing the trio becoming increasingly obedient before him, Xiao Yang felt a swell of pride. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor and cautioned them. However, I must emphasize a point. There are always greater mountains and more capable individuals beyond our current realm. The outside world is vast and filled with diverse characters. While we do not wish to become ruthless killers, we must act decisively when situations arise. It is better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to leave a single threat unaddressed. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed each of their eyes, his voice firm. Do you understand? At the tone of his voice, the three women promptly straightened their postures and replied in unison. Understood. Good. Now, rest early. We depart at dawn. Xiao Yang, along with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, ascended to the third floor. Lin Shishir insisted on having Mu Wanqing sleep with her. Xiao Yang felt a surge of irritation. If you insist on taking my girlfriend to sleep with you, I might just join you both. Do you believe that? Lin Shishir's face flushed with embarrassment. How could he be so brazen? I'm just a bit scared of sleeping alone. Well, sure, we're just next door. If you need anything, just call. Mu Wanqing added, feeling that since she had a boyfriend now, she shouldn't neglect him. Prioritize your romance. Off you go. Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Mu Wanqing, angrily retreating to her room and shutting the door behind her. Xiao Yang smiled and quickly took Mu Wanqing's hand. Come on, Wanqing, let us hurry to bed. I missed you so much after just one night apart. Mu Wanqing blushed and replied shyly. How much did you miss me? Very much. Suddenly, Lin Shishir's door swung open. Could you two stop flaunting your affection right outside my door? Xiao Yang chuckled. Let us go, Wanqing. Back to our room to continue our display of love. Humph. Lin Shishir angrily slammed her door shut. Half an hour later, Lin Shishir, tossing and turning in bed, found it hard to sleep. She heard noises from the adjacent room and perked up her ears to listen. Gradually, her face turned crimson. Oh my, those two are truly embarrassing. Surely it will end soon. I can endure. An hour and a half later, Lin Shishir was at her wit's end. Is Xiao Yang even human? He is way too vigorous. She resolved that tomorrow, she must insist on having Mu Wanqing sleep with her. Otherwise, she would never get any sleep. Chapter 38. Let South dance to the square dance tuned the warm sun on a snowy day was wonderfully delightful. Upon waking early, Xiao Yang felt invigorated. He shook Mu Wanqing, who lay in his embrace, but she merely emitted a soft nasal sound and turned away, presenting him with the perfect view of her back. A wave of desire surged within him, and he quickly suppressed his urges, rising to head downstairs. Despite Mu Wanqing's enhanced constitution from over 20 years of time energy, she still could not withstand his antics. In the kitchen downstairs, the diligent Lu Yu was already preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, she turned and remarked, Look at your little coal ball. It has grown even larger. Xiao Yang glanced toward the coal ball and gasped. Its size was nearing that of a hen. The coal ball, excited to see him, flew over and chirped, Daddy, Daddy. Xiao Yang widened his eyes in astonishment, and even Lu Yu turned to look incredulously. Ah, you finally dropped the word. That wasn't easy. Come here, good son. Here's a reward of 2 crystal cores. Wait a minute. How'd I know you're a good son? What if this coal ball is a little hen? Xiao Yang scooped up the coal ball and turned it upside down, inspecting it closely. The coal ball squawked in protest, its slender beak pecking at his hand. Forget it. I have no idea how to tell. I'll just consider you my son. He released the coal ball, which promptly flew back to its nest to digest the crystal cores. After washing up, Xiao Yang settled on the living room sofa, facing the kitchen and admiring Lu Yu's busy figure. Quite voluptuous, especially when she bent over. Her form rivaled that of the beauties often seen in videos. After half an hour of this appreciative gaze, breakfast was ready. Xiao Yang's eyes widened at the sight of stir-fried kidneys, sausages, fried eggs, milk, and congee with century egg and lean meat. He cast a knowing glance at Lu Yu. How is it that every time I exert myself at night, you prepare such nutritious breakfasts? Are you doing this intentionally to nourish me? How does she always know so accurately? Could she be eavesdropping? Seeing Xiao Yang staring at her, Lu Yu waved her hand in front of his eyes. What are you doing? Hurry up and call them down to eat. As Wan Qing indulged in her slumber, it was rather surprising that Lin Shishir also rose so late. Xiao Yang hurriedly ascended the stairs, rousing Wan Qing from her sleep and casually knocking on Lin Shishir's door. Lin Shishir, stifling yawns, opened the door, casting a resentful glance at Xiao Yang and Wan Qing, her dark circles accentuating her discontent. Tonight, I shall move to the second floor. And Wan Qing, such a voice of yours should not be wasted outside the music department soprano class. With that, Lin Shishir stormed downstairs, leaving Xiao Yang and Wan Qing in an awkward silence. Wan Qing shyly murmured, "Is my voice too loud?" Xiao Yang comforted her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Do not heed her nonsense. Eavesdropping is hardly justified. The breakfast concluded in a rather delicate atmosphere, with the three women tacitly avoiding the stir-fried kidney dish, which seemed like a specially prepared meal for someone. After a hearty meal, they felt invigorated. Even Lin Shishir no longer felt drowsy. The four donned their gear, each receiving a blast shield, effective not only against zombies, but also bullets. Exercising caution for their expedition was prudent. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone, surveying the pre-downloaded 3D map of Haicheng. The university town beneath Zijin Mountain was the closest, merely 10 kilometers away in a straight line. The surrounding residential buildings were plentiful, and with a dense student population, it was the optimal locale for acquiring crystals. Additionally, there were large shopping malls and supermarkets nearby, ensuring an ample supply of resources. "This is it, let us go," Xiao Yang called out, and they boarded the off-road vehicle, speeding away from the villa as the gates slowly shut behind them. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa community, the two female guards, alerted by the commotion, hurried down from their post and opened the gate. Xiao Yang leaned out of the window, addressing them. "Which of you will accompany us today?" One of the female homeowners replied, "I just finished my shift. I will go. But let it be clear, this trip carries risks. Once we arrive, stay close, for I cannot guarantee your safety." Xiao Yang Tionet. The woman nodded in understanding. "Get in the car." Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle halted before a cluster of residential buildings. Situated on the outskirts of the university town, these antiquated dwellings were inhabited mostly by the elderly. Xiao Yang had chosen this location based on his experience, knowing that many zombies would be present. The cold snap would have claimed the lives of many elderly, as their frail bodies could not withstand the harsh conditions, regardless of their attempts at square dancing. However, clearing this area posed some challenges. Most zombies remained indoors, requiring them to open doors and eliminate them one by one. The few wandering in the community garden were easily dispatched by Xiao Yang and his companions. After clearing one building, Xiao Yang realized this method was too time-consuming. The confined spaces made it difficult to gather supplies while fending off zombies. Even more frustrating was that these elderly individuals had minimal provisions, preferring fresh food that they bought and prepared daily. Their homes were primarily stocked with medicines, which were of little use to Xiao Yang and his group. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze toward Lin Shishir. "Shishir, take out your flute. Play a square dance tune to see if it can attract those elderly zombies." The others looked at Xiao Yang in surprise. What a peculiar idea. What was that song called again? Ah, the most dazzling ethnic style. Yes, that one. The elderly ladies adore it. Go ahead and play. Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir chuckled. That tune is ancient. Nowadays, the elderly enjoy old dreams. Xiao Yang awkwardly laughed. Is that so? Then play old dreams and make sure all the elderly ladies in the community can hear it. All right, I'll give it a try. Lin Shishir took out her flute, placing it to her ruby lips and a melodious rendition of old dreams began to fill the air. As expected, the moment the music played, the entire community stirred. From nearby buildings, Xiao Yang could hear the frenzied pounding of zombies on doors. Soon enough, the small garden of the community was swarmed by no fewer than 200 elderly zombies. Some even brandished broken door frames, as the wooden doors of these old buildings could not withstand the onslaught of the undead. Surrounding Lin Sure. The elderly zombies began to sway in unison to the music, their movements surprisingly coordinated. Clearly, square dancing had become ingrained in their very essence. Chapter 39. Scavenging the mall. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Xiao Yang found a suitable position to commence his harvest. He nudged one of the forward-standing elderly zombies back, taking her place. The zombie, momentarily thrown off, lost the rhythm and became enraged. "You dare steal my spot, young man." The zombie lunged at him, baring her teeth. With a swift stroke, Xiao Yang dispatched her instantly. Even as a zombie, competing for a spot with the young. How amusing. In less than half an hour, the horde of zombies was sliced through with the efficiency of cutting fruit. Satisfied with their productivity, Xiao Yang nodded approvingly. Their efficiency was remarkable. The female guard trailing behind them was left astounded by the sheer strength of Xiao Yang and his companions, far exceeding her expectations. She felt increasingly assured that her decision to remain at the villa as a guard was wise. Being surrounded by such formidable individuals was certainly preferable to facing the world alone, even if she felt inadequate and useless. However, she resolved to strive for improvement, to become one of them, ensuring no one would dare bully her again. Summoning her courage, she approached Xiao Yang nervously. May I borrow a knife? I would like to. Search for some supplies? Xiao Yang handed her his tang knife, saying, just make sure to return before we finish collecting the crystals. The female guard accepted the knife with a bow and hurried into the nearest building. Xiao Yang and his group, however, had no intention of scouring each house for supplies, as that would waste precious time. It was far more efficient to head directly to a supermarket or mall. About half an hour later, the female guard returned, carrying half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour. Just as Xiao Yang and his companions finished gathering all the crystals, she approached them, pulling a crystal from her pocket. Here, I thought this might be useful to you since I noticed you were collecting them. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Did you eliminate a stray zombie in the building? The guard nodded yes. I happened to encounter one and mimicked your actions to take it down. Xiao Yang regarded her with newfound respect. Perhaps she was not entirely useless after all. She had shown initiative and a bit of courage. What is your name? Previously, she had not registered in his mind. Su Dong. Su Dong? Excellent. Keep that crystal for yourself. Shortly, I will have them teach you how to utilize it. All right. Su Tong sensed that Xiao Yang hardly valued her crystal, but obediently pocketed it and prepared to return the knife. Since you have the courage to kill zombies, keep the knife for now. Practice your skills. Seize any opportunity to slay more zombies. Xiao Yang did not reclaim the knife, believing that since she was eager to learn, she should be given a chance to hone her abilities. Su Tong cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yang, whispering her thanks. The group returned to the off-road vehicle, setting off for the next community. Along the way, Su Tong learned how to absorb crystals, noticing the time on her arm had doubled, feeling a slight increase in her vitality. She pondered, what does this time signify? Curious, she awaited the answer. In the future, I shall gradually explain everything to you. Just remember, do not allow time to reset. Xiao Yang offered her little explanation, as she could not yet be considered a member of his team. At best, it was merely an employment relationship. Throughout the morning, Xiao Yang and his companions meticulously cleared 3 more aged residential complexes, ultimately collecting over 600 crystals. Su Tong followed behind and eliminated 3 zombies, acquiring 3 crystals in the process. Lin Sure was suffering from severe mental exhaustion, and her effectiveness was dwindling. Xiao Yang resolved to continue the cleanup the following day. In the afternoon, they planned to visit a large shopping mall to gather supplies. At noon, they took a brief rest in their RV, consuming a simple meal, while Xiao Yang unabashedly absorbed all the crystals they had gathered. When only 300 crystals remained, his time energy had surpassed the milestone of 1,000 years. His physical constitution underwent a dramatic transformation, rendering him impervious to the attacks of ordinary weapons. In his previous life, he had struggled for 10 years to accumulate over 1,000 years of time energy. Now, having been reborn, he was on the verge of achieving this strength in just over half a month, which was nothing short of extraordinary. If this pace continued, it would not be long before Xiao Yang swiftly surpassed the threshold of 10,000 years, ascending to an even higher level of power. At that point, he would be able to stride confidently through Haicheng. This thought elicited a smile from Xiao Yang. Subsequently, he distributed the remaining 300 crystals to Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shih. Upon absorbing the crystals, their time energy also broke through the century mark, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their abilities. The three women were overjoyed. After their rest, Xiao Yang drove the RV directly to a large shopping mall, the largest in the university town. Due to the height of the off-road vehicle, it could not enter the underground parking garage, so he parked it right in front of the mall. Su Dong, stay and watch the vehicle. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to call. Xiao Yang handed Su Tong a walkie-talkie, removed the car keys, and proceeded toward the mall with Mu Wanqing and the others. The mall's entrance was open, yet all internal areas were secured with iron gates. The gates bore no signs of tampering, indicating that no one had ventured inside, or those who had found themselves unable to enter. This was promising news, suggesting the resources within remained untouched. Although the iron gates were sturdy, they posed no challenge to Xiao Yang. He produced a crowbar and, leveraging his physical prowess, easily pried open a corner of the gate. Once inside, he made a beeline for the supermarket on the first floor. The supermarket was spacious and well-stocked. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang gathered all the items, including the shelves, into his storage space. The sight left the three women astounded. They had witnessed Xiao Yang retrieving supplies from his storage before, but never had they seen him absorb goods into it. In less than 2 hours, the entire supermarket was emptied by Xiao Yang. The three women could not help but marvel at the vastness of Xiao Yang's storage capability. After clearing the supermarket, they ventured to the clothing sections on the second and third floors. Xiao Yang was equally unreserved, swiftly collecting all the clothing into his storage. Although it was primarily summer attire, it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future, especially items like bras and underwear, which Mu Wanqing and the others would certainly need to change regularly. Xiao Yang even sorted the bras by size, ensuring that each was designated for the appropriate individual: a breathable black one for Wanqing, a slightly smaller one for Lin Shih, and a larger one for Lu Yu. Upon completing their clothing acquisition, they ascended to the fourth floor, where dining establishments were located, but the usable supplies were scant, prompting them to proceed to the fifth floor. There, they discovered a cinema, while the remainder of the area consisted of gyms and clubs. Xiao Yang found little of value, but under Lu Yu's guidance, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shih each took a yoga mat. Lu Yu expressed her intention to lead them in yoga sessions, which delighted Xiao Yang, who offered to sponsor yoga outfits for them, recalling his prior online purchases before the apocalypse. Just as he envisioned this delightful scenario, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. This is Su Tong. A few people are being pursued by a horde of zombies and are heading toward our RV. What should I do? Xiao Yang was taken aback, wondering if they were being targeted or merely passing by. Regardless, it was best to investigate. Stay in the vehicle and do not come out. We will be there shortly, he responded, hastily leading Mu Wanqing and the others downstairs. However, upon exiting the mall, they found their RV surrounded by a throng of zombies. A quick glance revealed only zombies, with no sign of any living individuals. Had they sought refuge in the RV? Su Dong, Xiao Yang called over the walkie-talkie, eager to ascertain her status. I'm here. Our RV is encircled by zombies. Su Tong's voice, though subdued, conveyed her tension. What about the others? Xiao Yang Breset. They're inside the vehicle. Su Tong's response was anxious, indicating her concern over having admitted the others into their RV without permission. Xiao Yang felt a surge of anger. How could Su Tong allow unknown individuals inside without knowing if they were friend or foe? He observed the horde of zombies surrounding the RV. There were nearly 100. Never mind. Let's eliminate these zombies first, he decided. Those individuals had better leave quickly. If they don't, they shall not blame me for being ruthless. For Xiao Yang and his companions, 100 zombies were merely child's play. They drew their sabers and swiftly dispatched the creatures, clearing the area in no time. As they approached the RV, Lu Yu discreetly raised her hand behind Xiao Yang, ready to unleash a shocking surprise at the slightest hint of danger from within. Su Dong, open the door. Xiao Yang commanded. The RV door swung open, and the steps extended down as Su Tong descended. Noticing she had not been compromised, the group felt a measure of relief, indicating that the newcomers did not harbor ill intentions. Why did you take it upon yourself to let them in? Xiao Yang's tone was stern. They are officers from the security team, which is why Su Tong began to explain, but before she could finish, a woman stepped out from the RV. With short hair, fair skin, and clear eyes, she exuded an aura of righteousness. Her mere presence commanded respect. She's a police officer? Xiao Yang mused, having seen officers before, but never one as striking and poised. Hello, I am Tang Ying, the captain of the municipal police security team. The two behind me are my colleagues, and here is my identification. Tang Ying introduced herself and produced her credentials. Xiao Yang accepted the documents, glancing at them. The photograph, though attractive, did not do her justice. He couldn't help but chuckle internally. What was the use of showing credentials in such dire times? Nonetheless, he acknowledged that it did hold some merit, as they were trustworthy individuals before the apocalypse. Ah, Captain Tang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Yang greeted her with a smile. Tang Ying observed Mu Wanqing and the others behind Xiao Yang and expressed her admiration. You are truly impressive. The four of you managed to easily eliminate so many zombies. Had we not been injured and feared, causing you trouble, I would have joined you in battle much earlier. Xiao Yang noted the signs of battle on Tang Ying's attire, suggesting she had recently undergone a fierce fight. Peering into the RV, he noticed a woman tending to a man's injuries. Xiao Yang suddenly became vigilant and asked, has anyone been bitten by a zombie? He was acutely aware that if they had been bitten, leaving any survivors would be utterly unthinkable. The zombie virus is highly contagious. If one is bitten or scratched, transformation occurs within a mere 3 hours at most. Tang Ying was puzzled by Xiao Yang's sudden alertness. After all, sustaining an injury seemed quite normal, didn't it? Well, I accidentally injured myself while fighting zombies with a female colleague. That male colleague was bitten on the hand, but it was just a little blood. He should be fine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression immediately turned cold. Captain Tang, have your colleague disembark immediately. We must leave. Tang Ying was bewildered by Xiao Yang's sudden change in demeanor upon learning about her colleague's injury. Could we possibly request to be dropped off at the police station in the university town? We could get off there, right? She tentatively asked. Xiao Yang promptly refused, stating, I can drop you and your female colleague off, but your male colleague must get out right now. Tang Ying furrowed her brows, taken aback by Xiao Yang's outright rejection. Meanwhile, her female colleague stood up angrily, exclaiming, What is wrong with you? Our captain has already stated that we just need to be taken to the nearby police station. If we hadn't fought off over 50 zombies today and gotten injured, we wouldn't be troubling you. Cough, cough. Captain, how about I get out? You and Comrade Xiao Jiang can go ahead. I can walk. Tang Ying's male colleague proactively requested to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, a dog leaped out of the RV, barking furiously at Xiao Yang. Startled, Xiao Yang took a closer look and realized it was a German Shepherd police dog, which had likely been hiding in a corner of the vehicle, unnoticed. Yang, stop barking, Tang Ying sternly commanded. Just as Xiao Yang was about to speak, he noticed the police dog obediently standing at Tang Ying's feet, ceasing its barking. What a coincidence! This dog is named Yang. In his childhood, Xiao Yang's biological mother often called him Xiao Yang. He instinctively thought the dog was calling him, only to discover that it shared the same name as his childhood nickname. Cough. Is this dog really named Yang? Xiao Yang pointed at the police dog and inquired of Tang Ying. Yes, I named it. Tang Ying replied. Xiao Yang felt a pang of irritation. He couldn't believe he shared a name with a dog. Noting that Xiao Yang had fallen silent, Tang Ying felt that further pleading would come off as quite impolite. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, get out. We'll walk to the police station ourselves. After addressing her colleagues in the RV, she turned back to Xiao Yang and offered a salute. Nonetheless, we are grateful to you. Without you in this RV, we might have already perished. With that, She turned to leave with her colleagues and the police dog. Wait, Xiao Yang suddenly called out. Do you have any further instructions? Tang Ying turned around, her tone flat. I can take you to the nearest police station, but you must keep a close watch on your colleague. Once bitten by a zombie, he will undoubtedly transform. No one can save him. Xiao Yang's change of heart was not born from compassion, but from a sudden recollection of Tang Ying's name and her identity. In his past life's memories, Tang Ying was renowned as the formidable goddess of archery. What is the goddess of archery? To take down an enemy from 100 paces away. That is the essence of the post-apocalyptic goddess of archery. It is said that before the apocalypse, she was a captain of law enforcement. The Tang Ying before him perfectly matched this information. If he could recruit her, the chances of survival would be significantly heightened. Hence, Xiao Yang resolved to assist her. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's agreement to escort them to the police station, Tang Ying's expression softened. However, upon hearing about their injured colleague's imminent transformation into a zombie, her countenance grew tense. With a serious expression, Tang Ying approached Xiao Yang and whispered, Is what you said true? Xiao Yang nodded. Is there any way to save him? Tang Ying gazed at Xiao Yang, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Although she had witnessed her colleague being disemboweled by a zombie, she still believed that a small bite might leave room for salvation. If we amputate the arm immediately after the bite, there might still be hope. Xiao Yang shook his head, declaring, It is a certainty that he will die. Tang Ying paused momentarily, then composed herself to appear calm. Let us hurry and set off. We will do our best not to cause you any trouble. She promptly turned and helped her injured colleague back into the RV. Xiao Yang quickly urged everyone to get back in, pressing the accelerator to the floor as he sped toward the police station in the university town. In less than 20 minutes, the RV entered the police station compound. It was evident that the area had also suffered from a zombie attack, with corpses strewn across the ground. The glass doors of the police building were shattered, suggesting that conditions inside were also dire. As everyone disembarked, Tang Ying and her female colleague, Xiao Jiang, each drew a dagger in preparation. Thank you for bringing us here. You may leave now. Tang Ying saluted Xiao Yang and then instructed her colleagues, Xiao Jiang, take Xiao Lu to find a room to stay in. I will check the armory for any remaining ammunition. Suddenly recalling something, she approached Xiao Jiang and whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Jiang listened intently, casting a glance at Xiao Yang before nodding solemnly. Supporting Xiao Lu, Xiao Jiang found the nearest office and entered. Tang Ying continued with the police dog. Searching deeper into the police building, Xiao Yang had no intention of leaving. His objectives were far from accomplished, and he, too, sought some ammunition. This was an excellent opportunity that he could not afford to miss. You all stay here. I'm going to take a look. He instructed Mu Wanxing and the others, then drew his Tang Dao and followed suit. Seeing Xiao Yang brandishing his weapon, Tang Ying was taken aback. Weren't you supposed to leave? Why are you following us? Captain Tang, we are all in this together. I noticed your team is short-handed, so I came to lend a hand. Once we ascertain that this place is safe, we will leave. Tang Ying scrutinized Xiao Yang with a discerning gaze, but his earnest expression revealed no ulterior motives. Considering that Xiao Yang's combat prowess was on par with her own, Tang Ying acquiesced. The police dog, Yang, cautiously sniffed ahead, with Tang Ying in the middle and Xiao Yang trailing behind. As Xiao Yang observed the unfolding scene, he mused, Two Yangs are here to protect you. You should consider yourself fortunate. As they continued deeper, they reached the end of a corridor where a staircase led down to the basement. The password door at the top of the stairs was ajar, and Xiao Yang followed Tang Ying down. Upon entering the basement, the absence of windows plunged the area into darkness. Xiao Yang retrieved a powerful flashlight from his inventory and illuminated the path ahead. The sudden brightness startled Tang Ying, who glanced back at the flashlight in Xiao Yang's hand, thinking that this fellow was quite well equipped. She shot him an irritated look, implying that he should have warned her before turning on the flashlight. Xiao Yang smiled sheepishly, realizing that his good intentions had backfired. Noting Tang Ying's cautious demeanor, he felt their progress was too slow. He stepped forward, gently tapping her shoulder to signal her to step back. He then lightly knocked on a nearby door. The sound resonated throughout the basement. Tang Ying immediately raised her dagger, bracing herself for any potential danger. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yang relaxed his vigilance, stating, "All right, this basement appears to be devoid of zombies. Remember, zombies are highly sensitive to sound. If any were present, they would have emerged at the sound." "I understand." Tang Ying was receptive to Xiao Yang's guidance, yet her curiosity was piqued regarding his extensive experience and identity. However, it was not an opportune moment to inquire further, so they continued their search for the equipment storage. Once they confirmed the area was secure, their pace quickened, and soon they discovered the equipment room. The door was ajar, which elicited mixed feelings in Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The positive aspect was that the door was impressively heavy had it been closed. They would have had to exert considerable effort to open it. Conversely, the fact that it was open suggested that someone had entered, possibly depleting the ammunition within. Overthinking would yield no benefit, so they decided to enter. Tang Ying stepped inside first, followed closely by Xiao Yang. Shining their flashlight around, they observed a disarray of items, with cabinets left ajar. A few handguns lay scattered on the floor, and some bullets were placed atop a cabinet. Tang Ying promptly approached to collect the bullets, and Xiao Yang followed suit. Seizing the opportunity when Tang Ying was distracted, Xiao Yang discreetly used his spatial abilities to pilfer several boxes of bullets and a handgun. He was uncertain whether the bullets and the gun were compatible, but he decided to take them regardless. Next, he gathered various useful items, such as handcuffs and batons, into his spatial storage. Tang Ying packed all the bullets and filled the handgun, which gave her a modicum of confidence. Turning to the dazed Xiao Yang, she chided him. "What are you standing there for? Look for anything useful and take it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile inwardly. He had nearly emptied the equipment room, yet she seemed oblivious to it. Nonetheless, he feigned surprise and picked up a handgun from the ground. "Do you know how to use that?" Tang Ying mocked as she noticed him picking up the gun. "Come on, everyone has their first time. Firing a gun is simple enough." Xiao Yang retorted, feeling irritated by her tone. "Without bullets, you can't shoot, can you?" "Tang Jing dizet." Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, amused by her resilience. He stepped closer, teasingly saying, "Even without bullets, it can still pack a punch. Wouldn't it hurt if I jabbed you with it?" Tang Ying felt his warm breath on her nose, sending a slight tickle through her. His words seemed to carry a double meaning. Rolling her eyes, she pushed him away, raising her gun and warning, "Stay back. It could accidentally discharge." Just as Xiao Yang was about to respond, a scream echoed from upstairs. They exchanged glances and immediately rushed upstairs. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, they discovered Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, along with others, gathered at the door of an office, which housed Tang Ying's colleagues. The police dog, Yang, was the first to dart into the room. "What happened?" Xiao Yang inquired urgently. "That male officer has turned, and he bit the female officer," Lin Shishi reported. Hearing this, Tang Ying quickly pushed past them and entered the office. The scene inside was chaotic, with a large pool of blood on the floor. The transformed male officer lay motionless, his head punctured. The female officer, Xiao Jiang, had a bloody bite on her neck, blood oozing from the wound. The police dog, Yang, was softly whimpering as it licked her face. Tang Ying rushed to Xiao Zhang's side, cradling her while pressing her hand against the wound, attempting to stem the blood flow. "What happened?" Xiao Yang asked Mu Wanqing. "We heard the scream and came to check, only to find that the male officer had already bitten her neck. She had a knife but couldn't bring herself to use it, so I had to deal with the transformed officer." Mu Wanqing recounted the events, leaving Xiao Yang deeply moved. Tang Ying, holding Xiao Jiang, choked back tears, saying, "Did I not tell you that if Xiao Lu transformed, you must not hesitate and protect yourself? Why did you not listen?" Xiao Jiang weakly replied, "Captain, Xiao Lu is my comrade. I couldn't do it." A sigh escaped the group, filled with regret. "Foolish girl." "Dang Jing wet." "Captain, am I also going to become like Xiao Lu?" Xiao Jiang asked, her voice trembling. Tang Ying did not respond, holding her tightly. "Captain, I don't want to become that kind of monster. Please grant me a swift end." Xiao Jiang pleaded, her eyes wide with desperation. Tang Ying, usually strong-willed, could no longer contain her emotions upon hearing her colleague's final request. "I beg you." Xiao Zhang's gaze began to dull, the virus creeping into her brain. showing signs of transformation. Xiao Yang, watching anxiously from the side, thought, Tang Ying, do not follow in your colleague's footsteps. Captain Tang, I understand. Please, everyone leave. Xiao Yang attempted to warn her, but Tang Ying ushered them out. Once outside, Mu Wanxing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir all had tears in their eyes. Xiao Yang was at a loss for words, having witnessed such scenes too often. In the apocalypse, human life was the least valued. Compassion was absent from others, and even more so from the undead. Thus, sometimes one must be ruthless to survive longer. A gunshot rang out from within the room. Xiao Yang nodded. Captain Tang, once you overcome this hurdle, you will truly mature. After a considerable time, Tang Ying emerged from the office with the police dog, her eyes red and silent. She closed the office door behind her and paid her respects. Then, she retrieved 2 handguns, handing one to Mu Wanxing and one to Lin Shishir. These belong to my colleague. Keep them for self-defense. The bullets are loaded. Remember to protect yourselves. After saying this, she ascended the stairs with the police dog. Mu Wanxing and Lin Shishir were stunned, having never handled a handgun before, let alone fired one. We don't know how to use these, Mu Wanxing exclaimed. Everyone has to start somewhere. Firing a gun is simple, Tang Ying replied without looking back. Xiao Yang, intrigued, thought this woman is surprisingly resourceful under pressure. Put the guns away. Wait here while I accompany her upstairs, Xiao Yang instructed before following her up. Tang Ying led the police dog, searching each room, with Xiao Yang trailing behind. After searching the 2nd floor, they proceeded to the 3rd. What are you still following me for? Are you here to mock me? To laugh at my inability to protect my colleagues? Tang Ying finally erupted, her eyes red. Xiao Yang was taken aback, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Captain Tang, I merely wish to help you. There are no ulterior motives. Tang Ying scoffed. Do you think you're impressive? Sure, you are strong, but I do not need your assistance. Xiao Yang was speechless, feeling unappreciated for his goodwill. If it weren't for her reputation as a sharpshooter in the apocalypse, he wouldn't be following her. Suddenly, from the innermost office, the sound of zombies' moan echoed. Both Xiao Yang and Tang Ying paused, then instinctively moved toward the source of the noise. They arrived at the director's office at the end of the hall, where they halted. The sounds were emanating from within. Xiao Yang kicked the door open, revealing a zombie clad in a uniform, likely a former officer. On the floor lay another zombie, dressed in ordinary clothing. As Tang Ying raised her gun to shoot the uniformed zombie, Xiao Yang stopped her. Just this one, don't waste bullets. He approached and swiftly dispatched the zombie with a single strike, causing it to collapse. Upon inspecting the fallen zombie, it was evident that it had been dead for a long time. It seemed that a zombie attack had occurred here. The officer had eliminated one, but was bitten in the process, resulting in his transformation. It appeared that the entire police station had no survivors. Just as Xiao Yang and Mu Wanxing prepared to leave, they suddenly heard a call for help. Hey, is the rescue team here? Following the sound, Xiao Yang and Tang Ying discovered a hidden door within the office. Xiao Yang forcefully kicked open the hidden door, startling the occupant within, who cried out, I am Li Gang from the city police station. Who are you? Upon entering, Xiao Yang discovered a hidden sanctuary, complete with a bed and a sofa. At that moment, a man in uniform was cowering in the corner, yelling at him. Upon seeing this man, Tang Ying exclaimed in surprise, Li Yang? What are you doing here? The man, named Li Yang, upon recognizing Tang Ying, joyfully shouted, Tang Ying, is that really you? Did you come to save me? I knew you still cared for me. Tang Ying's expression soured as she coldly replied, Comrade Li Yang, I am glad you are alive. However, please do not get the wrong idea. Li Yang, undeterred by Tang Ying's frosty demeanor, approached her with a smug grin, saying, Tang Ying, I know you have feelings for me deep down, right? Tang Ying took a step back, clearly disgusted, and said, I'm sorry, you are mistaken. Xiao Yang, observing Li Yang's sycophantic behavior, felt a wave of nausea. It was a disgrace to the image of a police officer. The girl clearly had no interest in you. Does your self-satisfaction hold any merit? Sensing Xiao Yang's scrutiny, Li Yang glanced him over and felt a tinge of jealousy, realizing that Xiao Yang was far more handsome than he. Straightening his posture, he attempted to adopt an air of superiority and inquired, Comrade, are you also from the police department? Do you know who my father is? Xiao Yang sneered. At this point, You're still playing the parent card? I am not a police officer, nor do I care who your father is. Li Yang proudly declared. My father is Li Gang. Xiao Yang was baffled, questioning what relevance Li Gang had to him. If your father were Wang Gang, that might stir things up. Xiao Yang retorted sharply and turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with such a person. Tang Ying stifled a laugh at Xiao Yang's remark, trying to contain herself given Li Yang's presence. Li Yang, irked by Xiao Yang's dismissal in front of his idol, felt anger rise within him. Suddenly, he noticed the Tang Dao in Xiao Yang's hand, his expression darkening. Wait, you claim you're not an officer, yet you possess a control weapon. Do you understand this is illegal? Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, while Tang Ying regarded Li Yang as though he were a fool. Fool! Xiao Yang had no desire to waste time on someone like him, and simply muttered those words before turning to leave. Enraged and humiliated, Li Yang chased after him, shouting, Who do you call a fool? I'll report you for insulting a police officer. Suddenly, Li Yang's voice faltered. Xiao Yang turned to see Li Yang petrified by the sight of two zombies lying on the ground. Recognizing Li Yang escoardite, Xiao Yang sur mi set vetrut. What? Are you scared now? If you hadn't hidden away in the dark and had instead assisted your colleague, perhaps he wouldn't have perished. Li Yang, upon hearing this, crumbled, repeatedly apologizing as he gazed at the corpse of the officer-turned-zombie. Xiao Yang, having confirmed his suspicions, cast a disdainful glance and walked away. Tang Ying, witnessing Li Yang's demeanor, understood everything. Li Yang was indeed a disgrace to the police force, and her irritation grew, prompting her to follow Xiao Yang out. Hai, Tang Jing, where are you going? Wait for me. Li Yang, regaining his composure, hurriedly trailed behind them. Upon reaching the ground floor, no one acknowledged Li Yang. It wasn't until he spotted the off-road vehicle and Mu Wanqing with her companions that he froze. Three of them were stunning beauties, rivaling Tang Ying in appearance. Wow, when did the police station recruit newcomers? How come I didn't know? Li Yang wondered if they were part of Tang Ying's security team. Energized by the sight of so many beautiful women, he straightened up, attempting to appear more sophisticated. Clearing his throat, he pretentiously asked, Captain Tang, are those female comrades from your security team? No, Tang Ying swiftly replied, unwilling to engage in further conversation with him. Then who are they? They're my people. What of it? Xiao Yang coldly interjected. Li Yang narrowed his S, scrutinizing Xiao Yang. He realized that not only was Xiao Yang handsome, but he also had an entourage of beautiful women. Jealousy consumed him. Observing that the women were all armed with knives, Li Yang threatened, Your people are wielding control weapons. Are you a gang? Do you want me to arrest you? Everyone was taken aback by Li Yang's words. Is this guy out of his mind? Doesn't he know what is happening outside? Xiao Yang's expression turned icy. He had encountered foolishness before, but this was an entirely new level. Li Yang stepped back, intimidated by the murderous intent radiating from Xiao Yang's gaze. He sensed that Xiao Yang had likely taken lives before, which lent a palpable weight to his presence. All right, there are many of you now, so I want to argue. Once society regains order, I will ensure to bring you down. This will be my chance to earn merit. As for those lovely ladies, they must have been coerced by him. I will be the one to rescue them from their plight. Then, utilizing certain methods, they will have no choice but to be grateful to me. With that thought, he smirked coldly, thinking just wait and see. He dare not look at Xiao Yang again. Instead, bypassing him and approaching the off-road vehicle. Whose vehicle is this? It belongs to me as well. Xiao Yang turned to him, his expression impassive. Li Yang felt a surge of anger. How could this man possess everything? No wonder he had so many beautiful women around him. This vehicle alone could attract a crowd. In this chaotic city, having such a vehicle was akin to possessing a mobile fortress. As an officer, I hereby inform you that this vehicle has been requisitioned. Tang Ying declared, Get in, I will take you home. Li Yang proclaimed with an air of authority, as if his mere words could claim the vehicle for himself. When no one responded, he smugly addressed Mu Wanqing and the others. And these lovely ladies, my father is the chief of the Haicheng City Police Department. If you choose to follow me, I will ensure your safety. Li Yang glanced at Xiao Yang, feeling triumphant, thinking, compete with me? I can strip you of everything in an instant. He turned to open the vehicle door, only to find a knife unexpectedly pressed against his neck. Dare to step inside and try? The voice was cold and melodious. Li Yang slowly turned his head, incredulous to see Mu Wanqing, her expression frosty. Xiao Yang looked on with admiration, thinking, indeed, she is my woman. She has improved. Stealing a glance at Tang Ying, he noticed she merely regarded the scene with cool detachment, not intervening. It seemed that Tang Ying also disapproved of Li Yang's behavior. Miss, don't act impulsively. You must understand that such actions constitute an assault on a police officer, punishable by imprisonment. Li Yang stood frozen, attempting to issue a verbal warning to Mu Wanqing. Were it not for your uniform, I would have already dealt with you. Now, get away from our vehicle. Mu Wanqing commanded with disdain. All right. I want to act impulsively. I'm leaving. Li Yang, you truly bring shame upon our police station. Xiao Yang watched Li Yang's performance with the same amusement one would reserve for a monkey. If it weren't for Tang Ying standing nearby, he would have already dealt with him decisively. However, since Li Yang dared to offend them, Xiao Yang had already sentenced him to death in his heart. He would not allow Li Yang to leave alive. With his father's background and his malicious intent towards them, keeping him around would only pose a significant threat. Captain Tang, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao Yang directly ignored Li Yang and approached Tang Ying. I'm not sure yet. My colleagues have either sacrificed themselves or scattered. I haven't figured out the next step, Tang Ying replied, her voice laced with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang saw an opportunity. Captain Tang, since you haven't made up your mind, why not come back with us? We have plenty of space, and we've cleared the area of zombies. It's quite safe. You can settle in first and then deliberate. Xiao Yang was eager to recruit Tang Ying into his team, but he knew that someone of her caliber would not easily submit to others. Nevertheless, keeping her close would provide him an advantage. He was confident he could win her over. Tang Ying found herself somewhat tempted by Xiao Yang's invitation. She had witnessed the strength of his group, and being with them meant she wouldn't have any burdens to bear, making her life far easier. Moreover, the presence of numerous girls willing to follow Xiao Yang suggested that his character was commendable. Most importantly, she felt no aversion towards him. Her previous outbursts stemmed from a sense of humiliation rather than true conflict. If given the choice of teammates, she would undoubtedly choose Xiao Yang without hesitation. There was no need for justification. Her intuition told her he was reliable, far more so than Li Yang. Captain Tang, come with us. I assure you, you will be pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Mu Wanqing stepped forward to extend an invitation, having formed a favorable impression of Tang Ying. It was not only because Tang Ying was the captain of the security team, but also due to the heartfelt gesture when she had given her a gun earlier. Indeed, with just a few of us, it would be livelier if you joined us, Captain Tang. Lin Shishir also chimed in. Captain Tang, if you come back with us, I can prepare delicious food for you. Lu Yu added, hoping to entice Tang Ying with culinary delights. The mere mention of food made Tang Ying's stomach rumble, betraying her hunger after days of only consuming instant noodles and the occasional bite of snow, compounded by her recent battle with zombies. She glanced apologetically at Lu Yu and then met the sincere gazes of the others. All right then, I suppose I shall impose upon you, she said softly. Wonderful. Come on. Captain Tang, let us get in the car. Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy. These women were becoming increasingly sensible. He awarded them full marks for their assistance. Li Yang, witnessing this group blatantly ignore him as though he were invisible, rushed forward to grab Tang Ying. Captain Tang, you can't leave me behind. We are colleagues in the same system. Seeing the desperate look on Li Yang's face, Tang Ying felt a twinge of guilt. Abandoning a colleague was not in her nature. She shook off his hand in disgust and cast a conflicted glance at Xiao Yang, aware that he was the one in charge. Xiao Yang smiled knowingly. He understood Tang Ying's unspoken request. Since she was asking for a favor, he might as well grant it. Once Li Yang was in the villa area, he would ensure he would not survive the night. Since you're Captain Tang's colleague, you can join us. We have plenty of houses. Xiao Yang replied tearfully, making Tang Ying feel that he was indeed a magnanimous man. Despite Li Yang's earlier rudeness, he held no grudge against him and was willing to accommodate him for Tang Ying's sake. At this moment, Xiao Yang's standing in Tang Ying's eyes elevated significantly. Li Yang, eager to comply, was the first to hop into the mobile home, fearing Xiao Yang would renege on his promise and leave him behind. The sight of Li Yang's actions repulsed everyone present. It was truly a new low. As they traveled, the women engaged in light-hearted conversation to become better acquainted. Noticing that Xiao Yang was focused solely on driving and ignoring him, Li Yang decided to initiate dialogue. This vehicle requires an A-class license to operate, right? Do you have one? I must inform you that driving without the proper license is illegal. Scram. Xiao Yang thought that uttering another word to him was a waste of breath. Feeling dejected and with nothing better to do, Li Yang sob tu amusitang inesplis do Yang. However, Yang showed little interest in him and occasionally bared its teeth in warning. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh at the sight. How pitiful must one be for even a dog to disregard them? The vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Zijin Mountain Villa area, where it came to a halt. The female security guard had already opened the gate, waiting for them. Su Tong stepped out, carrying half a bag of rice and flour. Xiao Yang advised her to engage more with the other guard to share experiences, as she would accompany him next time. Su Tong nodded earnestly, and satisfied, Xiao Yang continued driving towards his villa. Upon reaching the entrance of his villa, the electric gate slowly opened. We're going home. You can get out now. Xiao Yang isuet an effection order to Li Yang. Li Yang was taken aback, perplexed. Where am I supposed to go in this cold weather? Go wherever you please among all these villas. Xiao Yang replied impatiently. No, I'm staying with Captain Tang. Wherever she goes, I go. If she doesn't leave, neither will I. Suddenly, Li Yang resorted to childish stubbornness, refusing to exit the vehicle. Tang Ying frowned, growing increasingly annoyed with Li Yang. Mu Wanqing, witnessing Li Yang's brazen attitude, stepped forward, seized him, opened the car door, and unceremoniously tossed him out. Li Yang landed face first in the snow, dazed and disoriented. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xiao Yang drove into the villa grounds, and the gate closed behind them. Inside the vehicle, Tang Ying was stunned by Mu Wanqing's strength. No matter how insufferable Li Yang was, he was still a man weighing over 100 pounds. Yet he had been so effortlessly lifted and thrown. Was this girl really that strong? Her skills seemed to rival her own. As the others invited Tang Ying to exit the vehicle, she finally snapped out of her astonishment. At that moment, they heard Li Yang's agitated shouts from outside. How absurd. Even that dog can enter, but I cannot? Hearing this, Xiao Yang glanced at the police dog, Yang, and burst out laughing. Ha ha, you hit the nail on the head. The dog can enter, but you cannot. However, each time she was reprimanded by Tang Ying, she would feel aggrieved, lying on the ground and whimpering. Xiao Yang was initially worried that the coal ball would be consumed by the impulsive Yang. But upon seeing Yang's obedient demeanor, he felt reassured. After Mu Wanqing and the others finished their baths and changed their clothes, they called for Tang Ying to wash up. Upon learning that there was a chance to bathe, Tang Ying was overjoyed. It had been nearly 20 days since the disaster struck, and she had yet to take a bath, leaving her feeling quite unpleasant. This was something utterly intolerable for a woman. Xiao Yang thoughtfully handed Tang Ying a set of pajamas, unsure of whether they would fit. He noted that Wanqing and Shishir were of similar height, so she should be fine. Tang Ying accepted the pajamas, feeling a bit shy, as it was intimate apparel being given to her by a man. Thank you, she said before hastily retreating into the bathroom. Xiao Yang found it amusing that the distinguished captain of the security team, a valiant woman, could actually feel bashful. Xiao Yang, what would you like for dinner? There's hardly anything left in the fridge, Luyo remarked, peering into the nearly empty refrigerator. After contemplating, Xiao Yang decided that since it was Tang Ying's first visit, the meal should be sumptuous. After all, if she turned out to be a foodie, he might win her heart with a delightful feast. After pondering for a while, an idea struck him. It had been too long since he had indulged in a seafood feast. He happened to have a considerable stash of seafood in his space. So why not feast on that today? Accompanied by a bit of red wine, it would be simply exquisite. Taking advantage of the time spent refilling the boiler on the second basement level, he retrieved a plethora of seafood from his space, including king crabs, Australian lobsters, abalone, sea urchins, and large conchs. Let us add a wild yellow croaker and some salmon fillets, along with caviar. Perfect, he exclaimed. Yo jia, we're having a seafood feast today. When Xiao Yang brought an overflowing array of seafood into the kitchen, Everyone was astonished. "Brother, this is too much," Liu Yo exclaimed in shock, gazing at the high-end ingredients. "Are you planning to eat all this?" Mu Wanqing remained silent, knowing that Xiao Yang had ample supplies in his space, and a seafood meal to change things up was certainly permissible. Li Shishir looked at Xiao Yang with curiosity, unable to believe that he had stored so many ingredients. This man exuded an air of mystery and strength. "Ugh, what am I thinking?" Li Shishir quickly dismissed her thoughts and helped Liu Yo. Mu Wanqing began to set the table, creating a harmonious scene, with nothing else to occupy his time. Xiao Yang retired to the master bathroom on the 3rd floor for a hot shower. Once he finished and donned his pajamas, he made his way to the dining room and discovered that Tong Ying, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were already seated. The table was lavishly adorned with seafood, its vibrant colors whetting the appetite. Just then, Leo brought out the final dish, a braised wild yellow croaker, completing the meal. Upon seeing Xiao Yang arrive, Tong Ying immediately stood up, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Xiao Yang, thank you for your hospitality. I hardly know what to say." Xiao Yang was taken aback. He hadn't even introduced himself, yet she already knew his name. It seemed that Wanqing and the others had informed her. Looking at Tong Ying in her pajamas, he noted that they appeared slightly small on her. As a former police officer, she was undoubtedly more robust than Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Furthermore, her well-defined physique, particularly her prominently curved chest, was more apparent now that she was in casual attire. This size was comparable to Liu Yo's. However, Tong Ying was taller than Liu Yo, and her short hairstyle accentuated her charm. Especially now, with her hair tucked behind her ears, she appeared particularly alluring. The only slightly discordant feature was her sharp eyebrows and eyes, but paradoxically, this only heightened a man's desire to conquer. "Cough, cough, brother, please take a seat. Dinner cannot begin without you," Liu gently reminded him, noticing his captivated gaze. "Oh, Captain Tong, please don't stand on ceremony. We don't consider you an outsider. We will certainly present you with the finest delicacies." Xiao Yang encouraged her to join them. As he settled in, he poured red wine for everyone. "Let us welcome Captain Tong with a toast." Tong Ying lifted her glass and stood again, saying, "Well, I should be the one thanking you for your warm hospitality. I will drink first." After she drank, Xiao Yang and the others followed suit. "There's no need for such formality, Captain Tong. Just treat this place as your home." Xiao Yang poured her another glass of wine, smiling. "Now let's not merely gaze at the food. Let us dig in before it cools." He cracked open a long leg of the king crab and placed it in Tong Ying's hand. Tong Ying glanced at the crab leg, finally disregarding any concern for her image, and opened her mouth to take a bite. "Delicious. This is simply divine." She then tore into an Australian lobster, stuffing the entire succulent meat into her mouth, her cheeks bulging with the juicy morsels. This way of eating was utterly satisfying. The sea urchin was tender and succulent, melting in her mouth, while the abalone and conch had a firm, bouncy texture that was delightful to chew. "Ah, this is fantastic." Each person at the table was relishing this luxurious feast. They even began to feel as though they were living in a pre-disaster paradise. Such comfort and exquisite flavors seemed entirely disconnected from the apocalypse. Before long, the seafood on the table was entirely consumed, and everyone bore expressions of satisfaction. Even the police dog Yang Yang beneath the table shared in the bounty, relishing the crab and shrimp shells. Chapter 46. The Archer Within the Villa. Harmony reigned, while outside, Li Yang found himself in dire straits. Realizing that he had no hope of entering Xiao Yang's villa, he sought refuge in a nearby empty villa. It was shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the vibrant lights of Xiao Yang's abode. Under the moonlight, he rummaged through the place but found no food. Overcome by thirst, he resorted to scooping up a handful of snow from outside and eating it. Gazing at Xiao Yang's villa, he felt a surge of resentment. "You better wait, kid. Once I find my father, I'll make sure you're the first to be detained." He spat. "And Tong Ying, you wretched woman," siding with other men, "don't blame me for being ruthless. If you don't strip and come to me willingly, I will never forgive you." He thought of those women, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he imagined the havoc he would wreak. Having absorbed all the crystals he hadn't yet consumed that day, Xiao Yang felt his time energy surge, breaking through to 1,100 years. He stretched his limbs, his body cracking with the release. His skin felt tighter and firmer than before, while the change might not be visibly apparent. He knew that even a knife would struggle to pierce his skin. Ordinary weapons were nothing more than trifles to him. At this level, he was no longer afraid of ordinary zombies. If a zombie were to bite him, it would likely shatter its own teeth. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as he did not encounter firearms, Xiao Yang was nearly invincible. At this moment, he radiated an aura of dominance and charisma. Tang Ying sensed the transformation within Xiao Yang, her expression reflecting her astonishment. Although she had just learned from Xiao Yang about the function of the crystal, she could hardly fathom how this temporal energy could lead to such a profound transformation. However, Mu Wanqing and the others had already grasped the underlying reasons, rendering them unfazed. Nevertheless, they remained captivated by the masculine charm exuded by Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing felt a sweet sensation in her heart, thinking, "Ah, my boyfriend is indeed such a perfect man." Liu also felt a sense of pride, thinking, "Yes, this is my elder brother." Lin Shishir felt quite pleased as well, thinking, "Well, if my best friend's boyfriend is exceptional, that makes him a half-boyfriend for me." "By the way, Captain Tang, have you awakened your abilities yet?" Xiao Yang asked as he noticed Tang Ying, who was lost in thought. "Huh? What do you mean by abilities?" Tang Ying suddenly snapped back to reality, somewhat puzzled. "I mean, have you felt that you suddenly possess special powers? Or that certain functions have changed?" Upon hearing this, Tang Ying's eyes lit up. "If you put it that way, I do feel a bit different from before." "What's different?" Mu Wanqing and the others asked with curiosity, while Xiao Yang understood the situation in his heart. However, he still wanted to confirm. "How should I put it? I've noticed that my shooting accuracy has significantly improved, suddenly several levels above what it was before. Additionally, I've found that I can throw objects with remarkable precision. Look, Danjing et Golim," picking up a crystal from the table and placing it in the farthest corner of the living room. Then she ran back, grabbed another crystal, and said, "See, I can hit it from this far." With that, she raised the crystal, aimed slightly, and threw it. Smack! The crystal struck the corner of the wall perfectly. Mu Wanqing and the others were astonished at her accuracy, exclaiming, "Impressive. In fact, I feel I could hit something even farther away, as long as I have the strength to throw it." Not knowing if this counted as a special ability, the women looked to Xiao Yang for validation. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He had already confirmed Tang Ying's identity as a sharpshooter. This shooting ability fell under the category of combat powers, albeit a rather unique type that enhanced one's precision perception. Those who possessed such abilities were akin to snipers in the military. In a past life, Xiao Yang had heard tales of Tang Ying's prowess. With just a bow, she could effortlessly kill a squirrel from 10 kilometers away. How remarkable is that? With such a sharpshooter in the team, safety would be greatly assured. A sharpshooter in the later stages could truly kill without leaving a trace. Before you even realized her presence, you might have already met your end. Xiao Yang's gaze towards Tang Ying grew increasingly fervent. She must be brought under my wing. She will undoubtedly be of great use in the future. When the Great Flood arrives, nearly all firearms will lose their efficacy. All teams and factions will almost entirely lose their long-range strike capabilities. At that time, the significance of a sharpshooter will be fully realized. Tang Ying felt somewhat uncomfortable under Xiao Yang's intense gaze, as if he wanted to devour her. "Ahem, Comrade Xiao Yang, does this count as an ability?" Tang Ying's voice snapped him out of his reverie, prompting a clever thought in his mind. "Captain Tang, this indeed qualifies as a type of ability. However, if you lack a powerful team to help you rapidly enhance your strength, this ability will be difficult to develop. Enhancing powers is quite taxing on crystal cores, and mutated animals are not easy to deal with." Hearing that she had awakened an ability thrilled Tang Ying, but the difficulty of its development left her somewhat disheartened. "Oh, I see. By the way, since you all seem so knowledgeable, have you awakened your abilities too?" She suddenly became curious about Xiao Yang and the others. "Come on, Yu Jia, show us what you can do." With a smile, Xiao Yang thought it was time to showcase the strength of his team. Without further ado, Liu Yu dashed to the kitchen, holding a pot in one hand and a spoon in the other, then unleashed her lightning powers. Crackle. Liu attempted to control the size of the lightning to avoid damaging the frying pan. Tang Ying watched in awe, exclaiming, "This is simply incredible. Yu Jia, you are amazing. What about Wanqing and Shi? What are your abilities?" Before Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi could speak, Xiao Yang interjected, "Their abilities are a bit special. You will understand in due time." Tang Ying noticed Xiao Yang's mysterious demeanor and did not press further. "What about you? What abilities do you possess?" She looked at Xiao Yang with keen interest. "Me? Ha! My ability is to keep all of you well-fed and plump, ensuring you are worry-free in this apocalypse." "How about that? Isn't it impressive?" Xiao Yang subtly conveyed to Tang Ying, but was met with an eye roll from her. "Forget it." Xiao Yang thought it best not to reveal everything just yet, especially since Tang Ying had not truly decided to join him. "All right, it's getting late. Let's all get some rest." Xiao Yang was the first to rise and took out 2 crystal cores to feed Meiqiu. The police dog Yang Yang sniffed the air, seemingly sensing the unusual nature of the crystal cores, wagging its tail and gazing up at Xiao Yang with eager eyes. It wanted some too. "Want some?" Xiao Yang teased the police dog. Yang Yang stared at the crystal cores in Xiao Yang's hands, drooling. "Hee, not so fast. You'll get it when you change your name." Suddenly, Xiao Yang snatched the crystal cores away, leaving the police dog in confusion. It sulkily approached Tang Ying, nudging her leg for comfort. While Tang Ying stroked the police dog's head, she glanced at Xiao Yang. "You big man, even bullying a dog. Captain Tang, you should change this dog's name." "Yang Yang isn't suitable for it," Xiao Yang earnestly suggested. "Why change? I thought long and hard to come up with this name. Yang Yang is great. It represents." Tang Ying was baffled as to why he wanted her to change the dog's name. Suddenly, Shiratava Yang's name, Xiao Yang, Yang Yang. She burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. "Look at this, we have the same name. Haha, Comrade Xiao Yang. My Yang Yang is named after the sun, and has nothing to do with your Yang." As soon as she said this, Mu Wanqing and the others sitting on the sofa seemed to realize something. They erupted in laughter, unable to control themselves. "All right, Yang Yang up. Yang Yang, lie down. Ah, Yang Yang, you licked me." The police dog Yang Yang excitedly dashed between the girls, oblivious to the sudden warmth from them. "You women are truly incomprehensible." Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for words, realizing they were intentionally teasing him with the dog. "Quickly go back to your rooms and sleep, or else," Xiao Yang said with a mischievous grin, raising his right hand and gesturing. "Or else, do you believe I can make your pajamas vanish?" Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi, and Lu Yu immediately stopped laughing. "Wow, Xiao Yang is too mischievous. He can actually make our clothes disappear into thin air." Xiao Yang stepped forward, causing the 3 to flee in a panic. Only Tang Ying remained, still chuckling. Xiao Yang glanced at her pajamas, which were tightly stretched over her curves, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. What if I put her pajamas into my storage space? Would she hit me? "Huh, are you scared?" Tang Ying was surprised that everyone had genuinely run away, finding it amusing that Xiao Yang's words could intimidate them so much. Truly, ignorance is bliss. Xiao Yang sighed and headed upstairs. That night, Lin Shi, indeed, did not return to her room on the 3rd floor, but stayed on the 2nd floor with Tang Ying. There were 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, with each of them occupying one. Lin Shi sighed, grateful that she could finally have a peaceful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Tang Ying lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind racing with countless thoughts, replaying the images of the calamities she had experienced since the disaster struck. On the night when the cold wave struck, she led a group of over 10 officers on a mission, only to find themselves trapped inside a garment factory. Fortunately, the factory was not short of clothing, and the physical resilience of the team prevented them from succumbing to the bitter cold. As for food, a brave team member risked it all to venture to the cafeteria and returned with a bag of potatoes. The group managed to survive the harsh winter, relying solely on that single bag of potatoes. However, the situation deteriorated with the outbreak of zombies, and nearly all the factory workers succumbed to transformation. During the battle against the undead, they suffered significant losses, with half of the team wiped out. Eventually, the survivors managed to return to the municipal police headquarters, only to discover it had already fallen. Witnessing her former colleagues transforming into monsters and attacking her remaining team members filled her heart with anguish. After barely escaping, they were relentlessly pursued by zombies on their way. It was only when they encountered Xiao Yang and his group that they found respite. She could not comprehend the bizarre turn of events in the world and the unfathomable disaster that had unfolded. For the first time in many days, she lay comfortably in bed, pondering these thoughts. Although she was the captain of the municipal security team, she was also a woman. The drastic changes in the world had surpassed her capabilities. With none of her team members surviving, a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. Observing the warmth and camaraderie within Xiao Yang's team, as well as the way the women looked up to him, she felt a pang of envy. If her own man were as strong, she would not have felt compelled to embody the persona of a hardened warrior. The more she thought about it, the more heart-wrenching it became. Tang Ying resolved to cease her musings. All she desired now was a good night's sleep. To hell with her responsibilities. She longed to return to being herself, a woman who craved indulgence and cherished her slumber. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the third floor, Wan Qing asked, "Did you eavesdrop on Captain Tang's thoughts today?" "Indeed," Xiao Yang replied with a smile, acknowledging Wan Qing's cleverness. "What did you hear?" "Twice. The first time was at the mall entrance. She thought our team was impressive and held us in high regard. The second time was during dinner. She wished every day could be as wonderful as that." Wan Qing rested her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Her hand incessantly traced circles on his chest, stirring a sense of excitement within him. "Do you wish for Captain Tang to stay?" Upon hearing Wan Qing's question, Xiao Yang's mind immediately conjured the image of Tang Ying, with her striking presence. Indeed, she possesses beauty, a captivating figure, and remarkable abilities, radiating an aura of righteousness that exudes an irresistible charm, one that incites a strong desire for conquest. Just as he contemplated the idea of overpowering her, a sudden pain shot through his chest, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Wan Qing shot him a fierce glare, exerting pressure on him as she retorted, "In my presence. You dare to think of other women. Men are truly worthless." Xiao Yang lamented internally, realizing he had let his thoughts slip, leaving him with no semblance of privacy. It was utterly absurd that she would dare to pinch him. He swiftly removed her small hand, acknowledging that his chest was indeed a vulnerable spot for any man. Don't think I don't know about your interest in Sure and Yujia. I just haven't exposed you yet," Wan Qing said, her teeth gritted in mock anger. "Everyone has the desire to seek beauty. I am but a normal man," Xiao Yang retorted earnestly. "It seems your energy is too abundant. I must think of a way to manage it. Come on, Xiao Yang." Later that night, after finishing his tasks, Xiao Yang heard Su Tong's voice over the intercom. "Hey, that person just tried to enter our guard building, but I refused him. Now he's gone into the property office. Ulrich, understand, CEO Yang replied, a smirk forming on his lips. Just as he contemplated finding Liang, the latter appeared, saving him quite a bit of trouble. Glancing at Wan Qing, who had fallen into a deep slumber, Xiao Yang chuckled softly. He dressed and quietly exited the bedroom. Liang awoke in the night, hunger gnawing at him. Not daring to approach Xiao Yang's villa, he meandered to the guard building where Su Tong was stationed, hoping to scrounge some food. Unfortunately, Su Tong ignored him completely. He attempted to knock on the door, but it was too thick, and he could not make an impression. Frustrated, he stumbled into the property office and found a storage room to hide from the cold. Damn it, just wait until I get my chance. You'll see, he muttered angrily, filled with envy and resentment, especially towards that man. I'll make you kneel and beg. Suddenly, as he was lost in thought, the storage room door swung open, revealing a tall figure illuminated by moonlight. The unexpected presence startled him. Were you referring to me when you mentioned that man? Came a cold voice from the doorway. It was Xiao Yang. Liang had not anticipated Xiao Yang's appearance at that moment, especially after overhearing his harsh words. Feeling guilty, he stammered, I wasn't talking about you. Just then, a bright light shone directly in his face, causing him to instinctively shield his eyes. Xiao Yang approached with a flashlight, an expressionless demeanor as he commanded. Hand over the time displayed on your arm. Liang was taken aback, aware of the time on his arm, but uncertain of its significance. Why should I give it to you? He retorted. Oh, really? Xiao Yang chuckled darkly, pulling a baseball bat from his storage space. Because if you don't, I'll have no qualms about smashing your head in. Do you believe me? Although Liang could not see Xiao Yang's expression clearly, his tone suggested he was not jesting. Not wanting to appear cowardly, he bravely pointed at Xiao Yang, saying, "You wouldn't dare?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his right arm, causing him to cry out in agony, clutching his injured limb. Xiao Yang had struck him without hesitation, and he felt as if his bones were shattered. "Now do you see that I dare?" Xiao Yang remarked with a chilling smile. Realizing Xiao Yang was indeed capable of such violence, Liang trembled. "I understand. Then hurry up and extend your left hand to transmit that time to me." Xiao Yang stepped forward, extending his own left hand. Liang, not wanting to delay, quickly complied. "How do I transmit it?" he stammered. Xiao Yang grasped Li Yang's left hand, rolling up his sleeve to examine the nearly year's worth of time energy on his arm. "Leave me 30 seconds and transmit the remainder to me. Quickly." Li Yang paused, realizing the time could be transferred this way. Observing Xiao Yang's demeanor, he sensed its importance. Though reluctant, fear of receiving another blow compelled him to comply. "Fine, a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses." Resolutely, he transmitted the time energy to Xiao Yang, leaving himself with only 30 seconds. As he watched the seconds dwindle, an inexplicable sense of panic washed over him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, having received the time energy, casually produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his storage space, lighting one and taking a deep drag. As Liang observed that Xiao Yang showed no intention of leaving, he anxiously inquired, "I've given you time. Why are you still not leaving?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled lightly and replied in a calm tone, "Hee, I'm just waiting to collect your corpse." Instantly, Liang was struck dumb with fear. He asked in horror, "Do you intend to kill me?" However, Xiao Yang merely shook his head and said, "You are the one seeking death. I am merely here to collect your remains." Liang was baffled by Xiao Yang's words and attempted to threaten him. Yet, before he could utter a word, the time energy in his arm was depleted, and he collapsed to the ground, his face still contorted in a grimace. Observing this, Xiao Yang tossed his cigarette onto the ground and extinguished it. He gazed at Li Yang's lifeless body and muttered, "You brought this upon yourself, being so oblivious to your own limitations. How could I possibly allow you to remain a threat? You should be grateful for the extra hours you lived." With a cold chuckle, he stored Li Yang's body away in a spatial realm. After completing this task, Xiao Yang returned to his villa with a sense of relief. Once back, Xiao Yang lay down and quickly fell asleep. After several nights of relentless work, particularly the strenuous efforts of the previous night, even with his robust physique and abundant energy, fatigue caught up with him, especially after venturing out again at night. He felt utterly exhausted. However, as dawn broke, he awoke, glancing at the disheveled hair of Mu Wanqing, who was still deep in slumber beside him. Xiao Yang sighed with a smile. "Alas, foolish one, why bother? Your body cannot withstand the wrath of thunder, yet you wish to deplete my energy. Truly, it is self-inflicted hardship. Who was it that begged for mercy last night?" Gently smoothing Mu Wanqing's tangled hair, he placed a kiss on her forehead, then rose to the window, drawing back the curtains to peer outside. Snow continued to fall, obscuring visibility. The weather is unpredictable, a mix of chaos. This will be the norm for the next 2 years. Snowstorms will come and go. One must grow accustomed to it. Grabbing the intercom, Xiao Yang descended the stairs. Passing the second floor, he noticed that the doors to Lin Shi and Tang Ying's rooms remained closed. They seemed to be sleeping well. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered Lu Yu sitting on the living room sofa, laughing heartily. Curious, he approached and found that she was watching Meichio play with a police dog. Xiao Yang chuckled as well. Rather than playing, it appeared Meichio was teasing the dog, seizing an opportunity while the dog was distracted. Meichio darted behind it and nipped at its tail. As soon as the dog turned its head, Meichio would leap back to its perch. Despite the dog's training, it was helpless against the playful antics. Frustrated, the dog barked at Meichio, and the cycle continued, both enjoying themselves immensely. Chapter 49. Someone is invading the territory. Lu Jia. "You are up so early." Lu Yu looked up at Xiao Yang, her expression a mix of amusement and teasing. Some people just can't stay quiet at night. Now that it had quieted down, These two little ones have started again. I'm not up early. I simply can't sleep. Xiao Yang sheepishly ran a hand through his hair. Indeed, it is better to share joy than to be alone. Otherwise, someone might harbor resentment. Why are you up so early when you should be resting? Lu Yu inquired with a smile. Alas, I cannot help it. It has become a habit, Xiao Yang replied with a grin. After his rebirth, he had only indulged in late sleep during the 10 days of the super cold wave. Otherwise, he had risen early. This was likely related to his past experiences. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, every day was fraught with peril, leaving no time for lazy mornings. Lu Yu nodded, then expressed concern. Let me make you breakfast. Since it's snowing outside, we won't be going out. I'll prepare something special. Before Xiao Yang could respond, Lu Yu dashed into the kitchen. He could only silently admire her diligence, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have such a virtuous woman. When Lu Yu brought breakfast to the table, Xiao Yang was astonished once more. Stir-fried yam, goji berry walnut black rice, and a pot of seafood soup made from last night's leftovers filled the table. Here, young man. Eat well. Clearly, Lu Yu had put much thought into this. Xiao Yang would not refuse her kindness, as it was simply too delicious. He devoured it in no time, feeling rejuvenated after a hearty meal. Just then, Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Mu Wanqing descended the stairs. Lin Shishir was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yang at the dining table, tidying his teeth. Is he powered by nuclear energy? How does he not tire? Tang Ying, however, showed little reaction. She had been too exhausted the previous day and had slept soundly, unaware of the events that transpired. You're all awake. What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you, Lu Yu asked thoughtfully. Lu Jia, whatever you cook is what we will eat. No need to ask us. Mu Wanqing empathized with Lu Yu, knowing that she had put in much more effort than they had. All right, then I'll prepare something at random. As the women enjoyed their breakfast, suddenly, the intercom crackled with Su Tong's urgent voice. Hello. A few trucks have arrived at the entrance of our villa area, and they insist on being let in. Upon hearing Su Tong's report, everyone immediately grew alert. How many of them? About 50 people. Xiao Yang was taken aback. It appeared the intruders were well prepared. Whether they were coming for him or for the villa area remained unclear. Those with conflicts against him had already been dealt with, so it seemed likely they were targeting the villa itself. Well then, let's go take a look. Without further ado, Xiao Yang donned his combat gear, prompting the women to rush back inside to equip themselves and arm up before following him out of the villa. The snowfall outside was heavy, and they still had some distance to cover to reach the entrance of the villa area, so Xiao Yang opted for the off-road vehicle. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found a crowd gathered outside, shouting at Su Tong and the others. Since Su Tong had locked the gate, they were temporarily unable to enter. Upon spotting Xiao Yang, Su Tong and her companion ran over. What is happening? Xiao Yang frowned. We don't know. Suddenly a few trucks arrived with a group of people insisting we open the gate. However, I recognized someone among them. It looks like one of the individuals who was trapped in the property building a few days ago. As soon as Su Tong spoke, Xiao Yang pieced together the situation. Surely, it was the group he had released, and, among them, someone had brought familiar faces to seize his territory. Damn it, I showed them mercy, and now they return to repay kindness with malice? The crowd outside, upon seeing Xiao Yang and the others, erupted into howls. Wow, there are indeed quite a few women here. These ones are far superior to the last two. Hey, beauties, are you hungry? We have delicious food. Let us in, and we'll definitely feed you well. Haha. Yeah, on such a cold day. How about we warm your beds? I'm feeling quite heated seeing you all. The group outside continued their taunts, some whistling and egging on, causing the women inside to grit their teeth. However, Xiao Yang remained unfazed. Those who dared to invade his territory were nothing more than mere fodder in his eyes. He merely observed the strength of the intruders carefully. Most of these individuals were in their 30s, armed with weapons, steel pipes, knives, axes, and the like, all ordinary armaments. Xiao Yang paid them no mind. Knowing such weapons posed no threat to him, he thought to himself that since they had come knocking, he must not let the opportunity to extract their time, energy slip away. 50 people meant a minimum of 50 years' worth of time energy. Just as Xiao Yang was scrutinizing the group outside, one of them raised a large bag and called out, "Hey, you inside. Do you know what is inside?" Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, The man placed the package on the ground and opened it, speaking to himself. Did you see? It's filled with delicious food. You must have not seen such fine goods for a long time. Our boss, Qian Lauda, has said that as long as you open the door, this will merely be a gift of introduction. If you're willing to join us, we can provide you with even more food. After he finished speaking, another man chimed in. Did you hear that? Look at how enthusiastic my cousin is. Hurry up and open the door. Let us in to find a few villas to stay in. It's snowing heavily. Do you not fear freezing us? Xiao Yang examined the speaker closely and found him somewhat familiar. He seemed to be one of the survivors he had let go that day. At that moment, Tang Ying, who stood behind Xiao Yang, suddenly shouted upon seeing the group outside. Qin Yuquan, it's you bunch of scoundrels. Hearing Tang Ying's cry, a burly man at the forefront turned his gaze towards her. He scrutinized her for a moment and suddenly revealed an expression of surprise. Captain Tang? Realizing she had been recognized, Tang Ying sneered. Indeed, it is I. What narrow road for enemies. Xiao Yang, noticing Tang Ying's familiarity with the group outside, since there was a history between them, he turned to her and asked, Do you know them? With gritted teeth, Tang Ying glared at the people outside and replied, Of course I know them. They are employees of Tian Qian Financial Company. The one leading them is Qin Yuquan, the company's president. They specialize in predatory lending to university students, coercing female students into taking nude photographs, and engaging in violent debt collection. They even force female students who cannot repay their loans to sell their bodies to settle their debts. This company is infamously notorious, and many victimized students have reported them to the police, yet I've been unable to do anything about it. I wonder who their protector is. Upon hearing Tang Ying's account, Xiao Yang acknowledged, realizing this group was indeed up to no good. At that moment, the man named Qin Yuquan smiled at Tang Ying and said, Captain Tang, we truly are fated to meet. However, I must advise you, at such a time, why still cling to past grievances? I suggest you open the door and join us. We can put aside any unpleasantness from before. I guarantee that you will live well under my care. Bah! Tang Ying immediately spat in disdain upon hearing this. Seeing her reaction, Qin Yuquan was not angered. Instead, he chuckled. Captain Tang, to be honest, have you noticed the 5 vans behind me? They're filled with various food supplies and resources. We have essentially moved an entire small supermarket, sufficient for us to sustain ourselves for a while. If you let us in, I can provide for you. Get lost. Tang Ying could not help but curse. Qin Yuquan, hearing this, immediately retracted his smile, his expression turning grim. All right, Captain Tang, you may regret this later. After saying this, he turned his attention to Xiao Yang. Young man, I hear you are quite formidable. So, today I offer you a chance. Open the door yourself, and I shall make you my second in command. What do you say? Not interested? Xiao Yang coldly replied. Ha, bold. Then do not blame me for being merciless. The burly man suddenly raised his right hand and made a slicing gesture towards the door. With a loud crash, the door swung open. The women inside were stunned as the lock was effortlessly severed by the man's bare hand. Xiao Yang was equally taken aback. This man had awakened an ability, one that was exceedingly rare, metal manipulation. This ability allowed him to transform his hand into a sharp metallic weapon, capable of cutting through steel. No wonder Xiao Yang had thought him unarmed. His ultimate weapon was his own hand. As the door opened, the people outside surged in with fervor. Don't move. The burly man suddenly commanded his subordinates, then turned to Xiao Yang and the others, saying, I give you one last chance. Lay down your weapons or suffer the consequences. At that moment, the previously released survivor stepped forward and smiled at Xiao Yang. Brother, I have witnessed your skills. You are indeed a man, but I still advise you to recognize your situation. You are no match for us. No matter how sharp your knife, it cannot surpass my cousin S. hand. Young man, one must learn to assess the situation and act within one's capacity. Qin Yuquan continued to persuade. Afterward, he glanced at the group of women behind Xiao Yang and smiled. Ladies, do not resist in vain. If you cease your opposition, I assure you that you may choose any food from the vans outside. I, Lao Qian, have no other skills, but I know how to pamper women. Yes, yes. Our boss loves to pamper women. Hurry and submit, haha. The group of lackeys behind Qin Yuquan echoed in agreement. However, Mu Wanqing and the others, listening to their temptations, remained cold and indifferent. This group truly resembled a troop of clowns. "Have you finished speaking?" Xiao Yang said coldly. "Finished. What? Are you eager to surrender?" The previous survivor laughed. "The one type of person I despise most in life is the ungrateful." With that, before anyone could react, Xiao Yang stepped forward and swiftly slashed his knife at the man, severing his leg. As Qian Yuquan's group finally reacted, the man was already on the ground, howling in pain. "What the hell? How dare you cut my cousin? Everyone attack. Kill him. Spare the women. I want to unleash my fury on them." At Qian Yuquan's command, the group charged toward Xiao Yang. Qian Yuquan himself led the charge, aiming straight for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did not hesitate. He immediately advanced at top speed, swiftly cutting off Qian Yuquan's right hand and placing the blade against his throat. This all transpired in an instant, leaving Qian Yuquan's subordinates still in shock. "Tell your men to stand down and surrender their weapons." Xiao Yang gazed at Qian Yuquan with icy eyes. Only then did Qian Yuquan feel the pain of losing his arm, causing him to tremble in agony. His mind was in a daze. He had not even seen how his arm had been severed. He had thought himself formidable, yet he found himself utterly helpless before this young man. Looking at the blade resting on his neck, he dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he ordered his subordinates, "Surrender your weapons, quickly." Seeing their leader so easily subdued, Qian Yuquan's subordinates were utterly astonished. However, no one was willing to comply. The 5 individuals at the back, sensing the situation turning dire, turned to flee towards the vehicles, seemingly intent on abandoning their leader to escape. Bang! 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 5 gunshots rang out. The 5 who had attempted to flee fell to the ground, clutching their legs and wailing in agony. Xiao Yang knew, without looking, that it was Tang Ying who had fired the shots. "It seems your men do not listen to you." Xiao Yang remarked, pressing the blade harder against Qian Yuquan's neck, causing a cut that drew blood. Hey, noble hero, spare my life." Qian Yuquan, terrified, quickly pleaded with Xiao Yang, then shouted at his subordinates, "You bunch of ingrates! Are you wishing for my death? Have I not treated you well before? Hurry and surrender your weapons." Hearing this, his subordinates finally complied with their leader's command. After all, Qian Yuquan still held some authority. Mu Wanqing and the others approached to collect the weapons and return to their original position, awaiting Xiao Yang's instructions. "Now, have your subordinates transfer the essence from their severed arms into this crystal. You may retain 3 minutes for yourselves. However, it would be prudent for you not to engage in any deceit, otherwise, the life of your superior may be at stake." As Xiao Yang spoke, a crystalline package unexpectedly appeared in his left hand, which he then tossed on the ground. This was a previously discarded crystal, now proving to be quite useful. Qian Yuquan and his subordinates instinctively glanced at their arms, aware of the time embedded within them, yet oblivious to the fact that this item could facilitate transmission. However, with their leader in the hands of others, they had no choice but to comply. Moreover, there was a female officer, gun in hand, directing them, which further compelled their obedience. Each of them took a crystal, placing it in their left hands, and, following Xiao Yang's instructions, transmitted their time energy into the crystals. Subsequently, they handed the crystals over to Mu Wanqing and her associates, while Qian Yuquan conveyed his time energy to Xiao Yang through a handshake. After completing these actions, Xiao Yang finally wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, there was minimal wastage of their time energy. Chapter 51. Yoga Attire. Seeing that these individuals were on the brink of death, Xiao Yang turned to Captain Tang Ying and inquired, "Do you have any further questions for him?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yuquan, under the impression that Xiao Yang was about to release him, expressed his excitement. Yes, Captain Tang. Do you have any questions for me?" "I assure you, I will speak candidly." Tang Ying pondered for a moment, then approached Qian Yuquan, coldly asking, "I do have a question. I wish to know, who exactly is the umbrella organization behind your company?" Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, Tang Ying remained deeply troubled by this matter and sought clarity. Upon hearing her question, Qian Yuquan anticipated it and hurriedly responded, "Captain Tang, the umbrella organization behind us is none other than the chief of your police department, Li Gang. His son, Li Yang, is my sworn brother. Now you understand. Tang Ying's eyes widened in realization. No wonder she had been unable to dismantle Tian Qian Financial Company. Their protector was her direct superior, reflecting on her relentless efforts to eliminate threats to the public. It was indeed ironic that the most significant peril lay within the precinct itself. While Tang Ying was lost in thought, Qian Yuquan eagerly looked at Xiao Yang and asked, "Brother, I have done everything you asked. Can I be released now?" Xiao Yang sheathed his knife and replied with a smile, "You are free to go. Depart now." Just as Tang Ying was about to intervene and prevent Xiao Yang from letting the tiger back into the mountains, she witnessed Qian Yuquan and his subordinates suddenly collapsing to the ground. Confused, she rushed over to check each one, only to discover that they were all lifeless. Casting a suspicious glance at Xiao Yang, she was baffled by the means he had employed to cause this group to perish instantaneously. Was it related to the time embedded in their arms? Nonetheless, despite her curiosity, she refrained from questioning Xiao Yang, as her focus shifted to another pressing matter. "Have you seen Liang? I wish to personally eliminate this scoundrel." Tang Ying approached at Xiao Yang, inquiring. Xiao Yang shrugged and replied with a grin, "I do not know. That fellow may have sensed danger and fled." Tang Ying, upon hearing this, responded indignantly, "Regardless of where he has gone, should I encounter him, I will personally ensure his demise." Xiao Yang merely smiled, choosing not to engage further with Tang Ying. He collected the crystals and ordered the bodies to be disposed of outside. Upon observing the 5 delivery trucks parked outside, Xiao Yang opened the cargo doors to find them filled with supplies. A smile spread across his face, realizing that fortune had favored him unexpectedly. "Who among you could drive? With so many vehicles, I would have to make several trips myself." I can." Lu Yu, Tang Ying, and Su Tong raised their hand in response. Only the 3 of them, along with Xiao Yang, were capable of driving. Xiao Yang sighed, realizing he would have to make an additional trip. It seemed he would need to arrange for Mu Wanxing and Lin Shishir to practice driving in the future. In these dire times, it was only fitting that female drivers showcase their skills behind the wheel. "All right, come, assist in driving these vehicles to my villa." "Understood." Leaving Mu Wanxing and the others to keep watch, Xiao Yang and the trio drove the 4 vehicles back to the villa. They then returned to retrieve the last truck. Leaving Xiao Lu to guard the entrance, Xiao Yang took Su Tong to assist with unloading the cargo. Upon entering the villa with the supplies, Su Tong was astonished. She had not expected Xiao Yang's villa to be so warm, with lights still aglow, resembling life before the calamity, particularly after the unloading was complete. Xiao Yang even called for her to wash her hands, with the water being pleasantly warm. Su Tong immediately realized that if there was hot water, then a bath must be possible. Since the disaster struck, she had not bathed even once, as the cold was unbearable. The fear of falling ill without any medicine loomed over her, making her vulnerable to dire consequences. However, in this villa, such worries dissipated. Su Tong felt envious. She longed for a proper hot bath, yet she knew that, given her status, she was unworthy of such luxuries. "What is it, Su Tong? Why are you so lost in thought?" Mu Wanqing, noticing Su Tong's dazed expression before the sink, approached her with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," Su Tong replied, snapping back to reality. Observing the weight of Su Tong's worries, Mu Wanqing's curiosity piqued, prompting her to employ her ability to listen to Su Tong's thoughts. "I really want to take a bath, but unfortunately, I am not qualified." Upon hearing Su Tong's thoughts, Mu Wanqing was taken aback. The simple pleasure of a hot bath, something she experienced daily, was viewed by Su Tong as an unattainable luxury. Filled with sympathy, Mu Wanqing pretended to sniff the air around Su Tong. "Oh dear, Su Tong, you have worked up quite a sweat. You smell a bit. Why not take a bath here?" Su Tong was taken aback, her heart racing with excitement. Is it really possible? She cast a concerned glance towards Xiao Yang in the living room, knowing that he held the final say. Mu Wanqing smiled, understanding her apprehension. "Xiao Yang, Su Tong has perspired considerably. May she take a bath here?" Xiao Yang glanced over in response to Mu Wanqing's voice and saw Su Tong gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Considering her commendable efforts over the past few days, allowing her to bathe was not an unreasonable request. "Very well, I will fetch her a new set of clothes afterward." Hearing Xiao Yang's consent, Su Tong nearly leaped for joy. Wonderful. Finally, I could take a bath. Oh, and by the way, now I know his name, Xiao Yang. I did not even know it before. Xiao Yang, what a pleasant name. Su Tong eagerly indulged in her first hot bath since the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang took advantage of her bathing time to prepare a set of thick training clothes for her along with a box of food. When Su Tong emerged from her bath, donned in fresh attire, preparing to return to the guardhouse, Xiao Yang handed her the food. Here, take this to share with Xiao Lu. Su Tong accepted the box, feeling its weight and realizing it contained a substantial amount. She stared at Xiao Yang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, she found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she deeply bowed to Xiao Yang before stepping outside the villa. As she walked a distance away from the villa, tears streamed down her face. She understood that although she was not entitled to reside within Xiao Yang's villa, he and his associates had treated her with kindness. Initially, she had perceived Xiao Yang as aloof and unfeeling, but now it seemed he was not so cold-hearted after all. These individuals were genuinely kind. In her heart, Su Tong silently vowed to grow stronger, to earn her place among them through her own merit. In that moment, she found renewed motivation for the future. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the snow transformed into a blizzard. Although it was still midday, venturing outside was no longer an option. Given the day's considerable gains, Xiao Yang decided to remain at home for the day and rest. Lu Yu prepared a pot of braised pork and steamed rice, marking the day's lunch. After a satisfying meal, everyone reclined on the sofa in the living room. Tang Ying seemed to be burdened with worries, still struggling to come to terms with the incident involving Li Yang. At this moment, Mu Wanqing approached Xiao Yang, extending her hand. "Did you not promise to provide us with a set of yoga outfits?" she asked. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened, and he inquired with a smile, "Oh, are you all starting yoga?" "Indeed, we have nothing planned for the afternoon, so let's have you Jie guide us," Mu Wanqing replied. "I've been eating so much lately. I'm starting to feel a bit out of shape." Xiao Yang was more than willing, having longed to see them in yoga attire. He dashed to his room and carefully selected several outfits from his collection. The black ones are nice. They have a certain allure. The new ones are also great, almost like wearing nothing at all. And the pink ones, oh, the pink ones are delightful. Chapter 52. Can you control my imagination? Xiao Yang excitedly presented several yoga outfits to Mu Wanqing and the others. Noticing Tang Ying's gloomy demeanor, Mu Wanqing went over and said, "Come on, Captain Tang. Stop sitting around. Let's get moving." "But I don't know how to do yoga. I usually focus on fitness and combat." "Dang Jing, votet. You can learn from you, Jia. And by the way, since you know combat, why not teach us a bit?" Tang Ying hurriedly waved her hands. "How could I teach you? You're all much more skilled than I am." "Oh, we just rely on brute strength. If you had as much time and energy, you could do it too. What we lack is technique. Come on, let us go." Tang Ying was reluctantly dragged upstairs by Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to change into yoga outfits. Lu Yu also returned to her room with her yoga attire. Xiao Yang waited eagerly in the living room, his heart racing with anticipation. Wearing yoga outfits would beautifully showcase the women's figures, a feast for the eyes indeed. As he anxiously awaited, Lu Yu was the first to emerge. Wow! Xiao Yang was captivated. Lu Yu donned a green yoga outfit that added a youthful charm to her otherwise mature appearance. Her voluptuous figure filled the tight-fitting attire, resembling a ripe peach, invitingly tempting. Lu Yu blushed at Xiao Yang's infatuated gaze, shyly tucking her hair behind her ears. She turned her face, giving Xiao Yang a playful glare. "Hey, don't stare at me like that. You're making me feel shy." Xiao Yang, noticing Lu Yu's expression, felt even more excited. Her gaze was intoxicating, exuding an innate allure. Perhaps this was the charm of a married woman, and a stunning one at that. Before Xiao Yang could savor the sight further, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, with Tang Ying in tow, came downstairs. "Oh my!" Xiao Yang nearly dropped his jaw. Mu Wanqing wore black yoga pants paired with a nude tank top, while Tang Ying sported nude pants with a black top. They had a remarkable sense of style. Lin Shishir opted for an entirely pink outfit, making her appear even more youthful. All three women were of similar height, around 170 centimeters. Yet it was evident that Tang Ying had a fuller figure, especially noticeable in her top, which seemed almost ready to burst. This was likely due to her regular workouts. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir appeared a bit slimmer, perhaps a consequence of their student lifestyle and infrequent exercise. Upon closer inspection, Mu Wanqing's figure stood out slightly more than Lin Shishir's. This might just be the difference between having a boyfriend and not. Those who understand, understand. Each woman possessed a goddess-like beauty, and combined with their figures, they were nothing short of perfection. Particularly, Tang Ying's medium-length hair exuded a wild allure that stirred a desire to conquer within men. Xiao Yang was entranced, his gaze darting among the women. It was simply mesmerizing. Ahem. Mu Wanqing coughed to draw Xiao Yang's attention back to reality. With a disapproving look, she told Lu Yu, Jia, that green is perfect for you. It makes you look years younger. Lu Yu playfully touched their waists, complimenting, oh dear, I'm getting old. You all are so young, and look at your tiny waists. I can't help but want to hug you all, ha-ha. Ha-ha, Jia, you're not lacking either. You're all curves, soft and delightful. The women giggled and playfully touched one another's waists. Nearby, Xiao Yang watched this scene, unable to suppress his excitement. Let us go, Jia. To the fitness area on the lower level. Seeing Xiao Yang's envious expression, Mu Wanqing beckoned everyone downstairs. The group descended to the lower level, and the police dog Yang, who had been playing with a coal ball, eagerly followed Tang Ying. Xiao Yang thought, if the dog is going, how can I not? He quickly retrieved a men's sports outfit from his space. With no one around, he changed clothes on the spot. Hastily, he followed the others down to the lower level. Upon seeing Xiao Yang arrive in sportswear, Mu Wanqing chuckled, what business does a big man like you have joining us for yoga? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Can't you see my sportswear? I want to work out too. What kind of workout? Are you joining us for yoga? No. I want to be doing yoga. I'll be boxing. With that, Xiao Yang approached the punching bag and unleashed a flurry of punches. Mu Wanqing sighed in exasperation, realizing that this man was simply incorrigible. A natural flirt. She raised an eyebrow, giving him a warning look while pointing to her head, signaling him to keep his thoughts in check. But the thought of Mu Wanqing's ability to hear thoughts made Xiao Yang feel uneasy. Come on, can you control my imagination too? Lu Yu began teaching the group yoga poses, and, curiously, all of them faced away from Xiao Yang. He felt delighted. Jia truly understands me. As Lu Yu demonstrated and guided them, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying followed along. From Xiao Yang's perspective, he was entranced, his heart racing with excitement. I can't take it anymore. He quickly shifted his gaze away, starting to throw punches. 1, 2, 500, 501, 1,000. After releasing 1,000 punches, he finally calmed his restless heart. It was sweltering. The boiler was on this level, and he was drenched in sweat, so he removed his shirt. The women halted their yoga poses, gazing at him with astonishment. Xiao Yang felt perplexed. What's wrong? Lu Yu remarked, wow, your physical fitness is impressive. Tang Ying added, amazing, truly amazing. Lin Shishir glanced at Xiao Yang and then at Mu Wanqing, saying no wonder. Before she could finish, Mu Wanqing covered her mouth with her hand. What are you doing? Lin Shishir wriggled free, fuming. You know too much. Mu Wanqing playfully lunged at Lin Shishir, and the two began to playfully tussle. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Tang Ying gazed at Xiao Yang, somewhat mesmerized. His well-defined, bronze-toned physique radiated masculine allure. Coupled with his strong, handsome features, any woman would be compelled to steal a second glance. Tang Ying thought to herself, if I were to find a boyfriend, it would have to be someone like Xiao Yang. Chapter 53. 4-against-1 The group spent an hour practicing yoga before Tang Ying began teaching them combat techniques. However, Xiao Yang found these techniques somewhat lacking. In the face of overwhelming abilities, even the most skilled combat techniques would prove futile unless one possessed extraordinary physical strength capable of withstanding supernatural attacks. However, an abundance of skills never hinders one. Let this serve as a means of physical exercise. Tang Ying's technique is indeed commendable. At the very least, it is visually appealing. High kicks, downward strikes, grappling, throat locks, and groin kicks. Xiao Yang felt a tightening sensation. The groin kick seemed rather excessive. As he admired their graceful forms, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. By the way, Xiao Yang, now that you possess the energy of a millennium, do you think we could jointly bring you down? Mu Wanqing suddenly proposed. eager to test the extent of Xiao Yang's formidable physique. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang dismissed it, stating that they had only recently learned the groin kick. He insisted that it was better to avoid it altogether, or he might end up incapacitated. The women burst into laughter. "Don't worry, we won't kick. If we do, Wanqing will get upset," Lin Shishir teased, glancing at Xiao Yang's lower body while covering her mouth. "You, Lin Shishir, are simply too talkative," Mu Wanqing exclaimed as she playfully wrapped her arms around Lin Shishir's waist, tickling her side. I'm sorry. Sorry. Lin Shishir giggled, bending over in surrender. "All right, you two, stop the antics. Xiao Yang, I believe Wanqing's suggestion is quite good. We can give it a try, just for amusement." Lu Yu stepped forward, raising an eyebrow and smiling provocatively at Xiao Yang. Only Tang Ying remained silent, yet her eyes shimmered with anticipation. Observing the eager expressions of the women, Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming joy. As long as they refrained from groin kicks, he was more than willing. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of excitement. Happiness had come so unexpectedly, and he couldn't quite fathom Mu Wanqing's thoughts. "All right then, let us begin. But remember, no groin kicks. Understood. Let us commence. If we manage to take you down, you lose." Lin Shishir clapped her hands. "Agreed. If I fall, it counts as my loss. But if all of you fall, it counts as your loss," Xiao Yang declared, stepping into their midst. "Come on, you may take the first shot. Show me what you've got." Xiao Yang was unafraid. Knives and swords could not harm him. And what were their flowery fists and embroidered legs to him? The women, upon witnessing Xiao Yang's stance, suddenly felt invigorated. They were determined to prove themselves today. Immediately, various small fists and long legs came raining down on Xiao Yang. Tang Ying attempted to lock Xiao Yang's throat, but found herself utterly incapable. Her energy, accumulated over less than a year, was far too feeble in comparison to Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and the others clearly possessed significantly greater strength. Although they couldn't inflict any harm on Xiao Yang, the sounds of their strikes echoed loudly. Wanqing and Shishir, "Go for his legs. You grab his waist. I'll choke him. Let us all pull back together and take him down." Seeing that their punches and kicks were ineffective against Xiao Yang, Tang Ying began directing the others to alter their strategy. All right. The women, following Tang Ying's instructions, gritted their teeth and began to wrap their arms around his legs and waist, exerting every ounce of strength they had. Observing their limited capabilities, Xiao Yang chuckled heartily. "Is this all you can muster? Truly pathetic. Now it's my turn," he declared, extending both arms behind him and seizing Tang Ying's arms. With a powerful motion, he lifted her above his head and gently tossed her to the ground. Then, he swiftly reached back and embraced Lu Yu's waist. With slight effort, he lifted her, then quickly spun her around his waist. Lu Yu squealed in surprise as he lightly tossed her aside. Xiao Yang immediately bent down, wrapping his arms around Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir's slender waists. With a firm grip, he lifted them both and hoisted them onto his shoulders. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir cried out in alarm, but their slender waists were firmly trapped, rendering any attempt to escape futile. Xiao Yang, carrying them, spun in place 3 times, and amid their shrieks, he gently placed them on the ground. With a triumphant smile, he thought, "Competing with me? They truly underestimate the prowess of an ancient being." The women now gazed at Xiao Yang with expressions of fear. He was astonishingly powerful, treating them as mere weights. Tang Ying felt a surge of defiance as she suddenly leaped, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yang's head and locking her long legs around his waist. With her head engulfed in Tang Ying's embrace, he was enveloped by her alluring fragrance, rendering him momentarily dazed. It was so soft that he found it difficult to breathe. Wanqing, Shishir, quickly grabbed his arms. Tang Ying gasped, urging her companions. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir sprang into action, each seizing one of Xiao Yang's arms. With his vision obstructed and unable to dodge, he exerted force to lift both women. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir clung on tenaciously like 2 monkeys, wrapping their legs around his and gripping his arms tightly. Xiao Yang felt he was on the verge of suffocation, struggling to speak. But Tang Ying's grip was too tight to utter a sound. Observing this, Lu Yu crouched at Xiao Yang's heels, grasping his ankles and pulling back with all her might. Yet, she was unable to budge him. At that moment, even the watchful police dog Xiao Yang could no longer bear to stay idle. It trotted forward and bit Xiao Yang's pant leg, tugging vigorously. "Ha, brother. Even the dog finds you intolerable. If you resist any further, I shall unleash my lightning powers." Lu Yu teased, playfully threatening him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a jolt of fear and relaxed, giving Lu Yu the chance to pull his legs back. Losing his balance, he toppled forward. As he fell, the three women on him landed first, while Xiao Yang, cushioned by their bodies, felt surprisingly comfortable. At that moment, Lu Yu swiftly executed a reversal hold, chuckling, "Brother, we've taken you down. This time, you've lost." Xiao Yang, feeling quite indignant, replied, "I was merely letting you win. If I truly exerted myself, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." Lu Yu, hearing this, tightened her grip. "I don't care. You lost, no excuses." Chapter 54. Is Xiao Yang still human? Monkey, monkey, I imprint the void. Xiao Yang's head was still held firmly by Tang Ying, making it difficult for him to articulate. Upon hearing him concede, the women finally released him. However, they were utterly exhausted, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. "All right, get up quickly. I can barely breathe," Lin Shishir complained, lifting Xiao Yang's arm. "Xiao Yang, get off. My back hurts from the fall," Mu Wanqing added, pushing away his other arm. Xiao Yang had intended to relish the comfort of this human cushion a bit longer, but under the strong insistence of the two women, he had no choice but to rise. Standing up, he turned to Tang Ying on the ground, saying, "Captain Tang, you were quite heavy. I nearly suffocated." Tang Ying's face flushed as she recalled her earlier actions, realizing they had been somewhat inappropriate. Yet, she hadn't meant any harm. Her sole intention was to bring Xiao Yang down, without considering the implications. She quickly covered her chest with one hand while using the other to support herself as she stood. "I'm so sorry," Tang Ying said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she addressed Xiao Yang. "It's quite all right. You all simply took it too seriously." Xiao Yang waved his hand dismissively, as if he had suffered a great loss. "Enough of that. Don't act innocent after taking advantage of me. Now, tell me, what will be your punishment for losing?" Xiao Yang was taken aback. "What punishment? You didn't mention that before." After throwing us around like that, it would be a disservice not to punish you for our efforts," Lin Shishir insisted. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. "How about I give you all a massage as an apology? Would that be agreeable?" "As if. Dream on." Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang. With his cunning plan thwarted, Xiao Yang could only laugh awkwardly. "I propose this. Brother, are you not exceptionally skilled at performing push-ups? How about we four take turns standing on your back while you carry us as you execute 1,000 push-ups?" As soon as Lu Yu spoke, the other three immediately brightened with excitement. "Wonderful. Let us see how we can exhaust him." Lin Shishir raised her hands in agreement. "Indeed, I find this idea rather intriguing. Let us see how long you can endure." Mu Wanqing also expressed her support. "I'll go along with the crowd," Tang Ying added with a smile. As Xiao Yang observed their gleeful expressions, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. This is rather harsh. However, a man's pride must be upheld. "Come on, don't take turns. All four of you stand on me at once. I shall complete 4,000 push-ups." The four women were left utterly astonished upon hearing this. Xiao Yang is truly overestimating himself. "Very well, you said it. Do not claim we bullied you. Come on, let us do this." Mu Wanqing was the first to ascend. Xiao Yang immediately felt a weight on his shoulders. Next, Lin Shishir climbed on his back, followed by Tang Ying, and finally Lu Yu. "Steady now. I'm about to begin." "Wait," the dog also contributed earlier. "Let's have it join too." Lu Yu suddenly called for halt, and Tang Ying, with a knowing smile, beckoned Yang Yang over to stand at Xiao Yang's calves. Xiao Yang wore a dark expression, conceding that they were quite ruthless. "Look, don't we resemble Tang Sung and his three disciples riding a giant turtle across the river of heaven?" Lin Shishir's whimsical thought elicited laughter from the group. Indeed, Xiao Yang is the giant turtle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nearly deflated. He retorted with feigned anger. "Who are you calling a giant turtle? Be careful lest I toss you all off." "All right, enough jesting. Let us begin, brother Xiao." With Lu Yu's cue, Xiao Yang promptly commenced his push-ups. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 39.99 for 1,000. The four women counted as Xiao Yang grit his teeth and completed the final push-up, collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing Xiao Yang actually finish 4,000 push-ups in one go left them all in disbelief. Wow, Xiao Yang, you are truly impressive. I am utterly in awe. Lin Shishir exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Yang, you are indeed remarkable. Tang Ying also gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I have gained new insight today. No wonder you are my Xiao Yang. Lu Yu patted Xiao Yang encouragingly. You did wonderfully. Mu Wanqing affectionately ruffled Xiao Yang's hair, her expression filled with pride. Wang Wang, the police dog Yang Yang, seemed to express something. All right, you've completed it. You may now descend. Haha, splendid. The four women and one dog dismounted from Xiao Yang's back, and he finally felt a sense of relief. Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Yang, who resembled a puddle of mud, and her heart brimmed with joy. Oomph. Now, you certainly won't have the energy to frolic with Wanqing tonight. Finally, a good night's sleep awaits. Meanwhile, Tang Ying stood genuinely astonished. The combined weight of the four women and one dog must exceed 400 pounds. Is Xiao Yang even human? Lu Yu glanced at Xiao Yang, deep in thought, then directed a sympathetic look towards Mu Wanqing. Wanqing, dear sister, you truly have endured hardships. Mu Wanqing, upon meeting Lu Yu's gaze, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she lowered her head. However, she soon found herself troubled. How should she deal with Xiao Yang in the future? Time passed, and Mu Wanqing and the others ascended to take a hot shower. By the time Xiao Yang reached the upstairs, the four of them were already seated in the living room, engaging in lively conversation. Sister Yu, what shall we eat tonight? Brother, what do you wish to eat? You've worked the hardest. We will defer to your wishes. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. How about we indulge in barbecue today? I have plenty of ingredients that I'm sure you will enjoy. The four women's faces immediately lit up with delight. Really? That is fantastic. I haven't had skewers in ages. Lin Shishir exclaimed, jumping with joy. Tang Ying, unable to contain her excitement, also expressed her fondness for skewers. Agreed. All right, I'll go fetch the ingredients and seasonings. Seeing their eagerness, Xiao Yang dashed to the basement. He retrieved charcoal, a barbecue grill, and various grilling materials. Half a sheep, meat skewers, chicken wings, chives, several large kidneys, along with shrimp, oysters, and vegetables, were all ready. Everything is prepared. Xiao Yang handed the items to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, you take charge. Let them assist you. I need to wash up and rest for a bit. The others were thrilled at the abundance of ingredients. Fine, once it's ready, you just wait to eat. With the women happily bustling about. Xiao Yang took a shower while envisioning the sight of the girls in their yoga attire. How delightful. He relished this feeling. However, upon recalling Mu Wanqing, he quickly suppressed his boundless imagination. No, I must maintain composure. I cannot let Wanqing notice anything. Patience is key. There is no need to rush. Chapter 55. I am willing Xiao Yang. Hurry down for barbecue. Mu Wanqing's call shattered the reverie of Xiao Yang. Rising, he descended the stairs, and the aroma of grilled skewers enveloped the entire living room. The table was already adorned with numerous cooked meat skewers, oysters, and more. You all start eating. I'll ensure this leg of lamb is grilled to perfection. Lu Yu stood by the barbecue grill in the kitchen, turning the lamb leg while speaking. Xiao Yang rushed downstairs and brought up 2 cases of Qingdao AO Gute beer. He opened a bottle and handed it to Lu Yu, saying, here you go. Sister Yu, you've worked hard. Drink while you grill. Observing Xiao Yang's thoughtfulness, Lu Yu remarked to the others, do not compete with my little brother for those kidneys and chives. Let him replenish his strength. I have no interest in such disgusting things. I want to compete for them. Lin Shishir pouted. Xiao Yang chuckled. You know nothing. Is there anything more delicious than kidneys? After serving everyone a bottle of beer, Xiao Yang raised his bottle and declared, cheers to barbecue and beer. Let us drink. He opened another bottle, and the women joined in casually. Thus, the group savored the skewers, their mouths glistening with grease. Particularly, the girls' lips shone enticingly, making them all the more appealing. When Lu Yu presented the grilled leg of lamb at the table, the barbecue atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone toasted and celebrated, reveling in the joy of the moment. At this juncture, Xiao Yang approached Tang Ying with a bottle of beer, looking at her earnestly. Captain Tang, let us share a bottle. Tang Ying hurriedly grabbed a bottle and stood up, saying, Don't call me Captain Tang, with my current status. I can hardly be considered captain. Just call me Tang Ying. Xiao Yang clinked his bottle with Tang Ying's and then downed the entire contents in one go. Tang Ying followed suit, lifting her face and drinking it all. Excellent. Mu Wanqing and the others applauded enthusiastically. Tang Ying, what do you think of us? Xiao Yang directly broached the subject. Tang Ying contemplated for a moment and sincerely responded. Very good, quite strong. Moreover, I feel quite a connection with these sisters. As she spoke, she smiled at Mu Wanqing and the others. Sister Tang Ying, we also feel a connection with you. Since Tang Ying was of similar age to Xiao Yang, Lin Shishir addressed her as sister. Indeed, Sister Tang Ying, I took an instant liking to you the moment I laid eyes on you. Lu Yu added with a smile. Yingjia, I believe we can become sisters. Mu Wanqing stood up and took Tang Ying's hand. Thank you all. You are all wonderful. Tang Ying felt a wave of emotion. She had lost many colleagues and teammates, and without the company of these few, she would have been much more heartbroken. Tang Ying, please stay and join our family. As you can see, this world has descended into chaos. Moreover, the future will be even more dire. I cannot promise much, but I can assure you that I will provide for each of you, ensuring you are well fed and sheltered from the elements. I will strive to make you stronger. We truly need capable individuals like you to join us. Are you willing? Xiao Yang gazed intently into Tang Ying's eyes, extending a sincere invitation to her. Tang Ying's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with joy that Xiao Yang and his companions valued her so highly. Having first encountered Xiao Yang and his formidable team yesterday, she had contemplated recruiting them for her own cause, but after witnessing their prowess in battle this morning, she realized her own combat skills were woefully inadequate and that she was not on the same level as them. Particularly, Xiao Yang, the leader, exhibited an extraordinary combat ability that made her think that even 10 of her together would scarcely match his strength. Women have always revered the strong, and in Tang Ying's eyes, Xiao Yang was the most powerful individual she had ever met. His strength was impressive, but what captivated her even more was his strikingly handsome face, one that she could never grow weary of. Moreover, Xiao Yang's demeanor towards outsiders starkly contrasted with his attitude towards his own people, revealing that he was a protector of his own, a person worthy of trust and reliance. Furthermore, with 3 beautiful women present, staying with them would not seem awkward at all. Thus, she had long desired to remain. Agree to him, Lin Shishir exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Mu Wanqing shot Lin Shishir a fierce glare, causing her to shrink back in fright. What a misunderstanding, haha. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. Lin Shishir's antics made it seem as if he was about to propose to Tang Ying. Tang Ying felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks tinged with red. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath and resolutely declared to Xiao Yang, Yes, I am willing. Yay, that's fantastic. Sister Tang Ying, from now on we are family. Lin Shishir leaped with joy. Mu Wanqing also joyfully embraced Tang Ying, welcoming her into their fold. Li picked up a bottle of wine and stood up, holding it aloft. Wonderful. We should celebrate this. Celebrate our new sisterhood. Undoubtedly, the happiest among them was Xiao Yang. Although he appeared composed on the surface, internally, he was already trembling with excitement. He opened all the beers and arranged them on the table, grabbing one for himself. Indeed, we must celebrate. I shall down 3 bottles. All right. Xiao Yang kept his word, downing 3 bottles in quick succession without a change of expression amid the cheers of the women. Influenced by Xiao Yang's enthusiasm, Mu Wanqing and the others each finished a bottle as well. It must be said that since joining Xiao Yang, their alcohol tolerance had certainly improved. Oh, their SA procedure. Sister Tang Ying, please take an oath to Xiao Yang. Lin Shishir reminded. Tang Ying was momentarily taken aback. What? An oath? To Xiao Yang? Do they really need to do that here? She looked at Xiao Yang with confusion, who chuckled and said, No need. It's merely a formality. It could be omitted. Lin Shishir was unwilling to let it go. Pouting, what do you mean no need? You made us take an oath before. Seeing Xiao Yang's awkwardness, Tang Ying seemed to understand his concerns. What was most important in a team loyalty and cohesion, of course. She understood that well. To spare Xiao Yang from discomfort, she faced him, stood tall, and earnestly stated, "Xiao Yang, I do not believe in oaths. However, I, Tang Ying, guarantee with my character that I will absolutely treat you all as my family. I will never betray you." "Good. I believe you." Xiao Yang nodded solemnly in response. "And there is one more thing. You must absolutely obey Xiao Yang's commands," Lin Shirshir added. Before Tang Ying could speak, Xiao Yang quickly interjected, "Let us do it this way. After all, Tang Ying has received professional training and was once a captain, possessing more experience than us. Henceforth, during combat operations, she will lead the team." This was indeed Tang Ying's area of expertise. Xiao Yang paused, then cast a sharp glance at everyone, emphasizing, "However, the overall strategy and deployment must be determined by me. This is something you must comply with unconditionally, for I know better than any of you the future's trajectory." Chapter 56. The Formation of the Yang Battle Team. Observing Xiao Yang's unwavering confidence, although Tang Ying did not fully comprehend why, she understood that his ability to empower the women around him indicated his competence. Besides, Xiao Yang had already placed significant trust in her. She was not one to underestimate such an opportunity. "All right, I will obey." Seeing Tang Ying's declaration, Xiao Yang transformed back into his harmless demeanor. He stole a glance at Mu Wanqing, who met his gaze. Understanding his unspoken question, she nodded slightly, prompting a knowing smile from Xiao Yang. "Oh, we now have 5 members and can form a small battle team. Shall we name our little team?" Lin Shirshir proposed whimsically. Xiao Yang recognized that Lin Shirshir was quite clever, capable of coming up with ideas that were entirely unexpected from someone who played the flute. Nonetheless, her suggestion was indeed excellent, and Xiao Yang felt it was time to establish their banner. Just as he was deep in thought, Lin Shirshir suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, "I've got it! I remember there was a popular little game called Yang Lugu Yang. Many people played it, all vying to join the flock. You see, Xiao Yang's name has Yang in it, which sounds the same as sheep. How about we name our battle team Yang Lugu Yang? This name also symbolizes that our team will grow stronger in the future. What do you all think?" As soon as Lin Shirshir finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. They truly admired Lin Shirshir's creativity. Not bad at all. I agree. I concur. In the future, those who wish to join our battle team shall be welcomed into the Yang flock. Haha. Xiao Yang was quite pleased, saying, "Excellent, I like it." Just as he was reveling in their camaraderie, Lin Shirshir suddenly turned to Tang Ying and said, "However, Sister Tang Ying, your police dog is also named Yang Yang. Isn't that a bit awkward?" Xiao Yang's smile abruptly froze, and he shot Lin Shirshir a glare. "Why bring that up?" He glanced at the police dog Yang Yang, who was currently gnawing on a lamb bone under the table. Xiao Yang thought to himself, this dog should not stay for long. The blizzard outside had ceased, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. The 5 of them continued to drink until midnight. During this time, Xiao Yang recounted the impending disasters to Tang Ying, leaving her utterly astonished. He also openly demonstrated his spatial abilities in front of everyone, retrieving items from his space as if he were a character from cartoon. This allowed Tang Ying and Lin Shirshir to fully appreciate the power of his spatial abilities. What show-off! Truly a master of theatrics. However, Lin Shirshir accidentally discovered a pair of lacy black stockings among the items Xiao Yang produced. "Xiao Yang, how come you have black stockings in your space? They're so sheer. Whose did you steal?" Xiao Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had he inadvertently brought this out? Mu Vanqing, observing the black stockings Lin Shirshir held aloft, cast a scrutinizing gaze at Xiao Yang. He quickly snatched the stockings back, feeling a bit sheepish. "Haha, these were intended for Wanqing. I apologize for the surprise." The women immediately understood, their mouths agape as they looked at Mu Wanqing. "Oh, so you all are into that?" Mu Wanqing's face turned crimson as she shot Xiao Yang a glare. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I had no idea." When the others continued to look at her with amused expressions, Mu Wanqing stood up and dashed upstairs. "I'm going to bed now. You all chat." Once Mu Wanqing ascended the stairs, Xiao Yang felt it was inappropriate to linger any longer. "I shall retire as well. Goodbye," he said, grabbing the black stockings and following her upstairs. The remaining 3, Lu Yu, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying exchanged glances. In the master bedroom on the third floor, Xiao Yang handed the black stockings to Mu Wanqing, saying with anticipation, "Try these on and let me see if they fit." "I am not. This looks quite transparent." "I mean, it is precisely because of its transparency that you should wear it. Hurry up. Bigot, are you really planning to give me this black silk?" "Of course. Who else would wear it?" "Well then, close your eyes for now. Look only when I tell you to." "All right." A few minutes later. "Done. Xiao Yang, open your eyes." "Oh my goodness. I can't take it anymore. This is too tempting." Especially paired with Mu Wanqing's bashful expression, it's absolutely stunning. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Xiao Yang was about to charge forward but was stopped by Mu Wanqing. "Xiao Yang, let us not today. You need a rest." "I'm fine, I can handle it. Trust me. I'm truly doing this for your own good. Tomorrow, I will definitely wear it again, all right?" Mu Wanqing Chua said Xiao Yang. "Fine, then tomorrow. But you mustn't refuse again." "All right." After a rare, peaceful night, everyone slept soundly. By noon, they gradually rose to wash up. Lu Yu diligently prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, ensuring Xiao Yang and the others were well fed. Noticing that it was still early and the snow on the ground was not too thick, Xiao Yang decided to head down the mountain once more to harvest some crystals. Remembering the over 50 crystals obtained yesterday, Xiao Yang promptly handed them to Tang Ying. "Now is the time to absorb the energy from these crystals. Your time energy is currently the lowest, so you go first." "All right." Under Mu Wanqing's guidance, Tang Ying swiftly absorbed the energy from the 50 crystals. Now, the time energy in her arm had reached 60 years. Tang Ying genuinely felt the changes the energy brought to her body. She felt invigorated, as if she possessed boundless strength. Even her physical power had increased several folds. She couldn't help but marvel at how miraculous this world had become. Reflecting on Xiao Yang's over 1,000 years of energy, she finally understood why his physique was so formidable. It seems these crystals are indeed of great significance. Yet Xiao Yang, without a care, had given all these crystals to her, fulfilling his promise to make her stronger. Xiao Yang is a man of his word. This left the deepest impression on Tang Ying. After equipping himself, Xiao Yang took out his handgun along with a box of bullets. To his dismay, they did not match. Observing this, Tang Ying directly retrieved some revolver-specific bullets from her bag and handed them to Xiao Yang. "Here you go, if you prefer using this gun. Then take these bullets." "All right." Xiao Yang accepted the bullets without hesitation, loading them into the revolver. He then handed another handgun and other bullets from his space to Tang Ying. Tang Ying loaded the handgun with bullets and passed it to Lu Yu. "Sister Yu, hold on tight. Wanqing and Shishir, make sure to take care of the guns I gave you both." "We got them," the two replied in unison. Xiao Yang looked at his current team with satisfaction. Now everyone is armed with a handgun. Although the bullets are limited, they are sufficient for temporary use. Besides, ordinary zombies and survivors are not worth their bullets unless faced with unexpected situations and dangers. Otherwise, they would not waste ammunition. With everything prepared, Xiao Yang fed the cold ball 2 crystal cores and set off with his team, the Yang Battle Squad. Chapter 57, 4-Star Mutant. The heavy-duty off-road vehicle arrived at the gate of the Villa District, calling over the guard, Xiao Lu. It was her turn to join in on the training. A layer of snow covered the winding mountain road, making it treacherous for ordinary small cars. However, for Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. After descending, they headed straight for the vicinity of the previously cleared neighborhoods, continuing to purge the surrounding new communities. However, the new neighborhood, South Small Gardens, were rife with wandering zombies. It was likely they had chased survivors out of their homes. Lin Shishir played a flute tune to attract the outdoor zombies, allowing them to take advantage of the situation and eliminate them efficiently. This saved both time and effort. As for the zombies trapped inside the houses, with their limited manpower, Xiao Yang and the others lacked the energy to search each room one by one. Those would be left for future survivors. In the subsequent neighborhoods, following the same method, Xiao Yang and the others quickly cleared the exterior zombies. Of course, there were quite a few pet zombies among them, but they posed no threat to Xiao Yang and his team. Once all surrounding neighborhoods were cleared, moving forward, they would reach the location of several universities. There was no time today, so Xiao Yang decided to begin the cleanup in the university town tomorrow. With the cold wave approaching, these universities had not yet closed for vacation. The dormitory areas would surely be filled with zombies. Naturally, there would also be many survivors. Xiao Yang felt it was time to incorporate some younger members into his team. Relying solely on a few individuals would result in exhausting efforts. Anyone capable, with special abilities and good character, will be welcome. Moreover, an important point is that these university students have not yet truly entered society. They have not experienced its hardships nor been tainted by its vices, making them more malleable and easier to recruit. Youth is ultimately a virtue. If the team consisted solely of elderly individuals, it would not be long before someone was complaining of leg pain one day or neck pain the next. Regardless of how much time energy one possesses, ailments would still arise. Otherwise, why would there be so many medicines? After sweeping through all the street shops in the community, they found no useful supplies. Some small supermarkets had long been looted, indicating that the survivors had begun large-scale operations. Another point that particularly caught Xiao Yang's attention was that he discovered some zombies in the shops had been killed by survivors, and their crystal cores had been extracted. This indicated that many people were becoming aware of the crystal secret. Future competition would intensify, and challenges would grow. Fortunately, his strength had already surpassed most. In this apocalypse, the strong would only become stronger. Falling behind at the starting line would make it challenging to catch up. Resources are limited and continuously diminishing. If one person gains a bit more, another must lose a bit. It seems starting tomorrow, the pace needs to quicken. He had truly been too lax during this period. Driving towards the Xiaojinshan Villa area, although it was not yet dark, the sun was obscured by the mountains, casting a shadow over the winding road. Xiao Yang turned on the headlights and proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, he spotted a long black object lying in the snow ahead, extending beyond the road on both ends, making it impossible to see what it was. The already narrow road was thoroughly blocked by this object. Xiao Yang slammed on the brakes. Attempting to drive past would risk losing control on such a narrow path. He instructed the women to wait in the car while he disembarked to investigate. If it were merely a fallen tree, he would call them for assistance. Approaching the object with the light from the car, Xiao Yang prepared to discern what it was. Suddenly, he felt the object move slightly. Xiao Yang immediately halted his steps, but before he could react, the black object at the mountain's edge suddenly stood up. A snake head the size of a basin appeared before him, flicking its long tongue. Two bulbous, bright eyes were fixated on Xiao Yang. In the center of the snake's head was a bulge, glimmering with 4 points of green light. Startled, Xiao Yang broke into a cold sweat upon seeing those 4 green lights. Oh my goodness! He had encountered a 4-star mutated python. Xiao Yang was uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. He just needed a 4-star crystal core to elevate his spatial abilities to level 6, and here it was, fortuitously placed before him. It seemed this python was merely passing by, and they happened to cross paths. Unfortunately, given his current strength, he might not be able to defeat it. The python itself possesses greater strength than that of a human, and it is even more formidable as a 4-star mutated entity. However, with over 1,000 years of energy cultivation, Xiao Yang is confident in his ability to escape. Nevertheless, the off-road vehicle cannot be driven away. There is no room to turn around, and it would be absurd to reverse. Moreover, there are several women inside the vehicle whom he cannot abandon. At this moment, Xiao Yang can only slowly retreat, increasing the distance between himself and the python, intending to back up to the side of the vehicle first. As he cautiously steps back, the mutated python also shifts its body. A jolt of apprehension fills Xiao Yang. It seems reluctant to let him go. He swiftly retrieves a revolver from his spatial storage and readies himself to fire if necessary. He wants to shout to the women inside the vehicle to hurry down, but suddenly he notices a flash in the python's eyes. Immediately, his body feels as though it is ensnared in a nightmare, rendered immobile. Although his mind remains alert, he finds himself unable to move. Panic surges within him as he realizes he must have fallen victim to the python's extraordinary ability. He had been gazing into the python's eyes, and that must have been the cause. With the python edging closer, Xiao Yang's heart races. Bang! A gunshot echoes as the bullet strikes the python. Tang Ying is the first to perceive the danger. She exits the vehicle just in time to witness Xiao Yang in a standoff with the colossal python and unhesitatingly fires her weapon. The python, feeling the sting of pain, sways and retreats a few steps. As soon as Xiao Yang's line of sight breaks from the python, he suddenly regains the ability to move. However, the python, now enraged, opens its cavernous mouth, preparing to attack. Xiao Yang hastily aims his gun at the python, shooting while retreating, warning the others to be cautious. As this is a 4-tier mutated entity, and they must not look into its eyes. They must shoot. Yet apart from Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing and the others have never handled a firearm before. They fumble with the gun, failing to even disengage the safety. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Tang Ying's bullets fail to hinder the python's furious assault. The python suddenly sweeps its tail, striking Tang Ying, unable to evade. She is sent flying 3 to 4 meters, landing in a snowdrift by the roadside. Chapter 58. In the face of peril, Xiao Yang's ammunition runs dry. And with Tang Ying's firepower lost, the mutated python grows even more reckless in its attacks. He quickly grabs the gun from Mu Wanqing's hands and instructs her to check on Tang Ying. He fires at the python again, momentarily pushing it back a few steps. Yo Jia, hand me the gun. If the python charges again, unleash your lightning. Understood. With both hands gripping the gun, Xiao Yang resumes firing at the python. However, the python's tough hide renders the bullets ineffective against it. It retaliates, targeting Xiao Yang directly. As the python's tail sweeps toward him, Luyo seizes the opportunity and strikes the python's tail with a bolt of lightning. A plume of black smoke erupts, and the python recoils in pain. Its force diminished as Xiao Yang manages to block the attack with his hands. Even with Xiao Yang's formidable physique, he feels his arm tingle from the impact, almost dropping the gun. Observing the situation, Luyo unleashes 2 more bolts of lightning at the python's body, thoroughly infuriating it. It suddenly whips its head, sending Luyo flying. The gatekeeper, Xiao Lu, rushes to Luyo's side to assess her condition. Now, only Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir remain at the forefront. Xiao Yang takes Lin Shishir's gun and instructs her to retreat, as their physiques cannot withstand the python's assault. He then resumes firing at the python. The creature sways left and right to evade, until Xiao Yang exhausts all his ammunition. The python appears to have sustained numerous gunshot wounds, staining the snow beneath it with its blood. Yet, it still does not suffer any life-threatening injuries. As Xiao Yang ceases firing, the python rises and lunges at him. Swiftly, he draws his Tang Dao and slashes. The blade glides across the python's scales, leaving a deep gash, yet it fails to penetrate through. The python's assault continues unabated, its massive body crashing down upon Xiao Yang. The stench fills his nostrils as he finds himself pinned beneath the python. Fortunately, his robust physique prevents him from being crushed, though he struggles to breathe. Before he can react, the python writhes, ensnaring him tightly. The immense force constricts around him, turning his face crimson. His bones crack under the pressure, and he feels as if they might shatter. An ordinary person would likely have been reduced to a pulp by now. Xiao Yang exerts all his strength, but the python seems to realize that merely squeezing him will not kill him. It opens its gaping mouth, aiming for Xiao Yang's head, intent on swallowing him whole. In that desperate moment, a sudden sound of a flute resonates. The python, which was about to consume Xiao Yang, abruptly halts its advance, turning its head toward the source of the music. At this moment, Lin Shishir stands, flute in hand, her focus unwavering as she plays for the python. The creature seems to react to the sound, and the coils constricting Xiao Yang gradually loosen. Seizing the opportunity, he draws his Tang Dao and thrusts it into one of the python's eyes. A rush of yellow liquid spurts forth, and the python convulses violently, throwing Xiao Yang off. His body crashes against a nearby mountainside, leaving him dazed. Struggling to sit up, Xiao Yang notices the python rolling on the ground, evidently gravely injured. It appears that the eyes are indeed the weak point of this mutated python. Meanwhile, observing that Xiao Yang has escaped the python's grasp, Lin Shishir promptly ceases her playing and rushes toward him. With Xiao Lu's assistance, Mu Wanqing has managed to lift both Luyo and Tang Ying together. Their condition seems serious. With Lin Shishir's support, Xiao Yang rises to his feet. He retrieves the Tang Dao from the ground, preparing to strike down the python while it is vulnerable. The mutated python seems to sense Xiao Yang's murderous intent, suddenly rearing up, glaring with its remaining eye, and opening its bloody maw, lunging toward Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir. Ignoring the pain, Xiao Yang charges forward, aiming his blade with all his might at the python's intact eye. Just as he is about to strike, the python unexpectedly tilts its head, evading the blow, and the Tang Dao plunges into its neck instead. This thrust carries significant force, piercing through the python's skin. In agony, the python whips its head, and before Xiao Yang can withdraw the blade, he is sent flying once again. The impact leaves him feeling as if his insides are being rearranged. The python does not relent in its assault. Fixated on Xiao Yang, it opens its mouth wide once more and lunges. Lin Shishir hastily resumes her flute playing, hoping to divert the python's attention. However, this time, the effect is minimal. The python merely pauses briefly before sweeping its tail, sending Lin Shishir flying as well. Ignoring the fallen Lin Shishir, the python continues its charge toward Xiao Yang. With all his might, he retrieves another Tang Dao from his spatial storage, directing the blade toward the python's gaping maw. There is no escaping. If he is to perish, he will do so with a blade in hand. In that critical moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly charges forward, driving her blade deep into the python's intact eye. Now, both of the python's eyes are rendered blind. The python, in pain, whips its head again, knocking Mu Wanqing to the ground, where she cries out in agony. Though the python is now sightless, it senses Mu Wanqing's voice and instantly coils around her, dragging her into its body. The python, along with Mu Wanqing, rolls violently on the ground, her muffled cries of pain echoing amidst the chaos. Xiao Yang felt a surge of urgency. If this continued, Mu Wanqing would undoubtedly be suffocated by the constricting serpent. She did not possess Xiao Yang's formidable constitution. With great effort, Xiao Yang rose to his feet and charged forward with his knife, aiming directly for the serpent's head, intent on delivering a decisive blow to its brow where the core of the mutated python lay. However, at that moment, the serpent was twisting and rolling, making it nearly impossible for him to strike. Each time, the 4 green points of light on its forehead flickered away with its movements, leaving Xiao Yang no opportunity to act. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing's face had turned a deep shade of purple, and she was on the verge of losing consciousness. Filled with anxiety, Xiao Yang cursed his own weakness, lamenting his inability to vanquish the beast in one fell swoop. It was all his fault. His spatial abilities felt utterly useless, providing nothing but a means to hoard. Had he possessed combat-oriented powers, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Anger surged within him, and his blood rushed to his head, his eyes turning crimson. No, Wanqing cannot die. I must save her. I will save her. Suddenly, a loud buzzing filled Xiao Yang's head, and a ringing in his ears drowned out the surrounding sounds. When he opened his eyes, he found the scene before him had dramatically shifted. The serpent on the ground appeared to be rolling, but its movements were markedly slower, as if the world had been put in slow motion. Beside the off-road vehicle, Xiao Lu, who had been waiting with Tang Ying and Lu Yu, was looking toward him with tears streaming down his face, yet his expression seemed frozen in time. What was happening? It seemed as though everything around him was moving in slow motion, while his own actions remained unaffected. Xiao Yang grasped that this was his final opportunity to eliminate the mutated python. He quickly picked up the gun from the ground, retrieved bullets from his spatial pocket, and aimed at the bulging area of the serpent's brow, unleashing a barrage of shots. Thud, 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 thud. Streams of green liquid gushed out as the bullets penetrated the python's forehead. After several shots, Xiao Yang collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. At that moment, the world around him returned to normal. The mutated python thrashed violently for a brief moment before falling silent, its body going limp. With great difficulty, Mu Wanqing crawled out from beneath the serpent and lay gasping for breath. Seeing her safe, Xiao Yang finally exhaled in relief. As the python lay motionless, Xiao Lu cautiously approached and helped Mu Wanqing to her feet. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang stood up and walked over to the slain python, extracting his knife and carefully removing the 4-star crystal core. The core was about the size of a walnut, entirely black and glimmering with 4 points of green light, and it was surprisingly weighty. Xiao Yang stowed the crystal core away and hurried to assess the injuries of his companions. After a thorough examination, concern washed over him. Lin Shih and Mu Wanqing were relatively unscathed, bearing only some bruises. However, Tang Ying had suffered a deep gash on her back from a collision with a rock, and was still bleeding. As for Lu Yu, one of her arms appeared dislocated and she was unable to move it. Unfortunately, none among them had any medical expertise, and they could not afford to delay in treating their injuries. Xiao Yang quickly retrieved some bandages and iodine from his spatial pocket, cleaning and dressing Tang Ying's wound. Throughout the process, Tang Ying gritted her teeth in silence. How many hospitals are nearby? Xiao Yang inquired. Only one large hospital located in the university town. Mu Wanqing replied promptly. Let us get them into the vehicle. We need to head to the hospital and hope for the best. Xiao Yang determined. To ensure safety, it was imperative to find someone skilled in medicine to stitch up Tang Ying's wound. Otherwise, any negligence could result in infection, potentially leading to dire consequences. Lu Yu's injury required attention as well. If her arm remained dislocated for too long, it could become irreparable. The presence of surviving doctors in the hospital was uncertain, and they could only rely on luck. The group boarded the vehicle, and Xiao Yang administered anti-inflammatory medication to Tang Ying and Lu Yu. He also provided them with ointment for their injuries, instructing them to apply it to one another. He returned to the corpse of the python and stored it in his spatial pocket. Then, he drove the off-road vehicle to find a suitable place to turn around, shifting direction toward the hospital in the university town. The hospital was centrally located within the university town and was quite expansive. As Xiao Yang parked in front of the outpatient building, the roar of the engine attracted a horde of zombies from within. This was something Xiao Yang had anticipated. After all, could a hospital be devoid of the undead? He turned on all the lights around the vehicle, illuminating the area before brandishing his Tang knife and descending to engage the zombies one by one. In a short span, he, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shih, despite their pain, joined forces to eliminate the hundreds of zombies that had amassed. With no time to collect crystals, they rushed into the outpatient building. Inside, the darkness enveloped them, prompting Xiao Yang to produce 3 powerful flashlights, distributing one to each of them. As the lights flickered to life, the interior brightened considerably. Are there any surviving doctors? If so, please respond, he called out, moving cautiously through the building. This would maximize the chances of luring out any zombies hiding within, while also alerting potential survivors to their presence. However, after thoroughly inspecting all the outpatient floors, they found only a handful of scattered zombies and no survivors in sight. Had everyone perished or fled? Refusing to lose hope, Xiao Yang decided to check the inpatient ward building, determined to uncover at least one living doctor within the entire hospital. Upon reaching the entrance of the ward building, he was dismayed to find the door locked from the inside. What was the situation? Had it been locked previously, or had survivors barricaded themselves within? Disregarding his doubts, he instructed Mu Wanqing and Lin Shih to remain vigilant behind him and began banging on the glass door. After several attempts, all he drew were a few curious zombies from outside, with no other response. Inside the ward building, not a single zombie appeared. It seemed all hope was lost. And just as Xiao Yang was about to abandon the effort and check another ward, four figures suddenly materialized behind the glass door. Shining his flashlight, he saw 4 men holding fire axes. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Yang. The presence of survivors hinted at the possibility of a doctor still being alive. "What are you doing?" one of the men asked warily. "Is there a surviving doctor here? We have injured individuals who need treatment." Xiao Yang implored urgently. Were they bitten by zombies? The men's expressions turned tense with alarm. "No. Are there any doctors or not?" Xiao Yang replied, growing impatient. "There is a doctor, but not here," the leader said through the door crack. "Where? Can you tell us? I have a friend who requires immediate assistance." Xiao Yang exclaimed, "Ilatet." The knowledge of a doctor being nearby meant safety for Tang Ying and Lu Yu. In the pharmacy on the basement level of the administrative building. However, Don't get too hopeful. They don't see patients at night due to the lack of electricity. The leading man cautioned. Xiao Yang smiled. They may lack power, but he had a source of energy. Thank you, he expressed gratefully, immediately guiding Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir toward the hospital's administrative building. Upon entering the administrative building, they found the staircase leading to the basement blocked by iron bars and locked from within. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang began banging and shouting. Is there a doctor? Is there anyone down there? After a series of persistent knocks, an impatient voice finally responded from below. Who is that foolish person making all that noise? Do you not understand that nightfall must not be disturbed? Leave. Only the sound could be heard, yet no one was visible. It seemed the other party was too lazy to come up and explain. We have injured individuals in need of treatment. May we be allowed to enter? Xiao Yang endeavored to keep his tone as courteous as possible, for he was indeed requesting assistance. Do you not comprehend our words? It is dark. How can we treat them in such conditions? Return tomorrow, the man replied angrily. Absolutely not. The situation is urgent. Immediate treatment is essential. Darkness does not deter me. I possess a flashlight. Xiao Yang brandished the flashlight, shaking it downwards. Chapter 60. A lion's demands. The individuals downstairs fell silent upon seeing the beam of Xiao Yang's flashlight. After a brief moment, 3 men ascended the staircase. Clad in military coats and wielding axes, they approached the railing and scrutinized Xiao Yang and his companions. The tallest among them, a scruffy-looking man, spoke up. Which of you 3 is injured? It is not one of us. The injured party is in the vehicle. Were they bitten by a zombie? No. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's straightforward response, the man warned with a fierce gaze. Do not lie. If we discover they were bitten by a zombie, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. As he spoke, he raised the axe, tapping it gently against his own head, conveying the grim implication that should it be revealed they had indeed been bitten, they would not hesitate to execute the injured. No lies here. Xiao Yang insisted. The man continued. We do not offer free treatment here. Understand? Xiao Yang nodded. He could comprehend this and had not expected others to provide charity. Understood. Whatever you require. Please state it. The man, satisfied with Xiao Yang's agreeable nature, nodded approvingly. The requirements will depend on the condition of your injured companion. However, you must leave us those 3 flashlights. What does that sound? Xiao Yang, having no particular attachment to the flashlights, agreed readily. Very well, no problem. The man's expression brightened at Xiao Yang's prompt acquiescence. Now, go fetch your injured companion. Without further ado, Xiao Yang escorted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir back to the RV, driving it directly to the office building's entrance. The 3 men were already waiting there. Upon seeing Xiao Yang's large off-road RV, their eyes gleamed with interest. Boss, what a massive vehicle. It appears to be an RV. Look, there are lights on inside. One of them whispered. Indeed, this vehicle is extraordinary. Boss, if we possessed such a vehicle, traveling would be much more convenient. Another added in a hushed tone. Hearing this, the leader's interest was piqued. A robust off-road RV like this would provide ample protection against zombies. It could even crush them. With such a vehicle, their strength would undoubtedly increase. Observing Xiao Yang and his companions disembark from the RV, he began to formulate a plan. Xiao Yang left Xiao Lu to guard the vehicle, shouldering Tang Ying as he exited, while Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir assisted Lu Yu in following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, the leading man abruptly halted them. Weapons are not permitted inside. Please hand over your knives. We will return them upon your departure. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir furrowed their brows. Xiao Yang chuckled, disregarding the man's words, and turned to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. If they won't allow knives, let us store them back in the vehicle. Hand them over? Not a chance. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir nodded in agreement, placing their knives with Xiao Lu in the RV. The 3 men, noticing Xiao Yang's refusal to comply, felt a surge of annoyance. Yet, as Xiao Yang and his companions had no weapons, they could not voice their grievances. They merely shot Xiao Yang an irritated glare and reluctantly led the group to the pharmacy on the lower level. You, stay here to keep watch. At the stairway, the leader signaled to one of the men. That man understood and immediately stationed himself at the staircase. The remaining two accompanied Xiao Yang and his group directly to the pharmacy. The pharmacy was spacious, requiring the flashlight to illuminate the far walls. In one corner, a fire burned in a basin. Next to the fire was a table adorned with several bottles of liquor and a handful of glasses. It appeared that the men had been drinking prior to Xiao Yang's arrival. However, with so many glasses, where were the others? Xiao Yang and his companions were brought to the fire, and the leading man called out behind a row of shelves. "Come, Dr. Yi. It's time to attend to the clients." Xiao Yang was taken aback. That sounded akin to a hair salon. Yet, upon seeing Dr. Yi emerge from behind the shelves, his heart stirred. Dr. Yi was a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. Her long hair was styled into a bun atop her head, accentuating her already delicate and exquisite features, rendering her even more enchanting. Dr. Yi assessed Xiao Yang, then glanced at Tang Ying on his back and Lu Yu behind him, before asking, expressionless, "Where is the injury?" "There's a wound on her back, and the one behind has a dislocated arm," Xiao Yang replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yi furrowed her brow and addressed Xiao Yang. "You must carry the one on your back inside, so I can examine her." After saying this, she stepped into the area behind the shelves. Xiao Yang hastily followed, only to discover a makeshift medical room within. Dr. Yi instructed Xiao Yang to place Tang Ying face down on a bed. She then took Xiao Yang's flashlight, unwrapped the bandage from Tang Ying's back, and examined the wound. Suddenly, Dr. Yi frowned. "The wound is too deep, and given our limited medical resources, it is unnecessary to attempt a rescue." Xiao Yang's blood surged with indignation. His mind went blank. "What do you mean it is unnecessary to save her? You haven't even tried yet." Anger surged within him as he shouted at Dr. Yi. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, hearing Xiao Yang's outburst, hurried to support Lu Yu in checking on the situation. The two men followed closely behind. "Dr. Yi, if she could be saved, we must try, right?" The leading man interjected. Dr. Yi, upon hearing the man's voice, exhibited a flicker of disdain. Nevertheless, she consented with a nod. "It can be attempted." The man, pleased by her response, exclaimed, "Indeed. However, given the severity of the injury, the compensation must be substantial." "Is that correct, Dr. Yi?" Dr. Yi replied coldly. "That is accurate." Xiao Yang looked at Dr. Yi, then at the man. "Compensation is not an issue. I will provide whatever is necessary to save my friend." Dr. Yi, taken aback by Xiao Yang's declaration, gazed at him in surprise. The man clapped his hands. "Excellent. A man of principle. Thus, let Dr. Yi do her utmost to heal your friend. In return, besides these 3 flashlights, you must surrender that off-road RV to us." At this pronouncement, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were momentarily stunned. Goodness, what a brazen demand. Is this not akin to taking advantage of misfortune? You truly have the audacity to demand a vehicle for merely treating a wound? Lin Shishir retorted indignantly. The man, hearing this, scoffed derisively. "Ha! I thought you were deeply principled, yet it seems your friend is worth less than a vehicle to you. How absurd!" Just as Lin Shishir was about to retort, Xiao Yang intervened. "Very well. If you can save my friend, the off-road RV will be yours." Xiao Yang meint net ajalm de manner, outbreaking indifferent. However, inwardly he scoffed. Do you think you can play games with me? You are not far from your doom." Chapter 61. The heart of Dr. Yi. The others were unaware of Xiao Yang's inner thoughts. Lin Shishir and Lu Yu furrowed their brows. They could comprehend Xiao Yang's urgency to save Tang Ying, yet did he not see that these individuals were seizing the opportunity to extort them? Dr. Ye's perception of Xiao Yang shifted, regarding him with newfound respect. It is unexpected that the world has descended into such chaos. Yet there are still fools with unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's agreement, the two men instantly beamed with delight. Only Mu Wanqing, who had eavesdropped on Xiao Yang's thoughts, feigned ignorance while secretly heightening her vigilance. "Very well, I shall commence the surgery on the injured now. Please exit," she commanded. "And where are my assistants? Summon them to assist." Dr. Yi had begun to usher people away, leaving Xiao Yang and his companions with no choice but to retreat. The leader of the men, however, laughed heartily and called into the dark corner, "Hey, those inside the small room, stop playing around and hurry up to bring a few nurses to work." Shortly after his call, the sound of a door opening echoed, and four disheveled women in nurse uniforms, buttoning their clothes as they approached, entered the room. They cast a glance at the unfamiliar faces of Xiao Yang and his companions, but said nothing, instead heading straight to assist Dr. Yi behind the shelves. At that moment, four men emerged from the direction of the nurses. Each one was draped in military coats, fastening their belts as they approached. "Boss, it's already night. Why are we still taking on tasks?" One of the men remarked, glancing at Xiao Yang. This friend is willing to offer a heavy-duty off-road vehicle as a reward to save his companion. I, too, am moved by his loyalty and agreed to make an exception, the leader explained with a cheerful demeanor. The other four men cast another glance at Xiao Yang and his companions. When their eyes fell upon Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, they were utterly astonished. They are truly stunning. Despite having just endured a life-and-death struggle, the beauty of Mu Wanqing and her companions was undeniable. "Oh, so many beautiful women have come," exclaimed the leading man, his eyes sparkling as he hurried over, grinning broadly to greet Mu Wanqing and her friends, completely disregarding Xiao Yang. Noticing that no one acknowledged him, he remained unfazed and commanded the three men behind him, "You all, hurry up and bring out our delicious food and drinks." Quickly, the three men, upon hearing this, scampered off eagerly. Moments later, they returned with an array of cookies, bread, and beverages, filling an entire table. "Come, ladies. You must be hungry. Sit down and help yourselves. If it's not enough, we have plenty more." The man sat on a stool, waving his hand with a smile, inviting Mu Wanqing and her friends over. He wore a self-satisfied expression, as if he believed they could not resist the allure of such delicacies. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir merely cast him a disdainful glance and turned away without a word. Embarrassed yet undeterred, he thought to himself, "Ah, the more beautiful the woman, the more reserved. They must have refined tastes." It mattered not. "You lot, bring out the best of what we have quickly." The three men, upon hearing this, hurried off once again. Before long, they returned, each carrying a bounty of food and placing it on the table. Xiao Yang observed the plentiful assortment, which included sausages, spicy strips, packaged chicken legs, and duck wings. To his surprise, there was even half a bottle of red wine. "Come, ladies. It has been a while since you've had meat, hasn't it? Help yourselves, and after, enjoy the glass of red wine. It will be a delightful experience. We've been nursing this bottle for 7 days, unable to bring ourselves to finish it. You are truly fortunate." The man spoke animatedly, as if presenting these items was a grand gesture towards Mu Wanqing and her friends. Yet, they merely exchanged cold smiles, turning their heads away without another glance. At that moment, the man genuinely grew anxious. "Is this not to your liking? This is my prized possession." He was incensed, slamming the table and declaring, "I'm only offering this because of your pretty faces. Do not act aloof here. Do you not recognize whose territory this is?" Lin Shishir could no longer contain herself and was about to retort when Dr. Yi's voice suddenly rang out from within. "Quiet outside. The injured friend's companions are coming in." Upon hearing Dr. Yi speak, the man scoffed and fell silent, casting glances at the group. Xiao Yang sneered, thinking that had he not been relying on Dr. Yi to save Tang Ying, that man would have already met his demise. However, it was merely a matter of time. All of these individuals would perish today. Xiao Yang entered the medical room behind the shelves, and Mu Wanqing followed closely. "Given the limited conditions, I can only disinfect and stitch your friend's wounds for now. Whether she can endure will depend on her own fate." Dr. Yi indicated towards Tang Ying, who lay on the bed with her back freshly bandaged. At that moment, Tang Ying had slipped into a comatose state, and Xiao Yang could not shake off his concern. According to Dr. Yi, whether Tang Ying would survive remained uncertain. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing leaned closer to Xiao Yang and whispered in his ear, "This Dr. Yi actually has a way to heal Tang Ying, but she seems to have her own reasons for not disclosing it. I can hear her thoughts." Xiao Yang was taken aback, pondering the implications of Dr. Yi's intentions. If she could heal Tang Ying, why was she withholding her knowledge? Who was she guarding against? What about your other injured companion? Let me examine her arm. Dr. Yi's words interrupted Xiao Yang's thoughts. He momentarily set aside his doubts and guided Dr. Yi to Lu Yu's side. Dr. Yi examined Lu Yu's arm from top to bottom, then grasped her shoulder with one hand and her arm with the other. Suddenly, with a sharp motion, a crack was heard as Lu Yu's dislocated arm was reset. All done. Your friend's arm is back in place. It will heal in a few days, Dr. Yi stated nonchalantly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. However, upon noticing the temporal energy on Lu Yu's exposed arm, she froze in astonishment. Over 119 years of temporal energy. How do they manage this? No wonder they value this woman so highly. She may be the strongest among them. Yet, she is injured. Otherwise, with her strength, she might have been able to rescue me. Dr. Yi stared at Lu Yu's arm, lost in thought, while her internal musings were quietly overheard by the perceptive Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing then whispered again to Xiao Yang. This Dr. Yi is being coerced by this group. She wishes to escape from here. Chapter 62. This is nothing to worry about. Xiao Yang pondered deeply over the information Mu Wanqing had provided. This Dr. Yi evidently possesses the means to heal Tang Ying's injuries, yet refrains from doing so. Furthermore, she desires to flee from this place. They are not of the same faction, which simplifies matters. At that moment, the other men also noticed the temporal energy on Lu Yu's arm and gathered around eagerly. You possess this much temporal energy? I must admit, I underestimated you. The leader of the men was compelled to regard Xiao Yang and his group with newfound respect. The man who had slammed the table earlier stepped forward and remarked, Indeed, it's over 100. This woman is quite formidable. You all must be associated with her, right? After saying this, he turned to Xiao Yang with a smirk. However, his smile was one of derision, as he assumed Lu Yu's substantial energy made her the leader, while Xiao Yang and the others appear to be far from formidable. Moreover, an individual possessing over a century of energy is already a rarity. It is inconceivable for a group to all exceed a century. Such a formidable team is virtually non-existent. Among this group, aside from the leader who boasts over 90 years of energy, the rest hover around 50. Nonetheless, this is still remarkably powerful. Within this hospital, no one has been able to surpass them. However, their energy is not acquired through personal combat against zombies. Rather, it is extorted from those they have treated. For a single box of medicine or an injection, they demand exorbitant prices. They either require substantial supplies or expect to exchange their time energy. As for those on the brink of death, they deceitfully persuade them to transfer their time energy while they are in a state of confusion. Through such unscrupulous methods, they have amassed this considerable energy. Now, upon witnessing Lu Yu's abundance of energy, their nefarious intentions have resurfaced. Since our Dr. Yi has successfully treated you all, it is time for you to pay your dues, declared the leading man. Indeed, the one inside is to compensate with a mobile home, correct? And for this one, let her time energy suffice as payment. 119 years. She may keep 1 year, and the rest shall be transmitted to us, boasted the man who had previously slammed the table. Huh, are you attempting to extort us? Xiao Yang laughed in disbelief. He had encountered greed before, but never such insatiable avarice. Extortion? You are correct. It is indeed extortion. What can you do about it? I shall be frank. Each of us possesses over 50 years of time energy. My elder brother has even surpassed 90 years, not far behind your esteemed elder sister. And you? Your strongest has already been injured. Will you not obediently comply? As he spoke, the man signaled for the others to encircle Xiao Yang and his companions. Xiao Yang's laughter only intensified. A group of individuals with less than a century of energy attempting to extort someone with over 1,000 years of energy? Truly, they were oblivious to their own insignificance. And what if we refuse? Xiao Yang replied, his composure unwavering. Seeing Xiao Yang's calm demeanor, Dr. Yi had to reassess him. Was he truly the strongest? If a conflict erupted, would she have the chance to escape? Refuse? Then none of you shall leave today. I will slay you first, and then allow these ladies to serve me well. The man appeared to find this a grand jest, brandishing an axe with a cold smile. Very well. Since you are so arrogant, I shall not hold back. Suddenly, a blade appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. Before the boastful man could react, Xiao Yang swiftly severed his head from his body. The severed head fell to the ground, still bearing an expression of arrogance. The speed and surprise of this strike left the man no chance to defend himself. Several nurses who had emerged upon hearing the commotion were immediately startled and screamed in terror. Dr. Yi cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Yang and hurriedly pushed the nurses back behind the shelves to hide. The remaining men were utterly astonished. This individual was formidable. The man who had just been killed was the second strongest among them, yet he had not even been able to withstand a single strike from Xiao Yang. A sense of trepidation began to take hold. Such audacity to commit murder before my eyes. Brothers, let us attack together and slay him. The leading man raised his axe and charged at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, however, could not be bothered to evade. He simply swung his knife at the man. With a swift motion, the man's right hand was severed, and the axe clattered to the ground. The man, realizing the pain, knelt and cried out in agony. Seizing the moment while the others were momentarily stunned, Xiao Yang ruthlessly wielded his knife, and in mere moments, several men lay injured on the ground, wailing incessantly. He approached the man who was howling in pain and leaned down, saying, "Why not simply treat people properly? Must you resort to such nefarious paths? Transfer all your time energy to me. Keep but 1 year for yourself. Hurry, otherwise I shall end your lives now." Terrified, the men had lost all courage and complied, each transferring their time energy to Xiao Yang. Once his objective was achieved, Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. He swiftly ended the lives of all those present. "I was not deceiving you. Could you have followed my orders otherwise?" After dealing with these men, Xiao Yang made his way toward the back of the shelves. The 4 nurses inside, upon seeing Xiao Yang enter with a knife, were instantly horrified and began to scream. Dr. Yi, however, remained comparatively composed. Upon seeing Xiao Yang enter, she quickly explained, "We are not in league with them. We were also coerced by them." Xiao Yang ignored her words, sheathed his knife, and approached her, saying, "You have the means to heal my friend, do you not?" Dr. Yi was taken aback, her expression fraught with fear. She could not comprehend how this individual had uncovered her secret. I do not know what you are talking about. I have done my utmost." Xiao Yang scoffed, "Do not feign ignorance. Do you believe we are unaware? Listen to me. If you can restore my friend to health, I can ensure your safe passage from here. Furthermore, I will arrange for you a far better place to stay. It is vastly superior to this location." Although Dr. Yi was puzzled as to how Xiao Yang and his companions had learned of her secret, now that the matter had been brought to light, there was no need for her to conceal anything further. Yet, she remained somewhat apprehensive. Who could say if this person was akin to the beasts in the pharmacy? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing approached. "Dr. Yi, worry not. As long as you can save our friend, we can guarantee your safety and that of the 4 nurses behind you. If you do not trust him, surely you can trust us women." Mu Wanqing had sensed Dr. Ye's concerns and spoke to reassure her. Dr. Yi stared wide-eyed at Mu Wanqing. How could this girl know her innermost thoughts? These individuals were truly extraordinary. Was it possible that they possessed special abilities like her own? Looking back at Xiao Yang, if he were indeed a beast, would she not have been overpowered long ago? Why waste time with her? Very well, I shall agree. However, it is exceedingly cold here. To treat your friend, we need a warmer place and to remove our outer garments. Additionally, it will require some time. Xiao Yang smiled. This is hardly a problem. Chapter 63. Life Healing Technique. Xiao Yang instructed Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to take everyone back to the RV, while he dealt with the lone remaining individual outside. He handed his tang knife to Mu Wanqing and, after they departed, used his spatial abilities to gather all available resources. He could not tell if it was merely an illusion, but while employing his spatial powers, he felt as if the surrounding scenery had slowed down. Xiao Yang shook his head, attributing it to a mere trick of perception, likely stemming from memories of slaying the mutated giant python. Yet, why had everything appeared to move in slow motion at that moment? Xiao Yang found himself perplexed. Glancing at his right hand, he wondered if it truly had something to do with his spatial abilities. Nevertheless, he decided to return to the RV first. Upon his return, the man left to guard had already met his end. The RV was now filled with people, including Dr. Yi and the 4 nurses. There were a total of 11 individuals inside. As Xiao Yang entered, he distinctly sensed a shift in the attitude of Dr. Yi and the 4 nurses toward him. It was not exactly reverence, but their gazes were no longer filled with resistance. Xiao Yang paid them no mind and drove to the front of the outpatient building, extracting the crystals from nearly 100 zombie corpses. This was not something to waste. Subsequently, Xiao Yang sped away toward the Zijin Mountain Villa. Upon reaching the entrance of the Zijin Mountain Villa area, Su Tong, having received word over the intercom, immediately opened the gate. Are they both unharmed? Su Tong in quit, her concern evident. No worries, we have found a doctor. Su Tong not dead. She was somewhat astonished to see several new faces suddenly appear in the RV. It seemed that Xiao Yang had quite a fruitful outing today, bringing back so many women. However, she dared not inquire further, as it was not her place to concern herself with such matters. After letting Xiao Lu out of the vehicle, Xiao Yang drove the RV back to the villa. Upon arrival, he opened the door, turned on the lights, and carried Tang Ying to her room. The nurse stayed behind to assist, while the others were instructed to step outside. I need to undress the patient, Dr. Yi commanded, casting a significant glance at Xiao Yang. With no choice, they all retreated to wait at the entrance. After a flurry of activity involving 4 nurses, they too were eventually sent out by Dr. Yi. Seeing that they had nothing to do, Xiao Yang quickly arranged for some of them to take turns showering, as they were in dire need of cleanliness. He even thoughtfully provided each of them with a fresh set of nurse uniforms. Originally intended for other purposes, these uniforms were now genuinely utilized by the nurses. The 4 nurses stared blankly at the uniforms in hand. You could at least provide some underwear. We can't just wear the nurse uniforms without anything underneath. Xiao Yang was oblivious to their thoughts, having no ulterior motives. He stood anxiously at the door, awaiting news from inside the room. Finally, after an hour, the door swung open. Dr. Yi emerged, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, clearly exhausted. How is she, Dr. Yi? Xiao Yang asked eagerly. She is fine. Your friend will be all right after a night's rest, Dr. Yi replied, her voice somewhat weary, likely from fatigue. Let's go in and take a look. Mu Wanqing and the others couldn't wait and rushed inside, with Xiao Yang following closely behind, eager to see. There lay Tang Ying, still on the bed, her back covered with a blanket, revealing only her smooth shoulders. Dr. Yi, with such a long incision, will she be left with a deep scar? What if Tang Ying, Lin Shishir asked, lifting the blanket from Tang Ying's back, only to gasp in surprise, covering her mouth. The other women also looked on in disbelief. What is going on? Let me see. Xiao Yang, unable to see clearly from the back, pushed forward to get a better look. Tang Ying's back was as smooth as snow. The wound had vanished as if she had never been injured at all. Xiao Yang stood there, mouth agape, in astonishment. Enough. You need to step outside. A girl's back is not something men can just gaze upon, Mu Wanqing exclaimed, hurriedly pushing him out. Xiao Yang was speechless. Was he really that kind of person? However, curiosity filled his mind. Why was Tang Ying's back perfectly unscathed? Doctor, this is truly miraculous. Can you tell us how you accomplished this? Lin Shishir asked in awe. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also looked at Dr. Yi with eager curiosity. Dr. Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to share, knowing that before such delighted individuals, she would have no secrets. She had already witnessed their reactions in the pharmacy. It was better to be candid and leave a favorable impression. Actually, I possess a special ability. A few days ago, I suddenly discovered that my hands can heal wounds. The revelation stunned the women. Such an impressive ability exists? They turned to Xiao Yang, who wore a look of delight, but not surprise. Life-healing technique. Xiao Yang blurted out. Dr. Yi and the women gazed at him in confusion. Is that what it's called? Dr. Yi asked for confirmation. She knew the power of her ability, but was unaware of its name. However, it seemed Xiao Yang had insights. Yes, it is indeed called life-healing technique. Doctor, you are truly remarkable. Xiao Yang praised, his heart brimming with joy. What a treasure he had found. Those who awaken the life-healing technique are affectionately referred to as nurses by survivors in a post-apocalyptic world. A team fortunate enough to have such an individual would surely cherish them dearly. In such dire times, minor ailments would be trivial. Yet with a nurse, they would be of no concern. Moreover, those with advanced life-healing techniques could heal team members in battle, significantly bolstering the team's combat effectiveness and survival rates. Xiao Yang regarded Dr. Yi with a gaze akin to that of a treasure, his eyes burning with intensity, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. You seem to understand my ability quite well. Dr. Yi tightened her collar and shifted closer to Mu Wanqing. Noticing Dr.'s subtle Xiao Yang chucked awkwardly, realizing he had been overly enthusiastic. Ahem, it's not that I'm an expert. I just know a bit more than you do. This life-healing technique is indeed astounding, allowing wounds to heal completely. Lin Shishir gazed at Dr. Yi with admiration. Doctor Yi similait, not responding. But her face clearly reflected pride. Xiao Yang realized this was a potential problem. Once someone became proud, they could become unruly. He needed to temper her expectations. While the life-healing technique was remarkable for healing injuries, Xiao Yang continued, pausing for effect. Dr. Yi and the others focused intently on him, curious to hear what he had to say. However, it isn't resilient. With such powers, one could only remain in the backlands, without a strong team for protection. If attacked, one would meet a grim fate. The women nodded in agreement, acknowledging the weakness. Dr. Yi's previously proud expression faded into one of dejection. Indeed, if she couldn't even protect her own life, how could she save others? Thus, Dr. Yi, you must find a powerful team to join, ensuring your own safety while allowing your life-healing technique to reach its full potential. What do you think, Dr. Yi? Dr. Yi nodded, recognizing the validity of Xiao Yang's words. Yet, where could she find such a formidable team? As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at Xiao Yang, who was looking at her with a broad smile. Could it be that he was indirectly inviting her to join them? Indeed, this group seemed quite strong, and with so many female members, it was a commendable choice. At the very least, she wouldn't have to contend with a swarm of men eyeing her constantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang recognized that he had successfully captivated Dr. Yi. Now, he needed to seize the moment and make her part of their team. He removed his outer garment, rolled up his sleeves, and displayed the temporal energy on his left arm. 1,400 years. Dr. Yi was taken aback. No wonder he could effortlessly eliminate those individuals. He was the strongest among them. They all possessed over 100 years of energy, so if she chose to join them, they could not only ensure her safety, but also help her grow stronger. Consider it. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir cooperatively revealed their left arms to showcase their energy to Dr. Yi. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, joining us means you won't have to worry about resources. We have ample supplies to sustain everyone. Plus, as you can see, the villa has heating and running water. Truly comfortable. Xiao Yang ended. Dr. Yi was indeed tempted. From any perspective, the conditions offered by Xiao Yang's group were impeccable. In the face of such weather and calamities, this place was almost a paradise. However, Dr. Yi harbored one final concern. If this group was so powerful, why had anyone sustained such serious injuries? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing stepped forward and stood before her. Dr. Yi, the reason someone was injured today was that we encountered a mutated giant python. Its strength exceeds what humanity can comprehend. It can be said without exaggeration that the strength of that mutated giant python could effortlessly annihilate a team of 500. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Dr. Yi was thoroughly astonished. Not only did she once again witness Mu Wanqing's ability to hear her thoughts, but she was also taken aback by their formidable power. At that moment, for nurses had finished their baths, donned new uniforms, and approached. Xiao Yang observed that, in their attire, the 4 nurses appeared quite charming. However, he seemed to notice that none of them were wearing undergarments beneath their nurse outfits. How intriguing. Dr. Yi, it's truly delightful to have hot showers here. You should hurry and wash up. We will take care of everything. One of the nurses cheerfully suggested to Dr. Yi. Upon hearing about the hot shower, Dr. Yi's eyes lit up. It truly was wonderful. She hadn't bathed in quite some time, and after expending great effort and energy to treat Tang Ying's back wound, she was quite sweaty and felt uncomfortable. She glanced at Xiao Yang for approval. With an understanding smile, Xiao Yang replied, "Why don't you go take a shower first and give it some thought? Come back with your answer afterward." After Dr. Yi left, the 4 nurses entered Tang Ying's room to stand by her side. Xiao Yang suddenly considered that if these 4 nurses were willing to stay, having them around as helpers would be quite beneficial. They were attentive and caring, and importantly, they possessed nursing skills. Although they were not as striking as Mu Wanqing, they were still quite pleasing to the eye. Noticing the time, Xiao Yang instructed Mu Wanqing to send Dr. Yi a set of pajamas. Before long, Dr. Yi emerged wearing her new pajamas and stood before Xiao Yang. He couldn't help but notice that Dr. Yi's appearance was truly impeccable. She exuded a mature and composed demeanor, likely a reflection of her profession. Her figure was also quite admirable, perfectly aligning with Xiao Yang's aesthetic standards. Dr. Yi approached Xiao Yang earnestly and stated, "I have made my decision. I am willing to join you." During her shower, she had deeply realized the significance of a sanctuary. The living conditions here were hardly different from those before the disaster struck. The temperature was comfortable, there was electricity and water, and hot showers were available. Most importantly, the owner here appeared to be quite formidable and did not seem like a villain. What reason did she have to refuse? That's splendid. Welcome to the family, Dr. Yi. Xiao Yang smiled and extended his hand to shake hers. You can call me Yi Ling from now on. Yi Ling. What a lovely name. Aldikt Yi Ling. Xiao Yang continued. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Yang. This is Mu Wanqing. This is Lin Shishir. This is Lu Yu. And the one lying on the bed is Tang Ying. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's introduction, the girls greeted Yi Ling warmly. Everyone was delighted with her addition. With Yi Ling's healing abilities, they would no longer fear injuries in the future. Can we stay too? The four nurses asked Xiao Yang with hopeful eyes. Of course. Xiao Yang nodded. The four nurses were instantly filled with excitement. However, I must clarify something first. Coming here is not a chance to indulge. I do not harbor idlers. You will all be responsible for some household chores and minor tasks for now. Additionally, you must take turns accompanying me outside to participate in battles to enhance your skills. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave. Xiao Yang solemnly warned them. The four nurses exchanged glances, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the zombies. Yet, they understood that if they did not grow stronger, they would indeed be eliminated in this world. Even a strong team like Xiao Yang's could suffer injuries. If they lacked the capability, no one would care for them unconditionally. Coming to this realization, the four eagerly nodded in agreement. All right, there aren't many rooms left. You four will temporarily stay in the nursery on the second basement level. Yi Ling will stay in the room next to ours on the third floor, Xiao Yang instructed. Understood. The group readily complied with their leader's arrangements. Once everything was settled, Xiao Yang relaxed and suddenly felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. Today had been exceedingly perilous. He had nearly been killed by that mutated giant python. Even with his 1,000-year energy constitution, he surely bore numerous bruises, and moving caused him discomfort. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Ling's hand and his eyes brightened. Yi Ling, could you use your healing ability to give me a full-body massage and relieve my bruises? Chapter 65. What do you take me for? What? A massage with healing abilities? A powerful skill that can completely heal wounds, and Xiao Yang actually wants to use it for a massage? Yi Ling looked at Xiao Yang incredulously, questioning whether he was joking. What's wrong, Dr. Yi? I truly am in pain all over. You can see for yourself. Noticing Yi Ling's astonished expression, Xiao Yang quickly shed his upper garment, revealing his bronze skin and well-proportioned physique, emanating a wild masculine charm. Yi Ling's heart raced. Although she was a doctor and had seen many patients without shirts, she had never encountered anyone with such a skin tone and physique as Xiao Yang's. Coupled with his handsome and resolute face, she believed he was the most perfect man she had ever seen. The four nurses, witnessing this, displayed expressions of infatuation. In their eyes, Xiao Yang had transformed into their ideal male deity. They felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. Let me take a look. At that moment, Mu Wanqing approached with a concerned expression and began to examine him closely. Indeed, there are many bruises. Yi Ling, why don't you give Xiao Yang a massage? We all depend on him. Mu Wanqing pleaded for Yi Ling, feeling a pang of sympathy for Xiao Yang. Seeing Mu Wanqing's earnest request, Yi Ling felt compelled to oblige. Moreover, as a newcomer, she ought to contribute something to the group. Clearly, Xiao Yang was the backbone of the team, and serving him was the least she could do. All right, I have learned a bit about traditional Chinese therapeutic techniques. I can combine that with my healing abilities to give you a massage. Yi Ling agreed, and Xiao Yang was filled with joy. Great. I will go wash up first, and then I will call for you. Just come to my room. Xiao Yang instructed Yi Ling before turning to Mu Wanqing. You all should wash up and change your clothes as well. Once Yi Ling finishes my massage, we'll all have a late-night snack together. Okay. With the arrangements in place, Xiao Yang hurried to his bedroom. After a thorough wash, he found a pair of shorts from his space and called for Yi Ling while lying on the bed, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Before long, he heard the sound of the door opening. Hey, why are you wearing so little? Yi Ling exclaimed, her face flushing as she chided him for only wearing shorts. Xiao Yang looked up and noticed that Yi Ling's gaze was averted, unable to meet his eyes. Don't shout like that. If someone didn't know better, they might think I did something to you. Seeing Yi Ling's embarrassment, Xiao Yang encouraged, hurry up. Just treat me as a patient and don't pay too much attention to my attire. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling immediately retorted, who is paying attention to your attire? Then why are you hesitating? Realizing that Xiao Yang was merely a patient, she thought it unreasonable for a doctor to feel shy around a patient. With this thought, she let go of her hesitation. She approached the bed, nudged Xiao Yang closer to the edge, and adjusted the angle before gently placing her hands on his shoulders. Cool. The first sensation Yi Ling felt from Xiao Yang's skin was coolness. Yet it was quite comfortable. And for Xiao Yang, warm, very soothing. Xiao Yang could feel that Yi Ling's hands were incredibly soft and delicate. Not to mention the massage, simply having her hands resting on him was quite comfortable. Gradually, Yi Ling employed the therapeutic techniques she had learned, combined with her unique healing abilities, to gently knead the areas of bruising on Xiao Yang's body. Wherever her hands passed, the bruises slowly dissipated until they vanished completely. Xiao Yang now felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation coursing through him. Yi Ling's therapeutic skills were truly remarkable. However, he felt a bit embarrassed as he realized he was having an unexpected reaction to her treatment. Once the bruises on his back were addressed, Yi Ling prompted him, flip over, and I will tend to the bruises on your front. Coincidentally, she instructed Xiao Yang to turn over at that moment. Feeling a bit shy, he thought it might be inappropriate to be seen lying like that. Noticing Xiao Yang hesitating and fidgeting, Yi Ling urged him, hurry up. My healing technique is mentally taxing, and I can't maintain it for long. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang steeled himself, thinking, all right, you asked me to turn. With that, he performed a swift roll to flip over. Yi Ling was taken aback by his sudden movement and was just about to continue his treatment when she unexpectedly caught sight of a small tent. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she was rendered momentarily speechless, unsure of how to proceed. What on earth should she do? Seeing Yi Ling frozen in place, Xiao Yang stole a glance at her and noticed she was staring blankly at a certain spot. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly interjected, Dr. Yi, I am merely a patient. Please continue your work. Yi Ling, momentarily stunned, regained her composure and redirected her gaze. What was happening to her? Had she never encountered a patient before? Why was she so distracted today? Stay calm. She resolved to act as if nothing had happened and resumed the treatment. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang endeavored to control his reactions, though he was ultimately unsuccessful, leaving him in an exceedingly awkward situation. After the treatment concluded, Yi Ling felt an immense sense of relief. She had been incredibly tense. All right, that's enough. Rest well tonight, and you will be fully recovered by tomorrow, she declared before standing up and making an attempt to leave. Wait, Xiao Yang called after her. Is there anything else? Yi Ling asked, turning her back to him. Could you perhaps massage my head and squeeze my feet? I've been so exhausted these days. My feet hurt and my head aches, Xiao Yang unabashedly requested. Yi Ling tilted her head, looking at him with irritation. What do you take me for? I'm a doctor, not a technician. Seeing her annoyance, Xiao Yang quickly replied. All right then, just the head massage. Yi Ling shot him an exasperated glance, but had no choice. She fetched a small stool and sat before him. With both hands, she gently pressed on his temples and began to knead. Due to the close proximity, Xiao Yang could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her, which made him feel utterly enchanted and relaxed. It must be said that Yi Ling's therapeutic techniques were indeed quite pleasurable. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Yang. Could Yi Ling's healing abilities restore the brain cells he had burned away? Or perhaps, could she help the mindless gain intelligence? Could she treat prostatitis or psoriasis? And would the hair he had lost over the past few days miraculously regrow? If his hair were to sprout back, she could surely treat hair loss. Wouldn't that mean he could establish a clinic on his own turf and make a fortune? Chapter 66. Temporal abilities unbeknownst to him. Xiao Yang had drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself covered with a blanket. A glance around revealed that Yi Ling had left without his notice. Looking at the blanket, Xiao Yang smiled. How thoughtful. He rose and stretched his body, feeling remarkably rejuvenated. He changed into his sleepwear and descended the stairs. To his delight, he found the living room filled with people. Tang Ying had awakened and was seated on the sofa, chatting with Yi Ling and the others. When she spotted Xiao Yang, the ladies turned their attention to him. Yi Ling glanced at Xiao Yang and quickly diverted her gaze, her expression visibly awkward. Xiao Yang Chuklet? Ignoring her, he approached Tang Ying with concern. Why are you up? You should rest more. To which Tang Ying nonchalantly replied, I'm not that fragile. However, I owe it all to Yi Ling. Without her, I wouldn't know if I could have made it. As she spoke, she gratefully clasped Yi Ling's hand. Don't be so polite. We are family from now on. Yi Ling responded. Yes, family. Xiao Yang noted their harmonious interaction with satisfaction. By the way, are you all hungry? What would you like for a midnight snack? Just tell me, and I will fulfill your wishes. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's stomach growled audibly. She was indeed famished. Having not eaten for quite some time, and her abilities had drained her considerable energy and stamina, she felt she could barely hold on. The others felt the same, especially Mu Wanqing and her companions, who felt utterly drained. It's so late. Let us just have something simple. A few hot dogs will suffice, Yi Ling cautiously suggested, feeling that even that would be quite a luxury. The four young nurses nodded in agreement, not daring to hope for anything extravagant. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and her friends were even more straightforward. Whatever Xiao Yang provided, they would eat. After all, nothing he brought was ever unappetizing. Xiao Yang shook his head. No, we can't settle for less. Since you're not specifying, I'll take charge. Without considering their opinions, he walked to the dining area and summoned an entire table of dishes from Haijiao restaurant. This spectacle left Yi Ling and the four nurses utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. Xiao Yang had conjured an entire spread out of thin air, and some of the dishes were even steaming. They thought they might be hallucinating, but the enticing aroma wafting through the room confirmed the reality of the situation. Is this your ability? Yi Ling stammered, taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Yang had intentionally showcased this ability before them. Since they were all allies, there was no need for secrecy. All right, everyone, gather round to eat. Afterward, we can all rest. The group hurried over and sat down together. Upon seeing such a lavish feast, the four nurses couldn't hold back their tears. I never imagined I would be able to eat such delicious food again in my life. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yang. Me too, Brother Xiao Yang. I will do anything you ask of me from now on. Brother Xiao Yang, I am willing to work for you. Brother Xiao Yang, you are my idol from this day forth. The four nurses expressed their gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. All right, dig in. Otherwise, it will get cold. The sumptuous midnight feast concluded amidst their fervent enjoyment. The four nurses promptly took charge of clearing the table and tidying up, while the others returned to their respective rooms. Xiao Yang, after feeding the 4 crystal cores to the coal ball, hurriedly pulled Mu Wanqing back to his bedroom. He closed the door behind them. Mu Wanqing, breaking free from Xiao Yang's grip, looked at him in confusion. What is going on? Xiao Yang grinned mischievously, suddenly producing a pair of black stockings. Upon seeing them, Mu Wanqing turned her face away, her cheeks flushing crimson. Pretending not to see, Xiao Yang waved the stockings in front of her. She quickly covered her face in embarrassment. Are you trying to back out? Hurry up and put them on. You promised me yesterday. With no way to escape, Mu Wanqing stomped her foot, snatched the stockings from him, shot him an exasperated glance, and reluctantly stepped into the dressing room. Before long, Mu Wanqing's voice echoed from the cloakroom. All right, you can turn off the light now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang grumbled to himself. What can I see in the dark? He took 2 steps and entered the cloakroom directly. Ah, you naughty boy, Mu Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Wow. Xiao Yang thought that Mu Wanqing at that moment resembled a magnificent piece of art, one that could not only be admired from afar, but also be playfully engaged with. He swiftly lifted Mu Wanqing and tossed her onto the bed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he found a belt in his hand. As the night wore on, Mu Wanqing fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Yang lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep for a long time. His mind was filled with images of battling the mutated python. He was perplexed by the slow-motion scene of delivering the final blow to the python, which could not have appeared without reason. If he were to explain it, it must be related to his spatial abilities. In a moment of crisis, his body instinctively activated the potential of his spatial powers. Yes, it had to be that way. With this thought, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly brightened. He retrieved the 4-star crystal core of the mutated python from his spatial pocket. The previously dark bedroom was suddenly illuminated by the 4 shining green points on the crystal core. Xiao Yang's spatial abilities had reached level 5, and with one more 4-star crystal core, he could advance to level 6. Initially, he was concerned that using this 4-star crystal might be wasteful, as his previous upgrades had merely expanded his spatial range without any significant changes. However, the recent battle with the mutated python made him vaguely aware that his spatial abilities were not as simple as he had imagined. He had a strong premonition that advancing to level 6 would bring unexpected changes. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and placed the 4-star crystal core into his mouth. The green light was immediately swallowed. The crystal was somewhat large, so he had to hold it in his mouth until it shrank before gradually swallowing it. Suddenly, a rumbling sound resonated in Xiao Yang's mind, followed by a vision of light. He seemed to feel time slowing down. It was as if he had captured a fragment of the secret of temporal order. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment. An hour later, Xiao Yang suddenly opened his eyes. If one observed closely, they would notice that his eyes sparkled brighter than usual, akin to dazzling stars in the night sky. Xiao Yang smiled, radiating joy. At that moment, his spatial abilities had finally reached level 6, and he had begun to grasp the power of time. Indeed, he could slow down time within a certain range around him, with the ability to decelerate it by up to 10 times. Chapter 67. Sister always believes in you. Xiao Yang almost burst out laughing. He turned to glance at the sleeping Mu Wanqing. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. If he used this newfound skill with Mu Wanqing and accelerated himself a bit more, wouldn't she soar into the skies? Just thinking about it excited him. Nevertheless, he restrained his eagerness, knowing that Mu Wanqing was already fatigued and should not be disturbed. He decided to wait until morning, when Yiling could also give Mu Wanqing a massage to relieve her bruises. Then, that night, he would definitely have to give it a try. The night was long, and Xiao Yang struggled with insomnia until the early hours of the morning when he finally fell asleep. He dreamt of everyone on his team, engaged in a friendly spar using his time abilities. Xiao Yang showcased a myriad of skills, defeating them one by one. The 4 female nurses stood behind him in a line, cheering him on. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing was frightened, dodging around while repeatedly calling out, "Xiao Yang, don't come near me." Xiao Yang was jolted awake by Mu Wanqing, and the dream abruptly ended. His face still bore a mischievous smile as he slowly opened his eyes to see a flustered Mu Wanqing anxiously staring at him, repeatedly calling his name. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang asked, still groggy. "Xiao Yang, do you have any sanitary pads?" I got my period," Mu Wanqing said, lowering her head in embarrassment. "What?" Xiao Yang sprung up, startled. "Did you say you got your period? Do you have any sanitary pads?" Mu Wanqing's voice trailed off as she spoke. Xiao Yang instinctively glunged beneath her. She was still wearing the torn black stockings, but there were a few spots of crimson on the sheets. "Oh no!" Xiao Yang suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. "This is over. My plans for tonight are completely ruined, and for the next few days, I can forget about it." Xiao Yang's frustration was not without reason. Ever since his temporal energy had surged to 1,000 years, he found his desires were particularly fervent and enduring. To be honest, if he did not cherish Mu Wanqing, given her delicate frame, she would hardly be able to keep up with him. However, having something was better than nothing, and he could make do. Yet, the thought of waiting a few days made him anxious. He looked at Mu Wanqing's cherry lips and thought, when one door closes, another opens. Inspired, he quickly retrieved a pack of sanitary pads from his spatial pocket and handed them to Mu Wanqing. "Here, take these. Let me know when you need more. Mu Wanqing accepted them, her face lighting up with joy. In this post-apocalyptic world, such once insignificant hygiene products had become incredibly important. She happily leaned in and planted a kiss on Xiao Yang's cheek. Thank you, Xiao Yang. I really love you. With that, she dashed towards the bathroom. Watching Mu Wanqing's silhouette disappear, Xiao Yang sighed in resignation. Curse you, Aunt Flo. He had lost all interest in going back to sleep and instead got dressed and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, he noticed that the 4 nurses had already risen and were busy. Ruyu was also bustling in the kitchen, her figure still as lovely as ever. Ruyu, you shouldn't have gotten up so early to cook after getting injured yesterday, Xiao Yang said with concern as he approached her from behind. Upon hearing his voice, Ruyu turned around, swinging her arms playfully. Look, I'm all better now. Yiling's medical skills are truly remarkable. Besides, I'm not that fragile. My body is quite robust. Xiao Yang watched her arms swing and feared she might be overexerting herself. He quickly grasped her arm and said, all right, don't move around so much. You still need to be careful. I know, my dear brother, Ruyu replied sweetly. Xiao Yang reluctantly let go of her soft arm, pondering whether to share the joyous news of his mastery over time abilities. Ruyu, I have good news to share. Just as Ruyu was about to turn back to continue cooking, she quickly turned around, her face filled with curiosity. What good news? Xiao Yang smiled and leaned closer to her ear, softly saying, last night, I broke through to level 6 in my spatial abilities, and I activated a skill that allows me to slow down time within a certain range around me. Ruyu felt a tickle from Xiao Yang's breath on her ear, turning a shade of red as she mumbled in confusion. Slow down time? Suddenly, she recalled the scene from yesterday, when Xiao Yang delivered the final blow to the mutated python. Could it be that you managed to defeat the python at the last moment? Because of this skill? Yes. However, that was a reflex action, and now I've fully mastered it. Xiao Yang's face radiated confidence at that moment. Wow! Ruyu exclaimed with excitement, then hugged Xiao Yang tightly, her body bouncing with joy. That's wonderful, brother. Congratulations. In the future, when we encounter such monsters again, we shall no longer fear them. My dear brother, you are truly remarkable. Ruyu was genuinely elated, still haunted by the terrifying encounter with a mutated python. That kind of power was beyond her capacity to bear. Had it not been for Xiao Yang, it was likely they would have suffered a total defeat. Although they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing it, they had paid a considerable price. Now that Xiao Yang possessed such formidable skills, she understood the weight of this accomplishment. Hence, in her joy, she could not help but embrace Xiao Yang. The softness of her body caught him somewhat off guard. Sister Yu was exceedingly enthusiastic, and to make matters more complicated, she was still bouncing with excitement. How could Xiao Yang possibly endure this? His arms were still outstretched, unsure of where to place them. After a moment's consideration, he encircled Ruyu's waist. I will ensure that you will no longer be harmed. Trust me, Xiao Yang said earnestly as he held Ruyu tightly. Suddenly, Ruyu ceased her movements, her body tensing slightly. She felt that being in this embrace with Xiao Yang was somewhat inappropriate. If Wanqing were to witness this, she would surely misunderstand. With this thought, Ruyu hurriedly pushed Xiao Yang away and nervously glanced around. Fortunately, the few nurses were preoccupied with their tasks, oblivious to their interaction. Diabaza. I was just a bit too excited earlier, huh? But I will always believe in you. Ruyu's expression was awkward, yet her gaze towards Xiao Yang was resolute. Xiao Yang smiled gently, assuring her that it was nothing, for they were not strangers. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, prompting Xiao Yang to excuse himself to tend his coal ball. Meanwhile, the 4 nurses on the first floor were gathered together, engaged in hushed whispers. You all mustn't spread wild rumors about what you just saw. Rest assured, we are not foolish. Oh, what a trivial matter. A man like him having several women is quite normal. Sigh, how fortunate it would have been if I were the one he embraced. Chapter 68. Guzi. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, the 4 nurses were gossiping about him. At that moment, he was tenderly stroking the small coal ball. Indeed, it was no longer appropriate to call it a small coal ball. It had grown to the size of a hen. Its feathers shone with a lustrous sheen, and its small eyes sparkled with intelligence. At that moment, the coal ball perched on Xiao Yang's arm, tilting its head to observe him. Xiao Yang produced 4 crystal cores, waving them enticingly before its eyes. The coal ball's eyes lit up, and it flapped its wings in excitement. "Call me Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Oh, such a good little one." Xiao Yang rewarded it with a crystal core. "Now say welcome." The coal ball's eyes darted around, tilting its head in contemplation. "Welcome." It uttered "thank you" with surprising clarity, albeit sounding a bit like Xiao Yang's own voice. How splendid! Xiao Yang was overjoyed. The coal ball had indeed become smarter since consuming those non-starred crystal cores. Unlike parrots that merely mimic speech, it had begun to comprehend the meanings behind Xiao Yang's words. With further training, it could potentially engage in normal conversations. This was merely from feeding it ordinary crystal cores. What if he were to provide it with a starred crystal core? Xiao Yang suddenly pondered whether giving the coal ball a 1-star crystal core would cause it to mutate. If that were the case, having a mutated pet would be rather impressive. Yes, if he were to acquire more 1-star crystal cores in the future, he would certainly feed one to it. However, the immediate priority was to elevate Mu Wanxing and the others' ability levels, especially Lu Yu's lightning abilities. Enhancing her level would significantly amplify her power. After rewarding the coal ball with 2 more crystal cores, Xiao Yang noticed the police dog Yang sitting on the ground, gazing up at him with eager eyes. Occasionally darting glances at the remaining crystal core in his hand, drool pooling at its mouth. Xiao Yang chuckled and addressed it. "Do you want a treat?" Yang whined softly, its front paws tapping the ground, wagging its tail. "If you want a treat, you must change your name. You must understand the significance of names. Were it not for your mistress, I would have tossed you out long ago." Xiao Yang muttered, indifferent to whether the dog understood. The name shared a homophone with his own, which was utterly absurd. What if someone called out Yang, and both he and the dog turned around? That would be no joke. "What shall I rename you?" How about Huang? Wang Fu? No, too cliché. Xiao Yang dismissed the thought. Xianlong? Xiao Tian? No, those names are too grand. You cannot bear them, and it could be detrimental to your health. Xiao Yang found himself in a quandary. Sigh, naming is such a chore. There is no need to name a perfectly good dog after a human. I shall simply call you Guzi. What do you think? Yang looked bewildered, its eyes solely focused on the crystal core. Xiao Yang waved the crystal core in the air, urging, "Come, Guzi, stand up." Yang hesitated. "I am not called Guzi." However, upon seeing the crystal core, it obediently stood up. "Well then, Guzi, lie down." Although Yang had no idea why Xiao Yang insisted on calling it Guzi, it complied for the sake of the crystal core. Xiao Yang was quite satisfied. Indeed, no matter how much a dog gnaws on bones, it cannot develop a backbone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the dog would accept Guzi as its name. Xiao Yang crystal core Yang. From now on, you shall experience a new life. Your life as Guzi begins now. Guzi eagerly devoured the crystal core. The coal ball, witnessing Guzi devour crystal core, became quite displeased. The coal ball squawked angrily, flying behind Guzi and pecking at its tail with its long beak. Guzi, however, was no match for the coal ball and yelped in protest. Just then, Mu Wanxing and several others descended from upstairs. Once Li Yu finished preparing breakfast, everyone gathered around the table, which was filled to the brim. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished eating, Xiao Yang spoke up. "Come, let's hold a meeting." The ladies promptly set down their utensils, sitting attentively to face him. Xiao Yang pointed to the 4 nurses and said, "From now on, you 4 will be divided into 2 groups, taking turns to train with us outside. Those who do not go will stay behind to watch over the place and handle chores. Before we return, prepare the ingredients to save Sister Yu from any inconvenience." The 4 nurses nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiao Yang was their guiding light. Naturally, they would follow his instructions. Observing their attitude, Xiao Yang felt quite pleased. He then looked at the others and continued. "Our most pressing task now is to seize supplies, eliminate zombies, and acquire crystals. As you have seen, the secret of the crystals is already known to some outside. Thus, competition will only intensify. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Moreover, The number of individuals awakening their abilities will continue to rise, and we must constantly enhance our own strength. Only then will we ensure our safety. The women nodded in agreement. Xiao Yang retrieved all the crystals obtained from the previous day, laying them upon the table. As the 4 nurses had yet to awaken their abilities, each would receive 10, sufficient to elevate their energy levels to over 10 years. The others would first allow Tang Ying and Yi Ling to utilize theirs, and once both of their energy levels exceeded 100 years, the rest could be distributed. Excellent. Having arranged these matters, Xiao Yang moved to the living room. He retrieved several sets of equipment from his space, preparing to distribute them to Yi Ling and the nurses. He also produced a compound bow and a set of arrows. Once they had absorbed the crystals, he called Tang Ying over. He handed the compound bow to Tang Ying, stating, "Your strength lies in marksmanship, specializing in ranged attacks. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, it is prudent to remain discreet and avoid drawing attention. The power of this compound bow may not rival that of a pistol, yet it is sufficiently lethal for both humans and zombies alike." Tang Ying accepted the compound bow, examined it, and expressed her satisfaction. "Yi Ling, come here." Xiao Yang called for Yi Ling once more, instructing her from now on. "You shall accompany 2 nurses and form a team with Tang Ying. Practice with her frequently. Even without uttering a word, her combat prowess is formidable enough for self-defense." "Understood." Yi Ling nodded in agreement. "I have a Babo's off-road vehicle in my space. You shall use it when we venture out, following closely behind my vehicle. In case of any situation, act accordingly." After issuing these directives, Xiao Yang distributed equipment to the group, ensuring everyone was appropriately geared up. He loaded all handguns with ammunition and returned them to their owners, leaving 2 nurses to guard the home while the rest prepared for departure. Xiao Yang dashed into the yard to retrieve the Babo's off-road vehicle. Subsequently, the group divided into 2 teams and set forth. Upon reaching the guardhouse, they picked up Su Tong. "Let us proceed towards the university town." Xiao Yang drove at a leisurely pace, with Tang Ying trailing behind, maintaining a distance of 200 meters. After conferring with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, Xiao Yang decided to first head to Haiqing Art Academy, the institution attended by both girls. The rationale was twofold. They were well acquainted with the academy's layout, facilitating their movements. In the large student population, there suggested a higher likelihood of encountering both zombies and potential survivors. Naturally, many survivors would likely recognize Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, the campus beauties. Should they encounter awakened students with abilities, it would be considerably easier to enlist them. Thus, they unanimously agreed to designate Haiqing Art Academy as their initial destination. The off-road vehicle cruised steadily along a small road nearing the academy when, unexpectedly, several pickup trucks appeared ahead, approaching from a distance. The women in the vehicle suddenly became alert. "Xiao Yang, there are vehicles," Lin Shishir pointed out. "I am aware there are vehicles. I'm not blind." Everyone, remain seated and refrain from panicking. It is quite normal to encounter survivors on the road at this time. As long as we maintain our distance and do not interfere with one another, there should be no issues. Furthermore, with Xiao Yang's current capabilities, who could pose a threat to him? He reassured Tang Ying over the walkie-talkie. "Received," came a response. Meanwhile, the occupants of the approaching vehicles had spotted Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle. In a lead pickup truck sat 4 men. "Zhanggu, there's a truck ahead. Should we intercept it?" The driver inquired of the man in the passenger seat, referred to as Zhanggu. Leaning forward to scrutinize the situation, Zhanggu replied, "Let us not act hastily. Observe whether there are more vehicles behind them. If they are also a convoy and outnumber us, we would be courting disaster." "That makes sense." Zhanggu is quite astute. "No wonder Hong Jie holds you in such high regard." The driver flattered. Zhanggu chuckled at the compliment, clearly enjoying the praise. Within moments, the 2 convoys converged without stopping. Xiao Yang's heavy-duty vehicle passed by the 5 pickup trucks, and similarly, Tang Ying's Babo's off-road vehicle exchanged glances with the pickups. Yet none halted their course, coexisting peacefully. Just as Tang Ying's vehicle maneuvered past, a voice emerged from the rear seat of the lead pickup. "Zhanggu, I just observed that the driver of the off-road vehicle was a woman." "I saw it too. It seems there was also a woman in the passenger seat." Moreover, the truck that just passed appears to be a mobile home. Quite impressive. A man should be driving such a powerful off-road vehicle. The one behind it isn't shabby either. A babos. That woman must either be a rich second generation or a mistress. How outrageous. These individuals have managed to survive, yet they flaunt themselves in public. The men exchanged comments filled with jealousy and indignation. Zhangge, what do you think? The driver gestured with his hands, mimicking a grabbing motion. Zhangge, intrigued, hesitated but remained cautious. Let us advance a bit further to see if there are any more vehicles behind them. After a brief drive, the men grew increasingly anxious as they noted the absence of additional vehicles. Zhangge, there are no more cars. It's just the two of them. Let us go. Another urged. Indeed, Zhangge, Hong Jie sent us to Haicheng Art Academy to inquire whether there is a survivor named Mu Wanqing. Yet, we lost 2 brothers attempting to breach that academy, swarming with zombies. If we return empty-handed, it won't bode well for us. If we could capture a couple of women and return with these luxury cars, I believe Hong Jie would not only excuse us, but also regard you with newfound respect. Indeed, Zhangge, you know full well what Hong Jie requires. She has a substantial need for women. Zhangge, visibly torn, contemplated the proposition, encouraged by his companions. He began to waver, especially considering the potential benefits of impressing Hong Jie. Seeing Zhang Ji's indecision, the driver urged, hurry and make a decision. Otherwise, they will slip away, and we will lose our chance. Yes, Zhangge, once we capture those 2 women, you can take them directly to that mobile home for some enjoyment. After you finish, we can lend a hand. After all, bringing those women back will only be advantageous for others. Fine, let us do it. Turn around, Zhangge declared, excitement coursing through him. The women under Hong Jie were notoriously expensive, often demanding resources and time. Although he had some standing with Hong Jie, the current environment rendered resources exceedingly precious. In a world turned upside down, he could no longer afford to toil away for mere survival. With Zhang Ji's command, the vehicle executed a sudden turn on the road, signaling the other 4 pickup trucks to follow suit. Let the last 2 vehicles stay behind the babos. The 3 of us will intercept the heavy-duty off-road vehicle ahead. Understood. Upon receiving the order, a man in the back promptly rolled down the window, signaling the others. The 5 vehicles, each with a clear objective, began their pursuit of Xiao Yang and his group. Tang Ying, observing the movement of the vehicles in her rearview mirror, initially dismissed them as they seemed to drift away. However, at that moment, she suddenly noticed that several pickup trucks had turned around and were chasing after them. She immediately picked up the intercom to call for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, those pickup trucks have turned around and are pursuing us. What should we do? Xiao Yang chuckled coldly. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on entering. People often lose their reason in the face of temptation. If they come for us, show no mercy. Chapter 70. How did you get here so quickly? Received. Tang Ying acknowledged the order and instructed Yeling, Xu Tong, and the 2 nurses in the vehicle, buckle your seatbelts. The 4 complied hastily, their hearts racing with anxiety. At that moment, 3 pickup trucks overtook their vehicle, heading towards Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle ahead. The 2 trucks behind them maneuvered, one moving in front and the other alongside on the left, blocking their escape route. The window of the left pickup rolled down, revealing a man with a fierce countenance wielding a knife, shouting for Tang Ying and the others to stop. Fool! Tang Ying cursed, sharply turning the steering wheel left. The left pickup, caught off guard, veered off the road and crashed into a tree. Tang Ying smirked disdainfully. As the captain of the Haicheng City security team, did anyone dare to challenge her driving skills? They ought to weigh their own capabilities. Seeing their companion forced off the road, the pickup in front swerved towards Tang Ying and the others. Tang Ying targeted the rear left side of the opposing vehicle and pressed the accelerator. The pickup was knocked sideways and skidded towards a curb. With a loud crash, it flipped over, wheels in the air. The remaining 2 trucks were immobilized. Should we help the front? Tang Ying inquired via the intercom. Well done. Don't mind me. Finish them off. Came the reply. Received. Tang Ying exited the vehicle armed with a compound bow, followed by the others with knives in hand. Stay behind me. If you see anyone still breathing, finish them off. She instructed the 4 women, drawing her bow and aiming at a man who had just crawled out of pickup. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang found himself sandwiched between 3 pickups. One in front, one behind, and one to the left. He was puzzled, wondering if they understood the futility of their actions. Attempting to stop his over 23-ton off-road vehicle with a pickup, he would demonstrate the stark contrast between a golden needle and a cucumber. With a swift left turn and a forceful press of the accelerator, he sent the front pickup flying. Then he steered left, sending the left pickup crashing onto the curb. Following that, he slammed on the brakes, causing the rear pickup to collide with the back of the heavy-duty vehicle. Xiao Yang shifted into reverse, pushing the last pickup against a tree, snapping it in two and mangling the vehicle. The entire sequence was executed fluidly, leading to the defeat of all 3 pickups. The occupants of the first 2 vehicles were dazed, while the last one was likely incapacitated. Once he stopped, Xiao Yang exited with a knife in hand. Mu Wanqing and the others followed suit, their expressions icy. Wow, this driver is fierce. No words wasted, just charging in. Look, they've stopped. They're getting out. Damn, so many women. What fortune, Zhang. Hurry, grab your weapons. This fool dares to get out. Seemingly oblivious, they mistook Xiao Yang for a wealthy scion, believing him incapable beyond his wealth. Kill him, commanded Zhang, and the other 9 men, brandishing knives, charged excitedly. Before Xiao Yang could react, Mu Wanqing leaned sure, and Liu stepped forward, each wielding a knife. In a swift motion, they struck. The men behind were taken aback as they witnessed the heads and limbs of their companions flying. Blood sprayed, leaving the remaining men stunned despite their previous exposure to violence. The assailants were women. Before they could recover, they felt their bodies pierced, only to realize too late what had transpired. In a matter of moments, 4 men collapsed, bleeding profusely. Zhang and the remaining 2, now terrified, fled towards the nearest pickup. Encountering a formidable opponent, retreat was the only sensible option. Suddenly, 2 arrows soared through the air, striking the back of the heads of the 2 fleeing men. With a muffled thud, they fell into the snow. Xiao Yang glanced at the direction of the arrows and saw Tong Ying had finished her task and was now aiding him. He nodded in approval before turning to confront the last man, trying to escape. Thinking of running? Xiao Yang activated his time-slowing ability, enveloping the man within a 30 to 100-meter radius. To Xiao Yang, the distance was merely 30 meters, but to the fleeing man, it appeared as if everything was in slow motion. As Xiao Yang approached, it took him only 20 seconds to reach the man, but to the latter, it felt like just 2 seconds. The moment the man saw Xiao Yang, confusion, panic, and fear washed over him. Xiao Yang raised his knife, pointing the tip towards the man's chest, then deactivated his skill. The man, continuing his forward motion, impaled himself on the blade. Stunned, he looked down at the knife protruding from his chest, then back at the smiling Xiao Yang. Why? He managed to utter. Because you sought your own demise. Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly. Whether the man heard him or not, he fell lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open. Xiao Yang withdrew the knife and returned to the others, who watched him in disbelief. How did you suddenly end up over there? I didn't even see it. Mu Wanqing exclaimed incredulously. Yes. How did you get here so quickly? Lin Sure echoed. Only Lu Yo gazed at Xiao Yang with a slight smile, her eyes filled with pride. Chapter 71. The photo of Mu Wang. Oh, I forgot to mention, my spatial ability has reached level 6, and I have mastered the time-slowing skill. Do not be overly enamored with me. Xiao Yang said playfully. Wow, you really are something. Lin Sure exclaimed joyfully, playfully punching Xiao Yang's chest with her small fist. Xiao Yang brushed her hand away, saying, keep your little paws off me. Stop being so touchy-feely. Lin Sure, feeling displeased, tugged at Mu Wanqing's hand and complained. Look at your man, praise him, and he gets all cocky. Mu Wanqing chuckled and retorted to Xiao Yang. Honestly, you have become quite arrogant. My Sure is known as the Chue Xiao goddess at school. I can't fathom how many boys request her to perform daily. Yet you still seem dissatisfied. What a fool. Right, Sure? Exactly. Lin Sure declared proudly, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, unfazed, teased, I've seen those who play the Xiao. They are usually gentle and demure. How come you're so lively and spirited? I enjoy it. Lin Sure, at a loss for words, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. At that moment, Tang Ying drove up. She exited the vehicle and approached Mu Wanqing, pulling a photo from her pocket. Guess what I found? What is this? A photo? Mu Wanqing inquired, puzzled. Xiao Yang leaned in, curious to see what treasure Tang Ying had discovered. Tang Ying slowly turned the photo, presenting the front to Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing the picture, Mu Wanqing gasped and snatched it into her hands. She never anticipated that the photo Tang Ying had found was a snapshot of her and her brother, Mu Guang. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tenderly caressed her brother's face in the photo and began to weep. Brother. Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the situation. He gently extracted the photo from Mu Wanqing's grasp to examine it. Lin Sure and Lu Yu, curious, leaned in for a closer look. The photo depicted Mu Wanqing and Mu Guang smiling together. Lin Sure, astonished, remarked, Wanqing, how did they come to possess a photo of you and your brother? I don't know. This photo has always been kept in his wallet, Mu Wanqing stammered. Where did you find this photo? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Looking at Tang Ying pointed behind her, saying, I found it on one of the people back there. Both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were taken aback. Exchanging worried glances, Xiao Yang thought to himself, could those in the two pickup trucks behind be Mu Guang? Tang Ying did not know Mu Guang. What if? Xiao Yang's head throbbed at the thought, and he hurriedly ran towards the two pickup trucks. Mu Wanqing quickly followed, anxious. At that moment, Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with thoughts. What if Mu Guang was among them and had been harmed by Tang Ying? Although Mu Guang did not strike him as the type to end up in such a situation, one could never be certain of a person's nature. Perhaps he was coerced or unable to make his own choices. He fervently hoped that was not the case. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing rushed to the pickup truck that Tang Ying had overturned and began to inspect it closely. Near the first vehicle, several corpses lay sprawled, each with a fatal arrow wound to the forehead. Mu Wanqing's heart raced as she meticulously examined each body, relieved to find that none belonged to her brother, Mu Guang. They then approached the second truck and, after a thorough inspection, found no sign of Mu Guang. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing sighed in relief. However, there was still the truck that had been crushed by Xiao Yang's vehicle to check. With urgency, they returned to inspect it. Although the bodies inside were almost unrecognizable due to being crushed, their heads remained distinguishable. They had transformed into zombies, trapped and unable to escape. Thankfully, after careful examination, they confirmed Mu Guang was not among them. Xiao Yang then searched the last two pickup trucks for any clues. Unfortunately, aside from some debris, nothing of value was found. Mu Wanqing, staring at the photo of her and her brother, began to sob uncontrollably. The other girls rushed over to comfort her. What should we do? Is something wrong with my brother? He never casually shares his photo with others. Lin Sure embraced her, reassuringly saying, Don't think the worst. Your brother is not among them. Yes, as long as we haven't seen a body, there is still hope. Tang Ying added. Xiao Yang, standing nearby, mentally organized the information he had gathered. He then approached Mu Wanqing earnestly, saying, Wanqing, do not despair just yet. Allow me to analyze the situation for you. Your brother's absence, along with his vehicle, is concerning. Yet the presence of your photo suggests a connection. In this apocalypse, who would carry someone else's photo unless they had a reason? Therefore, I surmise that these individuals either knew your brother and were sent to inquire about your welfare, or that your brother is somehow involved with them, leading them to bring your photo in search of you. Given that we are so close to your academy, this theory holds merit. The group nodded in agreement, particularly Mu Wanqing, who wiped her tears and exclaimed, So you mean my brother is still alive? Xiao Yang solemnly nodded. Although he could not guarantee Mu Guang's survival, he felt it necessary to instill hope in Mu Wanqing. Seeing the determination in Xiao Yang's eyes, Mu Wanqing felt a sense of reassurance. What Xiao Yang said had to be true. Let us thoroughly examine all the vehicles and bodies once more for any overlooked clues, Xiao Yang instructed. His intuition told him these individuals had some connection to Mu Guang. Subsequently, they combed through all the pickup trucks and corpses again, yet they found no useful leads. Xiao Yang regretted not leaving a survivor to interrogate. However, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Mu Wanqing felt her spirits sink. She knew her brother was alive, but had no idea where he was. The disaster of the apocalypse had left her in constant longing for her brother. Yet, she understood that she could not expect Xiao Yang to search the entire city for him. The vastness of Haicheng, known as the magic capital, with its countless bathing centers, made it unlikely to find one person easily. Moreover, who could guarantee that her brother Mu Guang was even at a bathing center? Thus, she buried her concerns and yearning for her brother deep within her heart. Yet today, seeing the photo of her and her brother again unleashed a torrent of suppressed emotion. Chapter 72. Survivors in a security room witnessing the sorrow etched on Mu Wanqing's face. Xiao Yang approached and embraced her, gently stroking her head. Do not worry. Your brother possesses good character. Fortune favors the virtuous. He will be fine. MHM. Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply in Xiao Yang's embrace, responding softly. By the way, we should head to Haicheng Art Academy. The direction those people came from leads to your school. There may be some clues there. Perhaps your brother has even been there looking for you? Mu Wanqing straightened, her eyes sparkling with hope. Yes, let us hurry, she urged. All right. Everyone piled into the vehicle and continued their journey towards Haicheng Art Academy. When they arrived at the entrance of the academy, they found a swarm of zombies wandering about. The iron gate had been forcefully breached. Observing the attire of the zombies, Xiao Yang discerned they were all likely university students, clad in long dresses, skirts, shorts, t-shirts, and even one shambling about in only underwear. Some were completely nude, clearly those who preferred to sleep in the buff. What a tragic loss. The number of female zombies far outnumbered the males. From Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi, he learned that the female dormitory was located near the entrance. It seemed these female zombies had fled from the dormitory. Upon observation, there were approximately 200 zombies. Xiao Yang and his companions disembarked, systematically dispatching the undead. In a short span of time, the horde at the entrance was eradicated. However, two particular zombies caught Xiao Yang's attention. They were older males, evidently not students. It appeared they had recently succumbed to infection from bites, their blood still vividly red. On the ground, Xiao Yang also discovered two machetes, identical to those wielded by the members of the convoy they had encountered earlier. This led him to speculate that these two individuals might have been part of that group, merely unable to escape. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. As he scrutinized the surroundings, he noticed numerous overlapping tire tracks, indicating that many vehicles had traversed this location. Thus, Xiao Yang became increasingly convinced that the previous group had indeed been here, only to be besieged by zombies, resulting in the death of two members before their hasty retreat. With this revelation, Xiao Yang promptly summoned Mu Wanqing to share his deductions. Upon hearing his insights, her spirits lifted significantly. You mean these individuals came to the academy in search of me, and they are likely acting on my brother's behalf? Indeed, quite likely. Xiao Yang affirmed. That is wonderful news. As long as my brother is alive, that is all that matters. Mu Wanqing's previous gloom dissipated, replaced by a feeling of relief. All right, let us venture inside and inquire if there are any surviving students. Yes, let us. After concluding their conversation, Xiao Yang instructed Yi Ling and the nurse to collect crystals, encouraging them to acclimatize. To his surprise, the three executed their task with remarkable efficiency, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. It suddenly struck him that, given their backgrounds, they had likely encountered far worse injuries. Could they truly be apprehensive of blood? Once they had collected the crystals and presented them to Xiao Yang, as they prepared to return to the vehicle and continue towards the academy, Xiao Yang inadvertently noticed a figure peering through the window of the security room. Is there a survivor in the security room? Perhaps one of the individuals from that group who could not escape and is hiding inside? Upon this realization, Xiao Yang swiftly hit the brakes, halting the vehicle. Without hesitation, he exited and made a beeline for the security room. The others, confused by his sudden actions, followed suit. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yang kicked open the door to the security room, then proceeded to forcefully open the door to the lounge within. Inside, he found a man clad in a security uniform, clutching a rubber baton, who looked at him in alarm. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang drew his knife and advanced toward the man. The sight of the blade sent the man into a panic. Hey, brother. Let's speak calmly. I have done nothing to provoke you. With nowhere to retreat, the man shouted nervously. Xiao Yang halted his advance, having no intention of killing him just yet. If this man were affiliated with the pickup truck convoy, he might possess valuable information regarding Mu Guan. Are you part of the group that recently arrived in the pickup truck? Xiao Yang inquired coldly. Pickup truck? The man repeated, bewildered. Are you referring to the group that just fled? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was certain that the pickup truck convoy had indeed been here. Yes. However, the man quickly shook his head. Brother, I'm not one of them. I have been in this security room all along. Xiao Yang scrutinized the man's expression. He did not appear to be lying. Observing his attire, he asked, So you were a security guard at this academy? The man hesitated before responding. Well, not exactly. Xiao Yang's expression turned icy. Then what is your purpose here? I am here to find my newlywed wife. The man suddenly exclaimed through gritted teeth. Xiao Yang was puzzled by the man's vehement expression. Your newlywed wife? Is she a teacher at this institution? No, she is a student here. The man retorted with a scoff. A university student? Newlywed? Marrying so early? Xiao Yang was skeptical. He gestured for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to approach. He then asked the man, What is your wife's name? Which department and class is she in? Xiao Yang sought to ascertain whether the man was indeed telling the truth. With Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir present, any inconsistencies in his story would be swiftly uncovered. To his surprise, the man immediately revealed his wife's name without hesitation. Her name is Wang Jiejia, from the second class of the performance department. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir gasped in astonishment. What? Wang Jiejia? You are her husband? Lin Shishir exclaimed incredulously. Xiao Yang was bemused by the intense reaction from both women upon hearing Wang Jiejia's name. Do you two know her? Indeed. She resides in the dormitory next to ours. She is indeed part of the performance department. What? Xiao Yang and the man simultaneously turned to Lin Shishir. However, we have not heard that she is married. She has dated several boyfriends during her time at our academy. The man's expression shifted drastically, his anger igniting. Several? What the hell, that wretched woman? He sank to the ground, cradling his head and furiously raking his fingers through his hair. Xiao Yang's voice turned icy. You are lying. My friend says Wang Jiejia is not married. Who are you, really? The man, seemingly affected by the blow of this revelation, appeared less anxious in the face of Xiao Yang's reprimand. He steadied his emotions and sat down on the ground. My name is Chun Bo. Wang Jiejia is truly my newlywed wife. We have been married for nearly 10 months. Chapter 73. The brave warrior charging for love. Xiao Yang glanced at Mu Wanqing, who instantly understood and employed her ability to listen to thoughts on Chun Bo. She then nodded at Xiao Yang, indicating that Chun Bo was indeed truthful. If you're here to find Wang Jiejia, how did you end up in the security room? Xiao Yang inquired. However, this question set Chun Bo off again. Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I stumbled upon a video posted by Wang Jiejia's friend on social media, where she appeared intimately close with another man. In a desperate attempt to clarify things in person, I rode my bicycle for 3 days and nights to get here. Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were momentarily taken aback. Chun Bo's determination was astonishing. He had pedaled for 3 days and nights just to confront Wang Jiejia, truly an obsession. However, upon my arrival, the security guard at the entrance refused to let me in. With no other choice, I had to climb over the wall to find her. And what did I see? That wretched woman passionately kissing another man outside the dormitory. Do you understand, brother? It was a complete betrayal. Chun Bo seemed to relive that moment, his emotions flaring once more as he spoke to Xiao Yang, perhaps hoping that another man would understand his anguish. Brother, how should I put this? To get by in life, one must carry a bit of green with them. Xiao Yang was at a loss for how to comfort him. After all, in his past life, he had been the one who caused such green-heartedness in others. Yet, upon hearing this, Chun Bo became even more distraught. Brother, is that merely a little green? I have become a green giant. I work tirelessly to earn money, leaving only 300 yuan for my living expenses each month, while spending the rest to support her education and daily needs. I work overtime to ensure I can give her gifts for every holiday. But what do I get in return for my efforts? This. Chun Bo's emotions overwhelmed him. leading him to unleash a furious roar. The most infuriating part? I caught her red-handed, and instead of showing remorse, she had that man summon 4 or 5 others to gang up on me. That despicable woman. If only she hadn't fled, I swear I would have killed her. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. This narrative was utterly melodramatic. They could hardly believe that Wang Jiajia was such a person. And what happened next? Lin Shishir, now transformed into an inquisitive bystander, could not resist asking, what happened next? Those 5 men were nothing more than a bunch of incompetent fools. I single-handedly knocked them all down, leaving them searching for their teeth on the floor. Especially the one who kissed her. I made sure to stomp on his groin a few times. It was incredibly satisfying. Chinbochenkov, as if this was the only thing that could bring him joy. And then, Lin Shishir pressed on, unable to contain her curiosity further. Then the school security and teachers arrived. They tried to catch me, but I was too quick for them. I ran all over half the campus. And it was only when they finally cornered me, relying on their numbers, that I was brought to this security room. Just then, it happened to be midnight, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The school was in chaos, with all the security personnel maintaining order, and they locked me in the security room. No one returned after that, and I stayed hidden here. If I hadn't found 2 boxes of instant noodles under the bed, I would have starved to death. After hearing Chunbo's account, Xiao Yang couldn't help but silently commend him for his courage. He envisioned Chunbo pedaling furiously to the academy, then fearlessly charging at the 5 men who intended to assault him. In the end, he had sprinted away from a crowd in pursuit. This lad was indeed a warrior, charging forth for love. Wang Jiajia is truly a shameless woman, engaging in such despicable acts. She really hides her true nature. Lin Shishir expressed her indignation, unable to bear it as a woman herself. Did you see Wang Jiajia again afterward? Mu Wanqing inquired. No, but I know she is still alive. A survivor emerged a few days ago, and I learned from him that Wang Jiajia is alive. She, along with those men and a group of other survivors, is hiding in the academy's supermarket. That's why I have remained here. I must see her and those men, and personally enact my revenge to ease the hatred in my heart. Chunbo recounted the events that led to his stay in the security room with great clarity. Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir understood the situation entirely. By the way, did the people in that pickup truck not notice you? Xiao Yang still wished to inquire, hoping Chunbo might provide some clues about those individuals. Of course they noticed me. They thought I was one of the surviving security guards of the academy. They asked me where the girls' dormitory was and inquired about a female student named. What was it again? Chunbo stumbled over the name momentarily. Could be Mu Wanqing? Xiao Yang Alfred. Huh? Yes. That seems to be the name. Chunbo exclaimed. How did you know? He asked, taken aback. Because I am Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing said with a furrowed brow. It was evident that the people in the pickup truck were indeed searching for her. She felt a mix of happiness and worry. The happiness stemmed from the fact that, as Xiao Yang had predicted, her brother was likely still alive. However, the worry arose from the question of why her brother had not come to find her personally. Was something amiss? Noticing the troubled expression on Mu Wanqing's face, Chunbo cautioned, in that case, you must be careful. Those people are clearly not good individuals. They previously tried to recruit me, and when I refused, they even attempted to kill me. Fortunately, I can run faster now than I could before. Otherwise, I would have perished without avenging myself. Upon hearing Chunbo claim he could run faster than before, Xiao Yang couldn't help but recall his valor in charging forth for love. With a smile, he jested, You really can run faster now? How much faster? Chunbo, realizing Xiao Yang was laughing at him, immediately stood up and said, Brother, don't doubt me. I can show you just how fast I am. Xiao Yang chuckled. You think you can outrun Bolt? Unless you've awakened some speed-related ability. Xiao Yang suddenly scrutinized Chunbo again. It was possible that this lad had indeed awakened some speed-related powers. Then run, and let me see. All right, brother. Let us head outside. With that, Chunbo walked out of the security room. Brother, watch closely now. I'm about to run. Chunbo assumed a starting position, and upon receiving a nod from Xiao Yang, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Wow! Xiao Yang and the others gasped in surprise at his incredible speed. It was no less impressive than Bolt's. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Xiao Yang sensed something was off. Chunbo had already covered a significant distance. However, he was still running. Goodbye. Chunbo, now over 60 meters away, suddenly stopped, turned around, and waved at Xiao Yang. Chapter 74. The Clue from Chunbo in Truth. Chunbo had acted on a whim. Although he didn't perceive Xiao Yang and the others as bad people, he certainly felt they were beyond his capabilities to confront. If he couldn't confront them, surely he could evade them. He was confident in his speed, believing himself to be as elusive as the wind, impossible to catch. He resolved to return once Xiao Yang and the others had left. Xiao Yang, however, was quite irritated. Damn it! Chunbo is trying to escape. Just as Chunbo was about to turn and flee, Xiao Yang swiftly activated his time-slowing ability. Observing Chunbo, his movements now resembled that of Turtle. It seemed this distance was well within the range of his ability. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang dashed forward, reaching Chunbo in an instant, where he stood waiting. Xiao Yang could see the smug expression on Chunbo's face begin to shift to one of astonishment. When Chunbo finally noticed him, his expression transformed into one of sheer shock. Brother, are you even human? Chunbo stammered. He had thought himself fast enough, only to be amazed that Xiao Yang had effortlessly positioned himself in front of him. How could he not be astonished? Xiao Yang, not in the mood for pleasantries, asked, "What are you running from?" "Brother, I was just scared of you all. I simply wanted to keep my distance. I meant no harm," Chunbo explained, flailing his arms in earnest. Xiao Yang dragged him back to the security room and tossed him to the ground. "If you dare run again, you'll find out what this is for." Xiao Yang brandished a gun before Chunbo. Upon seeing the firearm, Chunbo's eyes widened, and he became utterly still. "Brother, I swear I won't run again. If I do, I'll be a disgrace." Seeing his sincerity, Xiao Yang decided to ask one final question. "Brother, please go ahead. You mentioned that group in the pickup truck wanted to recruit you. Did they tell you who they were or where they came from?" Xiao Yang's insistence on keeping him from fleeing had been to inquire about this very matter. Unexpectedly, a minor incident nearly allowed Chunbo to escape. Chunbo sat up obediently, reflecting carefully. "Oh yes, I remember now. They mentioned they were from some nightclub. What was it called again?" "All right. It was called Royal Number 1. They said they were from the Royal Number 1 nightclub." As soon as Chunbo spoke, Xiao Yang was taken aback. "Royal No. 1 nightclub? Why does that sound so familiar? I feel like I've been there, but it was so long ago that I can't recall clearly. Royal Number 1? I know it." At this moment, Tang Ying spoke up. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened as he turned to her. Indeed, in the entirety of High City, what entertainment venue could possibly elude Tang Ying's knowledge? Mu Wanqing also cast an anxious glance at Tang Ying, fully aware that her brother Mu Guang might very well be there. "Where is it?" "In the city center, a bit of a distance from here." Upon hearing Tang Ying's response, Mu Wanqing was instantly filled with excitement. "Can we head over there now?" she asked anxiously, glancing at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did not respond immediately, instead carefully weighing his options. Subsequently, he made a decision. "Wanqing, we now have a possible location for your brother. However, the situation there remains uncertain. Since we have come to your academy today, let us first clear out the zombies within it, gather some crystals, and enhance our strength. We can return tonight, devise a solid plan, and then set out tomorrow. This approach is certainly more prudent." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Tang Ying nodded in agreement and added, "Wanqing, Xiao Yang is right. The Royal Number 1 in High City is no ordinary establishment. Just the headquarters has thousands of employees, and it is notorious. We've encountered numerous police calls to investigate, only to be thwarted by the formidable forces backing them. They can dispatch 5 vehicles full of people to gather intelligence at once. Just imagine how extensive their influence must be. We must deliberate carefully before taking action." Hearing Tang Ying's words, Mu Wanqing could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor. Given Tang Ying's understanding of High City, her assessment was undoubtedly accurate. Although she desperately wished to see her brother, recklessly charging in without grasping the circumstances would indeed be unwise. She could not allow her personal desires to endanger the whole group. Xiao Yang was correct. The immediate priority was to enhance their own strength. Only then could they face any unforeseen circumstances with composure. "All right, I will heed your advice. As long as I know my brother is alive, I feel reassured. At least for now, he is safe." Xiao Yang felt a sense of relief upon hearing Mu Wanqing's thoughts. Yes, it is good that you feel this way. Now, since we are here, let us proceed to eliminate the zombies. We cannot let this trip be in vain. Okay, let us go. With Xiao Yang's call, the group of girls immediately sprang into action. Hey, brother, can I come along? I want to see how that Wenchuang Jiajia is faring now. Jinbo, seeing Xiao Yang and the others preparing to leave, quickly stood up and said. Xiao Yang assessed him from head to toe and replied, apart from running fast. Do you have any other skills? Chunbo pondered for a moment. It seems running fast is my only talent. But don't worry, big brother. I won't cause you any trouble. If the situation turns unfavorable, I will run away and absolutely not create chaos for you. Xiao Yang knew that Chunbo had certainly awakened a speed-related ability, which, apart from its swiftness, offered no other advantages. Yet, if his level increased, his speed would only grow. A surprise attack could still be feasible. Then do as you wish. Xiao Yang did not bother with him anymore. If he wanted to follow, so be it. His fate was not Xiao Yang as concern. They climbed into the vehicle and continued toward the girls' dormitory area, while Chunbo picked up a machete that had been discarded by someone in the pickup truck and hurriedly followed suit. The girls' dormitory comprised several rows of buildings, each 6 stories high. Clearing each one individually would be too cumbersome. Xiao Yang decided to employ the previous tactic, having Lin Shishir play a tune on her flute to lure the zombies over. They would then take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate them. The group had long since grown accustomed to this cooperation, and Xiao Yang also allowed Yi Ling and the 2 nurses to join in and gain experience. By the time they had eliminated all the zombies that could be drawn out from the girls' dormitory, 3 hours had already passed. After counting their spoils, Xiao Yang discovered that they had amassed a substantial haul of 2,000 crystals. However, Lin Shishir was severely drained, barely able to muster the strength to blow. Nevertheless, with time still on their side, Xiao Yang was not inclined to conclude their efforts prematurely. There were certainly many zombies in the boys' dormitory as well, and he did not want to make another trip. However, attracting the zombies by creating noise carried too great a risk. This was entirely incomparable to Lin Shishir's flute ability. One method had the zombies charging directly at you, while the other had them approaching in a dazed manner, making them much easier to dispatch. Chapter 75. Chunbo's assistants, Chunbo, who had been trailing behind Xiao Yang and the others at a distance, witnessed their efficient slaughter of zombies as if they were simply harvesting crops. Shocked beyond words, he marveled at what kind of extraordinary individuals they were. He was fortunate to have remained on good terms with them. Otherwise, he could have found himself in dire straits without even realizing it. Now, noticing that Xiao Yang and his group had paused, he seized the opportunity to approach them. Big brother, you guys are truly incredible. I am genuinely impressed, Chunbo said with a sheepish grin. Xiao Yang glanced at him but did not respond. Chunbo continued cheerfully, Big brother, are you facing any difficulties? Why have you stopped? My friend is tired and unable to attract the zombies. Xiao Yang indicated Lin Shishir, who was resting nearby. Chunbo looked at Lin Shishir with admiration. He had witnessed her abilities firsthand. It was precisely because of her that Xiao Yang and the others could operate with such efficiency. Without her, they would not have been able to lure so many zombies. Unable to attract the zombies? Chunbo's eyes lit up at this thought. Brother, I believe I can help you lure the zombies over. Upon hearing Chunbo's proposal, Xiao Yang looked at him quizzically. You? Yes, brother. I run fast, and those zombies won't be able to catch me. I could bring a wave of them to you. Just a few trips will suffice. Chunbo articulated his plan, and Xiao Yang's eyes brightened upon hearing it. Surprisingly, this method seemed quite feasible. It appeared that the speed ability still had its utility in the early stages. Then, why not give it a try? Xiao Yang Smilet. All right, you all get ready. I'm off. With Xiao Yang's approval, Chunbo immediately grabbed his weapon and dashed out. He swiftly ran to the entrance of a dormitory building, picked up a basin that had been discarded on the ground, and began to beat the basin with his knife, effectively attracting the zombies. In no time, several zombies, drawn by the noise, charged out. Seeing this, Chunbo quickly ran back toward Xiao Yang and the others while the pursuing zombies trailed behind him, numbering about 100. As the zombies varied in speed, they formed a long line. Xiao Yang nodded in approval. This was quite good, as the zombies would not swarm them all at once, making the cleanup safer. As the zombies approached, Xiao Yang and his group immediately drew their weapons, ready to reap the rewards. In just a few minutes, this wave of zombies was completely eradicated. During this time, Chunbo mimicked Xiao Yang and the others, utilizing his speed advantage to dart behind the zombies and strike at their heads. Although his technique was initially clumsy, practice gradually honed his skills. What surprised Xiao Yang the most was Su Tong. He noted that her performance today was exponentially better than the last time. Could it be that she had also awakened her abilities? Xiao Yang decided to inquire about this on the way back. Following this, Chun Bo continued to use the same method, running back and forth no less than 20 times, until he had successfully lured nearly all the zombies from the boys' dormitory. Upon their final tally, Xiao Yang's group found they had collected over 2,500 crystals. Together with the over 2,000 crystals from the girls' dormitory, they had amassed a total of over 4,500 crystals. This day could certainly be deemed a bountiful harvest. Naturally, none of this would have been possible without Chun Bo's contributions. Xiao Yang resolved that once they had cleared all the zombies from the academy, he would allocate a portion of the crystals to Chun Bo. It would not be right to let him toil without reward. After a brief rest, the group proceeded toward the large supermarket not far from the dormitory. From a distance, the supermarket appeared quite sizable. After all, with so many faculty and students at the academy, a small supermarket would surely be insufficient. As Xiao Yang arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, he was taken aback to find numerous slain zombies scattered about. However, the crystals embedded in their foreheads remained untouched. Clearly, the people here were still oblivious to the crystal's significance. Meanwhile, Chun Bo stood nearby, gritting his teeth as he gazed into the supermarket. He knew his wife, Wang Jiajia, was likely inside. Today, he intended to settle all grievances with her. Inside an office within the supermarket, an iron basin sat on the floor, filled with burning wood. Though the room was not particularly warm, the temperature was bearable. At that moment, Wang Jiajia lay on the sofa, panting heavily, while 5 men lounged around her, visibly enjoying their cigarettes. If Chun Bo were to see them, he would recognize these individuals as the university students he had once dealt with harshly. Among them, the man with whom Wang Jiajia had an affair smirked at the others, saying, "See, I treat you all well, sharing everything." The other 4 men quickly responded with flattery, exclaiming how wonderful he was. One of them eagerly asked, "What about the female students in the supermarket? When we gather them all?" The man chuckled, "No rush. We must ensure they willingly come to us." Wang Jiajia, disheveled and furious, interjected, "You have no shame treating me like this." Wang Qing glanced at her, snorting dismissively. "Don't act innocent. You brought this upon yourself. It's your fault I'm still hurting from that beating." He recalled the night he was pummeled by Chun Bo, anger boiling within him. Wang Jiajia had failed to mention her marriage, and when her husband confronted them, she had deceitfully claimed Chun Bo was merely her ex-boyfriend. "You think you can play both sides? Now, I'll make sure you regret it even more." Wang Qing was resolute, believing that in this chaotic world, women were as disposable as clothing, more useful for bonding with his comrades. Without strength, survival was impossible. The supermarket was home to no fewer than 100 students, and several teachers, all vying for dominance. To maintain their position, they needed numbers. Wang Jiajia found herself at a loss for words. After adjusting her clothing, she sat up, filled with regret for having betrayed Chun Bo. She remembered his kindness, yet she had still cheated on him. But what could regret accomplish? In this world, she still needed these men. Without them, her fate would surely be dire. Moreover, Wang Qing seemed to possess some special abilities. Without him, she wouldn't even be here in the supermarket's office, the best room in the place. Forget it. Women are destined to suffer. As long as I can survive, that's what matters. As for my husband, Chun Bo, perhaps he's already dead. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Wang Qing and the others hastily adjusted their trousers and opened the door. One of the male students, a recent addition to Wang Qing's group, exclaimed, "Qing Ge, a crowd has gathered outside the supermarket. You won't believe who I saw." "Who?" Wang Qing asked, curiosity piqued by the mysterious tone of the student. "The campus beauty, Mu Wanqing, and the music department's goddess, Lin Shi. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing and the others were taken aback. Is it true? Two of the three university beauties are alive? Indeed, they are right at the entrance. And guess who else I saw? The student glanced at Wang Jiejia, who was still on the sofa. Who? Stop keeping us in suspense. Your husband, the one who fought with you that night. The moment the student spoke, Wang Jiejia shot up from the sofa. What did you say? Chenbo is alive? Her voice trembled, disbelief flooding her mind. She never imagined her husband would still be alive, let alone have found his way to the supermarket. Deep down, she was reluctant to face Chenbo, perhaps out of guilt or perhaps because she had never truly valued him. In any case, she wished to avoid seeing him. If he were dead, it would be for the best. That brat is still alive? Let me show him what I'm made of. Last time, I underestimated him, and he managed to beat us. This time, I will reclaim my honor. Wang Qing's fury ignited as he plotted revenge, but then he glanced at Wang Jiejia, adding, no, I won't kill him just yet. I want to humiliate you in front of him, to make him wish he were dead. The thought alone is exhilarating. Wang Jiejia frowned at his lewd laughter. Let's go meet them. Wang Qing dismissed her feelings entirely. To him, Wang Jiejia was merely a plaything. After they left, Wang Jiejia hesitated but ultimately decided to follow. As Xiao Yang and his group approached the supermarket entrance, survivors inside had already noticed them. When they spotted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi, someone opened the door. My goodness, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi, you both are alive. A student exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, two of the three campus goddesses are here. If only Teacher Jiang were alive, we would have the full set. Look behind. There are more beauties. Those three are equally stunning. Who is that handsome man in front? I'm smitten. Hey, isn't that the guy who was caught by security the other night? He.S. alive and back. Wang Jiejia found herself in the midst of the unfolding drama. A crowd of students gathered, whispering among themselves. Make way. Wang Qing and his companions forced their way through the throng. He greeted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi with a smile before turning a menacing glare at Chenbo. Chenbo met his gaze defiantly. Where's my wife, Wang Jiejia? Bring her out. Your wife is now one of ours. I didn't expect you to have the guts to return. Watch how I deal with you today. Wang Qing emphasized ours with disdain, clearly insulting Chenbo. Chenbo's expression darkened as he stepped forward, defiantly responding. Deal with me? I was able to beat you all before. I can certainly do it again. Wang Qing scoffed. Let us see if you can withstand my blade today. Wait. Just as Wang Qing was about to attack, Wang Jiejia's voice rang out. The crowd parted, and she emerged from the back. She had decided to confront Chenbo, but not to apologize. Chenbo, you shouldn't have come back. You are no longer their match. You will suffer greatly. Wang Jiejia's cold gaze met his. Seeing her, Chenbo's anger reached a boiling point. His eyes burned red as he shouted, Wang Jiejia, you finally dare to show yourself. I want to know what I did wrong that made you choose to betray me? This was the question Chenbo had longed to ask. He could not fathom why, despite treating Wang Jiejia with kindness, she had still chosen to betray him. Yet, Wang Jiejia showed no remorse in her response. You treated me well, but what of it? Her words sparked a wave of murmurs among the surrounding students. Astonished by Wang Jiejia's audacity, Xiao Yang glanced at Wang Jiejia, noting her decent appearance. However, he couldn't fathom why she possessed such a thick skin. Chenbo, visibly enraged, shouted at Wang Jiejia, I toil day and night to earn more money to support your education, to help you realize your dreams. I juggle 3 jobs, handing over every penny to you. I buy you gifts and surprises during holidays. I simply cannot comprehend why you would betray me. As Chenbo raged, Wang Jiejia took a step back but maintained an expression devoid of emotion. Coldly, she replied, since you wish to know the reason, I shall enlighten you. Because you are not as handsome as others, because you lack their abilities, because your education is inferior, because you cower before me, which utterly extinguishes my interest in you. Is that sufficient? Each of Wang Jiejia's words struck Chenbo like thunder, leaving him in shock as he realized the depth of his wife's dissatisfaction with him. Then why did you choose to marry me? Chenbo suddenly felt a wave of inferiority wash over him, realizing how utterly inadequate he appeared in his wife's eyes. Because your family offered a generous bride price. Because you are willing to be a fool, earning money for me to spend. With someone to support me, I can pursue my dreams and indulge myself. What could be better? Wang Jejia spoke without a hint of shame, her gaze dripping with disdain towards Chen Bo, as if he were merely an obligation. In a sudden burst of anger, Chen Bo slapped Wang Jejia across the face with considerable force. She stumbled and fell to the ground. You wretched woman, I truly must have been blind to have chosen you. Chen Bo glared at her, his teeth clenched. You've been told, your wife is now ours. How dare you strike her? Watch as I end you. Wang Qing, witnessing Wang Jejia's assault, erupted in fury, feeling his pride wounded. Sitting on the ground, one hand supporting herself and the other shielding her bruised face, Wang Jejia glared venomously at Chen Bo, exclaiming, I don't want to see him again. Kill him. Kill him. Chapter 77. Wind Blade. Chen Bo, observing Wang Jejia's malevolent expression, finally grasped the meaning of a woman's heart turned to poison. In his moment of distraction, Wang Qing and his companions surrounded him. Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead. As Wang Qing spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it, unleashing a visible crescent-shaped gust of wind towards Chen Bo. As the wind blade approached his face, Chen Bo instinctively raised his right hand to block it. The blade easily tore through his sleeve. A sharp pain shot through him as his weapon clattered to the ground. He staggered back, glancing at his arm, now soaked in blood with a deep wound exposing bone. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow at the scene. He had not anticipated Wang Qing's awakening of supernatural abilities, specifically a wind-based power known as the Wind Blade. This ability could condense air into a blade-like form for ranged attacks. The higher the level, the greater the attack distance, speed, and sharpness. It seemed Wang Qing's Wind Blade was only at level 1. Otherwise, his arm would have been severed. The crowd, witnessing Wang Qing's first strike injuring Chen Bo, began to regard him with newfound trepidation. Some had witnessed his prowess before, as he had been responsible for eliminating zombies at the entrance. However, it was clear that Wang Qing had become increasingly adept at wielding his powers, dominating the supermarket. If he continued to develop, no one would stand against him, and the entire place would become his territory. Wang Jejia, seated on the ground, fixed her gaze on Chen Bo and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! I told you that you would meet a miserable end. You didn't believe me, did you? Now you see the truth. Alas, it is too late. Her words drew disdainful glances from onlookers. She was truly shameless, refusing to acknowledge her own wrongs and wishing harm upon her husband. Wang Qing, reveling in Chen Bo's injury, taunted, Kid, surrender quietly, and I might leave your corpse intact. Besides, I can ensure you witness some truly stimulating scenes before you die. The thought of toying with Wang Jejia before Chen Bo filled him with excitement. Chen Bo, despite the pain, wrapped his wound and retorted, I was careless before and fell for your trick. This isn't over. Who dies is still uncertain. How defiant you are even when facing death. I shall sever your legs and see what you can do then. Wang Qing laughed maliciously, his face twisted with menace. He unleashed another wind blade aimed at Chen Bo's thigh. Anticipating the attack, Chen Bo swiftly dodged, and the blade missed its mark, striking a small tree instead, which was instantly severed. Seeing his attack fail, Wang Qing pursued Chen Bo, continuously launching wind blades. However, he underestimated Chen Bo's speed, as each blade narrowly missed him. Evading capture, Wang Qing's team, realizing the situation, began to encircle Chen Bo, attempting to leverage their numbers to subdue him. They engaged in a cat-and-mouse game. Yet despite their efforts, they were unable to catch him even as fatigue set in. Chen Bo, having lost considerable blood and exhausted from running, found himself unable to proceed. Both sides stood at a distance, locked in a tense standoff. Kill him. Hurry up. Why have you stopped? Wang Jejia, seeing Wang Qing and his group hesitating, stood anxiously, shouting at them. Wang Jejia, I never expected you to be so cruel. He is your husband. Lin Shishir finally could not remain silent, scolding her. Wang Jejia glared at Lin Shishir. Who are you to meddle? You'd best stay out of it, or once I finish with Chen Bo, I will have Wang Qing deal with you. Unable to tolerate Wang Jejia's demeanor, Mu Wanqing tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve, pleading, Xiao Yang, should we assist Chunbo? Wang Jiejia and her group are too despicable. Besides, Chunbo helped us fend off zombies this afternoon. Xiao Yang nodded at Mu Wanxing's words. Though he was indifferent to others' grievances, he felt a sense of loyalty to Chunbo, especially upon seeing Wang Qing's group relentlessly pursuing Chunbo. His irritation grew. None of them possessed even a fraction of Chunbo's courage. With this in mind, he approached Chunbo, producing 20 crystals and placing them before him. Observing Chunbo's astonished expression, Xiao Yang calmly stated, "Here, these are rightfully yours. Take note of the numbers inscribed on the crystals. Then, clutch them in your left hand and recite the numbers swiftly." Though Chunbo was unsure of the purpose behind this, he recognized Xiao Yang's intention to assist him. Without further thought, he grasped a crystal and followed Xiao Yang's instructions. An influx of energy coursed through him, and he felt a subtle transformation within his body. He quickly absorbed another crystal, experiencing an even more pronounced change, sensing his physical prowess strengthen. He glanced at Xiao Yang, who remained expressionless, and chose not to inquire further. The pace quickened as he absorbed the remaining crystals. "Yiling, come here." Upon noticing the wound on Chunbo's right hand, Xiao Yang summoned Yiling. "See to his injury." As Yiling approached, he instructed her. "All right." Yiling tore open Chunbo's sleeve, exposing his arm. Then, she placed her hand over Chunbo's wound. Meanwhile, the group surrounding Wang Qing seethed with anger upon seeing Xiao Yang standing beside Chunbo. How dare anyone so brazenly align with Chunbo, openly defying them? However, they were too fatigued to act on their outrage. They resolved that once they dealt with Chunbo, they would turn their attention to this unfamiliar man. They had long recognized that Xiao Yang was allied with Mu Wanxing and her companions. He was the only male among that group. Once he dealt with Xiao Yang, Mu Wanxing and Lin Shishir would have no choice but to submit to him. They were all school beauties, far superior to Wang Jiejia. Contemplating this, Wang Qing's anger began to dissipate. If Xiao Yang did not intervene, he had no reason to confront him. Now, however, the justification was at hand. After a brief respite, the group rose and approached Chunbo. Chunbo had just finished absorbing the last crystal, and he was utterly astonished. This crystal had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. He felt as though he could crush the necks of his adversaries with a single hand. Even more astonishing was that the wound on his right arm had miraculously healed. Chapter 78. The betrayer deserves death. Chunbo's mind was momentarily clouded. He could not comprehend the reason behind this transformation. He suddenly found Xiao Yang and his companions terrifying. Thankfully, he had left them with a favorable impression. Seeing Wang Qing and his group approach with renewed aggression, Chunbo quickly refocused his thoughts. He now brimmed with strength and confidence. Those uninvolved should step aside, lest my wind blades strike indiscriminately. Wang Qing shouted at Xiao Yang. Ignoring him, Xiao Yang handed Chunbo the Tang Dao. "Brother, personal grievances must be settled by oneself. This is where my assistance ends." He patted Chunbo on the shoulder and turned to leave with Yiling grasping the heavy Tang Dao. Chunbo felt a surge of gratitude. Wang Qing and his companions, witnessing Xiao Yang's gesture, were consumed by fury. Wasn't this an obvious aid to Chunbo? Very well. After dealing with Chunbo, their next target would be Xiao Yang. Chunbo, prepare to meet your end. Wang Qing resolved to leave no survivors, seeking a swift conclusion. He unleashed a wind blade aimed directly at Chunbo's face. With a cold smirk, Chunbo sidestepped effortlessly. Wang Qing and his group were astonished. How had Chunbo grown stronger in such a brief interval? It was time to settle this matter. Chunbo smirked, his body suddenly accelerating. He maximized his speed, reaching one of Wang Qing's companions before they could react. He raised the Tang Dao and struck without hesitation. With a sickening thud, a head fell to the ground. Wang Qing and his companions were taken aback. Such speed and such a sharp blade. An inexplicable tension gripped them as they huddled together to counter Chunbo's assault. This scene left the onlooking students in shock. The previously disadvantaged Chunbo had transformed dramatically after Xiao Yang's departure. What was happening? Who was this man? Their gazes instinctively turned to Xiao Yang. Sensing the curious stares, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, focusing intently on Chunbo's actions. At that moment, Chun Bo exploited his speed advantage, darting back and forth, swiftly taking down another four of Wang Qing's companions. Soon, only Chun Bo and Wang Qing remained standing. Wang Qing was increasingly fearful. Having overused his wind blades, his mental resources were depleted, rendering him unable to conjure another. Moreover, without his team as support, he realized his defeat was imminent. He shot a venomous glare at Xiao Yang. It was all his fault. Without this man, Chun Bo would never have become this formidable. He suddenly shouted to the crowd, "Fellow students, will you stand idly by as outsiders bully our academy? We are one. Why do you not lend a hand?" His only hope now rested on the surviving students. If they were willing to assist, he might still have a chance. However, the students regarded his plea with indifference. Even the two surviving teachers in the crowd remained silent. No one paid him any mind. In their eyes, Wang Qing's demise would be beneficial. With his defeat, they would have one less formidable opponent. Furthermore, Xiao Yang's group was extraordinary. No one wished to make enemies for the sake of another. Do you see? You have realized how lowly your character is. Not a single person wishes to aid you. You garbage die. Chun Bo launched a fierce assault, leaving Wang Qing in disarray, struggling to defend himself. Eventually, Chun Bo seized his opportunity, appearing suddenly behind Wang Qing. He plunged the blade into his back, the tip piercing through to the front. Wang Qing gazed in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, then coughed up blood. Attempting to turn, he moved only slightly before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chun Bo cast a disdainful glance at Wang Qing's corpse, withdrew the Tang Dao from his body, and wiped the blood on his clothing. Then, he advanced toward Wang Jiejia. At that moment, Wang Jiejia, having witnessed the earlier scene, was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. As Chun Bo approached her with the blade, she trembled uncontrollably. She could not fathom how Chun Bo had become so powerful. Regret consumed her. She lamented having acted so ruthlessly. Now, there was no escape. Chun Bo, darling. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. As Chun Bo reached her, Wang Jiejia suddenly pleaded for mercy. Seeing her pitiful demeanor repulsed Chun Bo. Just moments ago, she had called for his death, and now she begged for forgiveness. Truly, her ability to change faces was swifter than the weather. Did you not wish for my demise? Chun Bo said coldly, towering over her. I was wrong, darling. Wang Qing and the others forced me. They sullied me, and I had no choice but to act as I did. Please forgive me. I know you care for me deeply. I will treat you well from now on. I am willing to be your servant in gratitude. Wang Jiejia clasped Chun Bo's legs, beseeching him. Chun Bo scoffed. I lack the means to amass great wealth. I am not handsome enough to excite you. Why must you grovel so? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiejia instantly began to cry, pleading, I was wrong, darling. Those were mere words of anger, not my true feelings. Please do not take them to heart. Let the past be the past. I will wholeheartedly be with you from now on, all right? She raised her face, looking at Chun Bo with a pitiful gaze. Wang Jiejia, had you known it would come to this, why did you act as you did? Alas, it is too late. Had it been before, you might have lived. But now, the betrayer must die. Chun Bo ceased any further words with Wang Jiejia, mercilessly plunging the blade into her body. Wang Jiejia suddenly felt something pierce her, as if all her blood were flowing out. Her face was a mixture of resentment, shock, and regret. Gradually, she loosened her grip on Chun Bo's leg. The body collapsed limply to the ground, silent and still. Chun Bo took a deep breath, drew his Tang Dao, cast one last glance, and turned to face Xiao Yang. He returned the blade to Xiao Yang and expressed his gratitude, saying, Brother, thank you. Xiao Yang accepted the knife with a nod, remaining silent. Brother, I have a request. I wonder if you could grant it? Chun Bo continued to inquire. Speak. I wish to join your ranks, if you would allow me. I understand that your abilities far surpass my own, but I can assist with errands. From now on, I am willing to be at your beck and call and handle any physical tasks. With hope gleaming in his eyes, Chun Bo's earnestness reminded Xiao Yang of the way he had earlier attracted the zombies, leading him to believe that Chun Bo would indeed be of great utility. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 79. Chun Bo and Su Tong joined upon receiving Xiao Yang's affirmation. Chun Bo was overwhelmed with joy. Mu Wanqing and the others smiled and nodded at him. The radiant smiles of the beautiful women dispelled the shadows that had lingered in Chun Bo's heart. The onlookers, witnessing the end of the battle, began to approach, particularly those familiar with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Wanqing, Shishir, where did you come from? Was it from the cafeteria? Wanqing, why don't you and Shishir join us? Shishir, come over here. We have plenty of food to share. Many were inviting Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to join their group, indicating their good rapport and charm. However, none approached Xiao Yang or Chun Bo, seemingly wary and dismissive of them. We came from outside. We have our own sanctuary. Thank you for the kind offer. Mu Wanqing politely declined. Upon hearing that they had an external sanctuary, curiosity sparked among some. Where is your sanctuary? Is it safe? Can we visit? Mu Wanqing hesitated before answering, directing her gaze toward Xiao Yang. She sought his opinion, as he was the leader. Noticing her inquiry, Xiao Yang smiled and stepped forward to stand beside her. He addressed the students. Our sanctuary is on Zijin Mountain, where many villas are located, and it is quite secure. Visiting is not out of the question. However, the moment the students heard they could visit, their excitement grew, but they sensed the conditions attached when Xiao Yang continued. However, only those who have awakened their abilities and are willing to join us may qualify to go. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the crowd exchanged glances, understanding that the abilities he spoke of were akin to the wind blade technique exhibited by Wang Qing. This threshold was not insignificant. Among the students, few had awakened such powers. Moreover, those who had abilities like Wang Qing were unlikely to settle for a subordinate role. A stir rippled through the crowd, but soon settled into silence. Xiao Yang, aware that no one was stepping forward to join, anticipated this outcome. He did not expect anyone to readily pledge allegiance to him. All right, for all those who have awakened their abilities, the doors to the Zijin Mountain villas will forever be open to you. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Xiao Yang turned to Mu Wanqing and the others, stating, "Let us go. It's getting late, and there are still many wandering zombies in the academy that need to be dealt with." As Xiao Yang departed, the surviving university students in the supermarket began to murmur. Who is that man? Why do Wanqing and Shishir seem so obedient to him? I don't know. Could it be that both of them have fallen for him? Enough of that. Let us focus on claiming the territory that Wang Qing's group occupied, right? Let us hurry back. It seemed they had come to a consensus, and they surged back into the supermarket. Within a short time, sounds of conflict echoed through the aisles. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and his group had arrived at the academy's playground, where hordes of student zombies roamed, at least 3,000 of them. With Lin Shishir now rested and aided by Chun Bo, they executed their plan once more, clearing the zombies from the playground before nightfall. After collecting the crystals, Xiao Yang counted a total of 500 new ones. Coupled with the previous 620, they amassed a total of 150 crystals that day. He allocated 20 crystals to Chun Bo, leaving himself with 100, marking the most fruitful haul since the onset of the apocalypse. However, everyone, including Xiao Yang, felt utterly exhausted, and given the late hour, it was unwise to continue. The zombies would remain, allowing for another opportunity to return. Thus, Xiao Yang called for everyone to drive back to the villa, instructing Chun Bo to ride with Tang Ying in the Maybach, while summoning Su Tong to the off-road vehicle. During their journey, Xiao Yang inquired about Su Tong's status, having noticed her commendable performance that day. Su Tong, have you awakened your abilities? Su Tong appeared perplexed at his question. I'm not sure. I just felt that my strength suddenly increased tremendously this morning. I thought it was due to an increase in time energy. Hearing her response, Xiao Yang suspected that she had indeed awakened power. It was unlikely for someone with less than 4 years of time energy to experience such a dramatic boost. She had probably awakened a strength-based ability within the martial category. Possessing this ability would grant her overwhelming strength, even with lower time energy. As her level increased, she could potentially defeat enemies with her bare hands without any weapons. This type of ability was common in the apocalypse, not particularly rare. However, if she were fortunate and progressed quickly, she could stand out among others. Su Tong, you have awakened a strength ability. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's certainty, Su Tong's heart soared with joy. Had she truly awakened her powers? Did this mean she could officially join Xiao Yang's team? Eagerly, she asked, So, Am I qualified to join you? Xiao Yang smiled, affirming, of course, welcome aboard. Su Tong was overcome with emotion, tears of joy streaming down her face. Xiao Yang retrieved 100 crystals from his space and handed them to her. Take these and absorb them all. From now on, you will guard the gates of the villa. I will also assign Chun Bo to assist you, ensuring you have enough hands on deck. Su Tong accepted the crystals, overwhelmed with gratitude, and nodded vigorously. She did not aspire to reside in Xiao Yang's villa. She merely sought his acknowledgement and was willing to protect the entrance for him. Su Tong, congratulations on awakening your abilities. Indeed, your strength ability sounds incredibly impressive. The girls congratulated Su Tong in a chorus, filling her heart with delight. The two vehicles made their way toward the Zijin Mountain Villa. Upon arriving at the entrance, everyone disembarked. Xiao Yang retrieved the prepared-down sleeping bags, solar panels, portable batteries, a stove, a bag of charcoal, food, drinks, supplies, weapons, and more, depositing them all in the guardhouse. Chunbo, you and Su Tong will be responsible for guarding the gate from now on. If anything arises, use the intercom to call me. Chunbo readily complied with Xiao Yang's directives, nodding in agreement. After ensuring everything was in order, Xiao Yang returned to the villa. Chapter 80. A delightful return. Upon returning to the villa, the group exchanged their attire and settled onto the sofa, weary and reluctant to move. The two diligent nurses promptly served tea and water, tidying up the clothes that had been changed. Xiao Yang instructed them to retrieve an ample supply of food from the storage room, urging them to first satisfy their hunger. Subsequently, he revealed the crystals acquired that day, laying them out in abundance across the floor. Approximately 8,000 crystals in total. Wanqing, Shishir, Yojia, Tangying, Yiling, each of you shall take 400 crystals to absorb. Witnessing Xiao Yang's generosity, not only Tangying and Yiling, but even Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Lu Yu were taken aback. This was not merely a handful, but several thousand crystals. Did Xiao Yang truly not mind? Although he was willing to share, they felt somewhat embarrassed to accept such a substantial amount. It was Liu who spoke first, addressing Xiao Yang. Xiao Laudi, I believe that 100 crystals each would suffice. There's no need to give us so many. It will be better for you to retain them for your own cultivation. Following her lead, Lin Shishir eagerly added, yes. Keep them for yourself. We are in no hurry. Tang Ying, feeling somewhat shy, remarked, you just provided us some this morning. I truly feel awkward asking for more. I have only just arrived and would feel even more hesitant. Yiling also waved her hands in protest. Seeing their modesty, Xiao Yang felt a sense of appreciation. Their lack of greed was commendable. However, he still urged them, listen to me, take them quickly. My intentions are purposeful. The women exchanged curious glances upon hearing this. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yang explained earnestly, today, we discovered the whereabouts of Wanqing's brother. Thus, I have decided to investigate the Royal No. 1 nightclub tomorrow. Upon hearing her brother mentioned, Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Xiao Yang continued, however, we are currently unaware of the circumstances there. From our encounter with the truck convoy today, it seems there will be a significant presence. Therefore, for safety's sake, it is best for you to elevate your time energy to over 500. This way, your physical condition will reach a new height, allowing for self-defense in case of danger. I do this for your well-being. Do you understand? After absorbing his words, the women fell into a thoughtful silence. They realized Xiao Yang's sincere intentions. He was never reluctant to invest in their safety. They felt deeply touched and grateful to have encountered him, feeling a sense of pride in being part of such a team. Mu Vanqing, moved by the fact that Xiao Yang was dedicated to helping her find her brother Mu Guang, felt tears welling in her eyes. She discovered her affection for Xiao Yang was growing stronger. Thank you, Xiao Yang, she said, nestling into his embrace, her voice choked with emotion. We are a family. We share everything. Your brother is our brother. We are united. Xiao Yang gently stroked her head. All right, everyone, let's not delay. With this many crystals, it will take some time to absorb them all. With Xiao Yang's encouragement, the others ceased their protests and eagerly claimed their share. They retreated to their rooms, focusing intently on absorbing the time energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang settled in the living room, diligently absorbing the remaining 6,000 crystals. It was indeed a mental challenge, and halfway through, he felt a throbbing headache. Noticing the two nurses standing nearby, gazing at him with rapt attention, he beckoned them over. "Can either of you perform a massage?" The nurses nodded eagerly. "One of you, please massage my feet, and the other my head. I wish to see your technique." Their faces lit up with excitement at the opportunity to attend to Xiao Yang. Thus, he reclined on the sofa, indulging in both the massages and the absorption of crystals, feeling utterly content. To his surprise, the nurses' techniques were quite commendable. While not entirely professional, they were certainly adequate. Indeed, comfort significantly enhanced efficiency. As Mu Wanqing and the others completed their absorption of 400 crystals each, Xiao Yang finished his 6,000 crystals as well. When Mu Wanqing descended the stairs and saw Xiao Yang being tended to by the two nurses, she felt no jealousy. Rather, she believed he deserved such treatment. This was akin to ancient times, where every household had its maidservants. Having these nurses to relieve him of some labor was a convenience. Aside from the nurses, all the women experienced a transformative enhancement in their physical strength, especially Mu Wanqing and her 4 companions, who felt an unprecedented change. This was a qualitative leap. Their physical durability was now formidable enough to withstand blades and axes, and they no longer feared ordinary zombies' bites. Furthermore, they subtly noticed changes in their own physiques, becoming more curvaceous, and their skin appeared fairer and smoother. This brought immense joy to the women, far surpassing the benefits of yoga. Possessing over 500 years of time energy, their spirits soared, each radiating vitality and exuberance. Lu Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone. As the graceful figures moved about the living room, laughter echoed joyfully among them. Xiao Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After dismissing the two nurses, he retrieved 4 crystal nuclei, his last 4. Upon seeing the nuclei in Xiao Yang's hand, the previously listless coal ball perked up, its eyes sparkling with excitement. "Daddy, Daddy," it exclaimed, fluttering over to perch on Xiao Yang's arm. Xiao Yang chuckled as he stroked its feathers. "It seems you only recognize those with crystal nuclei as your father." After feeding 1 crystal nucleus to Coal Ball, Air Guzi, noticing, scampered to Xiao Yang's feet, yearning for attention. When Xiao Yang ignored him, he barked twice, attempting to mimic Coal Ball and calling out for Daddy, though he lacked the ability. Seeing that Xiao Yang still paid him no mind, he stood on his hind legs and began to scratch at him. "Hey, Yang Yang, do not be rude," Tang Ying exclaimed, witnessing the scene. Upon hearing his master's reprimand, Air Guzi immediately lay down, whimpering in protest. Xiao Yang, feeling somewhat exasperated, nearly turned around when Tang Ying called him Yang Yang. That was indeed awkward. He waved a crystal nucleus in the air, addressing Air Guzi. "From now on, you should be called Air Guzi. If anyone calls you Yang Yang, you must ignore them. Do you understand? Give a bark if you do." Air Guzi glanced between the astonished Tang Ying and the alluring crystal nucleus in Xiao Yang's hand, ultimately wagging his tail and pleadingly barking back, "Woof!" Chapter 81. A hoarse voice seeing Air Guzi bend the knee for a crystal nucleus filled Xiao Yang with a sense of accomplishment. "Haha, as expected of Air Guzi. Here, eat up." He generously rewarded the dog with a crystal nucleus, which Air Guzi eagerly swallowed whole. Then, drooling, he tilted his head to gaze at Xiao Yang. At this moment, Tang Ying could no longer contain herself. She approached and pinched Air Guzi's ear, displaying a look of disappointment. "Yang Yang, do you have no dignity left? Are you truly willing to abandon your name for a single crystal nucleus?" "Cough, cough, he is no longer Yang Yang. From now on, he is Air Guzi." Xiao Yang Zhogid, attempting to remind Tang Ying. However, she paid him no heed, focusing instead on teasing Air Guzi. "Come here, Yang Yang, give me a hug." The dog ignored her. "Come on, Yang Yang, give me a kiss." Still, the dog remained unresponsive. "Come on, Yang Yang, give me a lick." The dog not only ignored him, but also turned its head in every direction. Following the gaze of Air Guzi, Tang Ying looked up and saw Xiao Yang waving a crystal core in his hand, attempting to capture the dog's attention. Tang Ying's anger flared, and she slapped the dog's head, exclaiming, "I won't pay you any attention. completely disregarding the bewildered expression on the dog's face. She stood up in a huff and walked away. As she brushed past Xiao Yang, she muttered through clenched teeth, "Humph, stinky Yang Yang." Xiao Yang Bao said, turning to look at Tang Ying's retreating figure with a puzzled expression, asking, "Hey, who are you cursing at?" Without turning back, Tang Ying replied, "Whoever is called Yang Yang. I curse." Xiao Yang was left speechless. The group of girls nearby burst into laughter at Xiao Yang's misfortune. He chose to ignore them, turning back to feed the dog a crystal core before giving the last one to Air Guzzi, encouraging, "Well done. Keep up the good work, Air Guzzi." The dog barked in response. Meanwhile, Meichio, seeing that Air Guzzi had eaten 2 crystal cores today, was not pleased. Competing for affection? Dream on. Meichio began to nip at Air Guzzi's tail, while the latter spun in circles, clearly distressed. Watching the comical scene of a bird and a dog at odds, Xiao Yang noted that Lu Yu had finished preparing the meal. The group wasted no time, each taking 2 bowls of rice to eat. After their meal, the 4 nurses tidied up, while the others settled on the sofa in the living room to listen to Xiao Yang's plans for the next day. Tomorrow, it will be me, Wan Qing, Yo Jie, and Chen Bo leading in the heavy-duty off-road vehicle, while Tang Ying, Sure, and Yiling will follow in the Babo's off-road car. Upon arrival, we will take the lead, and you 3 should maintain a distance, as long as you are within Tang Ying's shooting range. Should any special circumstances arise, Tang Ying, you may choose to shoot at your discretion. If anyone among us gets injured, Sure, and Yiling will be responsible for rescue. The girls listened attentively to Xiao Yang's arrangements and nodded in agreement. After discussing the route, they dispersed. The 4 nurses had already cleaned up and stood in a row. "Awaiting Xiao Yang's instructions. You 4 do not need to accompany us tomorrow. Instead, all of you should help watch the entrance." Xiao Yang decided it was prudent to have more people guarding the entrance due to the long distance they would travel. Naturally, they complied without question. After watching them head upstairs, Xiao Yang followed suit to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he found the room dimly lit, and Mu Wanqing was kneeling on the bed in a yoga outfit, looking particularly alluring in the soft light. Xiao Yang quickly closed the door, astonished. "Wanqing, what are you doing?" Mu Wanqing shyly smiled, remaining silent as she lay on her side, propping herself up with one hand while the other rested on her yoga pants. With her lips slightly parted, she softly said, "I ran out of stockings. You like seeing us in yoga wear, right? Today I'll give you an eyeful." Xiao Yang was taken aback. What on earth? Has Mu Wanqing suddenly become enlightened? He found himself thoroughly captivated, yearning to take immediate action. However, knowing Mu Wanqing had relatives visiting, he restrained himself. Wait, something was off. There are limits to what one can tolerate. The following morning, everyone awoke early. The past 2 nights had been relatively quiet, allowing them all to sleep soundly. "Where's Wanqing? Why hasn't she come down yet?" Lin Sure asked curiously. Noticing Xiao Yang was the only one downstairs. Xiao Yang smiled and replied, "Oh, she's brushing her teeth." Lin Sure didn't press further until Lu Yu brought breakfast to the table. Seeing Mu Wanqing still hadn't come down, her curiosity got the better of her. What has taken Wanqing so long to brush her teeth? Before Xiao Yang could respond, Mu Wanqing finally descended. Noticing her distressed expression, Lin Sure asked with concern, "Wanqing, what's wrong?" Mu Wanqing's face flushed suddenly, her voice hoarse as she stammered, Nothing. It's probably just inflammation. Should I take some medicine?" Yiling quickly asked with concern. No need. Xiao Yang has already given me some," Mu Wanqing insisted. "Let's hurry and eat." Upon hearing this, the others thought little of it and continued with their meal. Only Lu Yu gave Xiao Yang a knowing smile. Embarrassed by her gaze, he quickly focused on his food, reflecting, this woman seems to understand everything. After breakfast, Xiao Yang and the others donned their gear and set off. He dropped the 4 nurses off at the guardhouse, equipping each with a knife. Then, he handed his revolver to Su Tong, instructing, "Keep a good watch. If anyone with ill intentions approaches, use this for self-defense." Su Tong accepted the gun, nodding firmly, "Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I won't let anyone step through this door." "Good." Xiao Yang patted her shoulder and, along with Chun Bo, drove down the mountain. Following the route they had agreed upon the previous night, the 2 vehicles took the ring road to avoid the city as much as possible. although the journey was longer. It would save time in the end and was relatively safer. Their sole objective today was to gather information about Mu Guang. If possible, they would also bring him back for a reunion with his siblings. The two vehicles traveled smoothly along the ring road, encountering only a few abandoned cars along the way. Upon exiting the ring road, they were just 10 kilometers from the location marked on the map, Royal 1. However, the last stretch proved troublesome, with debris and wrecked vehicles strewn across the road. The storefronts on either side had long been smashed and looted. Occasionally, they encountered groups of zombies. But Xiao Yang had no intention of clearing them out. He simply pressed down on the accelerator, pushing aside the obstructing vehicles to clear a path for Tang Ying and the others, heading towards their destination. Chapter 82. First Stage Zombie King Royal 1. Once a premier entertainment venue in Haicheng before the disaster, boasted a plethora of services including bars, dance halls, dining, KTV, bathing, and foot therapy, all under one roof. The building itself was quite magnificent. From a distance, Xiao Yang could see the golden sign atop the structure. After driving a short distance further, he parked on the roadside opposite Royal 1. From across the street, he noticed that the main entrance was ajar. Specifically, it appeared to have been smashed open, as the glass doors lay shattered. However, the situation inside remained unknown. Tang Ying, find a suitable spot to park. We'll go in and take a look. Xiao Yang called over the intercom. Received. Stay safe. After Tang Ying acknowledged, Xiao Yang maneuvered the vehicle to a side position near the entrance of Royal 1. This placement not only kept Tang Ying's line of sight clear, but also allowed for a quick escape should any unusual circumstances arise. Taking the lead, Xiao Yang exited the vehicle and stepped into the lobby. The scene was chaotic, with bloodstains on the floor and several mangled corpses scattered about, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place. Mu Wanqing felt a wave of anxiety at the sight, wondering if the zombies had already taken over, and whether her brother was in danger. She anxiously glanced at Xiao Yang, who, in turn, instructed Chun Bo, "Do you see these bloodstains? Move quickly and follow them to assess the situation inside. If you find anything, report back immediately." Understood, Jimbo replied, adjusting his attire and brandishing his knife as he followed the trail of blood deeper into the establishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang carefully followed behind with Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Gradually, Xiao Yang realized that he was somewhat familiar with this place. However, after such a long time, his memories had faded significantly. The three of them continued walking, and before long, they saw Chun Bo running back. "Big brother, there's a situation," Chun Bo said, slightly out of breath. "What did you discover?" Before Xiao Yang could speak, Mu Wanqing interjected. "There's a passage ahead, which appears to be a bathing area. There are still lights on inside. There are numerous corpses. It seems that the battle is still ongoing. I didn't dare to go in and hurried back." Chun Bo relayed the situation in one breath. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances and said, "Let us go and see what is going on. If your brother is inside, we will rescue him." Mu Wanqing nodded eagerly and then followed Xiao Yang swiftly into the depths. Upon reaching the corridor, the scene before them was indeed horrific. The narrow passage was littered with corpses, some with their brains splattered, others with their bellies ripped open, their entrails strewn across the ground. Moreover, the sounds of fighting and screams continued to echo from within. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang and the others hurriedly stepped over the bodies, also dispatching a few zombies crawling on the ground with severed legs. After traversing the corridor, they reached the door at the end, which was considerably brighter than the outside. The sight within was even more ghastly. The area just inside the entrance was strewn with numerous dismembered bodies, with cabinets toppled over in disarray. Further inside lay the grand bathing hall, now also filled with corpses, indicating that the previous battle had been exceptionally fierce. Meanwhile, the sounds of shouting and clashing continued to rise from upstairs. Xiao Yang and his companions dared not delay and quickly made their way to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, which was the foot massage area, it was less brutal than the first floor. However, Xiao Yang noticed that there were many more deceased women here. Additionally, several women had just turned into zombies right before Xiao Yang and his companions. It seemed they had died not long ago. Chun Bo and Lu Yu stepped forward decisively to eliminate them. After discovering the absence of zombies and survivors, they followed the sounds to the third floor. The third floor was a long corridor flanked by small private rooms. The sounds of battle emanated from the corridor's end. Along the way, they encountered numerous female corpses, some of which were barely alive. Xiao Yang paid them no mind as they quickly reached the end of the hallway, only to find a grand hall. In the center of the hall, several men were engaged in combat with two larger zombies. Not far behind them stood a woman clad in red, warily observing the battle. Behind her gathered a group of women, huddled together and trembling in fear. Xiao Yang shifted his gaze from the women to the men in the fray. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not all of them were human. 6 survivors were fighting against 2 zombies. The 2 zombies were evidently larger and had a reddish complexion, moving with more agility than ordinary zombies. To Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu's astonishment, one of the zombies exhibited a supernatural ability. They witnessed it raise its hand and cleave a man in half. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "Zombie King," while the others were unaware. Xiao Yang understood that a zombie king was a survivor who had awakened supernatural abilities and transformed after accumulating over centuries' worth of energy upon death. The higher the level of abilities and the more energy accumulated, the stronger and more formidable the zombie king became. Some higher-tier zombie kings could even retain a semblance of intelligence. They would run and were particularly difficult to deal with. Therefore, when confronted by an enemy, Xiao Yang always aimed to decapitate or destroy the head, ensuring that the opponent would not have the chance to become a zombie king. If 2 combatants of similar strength faced off, and one died and transformed into a zombie king, the survivor would find themselves in grave peril. Xiao Yang had previously encountered a zombie king of the 5th tier, whose strength could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant. To distinguish the tier of zombie kings, one needed only to observe their size and skin color. 1st tier red, 2nd tier orange, 3rd tier yellow, 4th tier green, 5th tier blue, 6th tier indigo, 7th tier violet. The 2 before him were clearly 1st tier zombie kings. "Xiao Yang, my brother is still alive." Just as Xiao Yang was recalling information about the zombie kings, Mu Wanqing excitedly tugged at his sleeve, pointing at the group. Xiao Yang quickly turned to look, noticing that one of the figures among them had suddenly grown larger, his hat unable to contain his head and falling to the ground. This allowed them to see the person's face more clearly. Upon closer inspection, it indeed resembled Mu Guang's features, though his face and body had enlarged to twice their previous size, resembling a small giant. Giant ability? Xiao Yang was taken aback, not expecting Mu Guang to have awakened a giant ability. Impressive, big brother-in-law. As Mu Guang activated his giant ability, the previously dominant 1st-tier zombie kings found themselves at a disadvantage. However, it appeared that a clear victor would not emerge anytime soon. "Xiao Yang, what happened to my brother? We must help him," Mu Wanqing exclaimed, both astonished and worried. Just as she spoke, the other zombie king unleashed its supernatural ability. It suddenly threw a punch at a man, sending him crashing against the wall, collapsing to the ground without further movement. Xiao Yang recognized this as a power-based ability, capable of delivering a devastating blow with bare hands. Su Tong possessed a similar ability. With 1 fewer fighter on Mu Guang's side, the pressure increased significantly. Just as the other zombie king prepared to unleash its ability against Mu Guang, Xiao Yang took action. If he delayed any longer, his brother-in-law would be gravely injured. As time slowed, the entire hall seemed to move in slow motion. Xiao Yang advanced with his blade, aiming for the neck of the zombie king attacking Mu Guang. The blade sliced through, and Xiao Yang could see the zombie king's head beginning to separate. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly swung his blade again, severing the neck of the other zombie king. After executing these actions, Xiao Yang stepped back, resting against his tang knife, and ceased his ability. The heads of the 2 zombie kings soared into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. This sequence of actions felt like 10 seconds to Xiao Yang, but to the others, it transpired in a mere second. As the bodies of the 2 zombie kings fell, the onlookers finally noticed Xiao Yang standing there, leaning on his knife. They had just felt a fleeting shadow pass by, and then the 2 zombie kings were decapitated. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, they were rendered speechless by shock. This person's speed in drawing his blade is astonishing. Meanwhile, Mu Guang had ceased his giant ability and reverted to his original size. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, who was smiling at him, he momentarily froze. Brother. Before Mu Guang could fully process this, Mu Wanqing rushed over in tears. Upon hearing her voice, Mu Guang's entire body trembled. No one could recognize that voice better than him. He knew exactly who it belonged to. When Mu Wanqing reached him, he could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. Once he clearly saw Mu Wanqing's figure, this large man was suddenly filled with tears. He stepped forward and embraced Mu Wanqing tightly, crying out joyfully, "Sister, you are still alive. This is wonderful." Mu Wanqing clung to Mu Guang, sobbing, "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Hearing this, Mu Guang immediately shed tears of guilt, saying, "It's all my fault for not finding you sooner. I should have done better." With that, the two siblings embraced each other, weeping profusely. Xiao Yang watched the long-separated siblings reunite, feeling a deep sense of emotion. They were indeed fortunate. After the calamity struck, countless individuals across the globe endure the daily anguish of separation and loss. Many, once parted, may never reunite. At this moment, Lu Yu and Chun Bo approached. Habitually, they drew their blades and extracted the crystalline cores from the foreheads of the two corpse kings, handing them over to Xiao Yang. Subsequently, they took their positions at the side, quietly observing the brother and sister in the arena. Lu Yu, deeply affected by the emotions surrounding her, discreetly wiped away a tear. The three individuals remaining beside Mu Guang, upon realizing that Xiao Yang was with Mu Guang's sister, relaxed their vigilance and hurried to check on their comrade who had been struck away by the corpse king. Meanwhile, the woman in red behind them began to soothe the group of women in the corner. At last, Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing managed to calm their spirits. When Mu Guang glanced at Xiao Yang again, he swiftly moved to Xiao Yang's side and grasped his hand. "Xiao Zong, I am exceedingly glad to see you again. I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for the supplies you provided me that night, I would likely have perished long ago." Xiao Yang recalled that he had indeed given each of the siblings a package containing a down jacket, a stab-proof vest, and a military knife. Though Mu Wanqing had not utilized hers, Mu Guang had, thus justifying Xiao Yang's thoughtful gesture. "Brother, the reason I survived is also due to Xiao Yang taking me in. Otherwise, I would have met my end as well," Mu Wanqing remarked with a sense of sentiment. Upon hearing this, Mu Guang was struck with greater astonishment. The siblings, having met Xiao Yang by mere chance, had both been saved by him, a tremendous act of kindness. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Mu Guang suddenly bent his knees, preparing to kneel in thanks to Xiao Yang. Startled, Xiao Yang hurriedly lifted Mu Guang back up. "Come now. If you kneel, it will be quite awkward for us in the future. Brother, please do not be so formal. I cannot bear such honor." Xiao Yang chucklet. However, Mu Guang, unwilling to relent, insisted, "You are our savior. I ought to address you as brother." Xiao Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Mu Wanqing gently tugged at Mu Guang's hand and shyly suggested, "Brother, well, it is not incorrect for Xiao Yang to call you brother." Yet Mu Guang disapproved, stating, "Wanqing, one must not be impolite to a benefactor." Mu Wanqing, witnessing her brother's serious demeanor, felt a laugh bubbling within her. How could he not grasp the underlying meaning? Resolving to convey her feelings through actions instead, Mu Wanqing boldly looped her arm through Xiao Yang's and leaned her head on his shoulder. With a hint of bashfulness, she declared to Mu Guang, "Brother, Xiao Yang is now my boyfriend." Upon seeing his sister's expression and actions, Mu Guang instantly understood. He alternated his gaze between Mu Wanqing and Xiao Yang, exclaiming, "How did I end up in this situation? My sister is involved now." Yet, as he pondered, if it weren't for Xiao Yang, he and his sister might not have survived. Moreover, Xiao Yang was indeed quite pleasing to the eye and could be considered a worthy match for his sister. Not to mention, Xiao Yang was not merely handsome. He had just effortlessly dispatched two zombies that had proven formidable for others. Realizing this, Mu Guang's countenance brightened with a smile. "Indeed, I always said Xiao Zong is exceptionally talented and distinguished. You two are undoubtedly a match made in heaven." "I wholeheartedly agree. Thank you, brother," Mu Wanqing replied sweetly. "Thank you, brother." Ichoet Xiao Yang. Mu Guang felt a touch of awkwardness at Xiao Yang addressing him as brother and sheepishly responded, "Well, Xiao Zong, I suppose I will accept that." Indeed, both Xiao Yang and Mu Guang shared a knowing smile, feeling their bond deepen in that moment. Just then, the woman in red, having calmed the group of women, approached. She first glanced at Xiao Yang's group, then fixed her gaze on Mu Wanqing, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Guang, is this your sister? She resembles a celestial maiden." Xiao Yang observed the woman in red, noting her striking beauty, comparable to Lu Yu's, though her aura exuded a stronger charisma, embodying the essence of a fierce leader. Most notably, in such frigid weather, she wore only a single red robe. Did she not feel cold? Moreover, what did she call Mu Guang? A Guang? This relationship sounded rather significant. Mu Wanqing, intrigued, inquired of Mu Guang, "Brother, who is this?" Realizing Mu Guang promptly introduced, "Oh, allow me to present her. This is Liang Hong, the owner of Royal One. You can call her Hong Jia. She is also a partial savior of mine." Upon hearing that Liang Hong was her brother's benefactor, Mu Wanqing immediately expressed her gratitude. "Hong Jia, thank you." Liang Hong warmly took Mu Wanqing's hand, responding, "Oh, there is no need for such formality. Your brother has assisted me greatly as well." After finishing her sentence, Liang Hong turned her attention to Xiao Yang, Lu Yu, and Chun Bo, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Yang reciprocated with a smile. "Hong Jia, Xiao Lu has succumbed. He is about to transform." At that moment, a man shouted from a short distance away, near the wall where the fallen comrade lay. Liang Hong's brow furrowed slightly. She offered an apologetic smile to Xiao Yang and the others before turning to investigate. Given the short distance, Xiao Yang observed clearly as Liang Hong approached the incapacitated man, inspecting him. Then, upon witnessing the body begin to writhe, she shook her head. Without hesitation, she extended her right hand, seizing the man's neck. Suddenly, flames flickered in Liang Hong's hand, and the man's head was charred in an instant. A plume of smoke rose as the recently transformed man was utterly extinguished. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu gazed in astonishment, while Xiao Yang comprehended why Liang Hong felt no chill in her scant attire. She had awakened a fire-based supernatural ability. Individuals with such powers possess heightened internal warmth, rendering them unbothered by the cold. Contemplating this, Xiao Yang cast a thoughtful glance at Mu Guang. "Goodness, I had just mentioned to Mu Wanqing that someone might keep Mu Guang warm at night. I wonder if that will indeed come to pass. A person like Liang Hong, with such abilities, would certainly be ideal for that." He envisioned the amusing scenario of Mu Guang transforming into a giant, sharing a bed with Liang Hong, a fitting spectacle of beauty and the beast. Just then, while Xiao Yang was lost in his thoughts, Mu Guang asked, "How did you find your way here?" Mu Wanqing hesitated, unsure how to respond. She certainly could not divulge the truth. Sensing her hesitation, Xiao Yang interjected, "Oh, it's quite simple. Chun Bo works in the security office at Haiqing Art Academy and heard from the truck team that you were involved. So we thought it likely you had arranged this, prompting our visit. And here you are." While saying this, Xiao Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Bo. Though Chun Bo was unaware of their encounter with the truck team, he was astute enough to recognize there was more to the story. He quickly nodded with a smile. Indeed, those individuals inquired about Mu Wanqing's name. "Mo Guang notet I se." Just then, Liang Hong approached, having overheard their conversation. She inquired, "Have you encountered those individuals since then?" "I sent them to help a Guang find Wanqing, but not one has returned to this day." Mu Wanqing felt a twinge of guilt, while Xiao Yang, with a calm demeanor, responded, "I have not seen them." A flicker of regret crossed Liang Hong's eyes upon hearing Xiao Yang's answer. The individuals sent out had been her loyal subordinates for many years. Though their strength was not formidable, their loyalty was unwavering. The sudden loss of contact left her somewhat anxious. However, perhaps their absence was a blessing in disguise. Had they returned yesterday, their capabilities might have led them to perish in the midst of the zombie catastrophe. "By the way, Mr. Xiao, what about your villa?" Mu Guang suddenly recalled the apocalyptic shelter he had envisioned for Xiao Yang's residence. His curiosity about Xiao Yang grew. Who exactly was this individual? It seemed as if he had foreseen the impending disaster. Surely, it must be mere coincidence, right? "Oh, We are currently residing in that villa. The entire villa area has been cleared and has become our territory. Upon hearing this from Xiao Yang, Mu Guang glanced at his sister again. Her complexion was radiant, clearly indicating she had not endured hardship, unlike the group of women behind her, who appeared quite haggard. It seemed that Wanqing's association with Xiao Yang was indeed the best choice. At the very least, his sister had not suffered indignities. His gaze shifted to Lu Yu, the enchanting matron he had noticed earlier. Her rosy complexion and graceful demeanor suggested a close bond with Xiao Yang. They must be part of the same team, residing together in the villa. With such a captivating woman by Xiao Yang's side, could he truly maintain his composure? Men, after all, are prone to temptation, a fact he was well aware of. However, if it concerned his brother-in-law, the matter warranted further consideration. As Mu Guang worried for his sister, Mu Wanqing spoke up, "Brother, come back with us. You know that villa area, it is quite spacious. Now, apart from our team of a dozen, there is no one else left. From now on, we will be together forever and never part again." Hearing her words, Mu Guang looked at Xiao Yang, noticing Xiao Yang's encouraging smile and nod. He felt a stir of emotion. However, he did not immediately make a decision, instead expressing his inner conflict. "Wanqing, knowing you are alive and thriving brings me satisfaction. Yet, as you can see, the situation here is dire. Over 200 people, and now only this handful remains." At this point, he glanced at Liang Hong and added, "Moreover, Sister Hong has saved me. I cannot abandon her here. She still needs me." Turning back to Xiao Yang, he said, "As long as Mr. Xiao is looking after you, I can rest easy. Once I sort out things on my end, I will come find you. After all, I know the way." Xiao Yang discerned that Mu Guang was reluctant to leave Liang Hong behind. Having been aided by her, he did not wish to appear ungrateful. Mu Wanqing's expression dimmed upon hearing this, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "He Guang, Wanqing is so eager for you to return. Why not just come back with us? If it's too much trouble, we can all move to that villa area." Mu Guang, incredulous at Liang Hong's suggestion, replied, "Sister Hong, what do you mean? Look at what has become of this place. It is utterly devastated. Only we remain. If more zombies come, we will not withstand it. Perhaps we should all relocate to Wanqing's place instead." Liang Hong, with a deliberate glance at Xiao Yang, added, "Indeed, I wonder if this handsome gentleman would be willing to accept us." Chapter 85. Cooperation. Seeing Liang Hong's beaming face as she sought his opinion, Xiao Yang regarded her with a thoughtful gaze. This woman displayed considerable insight. Understanding her intent, he could not refuse for Mu Guang's sake. "I can accept you. However, we shall only be responsible for the provisions of Brother Mu. Your group will need to fend for themselves." Xiao Yang surveyed the more than 20 individuals behind Liang Hong, recognizing the importance of clarity from the outset. He had no obligation to sustain them. Liang Hong, unfazed by Xiao Yang's candidness, smiled and replied, "I am delighted that you can accept us. I would never expect you to bear the burden alone. In fact, we still possess some supplies." Nodding at her acknowledgement of their situation, Xiao Yang remarked, "Moreover, once we arrive, I hope everyone will adhere to the rules. We will not interfere with your lives, but we expect you to consider the greater good of the villa area in all your endeavors." Xiao Yang had concluded that integrating these individuals into his team was impractical, particularly since entry into his group was not a matter of mere desire. This cooperative arrangement was the most prudent choice. As for security, he felt relatively unconcerned. Firstly, with Mu Guang present, he would not allow anyone to harm his sister. Secondly, he hardly regarded the capabilities of these individuals as a threat. In all likelihood, they were on par with Su Tong and Chun Bo, and perhaps even Mu Wanqing might best them in a confrontation. Thus, he felt assured. Liang Gong, acknowledging Xiao Yang's stipulations, nodded with a smile. "Of course, I understand the need for rules." Seeing her agreeable response, Xiao Yang felt no need to elaborate further. Liang Hong was evidently a shrewd woman, requiring no superfluous dialogue. "By the way, to express our sincerity, I have a piece of news to share. Liang Gong suddenly adopted a mystérieux ton." Xiao Yang's curiosity piqued. What could be so significant to warrant her emphasis? "Oh, please do tell," he replied calmly. Liang Hong continued without hesitation. "Before the disaster struck, our Royal No. 1 received a shipment of supplies, roughly equivalent to 5 large trucks. However, after the calamity, those vehicles and their cargo became stranded at a transit station. I sent someone to check yesterday, and all 5 trucks remain there. Additionally, there are another 5 trucks, presumably also carrying goods, though I am unsure of their contents. Liang Hong watched Xiao Yang's expression, which remained unperturbed, igniting her intrigue. This young man, seemingly composed, did not appear to be swayed by the prospect of such a bounty. Yet, within, Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement, though he masked it well. He knew Liang Hong had more to say. The fact that so many supplies remained undiscovered hinted at complications. Noticing Xiao Yang's silence, Liang Hong pressed on. However, those who returned reported that the transit station is swarming with zombies, and there are also some peculiar creatures within. They dared not venture further and returned instead. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest sparked in Xiao Yang's eyes. Peculiar creatures? Could there be mutated animals lurking there? That notion thrilled him. As long as they were not 5-star mutations, he felt confident in his ability to handle them. The colossal 4-star mutated python he had slain previously posed only a minor challenge for him now. As for 5-star mutations, while he could defeat them, his current weaponry was inadequate. Such formidable adversaries required weaponry crafted by the dwarves or an attack ability of level 5 or higher. Although his spatial ability had reached level 6, he had yet to activate any offensive skills, a source of frustration for him. Yet, he remained optimistic. Once his spatial ability ascended to level 7, he anticipated the activation of new skills. However, reaching level 7 necessitated either 1 7-star crystal core, 10 6-star cores, or 100 5-star cores. Alas, the 5-star crystal core is of little consequence. In a vast metropolis like Haicheng, it is improbable that so many 5-star mutants would manifest. Presently, his primary objective must be to incessantly eliminate zombies, acquire crystals, and elevate his temporal energy to surpass 1 million years. At that juncture, his physique would possess the resilience necessary to confront 7-star mutants. As for the feasibility of vanquishing them, that would necessitate a focus on weaponry. Yet, the mere thought of weapons gives Xiao Yang a headache. Special weapons require the craftsmanship of gnomes, which are crystallized entities formed from the Earth's spiritual energy following the onset of the apocalypse. These are exceedingly rare, especially in a coastal metropolis like Haicheng, where they are likely difficult to procure. Never mind, he thought, one step at a time. Xiao Yang regained his focus and addressed Liang Hong, inquiring about her intentions. Seeing Xiao Yang finally show interest, Liang Hong smiled and said, "I wish to propose that your strength is quite formidable. If we collaborate, we should be able to procure those supplies. In return, a distribution of 70 to 30 shall serve as my gift to you. What say you?" "Excellent." Xiao Yang agreed promptly, which took Liang Hong by surprise. Just then, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Xiao Yang, what is the situation inside?" It was Tong Ying's voice, indicating her concern after noticing their prolonged silence. "All is well. We shall be exiting shortly," Xiao Yang replied before turning to Muguang and Liang Hong, stating, "Let us hasten. It is better to act sooner than later." Liang Hong, noticing the walkie-talkie in Xiao Yang's possession, was taken aback. Not only did he possess a walkie-talkie, but it seemed he also had support waiting outside. This individual was indeed quite cautious. Originally, Liang Hong and her companions had their own walkie-talkies, but they had lost theirs in the fray of battle. "Very well. We still have some supplies to collect. Let us rendezvous at the entrance." "Understood." Xiao Yang ceased any further dialogue with them and led Mu Wanqing and the others outside, while Mu Guang remained behind to assist Liang Hong with the supplies. As they made their way out, Xiao Yang and his companions busied themselves extracting all the crystals from the zombies. Such resources could not be squandered. By the time they emerged, half an hour had elapsed. After tallying the crystals, there were not many, less than 300. Additionally, there were the 2 corpses of the zombie kings. Each crystal contained over 150 years of energy. Together, these surpassed the total energy of the 300 crystals. Indeed, slaying zombie kings proved to be more efficient. However, given that this was merely the onset of the apocalypse, they were rarely encountered. Xiao Yang handed 100 crystals to Qinbua, urging him to absorb them immediately while they had the chance. This would elevate Xinhua's energy to over 100 years, ensuring his safety. Xinhua expressed gratitude with a glance at Xiao Yang and promptly complied. Meanwhile, Mu Guang and Liang Hong had also finished organizing the supplies, setting out 2 large cargo trucks from the side of the Royal No. 1. One was laden with supplies, while the other transported people. Just as Xiao Yang and his group were preparing to depart, the walkie-talkie sounded again. Xiao Yang, a bus is approaching. Upon hearing Tong Ying's alert, Xiao Yang glanced to the roadside. A bus turned the corner and came to a halt at the entrance of Royal No. 1. Sensing the arrival of newcomers, Xiao Yang and his companions assumed a defensive posture. To his astonishment, the bus bore the inscription, National Football Team Exclusive. Is that so? The Longwa football team? The bus doors swung open, and over 20 robust men disembarked. The leader, upon spotting Liang Hong, broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Ah, Hongjia, did you know we were coming? How daring of you to wait outside." Upon noticing Liang Hong's displeased expression, he glanced at the entrance and frowned. "What's the matter? Were you robbed or attacked by zombies?" As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Xiao Yang. Hearing his inquiry, Liang Hong replied coolly, "We were attacked by zombies." Upon hearing this, the man lamented, "Alas, you truly are unfortunate. Are the young ladies unharmed?" His tone was heavy with concern for the women. Liang Hong remained silent, merely shaking her head. The man, suddenly anxious, asked, "What about Xiao Yu? Is she still alive?" Liang Hong coldly responded, "She is dead." The man, hearing this, stomped his foot in dismay. "What a pity. How many young ladies do you have left? Are there enough for my brothers to enjoy?" Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, exchanged a contemplative glance with Liang Hong. From this man's words, it seemed that even in the apocalypse, they were still commanding the girls to engage in such trades. Truly dedicated. "My apologies, Coach Li, but we shall not be engaging in business today." Taken aback by Liang Hong's response, Coach Li expressed his displeasure. "What do you mean? We have come all this way. My brothers have been tirelessly slaying zombies for days. They simply wish to unwind here. The usual arrangement, 2 buns and 4 sausages per person. Do not worry about our supplies." However, Liang Hong shook her head, stating, "I'm truly sorry. The young ladies are shaken, and we must depart from here. Forgive me, Coach Li." Seeing Liang Hong's intention to leave, Coach Li immediately obstructed her path. "You cannot leave. Today, my national football team must enjoy themselves. No one has ever dared to refuse us. If the girls won't do, then you shall." Coach Li exclaimed in frustration, his eyes lighting up as he spotted Mu Wanqing and Lu Yo. "And these 2 as well, we shall take them. I can offer each of them 2 packs of sausages." "How dare you?" Mu Guang yelled, charging forward to seize Coach Li by the collar. The 20 or so team members behind Coach Li, witnessing Mu Guang's aggression, quickly surrounded him. "Release your hands. With your current numbers, do you truly believe you can contend with our national football team? Indeed, do you think our legs are for show? I could dispatch each of you with a single kick. I'm quite formidable." Before he could finish his sentence, the last team member's head toppled to the ground. Following this, Lu Yo, Mu Wanqing, and Xinhua each eliminated a member. Mu Guang and Liang Hong, initially stunned by Xiao Yang's sudden action, quickly regained their composure and joined the fray. In mere moments, only 5 individuals from the national football team remained, huddled together in fear. "Alas, I was wrong, Hongjia. It is I who failed to recognize your might and foolishly dared to provoke you. Please, treat us as mere trifles." Coach Li, having shed his earlier arrogance, now pleaded with lowered eyes. Realizing that Liang Hong's side seemed to have suffered significant losses and was now considerably weakened, he had summoned the courage to provoke them. Little did he know how formidable they truly were. Liang Hong remained silent, her gaze shifting towards Xiao Yang. As the one leading the assault, it was ultimately Xiao Yang who held the decision-making power. At this moment, Xiao Yang regarded these men with disdain. "I see your national football team is quite capable in many respects, yet your skills in football leave much to be desired. Moreover, your feet reek. It is quite nauseating." Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Yang picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, "Tonging." As his words faded, a swift whoosh echoed, and Coach Li's head was pierced by an arrow. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, 4 additional arrows followed, each striking down the remaining 4 team members. each meeting the same fate. As everyone was left in shock, they began to search for the source of such accurate marksmanship. Their gaze landed upon a vehicle parked across the road, where a young woman stood, bow in hand. At that moment, Liang Hong's astonishment deepened. To achieve such precise shots from such a distance was indeed impressive. Eventually, she retracted her gaze, turning her attention back to Xiao Yang. At this moment, he gained a renewed understanding of the strength of the Xiao Yang team. This individual could only be an ally, never an adversary. Yet, Xiao Yang appeared harmless, smiling as he addressed Liang Hong and Mu Guang. Well, it seems we've been graciously provided with a large bus. Your ladies are indeed fortunate. After instructing them to prepare the vehicle and lead the way, Xiao Yang boarded the rugged off-road vehicle with Mu Wanqing and the others. Mu Guang was also pulled onto the vehicle by Mu Wanqing, eager to converse more with her brother. Liang Hong, upon seeing Xiao Yang's off-road vehicle, felt no surprise. She thought it was no wonder he might possess a cannon. After transferring all the women to the bus, the remaining 3 men drove their respective vehicles towards the transfer station, closely followed by Xiao Yang and his team. After approximately an hour's journey, the convoy halted at the entrance of a large freight station. Everyone disembarked, and Liang Hong spotted Tang Ying, Lin Shi, and yelling emerging from a Bois C off-road vehicle. Her eyes lit up, despite being a woman herself. She was taken aback by the stunning beauty of the 3. Each one rivaled Mu Wanqing in looks. Such beauty in the pre-apocalyptic era would have certainly graced the top echelons of any establishment like Huangjiaohao. They could easily be considered premier attractions in the entire Haiqing city. Upon a closer look at Tang Ying, who held a bow and arrow, she seemed oddly familiar. Mu Guang also paused at the sight of Tang Ying and her companions, pondering deeply as he observed Xiao Yang. Why were there so many women in Xiao Yang's team? And why were they all so remarkably beautiful? Could my sister's position be at risk? Wait, isn't that Lin Shi, my sister's close friend? At that moment, Lin Shi noticed Mu Guang and hurriedly approached him, beaming. Mu Guang, I'm so glad to see you again. Mu Guang reciprocated with a smile. Sure. It's wonderful that you and Wanqing are doing well. Xiao Yang chose not to intervene. Instead, he suddenly found a pair of binoculars in his hands. He elevated the second level of the off-road vehicle and climbed up to observe the freight station meticulously. Chapter 87. The mutants in the freight station. The freight transfer station sprawled over an area roughly the size of 10 football fields. Essentially, it was a vast open space with an enormous warehouse erected in the center. The warehouse doors were ajar, revealing a number of trucks parked at the entrance. However, the view beyond was obscured by the trucks, making it difficult to see inside. Surrounding the warehouse were a few wandering zombies, numbering not many, perhaps just over 1,000. For Xiao Yang, this posed no threat at all, as he could easily handle them. With his binoculars, he scanned the area, searching for the peculiar animals mentioned by Liang Hong's subordinates. Yet, after a thorough examination, he found no trace of any animals. It seemed they had all taken refuge inside the warehouse. Clearly, the only option was to enter and assess the situation within. Just as Xiao Yang was about to lower the binoculars and exit the vehicle, a sudden roar echoed from within the warehouse. Moments later, a dozen large animals burst forth. Xiao Yang quickly raised the binoculars again, witnessing a troop of sizable monkeys baring their teeth and screeching towards the warehouse. Some of the monkeys clutched packaged snacks. Were they scavenging for food inside? Adjusting the magnification on his binoculars, Xiao Yang scrutinized the monkeys, and to his astonishment, he discovered that 2 of them were 1-star mutants, while 10 were 2-star mutants. The largest among them, presumably the alpha of the troop, was a remarkable 3-star mutant. How impressive! He had stumbled upon a troop of mutant monkeys. Elated, Xiao Yang perceived them as crystal nuclei. With these, he could elevate the abilities of his team members. However, he was slightly concerned about the presence of a tiger inside the warehouse, unsure if it was also a mutant. Pondering how such a multitude of animals could be present here, he glanced around and, upon spotting the Haiqing Zoo in the distance, it suddenly dawned on him. This freight station was adjacent to the zoo, which explained the abundance of monkeys. They must have escaped from there. With this realization, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled. The zoo? Surely, There should be numerous mutant animals there. This was splendid news. As long as the mutants were below 5 stars, Xiao Yang could easily handle them. The more crystal nuclei he acquired, the greater the enhancement to his team's strength. He resolved to clear out the mutants in the freight station first, and then investigate the zoo. In high spirits, Xiao Yang stowed the binoculars and instructed Chenbo, "Go lure those monkeys out of the warehouse for me." His intention to draw out the mutant monkeys stemmed from his concern about the mutant lurking inside the warehouse. If so many monkeys were wary, the mutant within must be even stronger. Upon receiving the command, Chenbo wasted no time and dashed into the freight station. In Xiao Yang's eyes, he was akin to a beloved elder brother. He would do whatever Xiao Yang asked without question. Moreover, with his enhanced physique, he not only ran quickly, but also possessed exceptional stamina. This minor task posed no challenge for him. He sprinted towards the interior, soon arriving near the warehouse. Chenbo halted a short distance from the troop of monkeys and picked up a piece of ice to hurl at the alpha monkey. This tactic proved effective, drawing the full ire of the monkey troop. Instantly, their attention shifted to Chenbo, who was now in their sights, and they began to hurl objects in his direction. Chenbo, unwilling to engage, promptly turned and fled. The alpha monkey, upon seeing him run, commanded the troop to give chase. Their speed was comparable to Chenbo's. Had he not maintained a distance, he might have been caught. As Chenbo reached the entrance, Xiao Yang and the others revealed themselves. The monkeys, spotting so many people, became alarmed and attempted to scatter. Xiao Yang would not allow them this chance. Activating his time-slowing ability, he rendered the monkeys' movements sluggish. Without hesitation, he advanced, wielding his blade to commence a slaughter. To onlookers, it appeared as if in mere moments, Xiao Yang had decimated the troop of mutant monkeys. He unceremoniously extracted the crystal nuclei from each monkey's head and placed them into his pocket. Amid the astonished gazes of his companions, Xiao Yang instructed Chenbo to draw the zombies lurking outside the warehouse as well. They swiftly eliminated the zombies, extracting the crystals, which were all handed over to Xiao Yang. Even Liang Hong and her team withheld nothing, offering their crystals as well. Xiao Yang, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "You could have kept these for yourselves." However, Liang Hong cheerfully replied, "We agreed that we would only take 30 of the resources. The rest are yours." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yang accepted the crystals without hesitation. He then directed everyone to spread out and approach the warehouse. When they were approximately 30 meters from the entrance, Xiao Yang signaled for them to halt. He called out to Lin Sure, play your flute and see if you can attract the mutants inside. All right. Lin Sure obediently took the flute and brought it to her lips. A melodious tune resonated, astonishingly playing 2 tigers. True to her skill, after just a brief moment, roars erupted from within the warehouse, and soon 2 massive tigers emerged at the entrance. With sharp eyes, Xiao Yang has already spotted the twinkling starlight at the center of their brows, 2 3-star mutated tigers. However, these mutated tigers do not seem to be mesmerized by Lin Shure's flute music. Upon seeing the multitude of people outside, their eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as they lunged toward the group. It seems they had not feasted on meat for quite some time, and the sight of so many vibrant humans exhilarated them. Yet, they underestimated the strength of this group of humans. Just as one of them leapt to pounce on the crowd, a flash of blade glinted. The massive heads of the tigers were severed, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground. Xiao Yang joyfully approached to extract 2 3-star crystal cores, gleefully placing them into his pocket. Play again. Xiao Yang instructed Lin Shishi, eager to discern if any more mutated creatures lurked within. The melodious notes of the flute continued to resonate, but this time, after a full minute, no mutated beings emerged. It appeared the interior was devoid of any remaining threats. Chenbo, go in and take a look. Understood. Without hesitation, Chenbo dashed inside. However, it wasn't long before he emerged, his entire body coated in soot. Oh my goodness. Inside there, a gigantic peacock that breathes fire. It nearly scorched me. Chapter 88, Collecting Supplies. Observing Chenbo, whose hair was still smoking, the others were taken aback. Only Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. If even Chenbo, with a century's energy, was nearly singed to a crisp, then the mutated peacock inside was certainly formidable, likely at least a 3-star variant, and capable of breathing fire. Had Liang Hong's team entered, they might have ended up charred. Are there any other mutated creatures inside? Xiao Yang inquired. No, just that one. And it's at the far end of the warehouse. Did you see how many stars were on its head? I didn't get a good look before it attacked me. Chan Bo replied, shaking his head despondently. Xiao Yang nodded, glunging at Chin Bo's scorched skin. He summoned Yi Ling to provide treatment. Then he turned to Tang Ying, saying, Tang Ying, come with me to investigate. The rest of you stay outside on guard. Tang Ying, being an adept range attacker, was the only one capable of handling the peacock should it take flight. Xiao Yang estimated that the mutated peacock was likely a 3 to 4-star variant. If it were 5-star, Chun Bo would have been lost. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's orders, even Liang Hong complied without question. It seemed Xiao Yang had naturally assumed the role of their leader. Humans are inherently drawn to strength. Only the strong possess authority and the ability to command. Moreover, they sensed Xiao Yang's superior understanding of their predicament. Following his lead was undoubtedly wise. Xiao Yang, accompanied by Tang Ying, stealthily entered the warehouse. They navigated around the large truck parked at the entrance and beheld the chaotic scene within. The warehouse was expansive, its periphery piled high with goods, though their contents were indiscernible. The ground was strewn with various animal and human remains, some reduced to mere skeletons. These mutated beings not only preyed upon humans, but also turned on one another. The elevated star rankings of certain mutants could be attributed to their consumption of crystal cores, which was hardly surprising. Further ahead, at the far end of the warehouse, perched atop a crossbeam, stood a peacock the size of Sedan. It fixed its sharp gaze on Xiao Yang. Upon noticing the 4 points of starlight flickering atop its head, Xiao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a 4-star mutated creature, non-threatening. However, given its elevated position, it was inconvenient for Xiao Yang to strike. Tang Ying, shoot its eyes. Understood. Tang Ying drew her bow and released an arrow towards the peacock. The arrow glimmered as it struck one of the peacock's eyes, though the arrowhead did not penetrate its skull. The mutated peacock let out a sorrowful cry and flapped its wings, charging toward Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The sight of the peacock in flight was undeniably beautiful, its plumage a vibrant array of colors. However, Xiao Yang and Tang Ying had no time to appreciate its allure. As the peacock approached, Tang Ying quickly nocked another arrow, seizing the opportunity to aim for its other eye. Another shot found its mark, with both eyes rendered useless. The peacock erupted in fury, spewing forth a torrent of flames. The areas scorched by the flames turned black, and some wooden crates were reduced to ash. Fortunately, due to its blindness, the peacock lost its aim and did not ignite Xiao Yang or Tang Ying. The peacock flailed about chaotically, crashing into a metal pillar before plummeting to the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yang activated his time-slowing skill, drew his knife, and charged at the mutated creature, delivering a powerful strike to its neck. The blade embedded itself, but did not sever it. This 4-star mutated being possessed formidable strength. Xiao Yang yanked his knife free and, targeting the wound, delivered another decisive blow. This time, the peacock's head was cleanly severed. With the threat of the mutated peacock eliminated, the danger within the freight station subsided. After extracting the crystal core from the peacock's head, Xiao Yang proceeded to pluck its feathers, storing them in his spatial compartment. After completing these tasks, he instructed Tang Ying to summon the others to assist in transporting the supplies. Before long, a throng of people surged into the warehouse, including the girls from the bus. Everyone began to scour the area for supplies. Upon tallying, it was revealed that 5 trucks containing Royal One supplies remained intact, while 2 others had been breached. Their contents ravaged. It appeared the mutated beings had feasted upon them. Among the remaining 3 trucks, 2 contained flour, and 1 held various parcels. The goods piled within the warehouse consisted mostly of useless debris. Xiao Yang and his team meticulously sorted through the items, ensuring nothing of value was overlooked. Before loading the vehicles, Xiao Yang instructed them to attempt starting each truck to ascertain their functionality. Thankfully, only one of the breached trucks failed to start. After exhausting various methods to revive it, Xiao Yang decided to abandon that vehicle and utilize Liang Hong's vacant small cargo truck instead. Although it was smaller, it would suffice. After loading all usable supplies into the trucks and cargo vehicle, they managed to cram them full. Given the addition of 9 vehicles, Ruyu, Yiling, and Shinbo also took on driving duties, along with Liang Hong, Mu Guang, and 4 girls selected from the group who could operate vehicles, barely achieving the necessary number of drivers. Although none had experience with such large trucks in this post-apocalyptic world, as long as they could avoid falling into a ditch, the roads were theirs to traverse. They drove all vehicles to an open area, forming a convoy. Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle led the way, with Tang Ying bringing up the rear in a Babo's off-road vehicle. A large convoy was poised to embark. At that moment, Xiao Yang suddenly recalled the zoo. With such a vast facility, it was improbable that only a few monkeys, tigers, and peacocks remain alive. Surely, there were other mutated beings within. Xiao Yang's curiosity was piqued. He felt compelled to investigate. If there were creatures to be slain, they would kill them. If not, they could always return later. Resolving this, he turned the vehicle around and drove to the wall adjoining the zoo, which had long since collapsed, likely due to the impact of mutated beings. Xiao Yang elevated the roof of the RV, climbed to the second level, and took out a high-powered telescope to survey the area. Suddenly, a roar resonated like thunder, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. In the zoo, a sudden commotion startled a flock of birds. Xiao Yang hurriedly raised his binoculars toward the source of the sound. Deep within the zoo, in a secluded enclosure, an elephant, as large as a truck, was attacking several lions, each the size of a small delivery vehicle. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of so many mutated beings, and judging by their size, their star ratings were not low. He adjusted the magnification of his binoculars to the highest setting and scrutinized the elephant closely. Then he counted the stars on its prominent forehead. 1, 2, 37. How astonishing. A 7-star mutated being. How could a 7-star mutated being appear here? Never mind. This was not a place he could venture into. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang returned to the driver's seat and retracted the roof. He then drove back to the front of the convoy, honked the horn, and slowly led the team away. Chapter 89. Kindness begets kindness under Xiao Yang's guidance. The convoy retraced its route back to the Zaijinshan Villa area. Since many were driving large trucks for the first time, their pace was slow. By evening, they finally reached the entrance of the Zaijinshan Villa area. Su Tong and others, who had received news early that morning via the intercom, had opened the gates and were waiting. However, they were quite astonished to see so many vehicles. They had not expected Xiao Yang to return with such a bounty of supplies, including a bus filled with young women. Su Tong, come here. Xiao Yang called as he stepped out of the vehicle and beckoned Su Tong over, handing her 100 crystals. Take these and absorb them. From now on, you will possess the energy of 200 years. Su Tong accepted the crystals, her nose suddenly tinged with emotion as tears welled up. She reflected on her modest contributions, merely standing guard, yet Xiao Yang still valued her so highly. She felt both surprised and touched. Thank you, boss, she expressed, hesitating for a moment before calling him boss. Indeed, from this day forth, Xiao Yang would be her eternal leader. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yang patted her shoulder and was about to turn away when Su Tong called out to him, Boss, don't go just yet. I forgot to mention, it seems that Xiao Lu has awakened her abilities. Xiao Yang turned back intrigued. Oh, bring her over so I could take a look. Su Tong quickly summoned Xiao Lu, who was standing eagerly at the security booth. Xiao Yang observed the petite Xiao Lu curiously. Do you feel any changes in your body? Xiao Lu, somewhat perplexed, replied, Well, this morning I accidentally fell and hit my head hard against the door. Strangely enough, I didn't feel any pain. So, I tried testing it with a stick. With that, Xiao Lu produced a wooden stick from behind her and exclaimed, Boss, look. She then struck her head forcefully with both hands on the stick, startling Xiao Yang. With a crack, the stick snapped in two, yet Xiao Lu appeared unfazed, brushing off the splinters from her head. Boss, is this an ability? Xiao Yang gently patted her head. You're perfectly fine. Remarkable. You have indeed awakened your abilities, and they grant you significant resilience. Simply put, Your physical strength and defense surpass that of others. While most require 1,000 years of energy to withstand cold weapons, you likely possess over 100 years of energy to do so. Congratulations, Xiao Lu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu burst into joy. That's wonderful. Does this mean I can officially join you like Sister Su Tong? She looked at Xiao Yang with eager anticipation. Of course. You are now a formal member of our team. Xiao Yang smiled, and suddenly a packet of crystals appeared in his hand, which he handed to Xiao Lu. Here, this contains 110 crystals. Absorb these first. Xiao Lu accepted the crystals, nearly jumping with excitement. Thank you, boss. Oh, by the way, what is your name? I haven't asked yet. Xiao Yang awkwardly inquired. I'm Xiao Yang. And you? My name is Lu Xinyan, but you can just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Xinyan. A lovely name. Forget about Xiao Lu. From now on, I'll call you Xinyan. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan beamed. I'm happy with whatever you call me, boss. Xiao Yang chuklet, I'll head back now. Make sure to keep a close watch. If you run out of food or supplies, just ask me. Sure. He instructed the 4 young nurses to join him in the vehicle, leading the convoy directly to the front of his villa. After parking, everyone disembarked. Xiao Yang approached Liang Hong and pointed toward the villa below. These villas are all vacant. Choose whichever one you prefer. He then gestured to the villa behind him. We'll reside here. If you need anything, just come find me. Liang Hong glanced at Xiao Yang's villa, noting its tall walls and barbed wire. The villa's door was already open, and the 4 young nurses had entered and turned on the lights inside. Liang Hong was quite impressed. She and T expected him to be so well prepared. Clearly, in the wake of the disaster, he had not been adversely affected. This place was remote from the city, with few people around, allowing them to live without constant anxiety. Living here would undoubtedly be pleasant. She looked at the girls behind Xiao Yang and couldn't help but smile. With so many beautiful young women around, one could say he was perhaps the happiest man in the world now. Well, we want to be polite then. We'll choose the one right in front of you. It will be convenient for everyone to look out for each other. Understanding Liang Hong's implication that they would all reside in one villa, Xiao Yang interjected. With so many of you, it's unnecessary to squeeze into one place. There are plenty of villas here. However, Liang Hong replied, I understand, but we only have one generator, so let us make do for now. We can talk about it later. With a bright smile, she looked at Xiao Yang and said, Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Her smile was infectious, bringing warmth as if one were basking in spring sunshine. Indeed, she was a woman of great tact and social grace. This brother-in-law of mine is truly fortunate. After securing all the trucks, Liang Hong led her group and the young women to tidy up the house. Mu Guang had initially intended to help, but was stopped by Liang Hong, who reasoned, You 2 siblings have finally reunited. You surely have much to discuss, so stay here. One must admit, Liang Hong was quite perceptive and thoughtful. Once Liang Hong and her group had departed, Xiao Yang signaled for Mu Guang to return to the villa. He drove the heavy-duty off-road vehicle and the Babo's off-road vehicle into the courtyard, and then closed the gate. As Mu Guang gazed at the villa transformed by his company, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how he and his sister had secretly mocked Xiao Yang for being wealthy. Now, it was evident that he had been the foolish one. Xiao Yang had clearly foreseen everything, planning ahead. Otherwise, how could one explain the current situation? Feeling the warmth and comfort of the villa, illuminated brightly, Mu Guang couldn't help but express his gratitude. Thankful that he was a conscientious renovation company owner who never cut corners on quality. Otherwise, if Xiao Yang saw him now, he would surely be in trouble. To make matters even more fortuitous, his sister was now living here. Indeed, good deeds are often rewarded. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang instructed the 4 young nurses to assist Lu Yu in preparing a meal. With his brother-in-law arriving, a warm welcome was in order. While he had several tables of dishes from Hai Jiao restaurant in his space, he chose not to reveal this ability to Mu Guang. It wasn't a matter of mistrust towards Mu Guang, but rather a concern about Liang Hong. Chapter 90. The experience of Mu Guang with Mu Guang's presence. All the women in the villa surprisingly refrained from donning their sleepwear. Xiao Yang paid them no mind and, noticing the tattered clothing on Mu Guang, discreetly retrieved a large garment from his spatial storage to offer him. You should change into this, brother. Mu Guang accepted the clothing and promptly retreated to the restroom. After changing, he emerged, and Xiao Yang observed that it fit him quite well. Subsequently, the others busied themselves with their own affairs, while Xiao Yang, Mu Guang, and Mu Wanqing settled on the sofa in the living room to share their respective experiences. Through Mu Guang's narrative, Xiao Yang learned that on the night disaster struck, he had taken a new client to the Royal No. 1 bathhouse. After indulging in a comprehensive service, he dozed off in the room. Not long after, he was awakened by the commotion outside. It turned out that a customer was complaining about the cold, while the staff were baffled by the cause. As the temperature continued to plummet, even he could no longer endure the chill in the room. However, it was summer, and the bathhouse had no substantial blankets. He thought to simply settle the bill and drive home. Yet, outside was utter chaos, and he could not locate his client. Resolutely, he dashed out of Royal No. 1, only to be astounded by the transformation of the once sultry air into a frigid winter-like chill. Even his robust physique could not withstand such cold. Outside, many others were frantically seeking refuge within the bathhouse. At that moment, he recalled the down jacket and supplies Xiao Yang had gifted him. He hurried to his car, donned the down jacket, and returned to the bathhouse with all the supplies. Comparatively, the interior was significantly warmer than the outside. He returned to his original room, choosing to remain alone and wait for the temperature to normalize before departing. Suddenly, he thought of his sister, Mu Wanqing, and wondered how she was faring. He intended to call her, only to realize that his phone had been lost long ago. The days that followed saw the temperature drop further, with many outside succumbing to the cold. He managed to survive by relying on the down jacket to move about and scavenge for food. Eventually, as the temperature became somewhat bearable, the survivors inside began frantically searching for and hoarding supplies. In their desperation, some even resorted to murder. He found himself targeted by other survivors. Although he wielded a knife and had killed several who attempted to rob him, this only incited further hostility against him. Ultimately, the survivors banded together to confront him, and just as he was on the verge of losing his life, Liang Hong arrived. Leading a group of 200 men and women, Liang Hong stormed into the bathing area, eliminating the resisting survivors with ruthless efficiency. Yet, upon encountering Mu Guang, she spared him. She merely inquired about the source of his down jacket. Mu Guang recounted the truth, and Liang Hong regarded him thoughtfully before deciding to let him remain. In the aftermath, as the zombie virus outbreak unfolded, Mu Guang and Liang Hong faced another brutal battle. It was during this tumult that Mu Guang unexpectedly awakened his giant abilities, earning Liang Hong's respect. Once the situation stabilized, Mu Guang was eager to seek news of Mu Wanqing from Haicheng Art Academy. However, another group of survivors had set their sights on them. To ensure Mu Guang remained to assist her, Liang Hong dispatched her subordinates to gather information on Mu Wanqing. The following morning, that group of survivors led a horde of zombies toward them. However, they underestimated Mu Guang and his companions. In the ensuing chaos, two of their strongest members were injured and subsequently bitten by zombies, transforming into zombie kings. This left Mu Guang and his group caught off guard, ultimately retreating to the third floor, where they encountered Xiao Yang and his party. As Mu Guang recounted his harrowing experiences, Mu Wanqing listened in trepidation, astonished by the peril her brother had faced. In contrast, her own life seemed far too comfortable. Subsequently, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing shared their own experiences, omitting sensitive details, such as Xiao Yang's spatial abilities, which Mu Wanqing did not mention. Meanwhile, as the three conversed, Lu Yu had prepared a lavish spread, consisting of 9 dishes and a soup. Upon seeing the bountiful feast, Mu Guang was left speechless. He could deduce that Xiao Yang had stockpiled considerable supplies, but he had not anticipated such abundance. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Xiao Yang, this seems rather extravagant. It wouldn't be wise to waste so many resources for just me." Xiao Yang chuckled and insisted, "You are Wanqing's brother, which makes you my brother as well. What do these dishes matter? Today, we celebrate your reunion with your sister, and we must share a toast." He then settled beside Mu Guang and suddenly recalled something, instructing one of the nurses, "You go to the front villa and invite someone named Liang Hong to join us for dinner." After the nurse obediently departed, Mu Guang said nothing, perhaps recognizing that this gesture would foster goodwill between the two teams. However, moments later, the nurse returned carrying 2 bags. That Sister Liang Hong said she won't be coming today, she relayed, placing the bags on the table. She sent these for you and your brother. Surprised, Xiao Yang opened the bags to discover 4 bottles of XO liquor in one and 2 packs of cigarettes in the other. Well, this woman certainly knows how to make an entrance, he mused, impressed by her resourcefulness. But why isn't she joining us? Mu Guang furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled by Liang Hong's absence. The nurse continued, "Oh, she mentioned that since it's a family gathering, she wouldn't intrude. She still needs to settle matters with her people, but she promised to host a feast for you and everyone tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Mu Guang's expression relaxed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, contemplating the liquor and cigarettes on the table, fell into deep thought. This woman was not to be underestimated. He pondered whether bringing her into the villa community would prove to be a blessing or a curse. Ultimately, her admission was solely due to Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing's influence. Though Liang Hong was exceptional, she was not a woman easily subdued. He wondered what quality she saw in Mu Guang. Perhaps it was his impressive abilities. Glancing at Mu Guang, he suddenly realized the potential dynamics. A beastly figure paired with a stunning beauty. Would Liang Hong be able to handle it? Chapter 91. The open-minded brother-in-law. The celebratory banquet unfolded in a warm atmosphere. The 4 nurses refrained from joining the table, instead fulfilling the role of servers, pouring drinks and serving tea with great enthusiasm. As the wine flowed, snowflakes began to fall outside. The ladies present, either unable to hold their liquor or feeling shy, quickly excused themselves. At this juncture, only Xiao Yang and Mu Guang remained at the table, while the 4 nurses stood by, attending to their needs. Mu Guang was filled with unrestrained joy. Reuniting with his sister brought him such happiness that he indulged in a few more drinks. He hazily draped his arm around Xiao Yang's shoulder and said, "Xiao Zong, you are the benefactor of us siblings. This sentiment, I, Mu Guang, shall remember for a lifetime. Come, let us drink." With that, Mu Guang downed his glass in one gulp. Xiao Yang, not one to be outdone, followed suit and emptied his cup as well. The 2 attentive nurses approached and promptly refilled their glasses. With bleary eyes, Mu Guang glanced at the obedient nurses and then smiled at Xiao Yang. He then remarked meaningfully, "Xiao Zong, you seem to have quite the affinity with women. In this villa, aside from you, all are women." Xiao Yang chuckled, scratching his nose, remaining silent. Seeing his reaction, Mu Guang suddenly patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, what is there to be embarrassed about? As man, I understand." Without waiting for Xiao Yang's astonishment to settle, he poured himself another glass and mumbled, "This world is in chaos. Just surviving is enough. Who cares about all these formalities?" Turning back to Xiao Yang, he continued, "Xiao Zong, I know you possess great strength and harbor many secrets. I, Mu Guang, do not ask for much. I only hope that you will treat my sister well." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with emotion. Alas, in this world, women truly have it hard. He had witnessed firsthand how the women under Liang Hong endured their plight. For sausages and 2 loaves of bread at a time, and they still had to surrender half. Before the disaster, they were Liang Hong's tools for profit, and even after, they remained her means to acquire resources. If one were to say Liang Hong treated them poorly, she would still protect these girls in times of danger, and no one dared to lay a finger on them. Yet if they broke any rules, she would show no mercy. Thus, those girls both feared and respected her, willingly working under her command without ever contemplating escape. In stark contrast, the girls around Xiao Yang lived a vastly different existence. Compared to those girls, Wanqing was fortunate, blessed even. Yet Xiao Yang remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his brother-in-law's mind, taken aback by Mu Guang's candidness. This brother-in-law was remarkably open-minded. Regardless of whether his words were the ramblings of a drunken man or sincere, Xiao Yang raised his glass and cheerfully declared, "I will certainly treat Wanqing well, rest assured." With that, he drank deeply once more. Meanwhile, in the main bedroom on the 3rd floor, Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Shishir to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the busily bustling girls in Liang Hong's villa. Outside, snow had begun to fall, yet their villa had only just received electricity. They had to brave the snow to carry in the supplies they brought. By now, they likely hadn't even had a warm meal. Sure, look at them, dressed so lightly. They have no heating in that villa. They must be suffering terribly. Mu Wanqing remarked, her eyes fixed ahead. Yes, it is quite tragic. Lin Sure agreed, also staring ahead. And you know what? When I encountered those people at the entrance of Royal Number 1, I learned that these girls, even in the apocalypse, still had to entertain guests. According to them, they are given only 4 sausages and 2 loaves of bread at a time. Lin Shure's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Mu Wanqing. Is that true? Are those girls really doing that? Mu Wanqing nodded. The fate of women can differ so greatly. She continued, Sure, had we not met Xiao Yang, what would our fate have been if we had fallen into Liang Hong's hands? Can you imagine what would have happened? Lin Sure shook her head, unable to fathom. Mu Wanqing smirked coldly. Well, let me tell you, we would have fared far worse, because someone would have been willing to offer 2 packs of sausages for me. Lin Sure shivered at Mu Wanqing's words. Indeed, a girl like Wanqing, with her beauty, would surely be in high demand. Thus, her fate was all too predictable. As for herself, she would likely be worth a pack and a half, which would also be quite dire. Thankfully, she had encountered Wanqing and Xiao Yang. She considered herself fortunate. Observing the change in Lin Shure's expression from worry to delight, Mu Wanqing guessed what her friend was thinking. Suddenly, she took Lin Shure's hand and asked, Sure, are you still planning to find a boyfriend? To her surprise, Lin Sure shot her a glare. Why are you asking that? Mu Wanqing teased. Even in the apocalypse, you're still single. Don't you think that essay pity? Lin Sure raised her head proudly. Puffed. Those mundane fellows could never catch my eye. Seeing Lin Shure's demeanor, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Lin Shure and whispered, Sure, do you have a crush on Xiao Yang? The moment Mu Wanqing spoke, Lin Shure jumped in shock. Wanqing, I have no intention of stealing your man. Seeing Lin Shure's serious expression, Mu Wanqing chuckled, Haha, I know you don't mean that. Why are you so flustered? Lin Shure stared wide-eyed. That question is quite frightening. Mu Wanqing smiled and asked, So what do you think of Xiao Yang? Considering the question seriously, Lin Shure took a moment before clearing her throat. Well, Xiao Yang is quite good. He is handsome, powerful, and the best part is, following him means never having to worry about food or drink. He is, without a doubt, a perfect man. Of course, a man as exceptional as him is only suited for our beautiful Wanqing. After Lin Shure finished, she playfully hugged Mu Wanqing. Hearing such high praise for Xiao Yang from Lin Shure, Mu Wanqing laughed and said, so it seems you're quite eager to join our team. Of course. From now on, you two will have to take care of me. With food and drink provided, who needs a boyfriend, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of emotion as she heard Lin Shure's words. She embraced her tightly, declaring, Sure, we must always be together. As long as Xiao Yang and I are here, no one can bully you. Chapter 92. I saw nothing. Lin Shure was deeply moved by Mu Wanqing's words. Ever since joining Xiao Yang's team, she had come to regard this place as her home. In her eyes, Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang, and Lu Yu were all family. She was genuinely happy here, never feeling the chill or hunger. Her strength had grown to a level that even frightened her at times. Apart from the occasional noise at night that disturbed her sleep, everything else was quite wonderful. She loved this place and everyone in it. Even if offered 100 boyfriends, she would never leave. Lin Shure realized that Wanqing's boyfriend could be considered her half-boyfriend, so she was really single after all. With a smile, she said to Mu Wanqing, Wanqing, I plan to stay with you all my life. No one can separate us. As she spoke, Mu Wanqing quietly observed her. Her thoughts laid bare in Mu Wanqing's mind. Just then, the figures of Xiao Yang and Mu Guang appeared in the courtyard below. Lin Shure spotted them first. Wanqing, look, your brother is leaving. Mu Wanqing turned her gaze downward and indeed saw the 2 men, arms draped over each other's shoulders, engrossed in conversation. Noticing that Mu Wanqing showed no intention of stopping Mu Guang, Lin Shure curiously asked, Aren't you going to try to keep your brother here? Mu Wanqing continued to watch the 2 men in the courtyard, her tone meaningful as she replied, Why keep him? He already has a place in his heart. And so do I. She glanced at the nearby villa, adding, Besides, it's so close. It's not like we want to see him again. At the entrance of the villa downstairs, Xiao Yang was still politely persuading Mu Guang to stay overnight, but she graciously declined. All right, Xiao Zong, I appreciate your kindness, but this is truly not a place for me to reside. I have long noticed that with my presence here, the young ladies are quite restrained. Enough. Do not see me off. I must return now. Please give my regards to my sister. We shall meet again tomorrow. Watching Mu Guang sway as she made her way towards the Lianghong villa, Xiao Yang smiled. A man indeed cannot be without a woman. Otherwise, there is no future to look forward to. After closing the door, he returned to the villa. Upstairs, Lin Shir, seeing this, suddenly exclaimed in a fluster, "Oh dear, your man is coming back. I must retreat to my room. It was rather inappropriate to linger in your bedroom at such an hour." With that, she dashed off without waiting for Mu Wanqing to respond. Observing Lin Shir's hasty retreat, Mu Wanqing chuckled to herself. Ha! The little girl has something to hide. She is so flustered. Meanwhile, downstairs, as Xiao Yang ascended to the second floor, he collided full force with Lin Shir, who was rushing down from the third floor. Caught off guard by Xiao Yang's robust physique, she was on the verge of falling backward. Fortunately, Xiao Yang was quick-witted and caught her slender waist, stabilizing her form. His fingers unconsciously squeezed. So soft, so delicate. It truly felt as if he could encircle her with just one arm. Inhaling the fragrance distinctly different from Mu Wanqing's, Xiao Yang took a deep breath and, gazing at the flushed Lin Shir, remarked in the dead of night, "Why are you sneaking down from upstairs? What mischief are you up to?" Lin Shir, regaining her composure, retorted irritably, "What business is it of yours?" She attempted to wriggle free from his grasp, but to no avail. At that moment, Tang Ying, hearing the commotion outside, opened the door. Upon seeing the two locked in an embrace, her eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Had she misjudged the situation? No, she must pretend she saw nothing. "I merely wanted to visit the restroom. I didn't see anything." She quickly retreated and shut the door behind her. Leaning against the door, Tang Ying touched her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, I am quite astute." Lin Shir, feeling embarrassed at being discovered in such an awkward situation, desperately struggled to free herself from Xiao Yang's arm, then stomped on his foot, exclaiming, "Pervert," and stormed back to her room. Xiao Yang was left speechless, wondering why she was acting out when she had practically thrown herself into his arms. Nevertheless, it was indeed rather soft. He flexed his fingers, nodded to himself, and ascended the stairs, savoring the earlier sensation. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Mu Wanqing standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. He gently approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. "What are you pondering?" Xiao Yang inquired, exhaling softly into her ear. The gentle breath tickled her ear, causing her to feel a bit weak, and her ears turned crimson. I wasn't thinking of anything," Mu Wanqing stammered, her breath slightly uneven. "Then, let us retire for the night. I shall also check your throat," Xiao Yang said with a grin. At the mention of her throat, Mu Wanqing's entire being shuddered. She truly feared it, having experienced it the previous day. In a slight panic, she replied, "Xiao Yang, let us just skip it tonight. Can we do it another day?" Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, became displeased and sternly stated, "How can we postpone it? Such an important matter must not be delayed. Come now." With that, he swept Mu Wanqing onto the bed. Seeing Xiao Yang about to take action, Mu Wanqing quickly raised her hand, saying, "Xiao Yang, wait. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, come on. Whatever you have to say can wait until after the examination." Xiao Yang repeated impatiently, observing Herr Demianar. Just as Xiao Yang was about to succeed in his intentions, Mu Wanqing, feeling anxious, blurted out, "Xiao Yang, what if someone in the team develops feelings for someone else?" Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback by her question, puzzled by its intent. "What do you mean, Wanqing?" he asked cautiously. "Nothing much. Just curious about how you would handle it." Mu Wanqing replied with a playful smile. Noting her mischievous expression, Xiao Yang felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, he knew better than to lie in front of her. She could perceive everything. "Well, as a member of the team, every matter must be approved by me. The team's interests must come first. Moreover, in this world, people are treacherous. They may not find someone truly sincere towards them. Ultimately, I must oversee everything. Although Xiao Yang was uncertain why Mu Wanqing suddenly posed this question, he regarded it with seriousness. The members he had meticulously nurtured could not be allowed to become someone else's possessions, particularly a group of stunningly beautiful women. He would not easily allow them to fall into another's hands. Clearly, this was something he needed to contemplate deeply. While Xiao Yang was lost in thought, Mu Wanqing suddenly interjected, "All right, I've got it. Time for bed." With that, she lay down on the bed. She had just eavesdropped on Xiao Yang's thoughts and had already understood. Indeed, men are not to be trusted. As the night wore on, Lin Shishir lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Her mind was plagued by indescribable images, leaving her somewhat agitated. I can't take it anymore. Xiao Yang, you are truly a rogue. The next morning, the snow continued to fall outside, yet everyone rose early of their own accord. For today, they needed to distribute supplies. Of course, some individuals had not slept at all. Lin Shishir's eyes were bloodshot. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, her gaze darted away. "Will you prepare breakfast?" And after everyone had eaten, Xiao Yang produced the crystal cores collected from the previous day. 2 1-star crystal cores, 10 2-star crystal cores, 2 3-star crystal cores, and 1 4-star crystal core. Here, each of you take a 2-star crystal core and consume it quickly. This will elevate your ability levels to level 2. He pointed to the 2-star crystal cores as he addressed the women. Liu was the first to pick up a 2-star crystal core, examining it closely. It's quite large. It won't be easy to swallow. The 2-star crystal core was about the size of a walnut, indeed not something one could swallow whole. Hearing Liu Yu's concern, Xiao Yang chuckled. "You don't eat it like candy. Just place it in your mouth and let it dissolve before swallowing." Upon hearing this, the women quickly understood. "Did you wash it? Let's eat." Lin Shishir exclaimed as she picked up a crystal core, inspecting it closely. Xiao Yang smiled at her, bemused by how her words often led to misinterpretation. "It's already clean, so hurry and eat. We have work to do afterward." Under Xiao Yang's urging, the 5 women reluctantly opened their mouths and placed the crystal cores inside. The cores were quite large, causing their cheeks to puff out adorably. However, the crystals melted rapidly, and soon their cheeks returned to normal. One by one, they swallowed the dissolved cores, feeling a warm current flowing through their bodies, a most delightful sensation. They involuntarily closed their eyes, savoring the transformation of their abilities. After a short while, Liu was the first to open her eyes, her face alight with joy as she extended her right hand, attempting to unleash a bolt of lightning. Ziz! A current as thick as a rolling pin surged forth, reaching approximately 5 meters in length. It was undeniably more potent than before. "Xiao Yang, look at this current. Is it not more formidable than it was previously?" Liu Yu exclaimed joyfully to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction, estimating that the current Liu Yu had just unleashed could instantly electrocute anyone with energy below a century. With a distance of 5 meters, she could deliver a lethal strike while the enemy remained unsuspecting. At that moment, Tang Ying also opened her eyes, her joy palpable. "My psychic ability has evolved. I feel that within a radius of 500 meters, I can hit every target with precision." Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. After all, Tang Ying was the goddess of archery, and this was merely the beginning. As her abilities advanced, her range would extend further and her accuracy would sharpen. More importantly, in the later stages, she would be able to infuse her arrows with spiritual energy. These arrows would pursue their targets as if they had a mind of their own, akin to cruise missiles, who would not be struck with dread upon witnessing such power. This was precisely why Xiao Yang was determined to recruit Tang Ying. In the future, anyone daring to challenge Xiao Yang would face certain demise, no matter the distance. Then, Yiling also opened her eyes. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "There isn't much of a change, but I can heal wounds more rapidly." Xiao Yang nodded, responding with a smile. "Do not underestimate the speed of healing. Time is indeed life. A slight increase in efficiency translates into a significant enhancement in the safety of our team." Hearing Xiao Yang's praise, Yiling felt a surge of happiness. For days, she had watched Xiao Yang and the others combat zombies and mutated creatures, feeling rather useless herself. However, upon hearing Xiao Yang's commendation, she felt valued in his eyes. It seemed her standing was quite significant to him. Just as Yiling, was reveling in her newfound appreciation. Mu Wanqing also opened her eyes. Xiao Yang immediately inquired with concern. How do you feel, Wanqing? However, Mu Wanqing's expression was devoid of joy. She replied flatly, there isn't much of a change, merely that I can now hear a few more thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled reassuringly. Isn't that a change? You used to tire after a few instances. Now you can hear more. Surely that is impressive. In truth, Xiao Yang was not well versed in this ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, often referred to as telepathy. In the past world, those who awakened such powers rarely disclosed them. It was a means of survival, and thus, they were unlikely to reveal it to outsiders. Consequently, little was known about this ability in the outside world. However, Xiao Yang believed this power was far from simple. As levels increased, unexpected transformations would likely occur. Mu Wanqing nodded, but did not elaborate further. At this point, everyone's attention shifted towards Lin Shishir, who had yet to open her eyes. Was her psychic ability still dormant? Why was there no movement after such a long time? Could it be that her ability was undergoing a significant transformation? Everyone tacitly refrained from disturbing her, sitting quietly in anticipation of her awakening. Minutes passed. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and Lin Shishir remained with her eyes closed. Xiao Yang began to feel that something was amiss. How could an ability upgrade take so long? Was she perhaps trapped in a trance? Moreover, there was drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Shishir, Xiao Yang called out, but she showed no response. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing anjos the nudgithe. Shishir, please wake up. After being shaken a few times by Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir finally cracked her eyes open slightly. She appeared dazed, wiping the drool from her mouth, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang retorted irritably, "What do you mean, what's wrong? We have all been waiting for you to see what changes your ability has undergone. Why the silence?" Hee. My apologies, I must have dozed off. Lin Shishir sheepishly replied upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. Darn it, Xiao Yang exclaimed, realizing they had waited in vain for her. Mu Wanqing laughed in exasperation. You truly have a talent for falling asleep while sitting. Lin Shishir lowered her head in embarrassment and mumbled, I was just too sleepy. So, has your ability changed at all? Mu Wanqing continued to inquire. Oh, let me check, Lin Shishir said, closing her eyes once more. This time it was swift. She opened her eyes again shortly. However, there was no sign of excitement on her face, only a mild statement. Not much has changed. I just feel I can play the flute for longer without tiring. I used to tire after a short while, but now I feel I could play for 2 hours without issue. It seemed that Lin Shishir's ability had not undergone any remarkable transformation, but had merely strengthened. Xiao Yang observed that their abilities had all progressed to level 2. He then picked up 2 3-star crystal cores, contemplating who should receive them first. After deliberation, he decided to bestow the 2 3-star crystal cores to Lu Yu and Tang Ying. Lu Yu's lightning ability was formidable, capable of being unleashed from a distance. Elevating her powers further was indeed warranted. As for Tang Ying, her capabilities in ranged attacks were well known to Xiao Yang from his past life. Her strength was indisputable. The others had no objections to Xiao Yang's decision. They understood he had his reasons and would support him unconditionally. Lu Yu and Tang Ying did not hesitate either, immediately swallowing the egg-sized 3-star crystal cores. Soon after, both closed their eyes once again. Before long, it was Lu Yu who first opened her eyes, visibly excited. It seemed there had been significant changes. Zila, a thick, long current erupted from her right hand, as thick as an arm and extending over 10 meters. Level 3 lightning was indeed impressive. Anyone struck by it would likely be reduced to ashes. Moreover, this was no longer a matter of singular kills. It was likely that any enemies within that line would meet their demise. Impressive, Sister Yu. From now on, we shall refer to you as the Goddess of Lightning. Xiao Yang Jistet, Goddess of Lightning? It should be the Goddess of Thunder, Lin Shishir retorted. Indeed, the Goddess of Thunder, that is fitting. Mu Wanqing smiled at Lu Yu. Feeling flattered by the praise, Lu Yu humbly replied, Oh, I am not that young anymore. Calling me the Goddess of Thunder is too much. Do not be modest. Sister Yu, your figure is perfect, and you are incredibly beautiful. countless men surely admire you. You absolutely deserve the title of Goddess of Thunder." As Mu Wanqing said this, she glanced at Xiao Yang. He cleared his throat, remaining silent. At that moment, Tang Ying also opened her eyes. "How are you feeling, Yingjie?" Lin Shishir eagerly inquired. Tang Ying smiled slightly and replied, "How should I put it? Within a kilometer, I can hit every target with absolute precision." It appeared that, like Lu Yu, Tang Ying's abilities had advanced to level 3, resulting in a quantitative change rather than a qualitative one. Xiao Yang noted that his own spatial abilities followed a similar pattern. Before reaching level 6, each upgrade merely expanded the space slightly, with no other significant changes. It seemed all abilities operated in this manner. Only after reaching level 5 would a qualitative transformation occur. Nevertheless, Tang Ying's capability to accurately eliminate foes within a kilometer was already formidable. However, the limitations of her composite bow and handgun, which could not shoot such distances, hindered her potential. Should the next step be to find her a sniper rifle? Considering Tang Ying's identity, Xiao Yang felt this task was best left to her. She would know where to find one. Seeing that both of their abilities had reached level 3, Xiao Yang picked up the only 4-star crystal core on the table. After some thought, he decided to give it to Lu Yu. "Yojia, you are now the most suitable to elevate your extraordinary abilities to level 4. Hurry and consume it." Lu Yu accepted the crystal core, her heart brimming with excitement. She never anticipated that Xiao Yang would bestow upon her the soul crystal core. And this stroke of fortune was simply too sudden. "Thank you, Xiao Laodi." Lu Yu found herself at a loss for words. Casting a deep glance at Xiao Yang as she expressed her gratitude. However, upon observing the crystal core in her hand, which resembled a peach in size, she became troubled. It was far too large to consume in one bite. She could neither slice nor bite into it. What was she to do? Turning to Xiao Yang for assistance, he discerned her predicament. Yojia, if it won't fit in your mouth, you can eat it like ice cream," Xiao Yang suggested with a smile. "Huh? This?" Leo felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. With so many people present, the thought of consuming the crystal core like ice cream was rather unflattering. Yet, encouraged by Xiao Yang's gaze, she resolved to give it a try. After all, Xiao Yang had entrusted her with the only 4-star crystal core. She had to eat it out of respect for his esteem. If she hesitated any longer, how could she justify Xiao Yang's generosity? With this thought in mind, she parted her crimson lips and began to consume the crystal core as if it were ice cream. Initially, she struggled a bit, but gradually she relaxed. It must be said that her experience was evident. In no time, the once peach-sized crystal core had shrunk to no larger than an egg. Xiao Yang watched Lu Yu intently, his gaze never wavering. Observing her consume the crystal core was truly a spectacle. The other girls were equally captivated, unable to suppress their salivation, with Lin Shishir going so far as to let drool escape. Under the scrutiny of so many, Lu Yu felt a tad flustered. Sensing it was nearly finished, she forced her mouth wide open and stuffed the crystal core inside, her cheeks puffing out like a pufferfish, eliciting laughter from Xiao Yang. At long last, after a full 5 minutes, Lu Yu swallowed the 4-star crystal core. She quickly closed her eyes, and after a brief moment, reopened them. Raising her right hand, she seemed to wish to test her newfound power. However, after a moment's contemplation, she lowered it again. Perhaps it's best not to test it here. We wouldn't want to accidentally bring the walls down. I'll demonstrate it to you all when we go out to slay zombies." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Lu Yu's lightning ability had indeed grown stronger. This was within Xiao Yang's expectations. It appeared that without reaching level 6, one could not anticipate any astounding surprises. However, from this point forward, their team's strength had significantly increased. Xiao Yang was at level 6, Lu Yu at 4, Tang Ying at 3, and Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Yelling at 2. During these times, they could undoubtedly be regarded as humanity's strongest team. All right, prepare yourselves. Shortly we shall go to distribute supplies with Liang Hong and the others. Little nurses, once you've changed your clothes, please relieve the 3 of them at the gate," Xiao Yang instructed. After giving his orders, he glanced at the remaining 5 2-star crystal cores and 2 1-star crystal cores. Suddenly, he thought of Keiichio and her Guzi. Xiao Yang had previously considered giving a 1-star crystal core to Keiichio to see if it would mutate. Now that he had the crystal core, he wanted to give it a try. He then approached Keiichio. "Daddy, Daddy!" Keiichio exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Xiao Yang approach. Erguzi followed suit, eagerly sitting at Xiao Yang's feet, gazing up at him with expectation. Xiao Yang stretched out his arm, and Keiichio obediently flew up. He produced a 1-star crystal core and offered it to Keiichio. This 1-star crystal core, roughly the size of a lychee, was swallowed eagerly by Keiichio, only to get lodged in its throat. At that moment, Keiichio stood there, rolling its eyes. "Dang it!" Xiao Yang exclaimed in alarm, fearing it might choke. He hastily rubbed Keiichio's throat to help it along. Ah! Keiichio called out. Xiao Yang was unsure whether it was expressing gratitude or discomfort. Chapter 95. Distribution of supplies. Seeing that Keiichio was unharmed, Xiao Yang rewarded Erguzi with another 1-star crystal core. "As long as you obey me, there will be more crystal cores to come, understood?" Erguzi seemed to comprehend, nodding its head. Observing as Erguzi swallowed the crystal core, Xiao Yang pondered how this dog's throat was so accommodating. While Xiao Yang carefully monitored their changes, Chenbua and Xu Tong arrived at the villa. "Big brother, we're here," Chenbua called out upon entering. Xiao Yang figured Keiichio and Erguzi would take some time to digest the crystal cores, so he decided not to focus on them for now. He approached Chenbua and the others, producing 3 2-star crystal cores for them. "Quickly, put these in your mouths. We need to go distribute supplies." Chenbua took the crystal cores and, without hesitation, placed one in his mouth. He didn't care what it was for. Whatever the boss told him to eat, he would eat. Xu Tong and Liu Xinyan were equally uncurious. It was their leader's gift, and they wouldn't pass it up. Before the three had finished digesting, Mu Guang called from outside for Xiao Yang and the others to come and tally the supplies. Xiao Yang beckoned everyone toward the trucks outside the villa, where Liang Hong and her team awaited. Upon seeing Xiao Yang approach, Liang Hong warmly greeted him. "Xiao Zong, let us start counting the supplies." Hearing Liang Hong address him as Xiao Zong, Xiao Yang realized she had picked that up from Guang. "All right, Hong Jia, let us begin." He reciprocated the term of respect, which delighted Liang Hong, making her even more enthusiastic. There were a total of 9 trucks and 1 box truck of supplies. Liang Hong first accounted for the 5 trucks that originally belonged to their royal one. She estimated she remembered what was inside, which would expedite the counting process. As the goods were unloaded from the trucks, Xiao Yang noticed that most items were packaged with identifiable labels, making them easy to recognize. In essence, these supplies were merely common consumables typically found in Royal One, such as imported wines, cigars, snacks, and beverages, all imported to elevate Royal One's prestige. Other items included everyday essentials like wine utensils, work clothes, small umbrellas, jelly, popping candy, and essential oils. However, what particularly caught Xiao Yang's attention were the flamboyant work uniforms, flight attendant outfits, pink nurse uniforms, police uniforms, blazers, traditional Chinese garments, Chongsam's lingerie, and anime costumes. Upon seeing these, Xiao Yang chuckled. There was an abundance of variety. It seemed Liang Hong's Royal One was quite professional. The remaining trucks were filled with flour, parcels, and miscellaneous food items. Once all the supplies were unloaded and divided in a 3-to-7 ratio, Xiao Yang and Liang Hong's group each transported their respective goods back to their villa. Although there were more people on Liang Hong's side, their supplies were fewer. However, once Xiao Yang's group finished moving their supplies, they had only taken half of what Liang Hong's group had. Had it not been for Mu Guang and the other 3 men, their efficiency would have likely been even lower. As snow continued to fall outside, threatening to transform everyone into snowmen, Xiao Yang called his group to return to the villa. Chenbua, Xu Tong, Liu Xinyan, having consumed the crystal cores. "How do you feel?" Xiao Yang inquired. "I'm getting faster, boss. Didn't you see? Just now, while moving supplies, I completed 2 trips while others only made 1. Chenbua exclaimed. Before he could finish, Xu Tong chimed in. "I feel even stronger than before. Boss, didn't you notice? I can move several hundred pounds of supplies at once." Xiao Yang nodded, having already observed that Xu Tong could indeed carry more supplies than others, resembling a weightlifter. Turning to Liu Xinyan, he asked, "What about you, Xinyan?" Liu Xinyan, caught off guard by Xiao Yang's question, scratched her head and said, "It's a bit hard to express, boss. Do you have a thicker stick here? Perhaps I could demonstrate." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang could not help but chuckle. The girl was about to showcase her iron head technique again. Enough with the performance. You must have become tougher and more resilient. Your defense has certainly improved, which is commendable. Noticing that everyone had gathered and mealtime was approaching, Xiao Yang instructed Lu Yu to stew a large pot of vegetables, leaving Chun Bo, Su Tong, and Lu Xian Yin to enjoy a warm lunch together. For these three, it was the first time since the apocalypse that they had savored a hearty meal, and their hearts brimmed with joy. After the meal, Xiao Yang had them gather some daily necessities and food to take back and replace the 4 young nurses. Meanwhile, he descended into the basement to stow away the supplies that had just been moved in, leaving only the package behind. Once the 4 nurses returned, the remaining time would be devoted to unboxing the delivery. 9 women busily tore into the packages, while Xiao Yang reclined on the sofa in the living room, crossing his legs and observing the changes, if any, in Meichio and Air Guzi. However, after a prolonged watch, he saw no signs of transformation. There was no flicker of green light at their foreheads. Xiao Yang found himself puzzled. Could it be that a 1-star crystal core was insufficient to induce mutation? How did the previous ordinary crystal core lead to such a significant change in Meichio's physique? Typically, in the apocalypse, mutated animals arise from genetic mutations in wild creatures, activated by their primal lineage. Most mutated beings instinctively attack humans upon sight. Conversely, common pets like cats and dogs rarely undergo such transformations. Xiao Yang was eager to experiment with the two, as they were familiar with him, especially Meichio, who regarded him as her closest companion. If they could indeed become mutated beings, they would undoubtedly provide invaluable assistance to him in the future, particularly Meichio, who could learn to speak and, with training, serve as a reconnaissance tool. Wherever he went, there would be a pair of eyes in the sky observing the surroundings. In the event of an emergency, he would be forewarned and able to prepare. Xiao Yang had initially been filled with anticipation, yet now, seeing no change in the two, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as he was mulling over this, Mu Wanqing ascended the stairs to call for him. "Xiao Yang, the packages have all been opened. Come down and see what to keep and what to discard." Temporarily abandoning his observations of Meichio and Air Guzi, he followed Mu Wanqing down to the basement. The floor was strewn with an array of items, a veritable cornucopia. However, what surprised Xiao Yang most was the presence of a silicone doll, life-sized and strikingly realistic. Who was the single fellow who purchased this? Alas, he would never receive his order. Take whatever you find useful, and the rest can be piled into the storage room. Move this realistic model to my room. Except for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, everyone else regarded Xiao Yang with peculiar glances. What kind of realistic model? Perhaps he could fool the naive Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, but not the others. Once they finished tidying up, it was already evening. Mu Guang and Liang Hong arrived at Xiao Yang's villa, inviting him to join them for dinner at their place, as a gesture of gratitude. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Xiao Yang acquiesced. After Mu Guang and Liang Hong departed ahead of him, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and retrieved some fruits from his spatial storage. Leaving the young nurses to guard the house, he accompanied the women to Liang Hong's villa. Chapter 96. Continuing the cleansing of a zombie-infested university city, Liang Hong's villa was well organized and relatively clean, with electricity restored. Although they had burned charcoal, the interior remained rather chilly. Nonetheless, it was a far cry from Xiao Yang's villa in terms of warmth and comfort. The dining table was laden with an assortment of food, cigarettes, and alcohol, presenting a seemingly lavish spread. However, it consisted solely of cold dishes and snacks, with no hot meals. As Xiao Yang and the others took their seats, Liang Hong and Mu Guang were the only ones seated, while the others stood by. Xiao Yang placed the fruits he had brought on the table, stating, "There's not much else, so I thought I'd bring some fruit." Liang Hong's eyes widened in surprise upon opening the fruit basket. It contained watermelon, bananas, oranges, and cantaloupe, all remarkably fresh. The sight of these commonplace fruits, now a luxury in the post-apocalyptic world, astonished everyone gathered. "Xiao Yang, you truly have outdone yourself. Your generosity puts my humble offerings to shame," Liang Hong remarked, her smile illuminating her face. Do not be so modest, Hong Jia. Your spread here is indeed a top-tier reception given the circumstances of the apocalypse, Xiao Yang replied graciously. How could it compare? Mu Guang returned yesterday and told me about the hearty feast he enjoyed at your place. I truly cannot compete, Liang Hong said, beckoning to the young women behind her. Come, ladies, serve tea and pour drinks for our esteemed guests. At her call, the young girls rushed forward, presenting tea and alcohol to Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing, creating a ceremonious atmosphere. After that, the evening unfolded with toasts and polite exchanges. In truth, Xiao Yang and his companions were not particularly impressed by the food on the table, and they partook sparingly. Soon, Mu Wanqing and the others excused themselves, leaving Xiao Yang to linger for a while longer to discuss future plans. Brother Mu Guang, Hong Jia, we will continue to clear zombies and gather supplies tomorrow. How about you? Xiao Yang inquired. We will have Ah Guang lead the other three brothers out while I and these girls stay behind in the villa for now. Liang Hong answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang turned to Mu Guang and suggested, Brother Mu Guang, why not accompany us tomorrow? Mu Guang quickly waved his hands in refusal. Xiao Yang, we shall not join you. We do not possess your strength. We would only be a burden in zombie-infested areas. We will stick to smaller locations, taking out a few zombies and gathering whatever useful supplies we can. Xiao Yang nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Mu Guang's words. They were aware of their limitations, which was prudent. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exhaustion for Mu Guang, having to support so many women. He wondered how they felt about staying idle in the villa. Of course, Xiao Yang was too wise to pry into others' affairs, so after a brief conversation, he took his leave. Upon returning to his villa, Xiao Yang changed into more comfortable clothing. There was truly no place like home, warm and inviting. He glanced once more at Meichio and Air Guzi, who remained unresponsive. Feeling indifferent, he headed straight to his bedroom. As he passed by Yi Ling's door, she opened it, seemingly having heard his approach. Seeing her hesitant demeanor, Xiao Yang curiously asked, What is it? Yi Ling fidgeted, somewhat bashful, and asked, Do you have any sanitary pads? Wanqing mentioned you might. Seeing her shy expression, Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile. He retrieved a pad from his spatial storage and handed it to her. Upon noticing he had only given her one, she blushed and continued, could you please give me a few more? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yang interrupted. No, only one at a time. Come back if you need more. Yi Ling's heart raced with indignation at his remark, feeling as if 1,000 galloping horses raced through her mind. How shameless! To make her ask for supplies daily was utterly humiliating. However, the items were in his possession, and he held the power to dictate terms, leaving her with no choice. With a fleeting glance at Xiao Yang, Yi Ling turned to head back to her room, only to hear Xiao Yang muttering to himself, Alas, it seems even the healing technique cannot staunch my own bleeding. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling promptly turned back, retorting, That's quite different, isn't it? Xiao Yang chuckled softly, disregarding her comment, and made his way back to his bedroom. The night unfolded in tranquility. Mu Wanqing had a pronounced aversion to throat examinations, prompting Xiao Yang to delve into the study of silicone dolls. They were rather impressive, quite lifelike. The following morning, the snowfall had ceased. The group awoke early to partake in breakfast, preparing to set off for the university town to continue purging zombies and gathering supplies. Yufu will stay at home, too, at the gatehouse, Xiao Yang instructed the nurses. Remember, this villa is off limits to anyone else. No one should be allowed entry except for us. Understood? The four nodded obediently. They set off in 2 vehicles, at the entrance encountering Mu Guang, who was driving a box truck. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yang presented a tang dao and a set of training gear he had prepared in advance. Mu Wanqing approached with concern, saying, Brother, please be careful and don't wander too far. Donning the training gear and wielding the tang dao, Mu Guang smiled with satisfaction, assuring her, Don't worry. We've dealt with zombies before. I'll be just fine. With that, he and the other 3 drove down the mountain first. Xiao Yang retained Su Tong, appointing her as the lead guard. Su Tong had grown remarkably strong, instilling confidence in Xiao Yang. After arranging everything, they set off toward the university town. Having previously cleared a significant portion of Haicheng Art Academy, Only the cafeteria area remained. Xiao Yang decided to tackle that first, ensuring the remaining zombies were eliminated before moving on to the next school. He drove the vehicle to the vicinity of the cafeteria at Haicheng Art Academy, where a few zombies were still wandering. Following their usual strategy, they swiftly eradicated the remaining zombies. Upon counting their bounty, they discovered over 3,000 crystals. At that moment, some surviving students from the cafeteria noticed them and, gathering their courage, opened the door to step outside. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, the students joyfully approached them. Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, are you still recruiting? We have no food left here, and those in the supermarket have turned a blind eye to our plight. We wish to join you. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir exchanged glances without responding, turning to Xiao Yang for guidance. He regarded the students and inquired, has anyone awakened any abilities? The students glanced at one another, silence enveloping them. Xiao Yang shook his head in disappointment. He had no interest in accepting those without merit. However, he offered a glimmer of hope. Holding up a crystal, he addressed them. Do you see this? It's extracted from a zombie's brain. If any of you can procure 100 of these crystals, you may seek me out at the Zaijinshan Villa area. I might consider accepting you as temporary members. If you can't even achieve this, then there's nothing to discuss. Of course, if anyone has awakened abilities, you need not worry about these crystals. You may come and find me directly. Chapter 97. Divided into two groups, Xiao Yang established a threshold for the surviving students, leaving their success to fate. Though everyone would eventually awaken abilities, those without any skills beforehand risked demise before their awakening. Leaving his words behind, he departed without looking back, continuing onward to their next destination. They chose Haicheng Medical College, which happened to be Yi Ling's alma mater. The selection was also due to Yi Ling's familiarity with the campus layout. Given the college's expansive grounds, Xiao Yang decided to split the members into two groups. This would save time and also serve to cultivate the members' autonomy. With each possessing at least 100 years of energy, and Mu Wanqing's group boasting over 500 years, he felt secure in their safety. In the future, as they matured, they would need to act independently. He could not take on every task himself, or he would surely wear himself out. You four, Yu Jie, Tang Ying, Qinbo, Lu Xinyan, form one group under Tang Ying's command. Stick to the original strategy. Qinbo will attract the zombies while you methodically clear them out. Xiao Yang's decision to group them was influenced by their complementary abilities. Tang Ying excelled in ranged attacks. Yu in mid-range, Lu Xinyan was adept at close combat, and Qinbo was swift and agile. Van Vink, Shishi, Yiling, and I will form the other group. The abilities of these three were unique and did not align with combat roles. Xiao Yang deemed it safer for them to remain with him, especially Yi Ling, who served as a healer. In the future, as their numbers increased, he planned to establish a dedicated medical support team to ensure both treatment efficiency and their safety. Yi Ling, please describe the campus layout so everyone can familiarize themselves. Xiao Yang instructed. Yi Ling pondered for a moment, picking up a small stick and sketching a rough map in the snow. She elaborated on the distribution of the dormitories, supermarket, and cafeteria. Once everyone understood, Xiao Yang directed Tang Ying's group to the female dormitory, instructing them to clear a path to the cafeteria, while his group would head to the male dormitory and then on to the supermarket. Finally, they would regroup at the main entrance. Without delay, both teams commenced their actions. With combat experience under their belts, they worked efficiently. Xiao Yang's group cleared the male dormitory area first before proceeding towards the supermarket. Passing the playground, they took care of any zombies wandering there as well. Upon reaching the supermarket, Xiao Yang noted that this campus market was smaller than that of Haicheng Art Academy, and a considerable number of zombie remains lay scattered in the open area before the entrance. It appeared that some survivors were inside, possessing a certain degree of capability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many zombies. However, the crystals remained intact within the foreheads of the slain zombies, suggesting these individuals were unaware of their value. Xiao Yang wasted no time. After eliminating the remaining zombies, he collected all the crystals. It would turn down a free bounty. While Xiao Yang and his group were busy gathering crystals, the supermarket door swung open, revealing approximately 50 survivors emerging. A middle-aged woman at the forefront gasped upon seeing Yi Ling, exclaiming, "Yi Ling?" Upon hearing her name, Yi Ling squinted and, recognizing her, exclaimed with delight, "Professor Liu." This Professor Liu was Yi Ling's instructor from years past, and her recognition was immediate. The professor excitedly took Yi Ling's hand, saying, "Yi Ling, you're alive. I'm so glad. What brings you back to the school?" Yi Ling replied, "We're here to clear out the zombies." Professor Liu appeared puzzled, observing that while others avoided zombies, Yi Ling and her group actively sought them out. Noticing the crystal in Yi Ling's hand and the zombies they had harvested, she asked, "Is it for this? What use does it have?" Seeing the professor's inquiry, Yi Ling hesitated, choosing not to answer but instead looking at Xiao Yang. She understood that some information should not be disclosed to outsiders and awaited Xiao Yang's response. Xiao Yang, understanding her unspoken concern, smiled and replied to Professor Liu, "Well, it's quite useful. If you gather these in the future, you may exchange them for supplies at the extinction-level area. As for the rest, I am afraid I cannot divulge more." Xiao Yang did not reveal everything. These individuals were merely acquaintances of Yi Ling, and he was not so benevolent as to share such crucial information with them. Presently, his advantage lay in the information gap. Although many outside already knew the secrets of the crystals and time energy, the survivors within the schools remained isolated, unaware of the critical knowledge. Now, the fewer people who are aware of this, the better, as it allows one's advantages to be prolonged as much as possible. By the time everyone uncovers the secrets of the crystals, one will have already seized the opportunity and amassed a considerable amount of them. At that point, in this high chung, who could possibly surpass oneself? With a limited quantity of crystals available, the more one acquires, the less remains for others. For anyone else to catch up is simply impossible. Professor Liu, discerning from Xiao Yang's tone, understood that he was reluctant to reveal the truth. This was entirely reasonable. After all, they had no connection, and he bore no obligation to share. As for her former student Yi Ling, it was evident she lacked the authority to make decisions. And Professor Liu bore her no ill will. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Xiao Yang glanced at the young students behind Professor Liu. Most were boys, with very few girls. Indeed, in the apocalypse, the number of surviving women is considerably fewer than that of men. This explains why women became so sought after in the later stages. Reflecting on this, it was apparent that Liang Hong valued her female subordinates for good reason, which was certainly tied to her previous profession. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiao Yang inquired of Professor Liu, "Were those zombies you killed?" Upon hearing this, Professor Liu nodded affirmatively. Xiao Yang continued, "Has anyone among you awakened any abilities?" At the mention of abilities, Professor Liu's eyes sparkled with interest. She regarded Xiao Yang, realizing that his inquiry implied this was no secret. "Is this the ability you speak of?" Professor Liu asked, raising her right hand and making a slicing gesture toward a zombie carcass on the ground. An air current surged forth, immediately carving a deep gash into the body, exposing its bones. Observing this, Xiao Yang recognized it as the wind blade ability, identical to the one Shan Bo had used against a certain Wang Qing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yang confirmed, indeed. With his affirmation, Professor Liu smiled, saying, "Oh, several of our students have awakened abilities." Chapter 98, Water System Ability. We have a few whose strength has suddenly increased, some whose bodies have become particularly resilient, and one who can control snowflakes for attacks, Professor Liu elaborated. Upon hearing about the student who could control snowflakes, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't that the water system ability within the realm of magic? Which student can control snowflakes? Could you demonstrate it for us? Xiao Yang asked eagerly. Zhang Xinyu, come show them. Professor Liu called out the student without hesitation. A rather delicate-looking young girl stepped forward from the group. Xiao Yang noticed that her hair was significantly cleaner than the others, giving her a pleasant appearance. It was clear she took care of herself. However, given the cold weather, most people would hesitate to wash their hair, fearing a cold could be fatal without medication. Yet, this student named Zhang Xinyu dared to wash her hair, likely due to her abilities. Approaching Professor Liu, Zhang Xinyu remained silent. merely extending her right hand and making a grabbing motion towards the snow on the ground. Before her, the snow within a small radius began to levitate under her control. Then, she pushed the floating snowflakes toward a nearby tree. Those snowflakes transformed into sharp blades, soaring toward the trunk. The tree trembled as snow cascaded to the ground, and several slender branches were sliced off, falling to the earth. After executing this attack, Zhang Xinyu retracted her hand and stood calmly behind Professor Liu, saying nothing as she observed Xiao Yang and the others. Wow, this young lady's ability is truly dazzling. So beautiful, Lin Shishir remarked with envy. Not only is it beautiful, but its lethality is significant as well, Xiao Yang added. In fact, Zhang Xinyu was not controlling snowflakes, but water. Similarly, she could manipulate ice. This was impressive. As long as there was water, she could launch attacks. However, her ability was currently at a low level, and once upgraded, it would become extraordinarily powerful, especially during the impending floods, where her abilities would shine the most. He gazed at Zhang Xinyu, recognizing that such talent should not be overlooked. Xinyu, your awakened ability is remarkable. However, becoming stronger on your own will be exceedingly challenging. If you join us, I can ensure you become stronger in the shortest time possible. You may want to consider it. Observing Zhang Xinyu's silence, Xiao Yang smiled and continued, moreover, joining us will guarantee your needs are met. He believed that enticing her with the promise of sustenance might be effective. To his surprise, Zhang Xinyu merely replied calmly, I will follow Professor Liu. Why is this girl so devoid of ambition? Professor Liu, witnessing Xiao Yang's attempt to recruit her student, was not offended but smiled and asked Yiling, where are you currently residing? In the Zaijinshan Villa district, Yiling replied. Oh, that place is quite nice. Professor Liu's eyes brightened. She was well aware of it. Zaijinshan is the highest elevation in Haicheng and the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. Moreover, aside from the Villa district, there are no other constructions, making it sparsely populated and beautifully serene, a perfect refuge. Professor Liu, why not come back with us? It is very safe there. The entire Zaijinshan Villa district is under our control. Since you have awakened your abilities, you might as well join us. I assure you, it will be a delightful surprise. Yiling understood Xiao Yang's intention to recruit Zhang Xinyu. But since Zhang Xinyu followed Professor Liu, she sought a breakthrough through the professor. Upon hearing Yiling's invitation, Professor Liu hesitated. The supplies in the supermarket had been exhausted, and being in such a confined space with so many boys was inconvenient for her and her few female students. Though the students referred to her as Professor Liu, she recognized that few truly respected her. Whenever it came to distributing resources, arguments erupted. Had it not been for their fear of her wind blade ability, they might have already turned against her. Zhang Xinyu was the only student who regarded her as a teacher and respected her greatly. Thus, in the past few days, the two had seized every opportunity to eliminate zombies, hoping to escape and find a safer location. However, the number of zombies on campus was overwhelming, and the two of them could not eliminate them all. Now that the zombies outside had been cleared by Yiling and her group, she realized an opportunity had arisen. She had initially intended to leave, and Yiling's invitation stirred her interest. Moreover, she had observed Yiling and her companion's strength in the supermarket, particularly the striking young man before her, who dispatched zombies with ease, far surpassing her capabilities. Joining them would likely ensure her safety. She glanced at Xiao Yang, who wore a warm smile directed at her, and understood he was willing to accept her. After some contemplation, she made her decision. All right, I will join you. Upon hearing her response, Xiao Yang and Yiling exchanged smiles. Yiling thought, not bad. Professor Liu turned to Zhang Xinyu and asked, Xinyu, what is your stance? Without hesitation, Zhang Xinyu replied, if you join, I will as well. Excellent. Professor Liu took Zhang Xinyu's hand, then turned to the other female students. Noticing they remained silent, she chose not to say anything further. The students displayed an air of arrogance, unwilling to accept a subordinate position. Each harbored their own aspirations, so let them be. When Xiao Yang noticed Zhang Xinyu's willingness to join, he felt quite satisfied, indifferent to the opinions of the other students. Let us proceed and join the rest of our team, he declared, leading the way toward the equipment room. The remaining students, witnessing Xiao Yang's departure, retreated back into the supermarket. That old woman has finally left. My dear, we can indulge ourselves tonight, a male student said as he embraced a female student affectionately. The other boys looked on, consumed by jealousy. There were only 5 girls in total, and aside from Zhang Xin, the others were already taken. To make matters worse, Zhang Xin, you have been taken by Professor Liu. Those who flaunt their affections will meet a swift end. As Xiao Yang's group reached the entrance, Tang Ying and her companions awaited their arrival, accompanied by 3 additional individuals, 2 males and 1 female, who appeared youthful and likely to be fellow survivors from the university. Xiao Yang approached them, scrutinizing the trio before addressing Tang Ying. Who are they? Oh, these 3 are survivors from the cafeteria. Upon seeing us, they insisted on joining our ranks. I inquired, and they have all awakened their special abilities, Tang Ying explained to Xiao Yang, then turned to the 3 students, saying, This is our leader. Please introduce yourselves. Whether you join us depends on his decision. The trio promptly stood before Xiao Yang, with one male student saying, Hello, leader. My name is Li Shua. I have gained considerable strength. I wonder if this is what you refer to as a special ability. Xiao Yang nodded, recognizing the power type in the combat category, which, while not particularly rare, had advantages in early awakening that could lead to commendable combat prowess in the future. The next male student introduced himself. Hello, leader. I am Wang Yuan, and like him, my strength has increased. Xiao Yang acknowledged him with a grunt, finding the power type unremarkable. Finally, he turned his gaze to the female student. Sensing his attention, she introduced herself. Hello, leader. I am Chen Chun, and my ability is... She raised a piece of metal before her, declaring, I can manipulate it. With that, she focused her attention on the metal piece, retracting her hand, and the metal floated in the air rather than falling to the ground. Chen Chun then waved her right hand, and the metal shot forth in the direction of her gesture, embedding itself into a stone pillar at the entrance. Zhang Xin, witnessing Chen's ability, brightened with excitement. Did this not mirror her own powers? While she controlled water, Chen commanded iron. Xiao Yang observed the metal embedded in the stone pillar, nodding in satisfaction. The ability to manipulate metal was indeed a rare and valuable skill. Moreover, as her level increased, she would not only command ordinary metals, but even special metals like those from earth elementals. Furthermore, any metallic objects such as bullets and shells within her range would be subject to her control or interference, which was quite formidable. Excellent, Xiao Yang remarked, genuinely pleased with Chen Chun. Very well, I accept the 3 of you. Now, let us proceed to our next destination and observe your performance. Hearing Xiao Yang's approval, the trio rejoiced. They had recently witnessed Tang Ying and her team's prowess, particularly that stunning sister who could generate electricity, capable of taking down hordes of zombies with a single surge. That spectacle had left them in awe. Young people naturally admire the strong, especially when they possess such beauty. Additionally, the cafeteria had run out of food, and they had long wished to depart. Thus, they resolved to join Tang Ying's team. However, the beautiful sister stated that they needed to await their leader's decision. The trio thought about how impressive these women were, leading them to wonder just how formidable their leader must be. Thus, upon meeting Xiao Yang, they treated him with utmost respect. Chen Chun particularly noted the high level of attractiveness among the members of Xiao Yang's team. This made her feel proud to be part of such a group. Xiao Yang led everyone to the vehicle, setting off toward the next university. Along the way, Lin Shi briefed the new members on the team's regulations, while Mu Wanqing observed silently, fully aware of each individual's thoughts and emotions. Once she confirmed there were no issues, she tapped Xiao Yang, signaling that the newcomers were mentally prepared. Upon arriving at the nearest university, Xiao Yang and his team disembarked, continuing their efforts to clear the zombies in a similar manner as before. However, to provide the new members with some training, Xiao Yang assigned Wang Yuan and Li Shua to Tang Ying's group, while Zhang Xin and Chen Chun were placed in his group. This way, the experienced members could guide the newcomers, allowing them to adapt quickly. Due to the integration of new members, the pace of clearing slowed slightly. Nonetheless, the newcomers received excellent training, and Xiao Yang believed that in a couple of days, they would be capable of undertaking tasks independently. It was not until evening that the two teams completed the zombie clearance at the school. In total, they collected 13,400 crystals that day, a record high since the apocalypse began. If this rate continued, once the university town and surrounding areas were cleared, Xiao Yang might even surpass 100,000 time energy. What does 100,000 time energy signify? It could be likened to a physical strength comparable to a level 6 mutated being. Conventional firearms, such as guns and grenades, would hold no threat to him. At that point, who could pose a danger to him? Of course, if someone were to unleash cruise missiles or nuclear weapons against him, it would be an entirely different matter. As the sky began to darken, and the group had grown weary from the day's exertions, Xiao Yang ordered a return to their base. The two vehicles made their way toward the Zijin Mountain Villa area. As they ascended the hillside, the night gradually enveloped them. At that moment, Mu Wanqing, who had been gazing out the window, exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Yang, look over there. What is that? Why is there a red light?" Xiao Yang, focused on driving, pulled over upon hearing her exclamation. Following her pointing finger, he indeed spotted a patch of red light emanating from a spot on the hillside. It felt familiar, and upon reflection, he realized it was the very location of the great tree from which he had rescued the little crow. In his past life, he had also hidden within that tree's hollow, narrowly escaping death. Now, in the darkness, the red light stood out prominently, and it did not appear to be a fire. Could it be? Xiao Yang's eyes lit up as he quickly exited the vehicle, retrieving a flashlight and hastily making his way toward the source of the red light. The others, puzzled by his sudden departure, followed suit, curious about what could compel Xiao Yang to rush so eagerly. As Xiao Yang approached the source of the red light, he discovered that it was emanating from the hollow at the base of the great tree. Moreover, Xiao Yang observed that within a certain vicinity surrounding the tree, there was no accumulation of snow on the ground. This reminded him of his previous life, where he had also noticed the absence of snow around this very tree. Although he had found it puzzling at the time, his urgency to escape had left him little room for contemplation. In retrospect, it was evident that something unusual lay beneath this tree. Chapter 100. Qi Yanshi, a radiant red light emanated from the hollow of the tree, causing the surrounding air temperature to rise significantly. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang drew his blade and, under the astonished gazes of those who had followed him, ventured into the tree hollow. The newly joined members exchanged perplexed glances at Xiao Yang's peculiar behavior, wondering if their leader had developed a penchant for burrowing. As he entered the hollow, Xiao Yang discovered that the red glow originated from beneath a tangle of weeds and branches at the base of the tree. Hastily, he cleared away the overgrowth, revealing a small patch of a red object protruding from the ground. This orb of light was indeed the source of the glow. Xiao Yang immediately began to excavate with his knife, and within moments he unearthed a crimson object the size of a basin. At that moment, the brilliance within the hollow intensified, casting a rosy hue upon Xiao Yang's face, while the temperature within the hollow surged dramatically. Cradling the red object, Xiao Yang's excitement was palpable. "Qi Yanshi, I cannot believe I have discovered Qi Yanshi here," he exclaimed, beginning to converse with himself. It was then that he comprehended why he had escaped freezing to death while hiding in this tree hollow in his previous life. It turned out that beneath Zijing Mountain lay a fire element spiritual vein, and the Qi Yanshi, formed from this spiritual vein, resided beneath this ancient tree. No wonder there was no snow on the ground surrounding the tree. It was all due to this Qi Yanshi. This Qi Yanshi was a spiritual stone crystallized from the fire element's spiritual vein. Its true value lay in the fire essence contained within. The fire essence was a special metal with fire attributes, exhibiting an extraordinarily high temperature. Had it not been encased in a layer of spiritual stone, both Xiao Yang and the tree would have long been reduced to mere wisps of smoke. Recalling his past life, Xiao Yang remembered that only 5 types of this special metal had been discovered worldwide: Jinjing, Mujing, Shuijing, Huijing, and Tujing. Each type possessed unique functions. For instance, the fire essence in Xiao Yang's possession, when forged into a weapon, could effortlessly slice through the bodies of high-level mutated beings while also imparting a burning effect. Low-level mutated beings and even corpse kings would be utterly annihilated by the intense heat generated by this metal. In his previous life, Xiao Yang had witnessed individuals wielding weapons crafted from these special metals, wreaking havoc in battles, akin to gods and Buddhas being vanquished. However, such spiritual stones were exceedingly rare, typically found in mountainous or aquatic regions, making them virtually non-existent in flatlands. Xiao Yang could scarcely fathom that he had stumbled upon such a treasure atop Zijing Mountain. Previously, Xiao Yang had been troubled by how to defeat mutated beings of level 5 and above. However, with the acquisition of this Qi Yin Shi, forging it into a weapon would render the task of confronting high-level mutated beings trivial. In fact, these special metals were specifically intended for those with physical abilities among the ability users, as they lacked the formidable powers of spellcasting ability users and thus required external aids. Weapons fashioned from these special metals perfectly compensated for their shortcomings. The key was that these physically adept ability users, when combined with such exceptional weapons, could almost stride confidently through the apocalyptic landscape in later stages. Yet, the scarcity of these special metals meant that not everyone could easily obtain them. Furthermore, even if one were fortunate enough to acquire them, extracting the essence to forge weapons was no simple feat. These spiritual stones were remarkably hard, impervious to any attempts at opening. Only those who had awakened a unique ability could refine them into weapons, yet such ability users were exceedingly rare. In Xiao Yang's previous life, he had only heard of one individual awakening such an ability, revered as the weapon deity or Master Jiang. Xiao Yang had only heard of her name, but had never encountered her. He wondered if there were others in the world who had also awakened such an ability. If he did not come across Master Jiang, the Qi Yin Shi in his possession would either have to be sold or relegated to serving as a mere heat source. Although the fire essence was enveloped in a thick layer of spiritual stone, causing its exterior temperature not to be exceedingly high, it continuously radiated heat, elevating the ambient temperature. It resembled a furnace, providing warmth when placed in a room. While Xiao Yang reveled in his discovery of the Qi Yin Shi within the tree hollow, those waiting outside grew increasingly anxious. "Xiao Yang, what on earth is in there? Could you please come out?" Mu Wanqing called out, her concern evident. Startled by her voice, Xiao Yang snapped back to reality and promptly emerged from the tree hollow, cradling the Qi Yin Shi.